One Piece: The Legend of Creation, Chapter 241 to 260. 241 hit the face of the world government. The legend of the creation of One Piece, King of Pirates. It broke out today, at least 3 shifts. Those with monthly tickets are still monthly tickets, and those with flowers are throwing flowers. Thank you for your support, but I really don't have much time for the driver's license test recently, so I can only break out once today. Wait until the driver's license test is over. Outbreak, rest assured that you support Xiaoxi so much, Xiaoxi will never disappoint everyone. Kumadori, Fukuro, stop and bring Bluno back. AGHUG. Rob Lucci has changed a lot from the original book. He remembered clearly what Chulu Chenkong said before he left. As Captain P, there your life is entrusted to you. If the mission fails, you can do it again. If the world government doesn't give you a chance to defect, it will be a big deal, but if your life is gone, it will be gone. Fukuro didn't talk nonsense. He knew what Lucci was thinking, and a few moon steps rushed over to bring Bluno, who was seriously injured and unconscious. What is Buster Call? I think you guys don't know. Buster Call is an inhumane attack that burns everything. Marine headquarters will send 10 warships, 5 Vice Admiral and Marine elite troops. Each warship has about Marine soldiers, as long as they are within the attack range of Buster Call, such as us, whether they are themselves or the enemy will be ruthlessly obliterated. Only the initiator of Buster Call can escape safely. Quote. Rob Lucci, who is very aware of the dark injustice, knows the inside story of Buster Call. Eni's lobby, as the place where countless countries under the world government are watching, is destroyed. Someone must stand up to take the blame, but accidentally launch the going phone bug Buster Call. Spandamu would never come forward, and what he said really made Lucci angry. And the moment he killed Spandam, Rob Lucci knew that he was already on the opposite side of the world government, and he would have to face the pursuit of the world government in the future. They knew that the world government had many insider ugly things. The world government would never letting them survive. Attacking their bosses, and killing their superiors is not a small crime in the eyes of the world government, and it is the only way for Rob Lucci to kill Spandam in the eyes of so many people. Just get out of here. I'm sorry, I'm too impulsive. Rob Lucci, who is arrogant and never admits mistakes, actually bowed his head to P.S. man and admitted his impulsiveness. If he didn't kill Spandam, then there might be room for maneuver. Given that he is so much stronger than the original book, the world government will never give up on him, but now he does so, but he has slapped the world government in the face, and there is no room for maneuver. It's not a big deal. After so many years, I don't want to live like this anymore. Maybe you don't kill Spandam. One day I will do the same, and then leave the world government. We were blinded by the world government before. Brainwashed, but since the Lu Chengkong incident, I have learned to look at the events arranged by the world government from an outsider's perspective, and what we have done for so many years has nothing to do with justice except for interests. Quote. Kaku didn't care at all and smiled, while the Straw Hats and Frankie's group heard Kaku's words and saw the horror of Buster Call and looked at P.S. group and others. Because of this, Lucci's appearance was a little unhappy, and he didn't feel so bad about them sitting down in the water capital. Everyone is their master. Sanji lit a cigarette. In all fairness, the friendship between P and the others was indeed as unshakable as their Straw Hat gang. They could sacrifice their lives for their companions at any time, but it's just a different camp. I've changed my mind about them too. Zoro said, knowing that the fight was impossible, withdrew the weapon in his hand. Stinky Pigeon Breeder, I see now that you're not that annoying either. Luffy laughed. He's easy to forgive, especially after seeing P and Lucci's performance. I really want to know what the giraffe said about the Lu Chengkong incident just now. Zoro's eyes flashed, as if he remembered something. His words immediately attracted everyone's attention, especially Barry and others who knew that the Easy Pirates were in the capital of water. He used to be the captain of P, and before he left, he was the most powerful person in P. Rob Lucci did not hide or deny the fact, but said confidently. No, that man used to be P.S. person, So why did he leave P? Jack said incredulously. Not to mention him. Everyone present except Luffy looked at him with scornful expressions. Lucci, waiting for his answer. It's nothing to tell you. The world government wants us to kill his friends, Nico Robin and Juliana. Lu Chengkong, who came after knowing this, killed the 2 vice admirals, then he left the world government and formed the Easy Pirates. Quote. Rob Lucci was stunned for a moment, obviously did not expect the person in front of him to ask such a question, but now he is also the enemy of the world government, and he did not have much hatred with the person in front of him. Everything was just because of Frankie and the world. It's just the government, since now they're all those who have to face the Buster Call, and there's no more conflict, he doesn't hide it anymore. I said, instead of saying these things here, it's better to get out of here now. At the speed of Buster Call's battleship, you can get here in about 10 minutes. If you don't leave, you will disappear into this world with Enies lobby. Go, Kaku said suddenly, and at the same time shocked everyone's expressions, and then remembered Buster Call. I think you don't have to go. Suddenly a voice sounded like a thunderbolt in everyone's ears. At the same time, everyone only felt that their vision was dark, and a huge shadow shrouded them. The conditional launch immediately raised their heads and looked up. I saw that there were 2 ships with great differences in size, one large and one small, at some point in the sky. That's the new pleasure pirates. Very, Frankie, as one of the people who built the 2 ships above, immediately recognized the 2 ships above. What are they doing here? Zoro wondered. I think I understand what's going on. A flash of light flashed in Rob Lucci and Kaku's mind, and all the things that had been ignored by them before were combined, and then the 2 looked at each other and found that what the other was thinking was the same as them. All the same, they looked at Isho at once. The gap is really huge. Lu Chengkong has spent so much effort to get Nico Robin to eliminate the shadow of Buster Call, compared to Spandam's world government. Rob Lucci sighed inwardly, but he did not know that Kaku beside him was also had the same idea. Has the Buster Call been launched? Robin, see clearly, when your strength is strong enough, the Buster Call is nothing but a jerk in front of you. I will prove it to you today. As long as you are my free the people of the pirates, let alone Buster Call, I am not afraid of conquering the whole world. Quote. 242 Frightened. The Legend of the Creation of One Piece, King of Pirates. Yeah, hearing this, Nico Robin couldn't hold back the tears anymore, falling to the ground like pearls, wetting the board of the boat. AGS huge. So it is. Zoro, Sanji, and Navigator Jack exchanged glances, remembering the music in the water capital, and suddenly understood that the invisible creature that was hidden behind the scenes in the water capital, the Big Hand, is actually the Happy Pirates. How about it? I said it. Maybe we will meet a few times in the future and see the real powerhouse, right? Lu Chengkong smiled evilly at the Straw Hat Gang. Sanji, Zoro and the others wanted to be angry, but they couldn't, because even without Lu Chengkong, they would have done the same thing when they encountered such a thing. Not to mention facing the powerhouses of P, they only realized that they had been up until now. Always the frog in the well. How about the strength of the leopard in the New World? Sanji asked the biggest question in his heart. Everything in the New World is a huge mystery to them. Now Lucci, the powerhouses under the 4 emperors can't kill him one-on-one. Although he can't win against Admiral now, he also has a quasi-admiral level combat power. Admiral can't kill him one-on-one and he has to run away. However, this is because there are too few strong players facing him now. If he can survive in a year or 2 by throwing him into the New World, Lucci should have an even stronger combat power than Admiral. Lu Chengkong glanced at Lucci, compared Admiral and the 4 emperors, and found that Lucci seemed to have turned into a leopard. Using the 2-color hockey, he absolutely ignored the combat power of Admiral level. Although the shot could be said to be effortless, if it wasn't for his own interference and Lucci's mentality of playing in the water capital, Luffy's group would have died many times. You must know that the current Lucci's strength is much stronger than Luffy's 2 years after the original event. This is because Lucci is an undercover agent, and he can't fight to his heart's content. If he is not undercover for the past 5 years, but went to the New World to fight, if he survived, his current strength is definitely the real admiral level. After all, in the face of the strong in battle, the strength between life and death is the fastest improvement. You can see from Luffy and others that the strength has improved so much overnight because of the pressure of Lucci and others in the face after the fiasco. The oppression of death. It's really strong like a cloud. After listening to Lu Chengkong's words, everyone present was greatly shocked and laughed bitterly at the same time. Just as they were chatting without a word, Buster Call's battleship had arrived unknowingly, and the outlines of 10 huge battleships could already be seen. I calculated you before and asked you to help me lead out Buster Call. If first did, Marine would never send Buster Call. I don't like to owe you. If you are unfortunately killed by Lucci, you can only blame your strength. It's too weak, but now that you can survive, then I owe you, and since that's the case, I'll let you see what the strength of the people at the top of the world really is. Lu Chengkong's words instantly lifted everyone's spirits, whether it was the Straw Hat Gang, or the nearby Marine, Frankie's brother, or even most of the members of the Happy Pirates, all of them looked at Lu with bright eyes. Long Sky. For more than a year, Lu Chengkong hadn't taken any shots with all his strength, let alone with all his strength. Even if he was serious, he didn't take it seriously. In the Happy Pirates, Hawkeye, Juliana, Dana Salas and others were all about this. Lu Chengkong was very curious about his strength. Is it the strongest in the world? Haha, I've been waiting for a long time. Zoro looked at Lu Chengkong with excitement. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't feel at ease. There is more motivation to become stronger. Enies Lobby. This Buster Call is actually here. It's really funny. It's the place where the world government is going to be destroyed. Vice Admiral looked at the island floating in the sky ahead, and there was no Enies Lobby at night, and said a little self-deprecatingly. Arrive. Sir Vice Admiral, it's not good. Enies Lobby, Enies Lobby. A Marine soldier ran over in panic, his face still terrified, as if he saw something terrible. Calm down, look at your appearance, there is a certain Marine look, say what is on the Enies Lobby. Bulldog said very unhappy. The Easy Pirates were found on the Enies Lobby. The Marine soldier slowly calmed down in the face of the dog's reprimand, but his voice was still a little trembling. What, is there something wrong with your eyes? How could the Easy Pirates appear in the Enies Lobby? Give me the telescope. The dog's expression changed when he heard the words. Not only him, but also the Vice Admiral and Marine elites around him. Buster Call is very strong, but in the face of strong people, each of them is a powerful perverted Easy Pirates group is simply not enough to watch. Really them. The Bulldog looked at the unique pirate flag in the telescope, and smiled bitterly, but immediately gave the order after a while. Let's go, inform Marine Headquarters, the Happy Pirates are here. If Akainu heard the words of the fighting dog, he would definitely kill him immediately. Marine actually fled without fighting, but everyone present, including the other Vice Admiral, felt that nothing, but immediately turned the ship around. It's a pity that the ships that are going to carry out Buster Call are all newly developed by Marine. In order to reach their destination faster, these ships sail very fast, although they are already close to Enies when they talk. Lobby, if they want to leave Lu Chengkong, they won't give them this chance. Hey, I don't know what it would be like to be attacked by your Admiral's abilities. Lu Chengkong came to the edge of the Enies Lobby, and of course there were people standing around him. This man, did such a powerful Buster Call get scared without taking a shot? Everyone thought in shock. Marine's ship was turning around in the sea ahead. They wouldn't think that Marine was afraid of them, so the only explanation was that they were afraid of Lu Longsky. I haven't seen him for years. I didn't expect the gap to become bigger and bigger than I thought. Rob Lucci and other P and others looked at Lu Chengkong. Going up is like an ordinary person, but it gives people an unfathomable sense of oppression like the sea. Want to go? I managed to lead you out, how can I let you go? When you slaughtered O'Hara's people, you already thought of the day you were slaughtered today. If you don't want to be killed, then you can only keep getting stronger and detached from everyone. Quote. Lu Chengkong looked at Buster Call, who fled without fighting, and thought a little funny, but he didn't plan to let these Marines escape, but he spent a lot of effort to lure these people out, and it's time to help Robin get rid of his heart magic. 243 natural fruits come together. The legend of the creation of One Piece, King of Pirates. The third shift is here. No, I'm too tired. I have to go to work tomorrow, and I have to continue to take the driver's license test after get off work. I can only get the third shift. After the driver's license test, it will break out. Of course, everyone's monthly pass can't be dropped. Go up. Ice Age. AGHUG. Lu Chengkong suddenly spit out a cold sentence, but his words changed the expressions of the Straw Hats, especially after seeing Lu Chengkong's next performance call. With a swipe, Lu Chengkong's right hand placed on the seawater is, Xiao said at Cha hash Zion net, a terrifying freezing breath swept away to the sea in all directions, and the speed of freezing was simply, it was appalling that the sea that could be seen by the naked eye was completely frozen in the blink of an eye. How is this possible? This is the ability of the frozen fruit of Admiral Kuzan of the Marine Headquarters. How could Lu Chengkong have this ability? Isn't one person only able to eat one devil fruit? And it is impossible for a devil fruit to appear the same. The jaws of all the Marines on the battleship were about to fall to the ground. It was so exciting, not to mention them, even if Ace saw Lu Chengkong using his abilities at the beginning, it would not be much better. Kuzan's ability. Everyone in the Straw Hat Gang, including Luffy, looked at each other and said in unison. They have all been defeated by Kuzan's hands, so Kuzan's terrifying ability to freeze the sea can be described as memory. Still new. Luffy, Chopper, don't all power users can only eat one devil fruit? And there is no repetition of the devil fruit? Zoro asked the two power users Luffy and Chopper beside him. Indeed, the ability person can only eat one devil fruit. If he eats two, then the person's body will be torn apart and can't bear the curse of the devil and die, and the devil fruit will not appear the same. I think it should be Willow. Chengkong did it with his own fruit ability. Rob Lucci also felt a huge wave in his heart, but he was still very calm on the surface. After all, Lu Chengkong brought him a lot of surprises, and he was a little numb from the blow. It's ice now, Kuzan. Now it's you, Glint Glint Fruit, Kizaru. Lu Chengkong released Kuzan's ability with a single thought. His current ability is only the ability to use one fruit at a time, and he cannot use two abilities at the same time. To use other fruit abilities, he must have the reverse avatar of the other party and touch the other party. Body, and all three Admiral apparently touched. So after solving Kuzan's ability, Kizaru's clone immediately appeared beside him, and then turned into a little starlight and merged into Lu Chengkong's body. Taxiong Guyu. Lu Chengkong's right hand condensed a ball of light and threw it into the sky. Immediately, the ball of light shot countless light bombs at the battleship of Buster Call, and bombed them all at the speed of light. He wiped out the relatively weak soldiers on Buster Call, and the screams resounded throughout the Ennie's lobby. It's light this time. Glint Glint Fruit. The Straw Hat Gang and those present who had never seen Lu Chengkong use this ability were all numb and shocked. Even the thick-skinned Luffy was a little stunned, his eyes widened. Lightly looked at Lu Chengkong. It's your turn, Enel. A mirror image of Enel appeared beside Lu Chengkong again, and then merged into his body. God's sanction. Lu Chengkong raised his right hand, and his wrist immediately released thunder and lightning similar to a large-scale light, rising into the sky, just like the judgment of God. A huge thunder column fell over the Shisou ship directly to Shisou A battleship engulfed. Three abilities, freezing, glittering, thundering. My God, isn't he invincible? All fruit abilities can be used. Straw Hats and Frankie, or the nearby Ennie's lobby Marine soldiers are sharp call. No wonder he is called the strongest in the world. I think when he fights Whitebeard, maybe Whitebeard will not be his opponent. Zoro, Sanji, Usopp and others thought so. In the end, I'll let you finish. In the original book, you were instantly killed by a Kainu in a big event. The owner of your ability is really shameful. Burning fruit is the source of fire. The fruit ability is even magma fruit. Invincible, superior flame, hihi, dai enkai, ente. A vicious look flashed across Lu Chengkong's eyes. His right hand was raised high, and hot flames condensed out from his right hand. The huge fireball was formed from Lu Chengkong's right hand, and the fireball was twice as big as the Dai Enkai, Entei used when Lu Chengkong faced Ace in Alabasta. This time, it's Logia's ability to burn fruit. Usopp and Chopper's mouths were trembling when they spoke, and their eyes were about to fall to the ground in surprise. If Lu Chengkong was using too much with several abilities, they may be scared to death alive. Robin, see clearly, the nature of the world, the strong eat the weak, you have to do what you want, protect the people you want to protect, then the most important thing is strength, otherwise I will not come to ravage Buster Call today, but all of us. Die in the artillery of Buster Call. Do you want the text of the world? Uncover the hidden history of the world government, then you will be the enemy of the world government, then all you need is strength, destroy it, Buster Call. Quote. Lu Chengkong couldn't help feeling sad for Buster Call. At the same time, he also felt that it really echoed an old saying on Earth, one tick for another. Buster Call destroyed so many places and countries, but now it has been obliterated. Bang! After Lu Chengkong's Entei was thrown out, the fireball was like a small sun, and a terrible heat wave burst out. The ice layer of the sea covered by the high temperature melted, and the air near the small sun became distorted. It slammed into the battleship that had been swallowed by lightning, directly swallowing the marine soldiers, including the 5 winning prizes, into the fireball, and then exploded with a bang. A huge deep hole was blasted out of the sea, and the remaining flames were still burning in the sea, making it impossible for the continuous seawater to fill the deep hole. Is this the strongest power in the world? It's just using someone else's fruit ability. What if you use your own ability? This is the psychological thinking of almost everyone present. It is strong, too strong. This is the ability of others that Lu Chengkong uses so superbly and terribly. What if it is to use the ability that he is best at? They knew very well that Lu Chengkong didn't use his full strength, and all he used was the abilities of others. Especially Zoro and the others, when they remembered the power that Lu Chengkong burst out with just a random touch of his index finger in the restaurant on the sea, it was simply too terrifying. 244 The Emperor's Awakening. The legend of the creation of One Piece, King of Pirates. Buster Call, who made the world tremble, was easily obliterated by him alone. AGS huge. The appearance of this idea made everyone speechless, whether it was marine or pirates. The Emperor should regard all living beings other than himself as ants, and those who rebel against me should be killed. When the Emperor is angry, he will bury thousands of corpses, and walk on the road of becoming emperor. Hancock, who has been taciturn lately, stood by and quietly watched the demise of all the Marines in front of him. No one who participated in the Buster Call survived. He suddenly muttered to himself, as if he was telling others. As if speaking to his own heart. Whoever the Emperor wants to die, no one has to die. Only the Emperor can be free from bondage, control, domination, and death. Is this the Haki realm pursued by countless generations of queens on Amazon Island? The realm above, beyond death, Emperor Haki, that's what it is. Hancock said that an absolutely powerful Haki suddenly burst out from his body, rushing straight into the sky like a tornado. At this moment, the terrifying Haki seemed to become real, no longer invisible, like a terrifying force that was about to tear the sky apart. The sky above Hancock's head was directly torn apart. This Haki, it's so strong, it's more domineering than conqueror, fierce, like an emperor, just like that Tenryubito woman, but not as strong as her. I didn't expect Hancock to actually awaken the Emperor's color, haha, it's fun now. Lu Chengkong looked at the people around him who were blasted out because of Hancock's terrifying emperor-colored Haki. Vivi Isho at the corner of his mouth also burst out with a demon-colored Haki that was not weaker than Hancock's Haki. No, this should not be a devil. Color Haki, the former demon color Haki is weird, violent, and full of destroying everything. But now Lu Chengkong's demon-colored hockey actually has a kind of inability that people can't look at, and there is no idea of resistance, just like the emperor who dominates everything, which is very similar to the emperor-colored hockey. Imperial color hockey. Haha, after I know this kind of hockey, I have been trying to fight against it. Since I want to fight against 10, then the fruit, fate, nothingness, time, space, only the emperor color can fight against it. Question mark. No, since there are emperor colors on Conqueror, why not on my demon color hockey? I think you must not have thought that I have a hockey that can fight emperor color. Devil color hockey, only among demons the hockey that only the emperor can have. Quote. Lu Chengkong laughed wildly, and the demon emperor hockey he released actually and Hancock's emperor hockey were entangled with each other like a loving couple and continued to spread around. Really awakened. Great. It's just one step away. Sister, you're only one step away from resurrecting, but Lu Chengkong, you are really hidden. I think if it wasn't for Hancock's awakening of the Emperor's color for a moment control, I don't think you will use your hidden hockey, will you? Portgas Dana looked at the man and woman in front of him with bright eyes. Once upon a time, she alone suppressed the hockey of the happy pirates who could only resist her with all her strength. But she didn't expect that now she has become the devil-colored hockey who has to use her full strength to resist Lu Chengkong. It was fate. Man. What is this? Momentum. How powerful can the aura be? It's too scary. Zoro realized that he had the idea of bowing down to Hancock and Lu Chengkong, and his feet seemed to be kneeling out of his control. You are very lucky to be able to see the strongest power in the world with this kind of strength. Portgas Dana waved his hand and released his Conqueror hockey to protect Nami and the others of the happy pirates, and at the same time let the people who would have been the Straw Hats and the others, who were about to kneel or even faint, breathe a sigh of relief. Too scary, these two hockeys are not aimed at them or anyone at all, they are just a kind of catharsis after the breakthrough, released at will. If it is aimed at anyone, let alone the Straw Hats, even Admiral will also be suffocated by these two hockey alive. The strongest power in the world, Sanji said inexplicably while heaving a sigh of relief. Hee, that's right, this is hockey, and it's the most powerful Emperor hockey and Demon Emperor hockey in hockey's domain. Portgas Dana may be in a really good mood today, and she answered Sanji directly. The problem is that the one the cow used to fight me. Luffy remembered what Blueno had said, and the power that hit him so painfully. That's just armament hockey. Hockey is roughly divided into 3 types. Armament, observation hockey, Conqueror. Luffy, you are the one who owns Conqueror, and there have been no other hockeys outside of these hockeys since ancient times, but that man, that is, Lu Chengkong doesn't have Conqueror, but he has the devil-colored hockey that no one has ever had. Portgas Dana laughed. Then what are the Emperor and Demon Emperor hockey you just said? Zoro's eyes flashed. This is the strongest power in the world, and he couldn't bear to ask. Portgas Dana thought for a while, and finally told the people in front of the Emperor hockey that the mysterious girl told them at the Bloody Island. After he thought about it, it was nothing. After all, if Emperor hockey was really so easy to awaken, nor will there be few Emperor-colored people appearing for so many years. Conqueror can only be owned by one person out of 1,000,000 people, and among the 10 people who own Conqueror, there may not be one person who can awaken Conqueror, and there may be few awakened people who can fully grasp Conqueror and continue to grow stronger. As for awakening Emperor color is even more rare. Portgas Dana has only seen 2 people with Emperor color over the years. One is a mysterious girl, and the other is Hancock who has just awakened. It's so complicated, I don't understand it. Luffy said with an expression I don't understand, which made Sanji and others around him sigh helplessly. If Luffy said he understood, they would be surprised. It's nothing if you don't understand, you'll have to understand it later. Portgas Dana seemed to know Luffy would say so early on, and put away her Conqueror, because Hancock and Lu Chengkong had already taken back their own emperors. She doesn't need to use Conqueror for royal color and demon color. After all, Conqueror consumes a lot of money. Official man, the concubine has been troubled by the Emperor's sex during this time. Tonight, the concubine will make up for the debts of the past few days. At this time, Hancock had long since lost the frosty face she had before. Obviously, she had returned to her original Hancock after awakening the Emperor color. She hugged Lu Chengkong tenderly and said, looking at all the men present with envy and jealousy. 245 CP9 Join. The Legend of the Creation of One Piece, King of Pirates. Haha, what you're waiting for is what you said, but it's not me, but Khalifa and the others. Some time ago, your queen's temperament and they completely regarded themselves as your servants so that you won't have any burden on the road to awakening the emperor. They are the ones who pay the most, at least when facing me. You are still the same as Hancock before, aren't you? What Lu Chengkong said was right. Khalifa, Juliana, Lackey, Canis and other women have suffered the most in the past 2 years. Everyone except Lu Chengkong treats his subjects or enemies like the emperor, except for me, killing them. Agshug. And Khalifa and other women are obviously sisters with one heart. Not only are they not angry with Hancock's actions, but they cooperate in every way and bear it. Otherwise, the happy pirates have been infighting because of Hancock in the past 2 years. After all, in the heart of a female emperor, it is above everything else. If it wasn't for Lu Chengkong's supreme status in Hancock's heart, and if he went deep into the bone marrow and soul, it might be the same when she faced Lu Chengkong. But now that everything has passed, the awakened Hancock has been able to send and receive freely, and will not be affected by the emperor's color like before he was completely awakened, just like Lu Chengkong was always harassed by the demons in the nightmare before he awakened the demonic color. There is also a killing intent that is easy to arouse madness, and if you are not careful, you will become a machine that can only kill. Formidable and terrifying power always requires inhuman price and difficulty, and apparently now Hancock has achieved the emperor-colored haki she has always wanted. Well, my concubine knows that I have suffered for Khalifa and the others. Boa Hancock was also very moved, but she would not say anything in her mouth, but repaid them with practical actions. After all, they are close as sisters, and of course they must share weal and woe. If one day Khalifa and the others are like this, she Hancock will pay as much as Khalifa for her. Annie's lobby doesn't have the value of his existence anymore. The so-called trial of sinners is just a formal statement. Lu Chengkong glanced at the Straw Hats and Frankie who had already boarded the boat. As for those Marines, of course choose to ignore that. The 3 admirals are all on the stage, so how can I be without you? Akainu, haha, wiped out the Annie's lobby with your ability as an absolutely righteous fellow. I think you will be very happy to know that. Disappear, Annie's lobby, meteor volcano. Lu Chengkong raised his arms high, turned it into high-temperature magma full of corrosive power, and then shot all of it into the sky. Like a meteor, countless magma punches all bombed the Annie's lobby. Chi-chi. The flames were cooked, and the sound of burning objects kept reaching everyone's ears. Under everyone's stunned gaze, Annie's lobby, a huge island standing in the sky, was abruptly hit by the magma under the bombardment of Lu Chengkong's endless magma fist. Burned to nothing, leaving no trace of ashes. This time it's magma fruit. It's terrible. This idea appeared in everyone's hearts, and the mirror fruit was so terrifying. Lucci, you are homeless now. Why are you interested in joining my pirate group to see the new world of masters like clouds? Hard training alone won't do much for you. Only it is the struggle between life and death that will give you breakthroughs. Quote. Lu Chengkong said to P and the others who were standing on a marine boat beside him, and at the same time sent out an invitation directly. I don't care. It's better to follow you than to follow the world government. Spandam is more comfortable. Kaku waved his hand and directly said that he agreed, but he did not choose other options. After all, everyone have their own choice. Me too. In the 5 years in the water capital, I found that my strength has not improved very much. Going to the new world is a good choice. Let's go. Fukuro replied in Kaku's words immediately. Yo-yo, Fukuro's words are exactly what I mean. This time Kumadori's reaction was not slow at all, as if he was afraid that others would abandon him. Since you've all gone, it doesn't seem like I'm interested in staying here, Jabra said. All eyes turned to Rob Lucci this time, obviously waiting for this guy's reply. Look, dark justice is no longer suitable for me, so I can only pursue my own path of being a strong man. Rob Lucci's words obviously told everyone that he agreed. Straw Hat Luffy, although I don't owe you anything anymore, but since I used you and Robin's psychological shadow has been eliminated, for this reason I'm sending you a message, no extra charge. Lu Chengkong suddenly thinking of Ace, Vivi Isho at the corner of his mouth, he has become more and more evil recently. What? Luffy turned to look at Lu Chengkong, waiting for his news. Your brother Ace has been caught. Lu Chengkong's words immediately made Luffy's face sank, and his eyes became like beasts. What? Ace, what's wrong with him? Tell me. Zoro and Sanji had to press Luffy, looking like he was going crazy. You'll know if you don't see it yourself. Lu Chengkong extracted a piece of information from his clothes and threw it directly. Luffy immediately grabbed it in a hurry. This was obtained by Lu Chengkong's intelligence organization. The intelligence briefly talked about the battle between Ace and Blackbeard, the ability to use, and of course the photo of Ace's defeat and being caught by Blackbeard. Who is he? Luffy asked, looking at Blackbeard, the very ugly fat man, who was still losing his teeth. Blackbeard, a traitor under the Whitebeard pirates. Ace went to hunt him down, but he was defeated and caught. You still go to Sabayati Archipelago, there is a bar there. You go to the bar owner and the proprietress, Rayleigh and Aunt Xiao. By the way, I forgot to tell you, Rayleigh is the vice captain of One Piece, king of pirates, and Blackbeard will send Ace to Marine headquarters in exchange for Shichibukai's position. You may also meet Shanks, who gave you the hat. I think they will save Ace with you. Goodbye, Straw Hat Pirates. Lu Chengkong was more and more looking forward to the big event. There was only Luffy in the big event. Now that he has his own interference, without Kaido's hind legs to drag the redheads, there are definitely redheads among the people who join the big event. Then now, with his own intervention again, the Straw Hats should be able to join the big event as a whole, and I really don't know what changes will happen by then. 246 Hancock's serving. The legend of the creation of One Piece, King of Pirates. After returning to the boat, Hancock bowed to the girls to express her gratitude to all of you for your tolerance and accommodating to yourself some time ago, as well as for what you did before. Although it was not under her control, she was still a little bit sorry for this. Lackey, Canis, Juliana and other women shook their heads, indicating that it was nothing, so Hancock didn't need to worry about it. AGSHUG. After finishing the incident here, Hancock pulled Lu Chengkong, who was still standing aside thinking about the big event, without saying a word, and pulled him directly into the captain's room. Not long after, the girls heard a high-pitched moan, begging for cheers. Nico, Robin, Nami, Nojiko, and Belmere, who were still fledglings, were all blushing when they heard it, and they were all red to the bottom of their ears in an instant. Pervert. Of course, Nami and the girls couldn't stop them, otherwise even if Lu Chengkong wasn't in Hancock, an emperor-colored hockey might just suffocate them and blast them out. Hancock's groaning, begging for mercy, and Lu Chengkong's heavy breathing didn't end until the afternoon. Obviously, the pair of super powerful men and women who had returned their lives and practiced to an extremely high level had the same fighting power on the bed. He was shocked to hear that from 10 o'clock in the morning to 5 o'clock in the afternoon, he spent a full 5 hours in bed. When Lu Chengkong came out, he was full of contentment and unfulfilled. Obviously, Hancock's performance on the bed left him with a lot of aftertastes. If it wasn't for Hancock's unbearable whipping, he might not even come out and continue to enjoy it. In fact, this is also the case. Although Hancock has been in love with the two of them during the awakening of the Emperor's color these years, but under the influence of the Emperor's color hockey, Hancock in bed also does not have the attraction that made Lu Chengkong unable to stop. On the contrary, like a glamorous inflatable doll, cold. But today Hancock seems to want to make up all the love from the previous years. Foot job, hand job, chrysanthemum garden, jade girl peak and all that can be used. He is very active in cooperating with Lu Chengkong. Stunning stunner, but the aloofness on her body, The aura of the queen who looks down on the world has never disappeared, giving Lu Chengkong a strong sense of conquest. It tastes good, right? A dignified queen is willing to ride on your crotch, and you can use 10 moves. When it's time to be tough, she will be a female knight to satisfy your conquest. As a woman, I can't help but envy you. Portgas Dana is like a female hooligan, saying things that make Nico Robin and other girls extremely shy when they meet. You're not a lesbian, are you? Lu Chengkong heard the words, with an expression of discovering a new world on his face, looking up and down Portgas Dana, as if he wanted to get to know her again. Cut, you're a lesbian. If this girl wants a man, tick it off. Who do you think can resist my charm? But I disdain it. It makes me feel disgusting. I have never met a man who can make my heart move. By the end, I swore that if I can't meet a man who makes my heart fascinate and intoxicated in this life, I will be a single aristocrat for the rest of my life, and I will be happy and leisurely. Portgas Dana said with a look of disdain, but although her words looked arrogant, everyone felt that it was justified to use them on her body. If nothing else, Portgas Dana was extremely noble and mature. And youth, beautiful and indescribable temperament, the towering jade girl peak is only bigger than the moisture passing through Lu Chengkong. The plump Hancock and Shirahoshi are a little smaller, just her temperament, beauty and figure are enough to fascinate all beings. Sister Dana, you are horny. Shirahoshi said shyly, his face flushed. Obviously this simple and sensitive Shirahoshi couldn't bear to hear Portgas Dana's words. She was sweating all over, and now she couldn't help spit when she heard Portgas Dana say that. Your sister Dana is not sexy at all. I am a big girl like you. If you say I am sexy, aren't you also the same color, Sister Shirahoshi? The most lustful person here is your Lord Chengkong, right? Look at his boat. Don't let men come in, only let women in. He collects you here, and slowly conquers you one by one. Sooner or later, Sister Shirahoshi, you will be like Hancock, and you will be in your side. Portgas Dana said that she was afraid that Shirahoshi was not enough to stimulate her, but Shirahoshi was out of breath after learning Hancock's she chant. In the end, Shirahoshi might not be able to hold back anymore, but she burst into tears, making her original beauty completely no less than Hancock. She looked pitiful, maybe even the hard-hearted, murderous Akainu couldn't help but turn around and leave. You've made Shirahoshi cry again. Lu Chengkong looked at Portgas Dana a little bit dumbfounded, walked over and hugged Shirahoshi in his arms, but in his heart was constantly thanking Portgas Dana for making Shirahoshi cry, so that he could have the opportunity to perform again. But no wonder Lu Chengkong showed such an expression. He was sensitive and crying, but gentle and kind. No one on the Shirahoshi was as pure as snow. No one could bear to make her cry. They let her do everything, just like she was a baby. But there is also an exception, that is Portgas Dana. Maybe Portgas Dana is born a master who doesn't like quiet, and likes to tease Shirahoshi very much. He thinks joking with Shirahoshi is the best thing to play. So basically every time Shirahoshi cry is because of Portgas Dana. Of course, everyone, including Shirahoshi, also knows Portgas Dana's temperament and also knows that this is her nature. Just like some people are naturally cruel, and she is also kind, so everyone even Shirahoshi who was made to cry didn't care about her. It's also a kind of fun at sea, isn't it? Cry when you want to cry, laugh when you want to laugh. Didn't I give you a chance? Portgas Dana saw through Lu Chengkong's thoughts at a glance, and said with an expression of, I think for you. I really lost to you. Lu Chengkong pretended that he didn't hear anything, but if he paid close attention, he could still see Vivi twitching in the corner of Lu Chengkong's eyes. Where are we going now? Hawkeye, who had been not far from the Shin Xiaoyao, suddenly said. Of course, go to the New World to see if our ship is okay, and organize the troops of the Easy Pirates. Whitebeard will soon go to rescue Ace, and then the Red Hair will also go, and maybe even Rayleigh, the Hades, will come. Let's join in the fun. How can we be without us in such a scene? But Lucci's marine ship is not good. Wait for Enel's talk. 247 Quake vs. Quake. The legend of the creation of One Piece, King of Pirates. Don't try to stop it. This era is going to run wild. On Whitebeard's pirate ship, the red-haired man apparently planned to use force to solve the problem after an argument and negotiation with Whitebeard failed, and drew his oriental sword. It's the stuff of pediatrics. I am Whitebeard. Whitebeard laughed and pulled out his naginata. Although the red hair was cured by Lu Chengkong's lost left arm, his strength not only recovered after being broken and stood up, but also he had improved a lot before. But he was Whitebeard, and he didn't think that the redhead was his opponent when the dark injury didn't happen. Clang! The two weapons collided instantly after covering the powerful armament hockey. The red-haired weapon was much smaller than Whitebeard's weapon, but this small weapon was facing Whitebeard's huge naginata. Not only did it not break, but it was evenly matched with Whitebeard. Ah! The two shouted, and the powerful conqueror hockey was released like a storm. They collided fiercely. A huge crash sounded suddenly, and a huge crack appeared in the sky immediately, as if the sky couldn't. The hockey battle that took the two of them was average. What did that bastard with red hair do to Daddy? Said a pirate standing beside Marco. Wait, he doesn't look like the kind of man who does stupid things. Marco stopped the people around him. After all, this is not the time to have a bad relationship with the red hair. The Whitebeard pirates have to hoard their strength to go to Marine headquarters to save Ace. How can it be consumed here? And he also believes that the red hair will not mess up. After all, Ace is the son of One Piece, king of pirates. He also knows this. But it seems that the negotiation has broken down. You look at the sky. Diamond Jozu said coolly with his hands folded across his chest. Cloud. No, the sky is torn apart. Everyone couldn't help but scream. After all, this scene was too shocking. I said now is not the time to fight, right? Do pirates like to fight in their nests? It's normal for the bottom pirates to fight in their nests, but why are you two like this? Just as Whitebeard and the redhead were about to continue, they joined together. The mocking voice made both of them stop at the same time. Are you here to join in the fun? The red-haired turned around and looked at Lu Chengkong, who appeared on the sail of the Whitebeard pirate ship at some point and chuckled. No, I just don't want you guys to be exhausted before the big event starts. I'm just here to see how powerful the shock fruit is, one of the two abilities Blackbeard has always wanted. Lu Chengkong smiled. He didn't care about the redhead's words. With a movement, he appeared beside Whitebeard strangely and punched Whitebeard. Of course, Whitebeard would not show weakness. He had been curious about Lu Chengkong for a long time and had been waiting. Needing him, and since he wanted to see his Junjun fruit, a white ball of light immediately appeared on his fist. Boom. Oops, what's the matter with Daddy? He actually used the ability to shake the fruit. Marco's face changed, and he immediately turned into a phoenix and flew into the sky, but he saw a scene that he will never forget in his life, and he has never seen it before. There have been people who dared to face Whitebeard's shocking fruit head-on, but now there is. A man not much older than Ace, with his fleshly body, punched directly with the fist of Whitebeard, who had used the ability to shake the fruit, and instead of being blasted out, he was evenly matched. Growing up so fast, the red hair let the strong wind blow through his hair, looked at Lu Chengkong, and thought to himself, Lu Chengkong is really growing up too fast, and he was with him for the first time a few years ago. When they met, their strength was only on par with him, but when they met again, they were already able to fight with Whitebeard. He knew very well that the current Lu Chengkong definitely did not use his full strength, because Lu Chengkong's two transformations were still fresh in his memory. How strong is Lu Chengkong after entering those two transformations? Haha, Whitebeard, is this the power of the shock fruit? It is indeed the fruit ability that can destroy the world. No wonder Blackbeard is so coveted by this ability, but to get this ability, you don't need to kill your captain, take it. That dark fruit. Reversal, mirror image, ability fusion. Lu Chengkong roared suddenly, and a person who looked exactly like Whitebeard appeared beside him, so that Marco, who was flying up, almost didn't scream, because he found that although this Whitebeard's mirror image strength was not as good as Whitebeard himself, but for him it is already unfathomable and terrifying, just a mirror image has such combat power. It's just that the next scene almost shocked his teeth. If he wears glasses, the glasses may fall into the sea. Jen Kong. Lu Chengkong's right fist suddenly appeared a ball of light that was the same as Whitebeard's fist. He punched out, and the powerful force caused the space to be severely shattered, as if a mirror was shattered. My ability. Shake the air. Whitebeard's pupils shrank slightly. Even Whitebeard was surprised when he saw this situation for the first time, but when he saw the shock waves coming towards his face, he immediately did the same ability. Bang! The same ability, the same trick, the space on both sides is broken. When the two shock waves collide together, it is like two nuclear bombs colliding together and exploding at the same time, and a roar that shakes the world resounds throughout the entire in the sea. With the pirate ship at the center, tsunamis swept away in all directions. How is that possible? That's Dad's ability. How could he have it, and his power is equal to Dad's? Marco was speechless now, and his heart was only shocked. Is this your fruit ability? After the initial surprise, Whitebeard quickly calmed down and did not attack, but asked with interest. Yes, I can create mirror clones of people I have touched, and then return these clones to the body, that is, back to me. Then I can also use the fruit abilities that these clones have, such as this. Lu Chengkong suddenly smiled wickedly, removed the Junjun fruit, put on Ace's avatar, and threw a miniature version of Dai Enkai, Entei into the sea. I didn't expect you to develop the fruit ability to such a powerful and weird level. Whitebeard's eyes narrowed. If that's the case, wouldn't Lu Chengkong be able to use the fruit ability of all ability people? 248 Participate in big events. The legend of the creation of One Piece, King of Pirates. That's right, as long as I create a mirror image, I can use the fruit ability of all able people. What can I say about the mirror fruit? He is a fruit that is very tasteless at the beginning, but if his master's strength can become more the stronger. AGS huge. With the continuous development, even his terrifying top Logia fruit ability, or Zone, Paramesha's top ability is not comparable to him. Everything depends on the ability of the person himself. Lu Chengkong really wanted to know what Whitebeard was thinking, so he directly said what was in his heart. It's unbelievable. Although there are so many types of devil fruits and all kinds of abilities, it is unexpected that such a terrifying fruit actually exists. Whitebeard raised his head and said, "The world is full of wonders." Isn't this sentence the most correct to use in the Great Waterway, especially the New World? Lu Chengkong hihi isho. He immediately stood up. His feet lightly tapped, and he rose into the sky, taking a look at the big event. The person who was used by Akainu to sneak attack on Whitebeard instantly disappeared from everyone's sight, but Lu Chengkong's voice still echoed in the sky. I will also go to big events, and Whitebeard, be careful of the people around you. Your son may have his own heart towards you, but if someone with ulterior motives in marine provoked a little bit, plus a little bit of interest, then the critical moment may make you fall into a place of doom. And the heart of harming others is indispensable, and the heart of guarding against others is indispensable. Quote. Oh, I am Whitebeard. I haven't seen any conspiracy or tricks, but I understand your good intentions. Haha, it's really cool. I didn't expect to meet someone with the same ability as myself. It's really fun to meet head-on. Whitebeard laughed outright without caring, but he kept an eye in his heart, and quietly glanced at the person who attacked him in the original book, that is, a captain of his pirate group. After all, what Lu Chengkong said didn't matter. Wrong. There is no need to be harmful, and it is necessary to guard against others. Lindsay is big enough to have any kind of bird. Under normal circumstances, basically his son's heart is towards him, but if he is used and provoked, some are more afraid of death. There is a real possibility that some unexpected situations will occur to him. On the other hand, the red-haired man knew that he didn't need to fight anymore. The rampage of the times was inevitable, and no one could stop the big event from coming. In this case, he could only hoard strength to deal with emergencies at any time, so here he is. It can be seen that Red Hair's intelligence capabilities are far behind Lu Chengkong. Lu Chengkong had already obtained the intelligence that Ace was defeated by Blackbeard many days ago. But the redhead still doesn't know that Ace has been caught, and is now being transported to the Marine headquarters, and there is a little redhead that he doesn't know. That is, the reason why Whitebeard confronted him just now is precisely because Whitebeard already knew Ace was caught. The unknowing red-haired came here to say a lot of words, and it happened to hit the muzzle of the angry Whitebeard, so there was a pair of knives for the two of them, otherwise how could Whitebeard do this with his usual mind? He was so angry because he knew that Ace was caught and was about to send it to the Marine headquarters. Not to mention the situation of Whitebeard and the red hair, Lu Chengkong had already returned to his own territory at this time, let alone the great waterway of the New World. How did Lu Chengkong return to his own territory so quickly? Did everyone forget that Lu Chengkong has Khalifa? Is it a mirror image? The speed of light moves back in the blink of an eye, even if the speed is too fast and accidentally crosses the destination, leaving a bright imprint that can be turned into light and instantly arrive at the place of the bright imprint. The function is largely similar to Kizaru's mirror, which can freely go to the place you want at the speed of light, but this ability of Lu Chengkong and Khalifa is obviously an optimized version of Kizaru's mirror, and the ability of Space Fruit. The spatial imprint can generally move instantaneously to the place where it left its imprint. As long as it is left, as long as the energy is sufficient, it will not be erased, or it will not be destroyed, or it will always be here, but unlike the spatial movement, Lu Chengkong's movement is the speed of light. You're back, you look so happy that you've got Whitebeard's abilities, right? The moment Lu Chengkong came back, a golden light flashed, and Khalifa didn't know when he appeared next to Lu Chengkong. Yeah, Whitebeard is worthy of being Whitebeard, although I got the ability of the Fruit of Shock, but compared to the use of the Fruit of Shock, my realm is really far behind him. Lu Chengkong didn't feel ashamed at all that his use of the Junjun fruit was not as good as that of Whitebeard. After all, Whitebeard was one of the strongest people in the world. The development and immersion in the Junjun fruit was definitely not something he could compare to. Although I use the ability fusion to understand everything. But compared to Whitebeard's 50 or 60 years of use, the gap is not so easy to make up. In fact, in the big event in the original book, Blackbeard's power after obtaining Whitebeard's ability is far less than Whitebeard's. Otherwise Blackbeard will see even when a Kainu arrives, he will not run away directly. However, it can also be seen from here that the mirror fruit is against the sky. At the moment of ability fusion, whether it is combat experience, usage methods, etc. Countless combat use knowledge all appear in Lu Chengkong's brain. Follow these experiences to use. Shake fruit. Lu Chengkong can completely reach the level of Whitebeard, and the speed of improvement will make him more proficient and more powerful in use. The speed of progress is simply different from ordinary people. After all, Lu Chengkong does not lack any absolutely correct theoretical knowledge. These theories are put into practice step by step. Don't belittle yourself, look at you, since you got the ability fusion, you have gathered all the powerful fruit abilities. If it was ordinary people, they would have been unable to support their spirits and would have died. You have to catch up with them. It's just a matter of time, and it's very exhausting for a person to use and study so many abilities at the same time. Khalifa said with a distressed face. The jade hand was as gentle as when she was a child, gently stroking Lu Chengkong's forehead. Her eyes were full of tenderness, just like a wife treats her husband, and her sister treats her brother like a sister. A variety of emotions are perfectly blended together, but there is no dissonance at all, and it looks very natural. You're right, but it's really strange that you can't fuse your own avatar. Logically speaking, if you can fuse the reversed mirror avatar, you should be able to fuse my own avatar, but I have tried many times. It's so weird that it can't be successful. 249 Sister Flower. The Legend of the Creation of One Piece, King of Pirates. It's difficult to be challenging. This is in line with your character. You can be proud of overcoming such difficulties. And the more difficult the trick is, I think the power will be stronger. You think about the ability to reverse the mirror image fusion can give you their fruit power, so what does ontology fusion bring you? Khalifa giggled at Isho, chatting with Lu Chengkong while walking towards the palace-like villa in front. GSHUG. You are right, this kind of difficulty is suitable for me, and this is the challenge. Lu Chengkong nodded as a matter of course. Khalifa's words were exactly what he wanted. But I think you should take Shirahoshi out to play before the big event. Before we went back to East Blue and when we came back, we all had things to do. Although she is nothing, I can see that she has nothing to do with the land. I'm curious and would love to play. Khalifa is like a good wife and good mother. In fact, it is the same. In the past, Hancock helped her, but in the past few years, Hancock was awakening to the emperor. All private life is supported by Khalifa alone, and everything is well taken care of, just like it is now. That's right, I almost ignored it. She is our crew member. I'm a little irresponsible as the captain. Lu Chengkong glanced at Khalifa gratefully, to which Khalifa just returned a quick look. Obviously, if Khalifa hadn't told him about it, he might have only focused on the battle, and the major events had been ignored. It's still as careless as before. Khalifa looked at Lu Chengkong's running back, pursed his lips, and smiled very softly and warmly. Khalifa only showed this kind of smile when he was with Lu Chengkong. Doesn't your existence just make up for his deficiencies? He chooses the direction in major matters, and you cooperate with giving methods and opinions so that he can follow his own route wholeheartedly without any scruples, and take care of the small matters on board. The psychology of all women never gave him any trouble or let these things bother him. Quote. Salas, who was wearing a white princess dress to show off her proud figure, suddenly appeared behind Khalifa and said to Khalifa. Are you excited too? Khalifa asked rhetorically, but he didn't express any opinion. Aren't you jealous? Salas didn't answer Khalifa's question either, but changed the subject and asked a more sensitive question. Jealous? How can you not be jealous? It is normal for a woman to tolerate other women for the man she loves, and there are many women who can do it. But those women will definitely be jealous, but these jealousies are insignificant compared to being with him, just like would you give up your life for a piece of steamed buns. If a woman doesn't get jealous when she sees the man she loves with other women, then the woman obviously doesn't love that man anymore in her heart. This time, Khalifa did not evade anything, but boldly and directly said something refreshing to Salas. I've been taught. Salas had always been through the struggle in the palace before, and all she was in contact with was how to bring more benefits to the royal family of the kingdom. Emotionally, it can be said to be a blank piece of paper. Now, after stopping Khalifa's words, of course benefited a lot. It's very similar to Dana, except that you are less active and joking than her, and more dignified and reserved. No wonder she will accept you as an apprentice. Khalifa thought to himself. After listening to Khalifa's words, Lu Chengkong originally planned to go to Shirahoshi immediately, intending to take her to have a good time before the big event, but when passing by her room, he met a man who let him something that had to stop. I saw that Lu Chengkong suddenly stopped when he passed Nami's room, and then looked around like a thief to make sure that no one was there, and then put his ears up and quietly listened to the sound coming from inside. Nami, when did you become so bad that you actually went to steal? Peek at Sky and Khalifa and the others doing that. Nojiko's voice sounded inside, and her words immediately moved Lu Chengkong's heart. Nami, a very curious little girl, came to peek at what she and Khalifa's daughters were doing. Of course, Lu Chengkong's strength can be found, but it's just that he found it more exciting. In addition, the girls are not disgusted with Nami's actions, because they all know that the people who can board this ship are basically the sisters in the future, so they should prepare for Nami in advance. So during this period, Lu Chengkong every time everything they do has an audience, little tail Nami. I was just curious. I asked Vivi and Kaya. They were so abominable that they blushed and walked away without answering me every time, so I secretly watched. Nami's voice became more and more the smaller it gets later. It is obvious that Nojiko still has a lot of weight in Nami's heart as her older sister. Since you're so curious, why don't you go and experience it yourself? It was just that Nojiko's next words immediately broke her splendid big sister in Nami's heart. Sure enough, she had a vicious mouth in the original book, but now Belmere doesn't have it. Death, under her teaching, is not as vicious as the original book, but her words are still as sharp. Ah, Nojiko, you're bad, you said that to me just now. You actually hit your sister's idea. You are a typical lecherous heart and no lechery. That's right, men are lecherous, and women are equally lecherous. Don't think that only men in the world are lecherous as lustful. I just heard Lackey say that that kind of feeling is really comfortable. It's like the soul is floating in the clouds. I want to die. I'm just curious. Nojiko also withered now. Obviously if she reveals her true thoughts, she will no longer be able to reprimand Nami in the image of a big sister. Since the two of you want to know so much, why don't you experience it for yourself? Just as Nami was about to speak, a voice that they had not expected suddenly rang out, and the closed door slammed open and caught her eye. It is Lu Changkong, one of the protagonists they discussed just now. The two women fell into a sluggishness at first, and then they recovered, looked at each other, and saw in each other's eyes, surprised, shy, ashamed, and deeply hidden there was a trace of desire, but at the critical moment, these two little girls who were also lustful and timid, became ostriches one after another. 250 Picking Sister Flowers. The Legend of the Creation of One Piece, King of Pirates. Hey, Sister Flowers. It must be the influence of the devil's blood, which made me so evil, and actually want to overthrow the Sister Flowers, but who will go to hell if I don't go to hell? This pair of beautiful sister flowers should be handed over to me to take good care of exactly. AGHUG. Lu Changkong once again pushed his sins on the body of the demon blood, and at the same time gave himself a very convincing reason to push it down. But he wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he walked slowly to the boat of Nami and Nojiko, wrapping most of his body in the quilt, only revealing the two girls who were quite round, and hugged them out. With their eyes facing each other, the two women's faces were flushed and water was about to drip. They were like two ripe red apples. They were so cute that Lu Changkong, a powerful warrior who had been in battle for a long time, couldn't help but want to watch it. Take a hard bite. How can you peep? No, it's eavesdropping on other people's chats. You're violating the right of sex. He may also know that he can't escape Lu Changkong's color claw today, and his face is thicker than Nami's. Nojiko just gave it up, he said while holding back the shyness in his heart. I didn't violate the law, I listened openly, and didn't eavesdrop, and the two of them are about to become my wives. Eavesdropping between wives should not break the law as a husband, and even if it breaks the law, so what? As long as I can get the two of you, even if World Conqueror comes to conquer me with all my strength, I am not afraid. Lu Changkong's domineering words immediately made Nami and Nojiko feel sweet. The hidden meaning of these words is for the two of you. Even if you are enemies with the world government, I will not be afraid. At this moment, if you don't do something, it's really a waste of such a rare opportunity. Lu Changkong looked at the sweetness that flashed in the eyes of the two women and felt extremely proud, but the movements in his hands did not stop. Come down, climb and explore on Nojiko and Nami with the left and right hands respectively. In the face of Lu Changkong's two big hands and two women who seemed to have infinite temptation, they both wanted to refuse and greet them, as if they were attracted and couldn't help themselves. Vivi couldn't help opening his small mouth, and as Lu Changkong provoked the women felt that their lower body was cold, and they were obviously soaked, and finally couldn't help spit out a she groan. Turning Lu Changkong, who was already lustful, into a satyr, he immediately took off the clothes on himself and the two girls at a speed exceeding the speed of light. Looking at the beautiful ketone bodies of the two girls with their own characteristics, Lu Changkong immediately became astonishing. The speed but gentleness started to kiss from the jade fingers on the two women's crystal-like jade feet, and they actually sent the two women to a small high HA. Don't. Hurry up. I want yours. Hurry up. Nojiko, who was burning with lust, fully showed the courage of a sister, gave Nami a good head, and actually pushed directly to Lu Changkong, straddling Lu Changkong's waist, twisted the waist of the water snake and sat down directly. Although he had already had Xiao Gao Ha once and had enough moisture, it was the first time he broke his body, and he was facing the sturdy dragon that Lu Chengkong grew up a little bit every day. Nami, who was frightened, turned pale for a while, but after feeling the emptiness of her lower body, Nami immediately suppressed the fear that had just risen. After all, she thought so in her heart, and Nojiko had already become his woman. How could I lose to her? And anyway, sooner or later, it will be a knife, so come now. Nami with such thoughts immediately calmed down, and her eyes immediately turned to the two women who had already started fighting. An hour later, under Lu Chengkong's tireless and powerful attack, Nojiko no longer knew how many times she had ascended to the sky. At this time, she finally realized the meaning of Lackey's words. The physical and mental exhaustion can no longer support Yin, and Nojiko can only faint with his eyes closed. Nami, your sister took the lead for you, now it's your turn. Lu Chengkong was like a big bad wolf abducting Little Red Riding Hood. After eating Nojiko cleanly, he immediately stretched the claws of Sin to Nami. HMPH, Nojiko is fine, why can't I? Nami, come here, whoever is afraid. Nami pretended to be bold, but she didn't have the courage of Nojiko at the beginning, and just waited silently for Lu Chengkong. Patronize. A moment later, there was another shrill yet contented, happy scream from Nami's room. After watching a live spring GHA, Nami was also well prepared, which saved Lu Chengkong a lot of trouble. It's just that Nami's next performance made Lu Chengkong's mouth open wide in surprise, and she could fit an ostrich egg, because Nami might be a real natural charmer after she had endured the pain and tasted the sweetness. Like Khalifa. In the face of Lu Chengkong, apart from being shy and reserved as a daughter's family at first, he turned into a stunner on the bed. Instead of being shy, he actively cooperated with all Lu Chengkong's movements and moves, allowing Lu Chengkong to enjoy it. A taste not found in Nojiko. After Mikan couldn't bear the whipping, Nami actually endured the pain from her lower body. Generally, women can't see a bit of the restraint and shyness that a girl who has broken for the first time should have. The dragon that has not been satisfied. Look, education should be firmly grasped. Let Nami peek and learn how correct it is for me to fight in bed with Khalifa, Lackey and other women. The first time Nami has so many moves, let Lu Chengkong enjoy the tenderness of the and the charm of a mature woman. Maturity, the perfect combination of the two makes Lu Chengkong can't help shouting happily. The next day, Lu Chengkong, who climbed up from the bodies of Nami and Nojiko, walked out with a contented expression on his face. Nojiko was better, but according to Nami's madness yesterday, for the first time, he put his small mouth, Jade Girl peak, and returned. Nami, who was donated by the Chrysanthemum Garden, couldn't get out of bed for 2 days. This Lu Chengkong deliberately postponed the trip for several days. After all, women who have broken their bodies for the first time are the most insecure. They hope that their men will be by their side all the time. There is no doubt that Lu Chengkong has done a good job in this regard. It wasn't until 5 days later that Nami and Nojiko were fully recovered. After a night of hard fighting, Lu Chengkong fed them and Khalifa, Hancock, Vivi, Lackey, Kanis and other wives before they were ready. Shirahoshi, whose pretty face was full of excitement, left the palace that belonged to Lu Chengkong and his wives. 251 Enlightened Shirahoshi. The legend of the creation of One Piece, King of Pirates. Is this the place where my mother used to come? Shirahoshi looked at the beautiful island surrounded by bubbles. The Sabayati archipelago, which was greatly affected by the battle between Lu Chengkong and Akainu 4 years ago, has recovered to 4 years ago. The same as before the damage. AGHUG. Lu Chengkong didn't disturb Shirahoshi's memory. In fact, he admired and appreciated Shirahoshi's mother, Princess Otoshi, and felt stupid for her. He admired his perseverance and consciousness, but he really couldn't compliment her. If peace between different races was so easy to maintain with just a few signatures, then Roger and Whitebeard wouldn't have to work so hard, and Whitebeard wouldn't have to promise Roger to protect the mermaid. In fact, there is a lot of garbage in Tenryubito, but there are also people who love peace. Lu Chengkong even guessed that Tenryubito, who was rescued by Princess Eg, was more peace-loving, so he could get the signatures of the world's nobles. There is no other way but to defend with great power. Let's go, Shirahoshi. Liu Chenggong released his murderous aura a little bit, throwing some people nearby who were mischievous because of Shirahoshi's appearance, body and temperament, as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Yeah, Shirahoshi may have thought of her mother, so she lost her liveliness along the way, and a trace of sadness flashed across her delicate face, but she didn't say anything. Instead she tried her best to keep the sadness in her heart. She didn't want to let it go. Liu Chenggong was worried about himself. After all, Liu Chenggong had left everything alone to accompany her to travel around the world, which had moved her very much, and she knew very well that along the way, because she was curious about everything and her charm, it brought a lot of unnecessary trouble to Liu Chenggong. In fact, during the journey from the New World to Sabayati Archipelago, Shirahoshi saw a lot of novelties that he had never imagined or seen before, but as the travel time increased, Shirahoshi's understanding of human nature gradually had a general idea cognition. Although she is as gentle, kind and easy to cry as before, she has her own view of good and evil. For things they don't like, people will keep them away from themselves, and even learn to use their own strength to defend themselves when necessary. That stupid mother can't. Your Excellency Chenggong, what's the fun here? Shirahoshi's mind has really grown up, at least he has learned to take care of himself. After putting away the sadness on his face, he immediately showed a gentle and bright smile, which made people look at him. It's all heartwarming. This is where Tenryubito dominates. The most famous one is not only the coating of the pirate ship, but also the amusement park, and finally the auction house. Liu Chenggong said that he could not help but slap himself in the end, and asked what the auction house was doing. Shirahoshi, a mermaid who was exceedingly curious, would definitely explore all the food that made him curious with his protection by his side. Auction house. Do you have to buy everything? Auction or something? Can you take someone to buy it? Shirahoshi flashed a pair of beautiful big eyes like star diamonds, and his eyes were full of begging, looking at Liu Chenggong. Facing Shirahoshi his gaze, even 100 steelmaking will turn into softness around his fingers. Shirahoshi, don't go there, you won't be happy if you go. Liu Chenggong rejected Shirahoshi for the first time in this journey. Why, you don't care about others anymore. You said it satisfies everyone's curiosity. Sure enough, her sensitive personality is very easy to get into the horns. Once Liu Chenggong rejects her, she is very easy to think about it, thinking that Liu Chenggong doesn't like it. She is. Of course not, but I don't want you to be unhappy. Well, this is Tenryubito's place. The auction is not anything. The most famous is the auction of population, auction of human slaves, auction of merman slaves. I don't want you to see these darkness, the dirty side, tarnished Shirahoshi's pure heart, so I won't let you go. Liu Chenggong looked at Shirahoshi's misty eyes, knowing that if he didn't explain it again, this mermaid with an extremely sensitive personality would definitely bring him another downpour. What? Shirahoshi has long known that the outside world is not as beautiful as he imagined, and there is definitely an ugly side if there is a beautiful side, but Liu Chenggong's intentional actions have always been to let Shirahoshi get in touch. Beautiful things, so relatively speaking, what Liu Chenggong said this time had a great impact on Shirahoshi. How can they do this? No, I'm going to stop them. Shirahoshi said, looking like a savior, twisting the mermaid tail that Liu Chenggong had already put on a layer of trousers that looked thin but actually had excellent flexibility and defense. The auction house rushed. It's just that before she could go, she was hugged by Liu Chenggong like a baby, making Shirahoshi unable to move. I said Shirahoshi, from the Dragon Palace to the New World, from the New World back to East Blue, and then back to the New World, it's better if you didn't learn to calm down when you came here. Liu Chenggong looked at Shirahoshi's angry face and couldn't bear it stay heavy. Hey, I don't want, but I have been very unhappy in my heart, you said, I just want to save them. Shirahoshi still heard Liu Chenggong for the first time. Speaking in such a heavy tone, Shui Liang's big eyes couldn't help but turn red, and said with a grievance on his face. Shirahoshi, as long as there are intelligent creatures, there are bad roots and ugly sides. We are no exception. This time you see you can help them. What about the ones you can't see? You can save one, two, then can you save them all? Lu Chengkong's heart softened, and his tone couldn't help softening. After all, in the face of Shirahoshi's cuteness at this time, he couldn't be hard-hearted with such a pitiful appearance. Then what should I do? Shirahoshi was stunned when he heard the words. The impact of Lu Chengkong's words on her and the impact of the masculine breath in Lu Chengkong's arms made Shirahoshi's mind go blank. I only know instinct to ask. It can't be stopped, unless you kill all the humans, or kill all the fish man. There's no way to stop this. There's struggle where there are people, and there's greed. If you want, it's possible to kill all the slave traders here, but is that useful? Today, these people dare not buy slaves because they are afraid of me, but they will carry out this kind of action in secret and unknown places. The Great Waterway is too big. Of course, you can also lock all the fish in one place and prevent them from going out. Every day the guard is there. Lu Chengkong knew that Shirahoshi had to be enlightened today, otherwise the mermaid would dig into some kind of bullhorn in his heart. 252 The legend was created. The legend of the creation of One Piece, King of Pirates. Don't do this. I just want everyone to live peacefully together. Why can't everyone be peaceful? Isn't that what my mother always pursued? Shirahoshi said in pain, his head buried in Lu Chengkong's arms and sobbing. Aghug. There is no absolute peace in the world. If you want to pursue this, you can only build a country that belongs to you, Shirahoshi, and make laws in this country. If anyone violates the laws you make, then you will violate your bottom line with absolute power. All the people were killed, and there is no way to do anything other than powerful strength and iron-blooded means. Lu Chengkong said. But mother, Shirahoshi raised his head and looked at Lu Chengkong, still arguing. Don't be, you are you, your mother is your mother. Don't take your mother's concept as your concept. You have your own thoughts. You are not your mother's puppet. Her pursuit of goals is great, but she ended up what happened, was assassinated. Why was assassinated? It wasn't a prophet. Why did you die? It's not because your mother is weak and doesn't have the same strength to realize your pursuit. Shirahoshi lowered his head and didn't speak anymore. Lu Chengkong's words kept echoing in his little head. You are Shirahoshi. You are not your mother. You are not a puppet. You have your own pursuits. Pursue your own way. You don't need to follow other people's words to do it. Shirahoshi is so tired. Your Excellency Chengkong, can you let people be willful once? Shirahoshi will definitely not be willful and cause you trouble in the future. They are very powerful. I have learned to use my own strength to do what I want to do. The mother's pursuit is too perfect, and there is no equivalent strength. Like Robin, I have heard Robin and I say what you said to her. I didn't understand it before, and I couldn't understand it. Now people understand it. It turns out that I have always lived in the world my mother made for me. In the future, Shirahoshi will be yourself and live my best life. Shirahoshi said at the end, as if to express the firmness of his words, clenching his little pink fist, as if taking an oath. Okay. Lu Chengkong was overjoyed. In the past, he felt that Shirahoshi was not a mermaid, but a manipulative puppet. Just like P in the original book before he defected, he was living in the thoughts instilled in him by others. Shirahoshi is the unique Shirahoshi. Although he still loves to cry and is still so sensitive, his whole person seems to have a completely new feeling. As he said that, he directly carried Shirahoshi to the auction. Although Shirahoshi was very shy, for some reason, she blushed and did not struggle, but buried her head in Lu Chengkong's arms and let him hold her like this. Looking at himself, there is actually a feeling of being cared for in his heart, and Shirahoshi, who has lacked maternal love since childhood, enjoys this feeling very much. When Lu Chengkong went to the auction house, the same thing as the original had already started in the auction house, that is, Luffy beat Tenryubito, saved Kami, and of course, Pirate 11 Nova was also here. Although they were all braver than bears, they were even more daring, but they didn't really want to fight Tenryubito, but they didn't expect that one of the supernovas, Luffy, would actually do something they didn't dare to do. Immediately after that, Rayleigh's debut, through observation Haki, he directly understood the whole thing. As the debut was the release of Conqueror Haki, the very powerful control force suffocated all the guards who belonged to Tenryubito at the scene. As that's so, the supernova among them saw this situation and the appearance of someone coming, thinking of the man, his eyes were full of shock, not only him, even people who didn't know Rayleigh saw his performance. Staring at him, especially the Straw Hats. As that, Haki, Zoro took out the famous sword directly, looking like he was about to attack at any time, obviously with Liu Chenggong's interference. The Straw Hats are no longer blind and flies like in the original book, and they knew it in advance. Many things. Oh, you actually know Haki. Rayleigh was surprised, knowing that many pirates didn't know what Haki was if they didn't enter the New World halfway before the Great Passage, and now Zoro knew more or less, which surprised him a little. The Pirate Empress and Liu Chenggong, one of the 4 emperors, told us. Zoro didn't know why, but when Rayleigh looked at him, he felt like there was a mountain on his shoulders, and he couldn't tell the truth. I am really surprised. I didn't expect you to meet them. Speaking of which, you are really similar. Liu Chenggong did the same thing here when you were the same age, but he did it a little bit better than you. Rayleigh was a little moved now. He didn't expect this Straw Hat Pirates to know so many famous people. I also know about this. He killed Tenryubito, and then brought 3 admirals and the hero Garp here. Everyone thought that the easy pirates would surely die, but something that shocked the world happened. The 3 admiral plus the hero Garp's encirclement and suppression of the free pirates not only did not die, but seriously injured Admiral Kizaru and defeated Admiral Akainu. Am I right? The legendary deputy captain of One Piece, King of Pirates, Rayleigh. Eustace Kid suddenly spoke to Rayleigh's words, which surprised some people who didn't know, but after thinking about the achievements of the Easy Pirates from its birth to the present, and the countless miracles created, everyone also felt that take it for granted. I didn't expect me to be so famous. 2 voices came out in unison. Yes, 2, one from Rayleigh and the other from outside the door. Oh, haha, it looks like I didn't read the Huangli when I went out. I didn't expect your kid to come too. Rayleigh looked at the source of the sound. There was a door, but Rayleigh's eyes seemed to be able to see through the void to see outside the door. Everything is normal. Click. The door opened, and a man in a black trench coat held a beautiful woman in his arms who fascinated everything, and the 2 walked in like no one else. It's really interesting. I killed Tenryubito 6 years ago, but I didn't expect someone to fight Tenryubito now. Liu Chenggong put Shirahoshi in his arms, and everyone present focused on Kami and Shirahoshi, although Kami it is already a rare mermaid, but compared with Shirahoshi, the gap is really not that big. That's why I said they are very similar to you. How did you come here? Rayleigh smiled, wondering why Liu Chenggong suddenly came here. It's nothing, the legend is just created, it's no big deal to do it if you want. As for me, of course, I came here to eat at your house. It's just that Liu Chenggong's words made Rayleigh speechless. He still remembers it vividly. When Liu Chenggong came to eat, he ate up all his savings. In the end, Aunt Xiao asked Rayleigh to go outside to sleep. If he earns money, he is not allowed to come back, so he already has a psychological shadow, that is, he must never hear Liu Chenggong say that he will add food to himself. Nice. 253 Fighting Kizaru again. The legend of the creation of One Piece, King of Pirates. What a joke, I actually met 2 legendary men at one time today. Eustace Kid's Adam's apple rolled up and down, thinking in disbelief. Aghug. Stop talking about this, you should hurry up and get out of here, I think Admiral is coming soon. Rayleigh changed the subject very cleverly. Obviously he was afraid that Liu Chenggong would go to his house for dinner again. Cut, just kill it. What Liu Chenggong said casually left everyone present speechless. Big brother, if you thought we were you, kill it if you say it. If you don't tell me, I really forgot, your kid is now as famous as Whitebeard, and the bounty has been raised from 900 million berry to 1.3 billion. Your kid is really ruthless. Hide and call Buster, call, bring it out and wipe it out. Rayleigh said as if he was only remembering it now. It's nothing, the reward is just an increasable number for me. If I need to destroy a few marine bases, or destroy a few important countries in the world government, I will go up. Lu Chengkong's words are simply maddening. The pirates of Bai are all killed for the sake of offering a reward, but what he said was so heartless. But now the pirates seem to be getting more and more alive, and there are no earth-shattering big pirates like before. I think the era of big pirates will end soon if this trend continues. Lu Chengkong suddenly said something. Said. You know that too. Rayleigh's face tightened, and he took a deep look at Lu Chengkong. The era is rampant, and the alternation of the era has obviously begun. Ace is just a catalyst. The moment when Whitebeard died, it was the era. It was a moment of rampage and alternation. But what are you doing here, kid? There doesn't seem to be anything worthy of your conspiracy here, right? Rayleigh pondered for a while, before he remembered why he forgot to ask Lu Chengkong. Shirahoshi doesn't like people trafficking people, so I have to kill Tenryubito again, but I didn't expect it to be a step too late. Lu Chengkong is literally killing people, and the words he hasn't said since he appeared until now are those who were present in the challenger's presence. Psychological limit. Okay, if you don't want to die, stay away from this auction house, hey. It's really troublesome, and another place has to be erased. After Lu Chengkong finished speaking, he walked out with Shirahoshi, and Rayleigh followed closely. After all, he wouldn't think that Lu Chengkong was joking. Besides saving people, the most important thing for the Straw Hats to come here was to find Rayleigh. So when I saw Rayleigh go, I quickly followed. Let's go out too and see what the legendary big man's strength is. Seeing the bounty makes me unbelievable. A man can actually use all the powers of the devil fruit. What a terrifying man. Eustace Kid stood up. Lai also walked out, facing Lu Chengkong. He didn't dare to be presumptuous at all, because that vague pressure seemed to warn him that talking nonsense would kill people. I also want to see if it's true. The other supernovas followed suit. After all, they also wanted to see Lu Chengkong's methods. All passed out. Needless to say, it's your kid's masterpiece. When the people in the auction house came out, Rayleigh immediately found that all the Marines around him had passed out, and he knew it was Lu Chengkong's without even thinking about it. Masterpiece. I don't want people to know that I'm here. If the news of I'm here reaches the Marine headquarters, do you think Sengoku will send Admiral here? Lu Chengkong suddenly laughed evilly, but that smile made one's heart chill. You're not going to kill Admiral here, are you? Rayleigh asked embarrassingly. If I want to kill the 3 Admiral, I have already killed them all. Let's leave everything in the big event. I'm here to travel with Shirahoshi. The fist immediately enveloped a circle of light, and punched the void in front of the auction house. Boom. Under everyone's shocked eyes, there was a visible crack in the space where Lu Chengkong's fist passed. A powerful shock wave burst out from the fist immediately, and the entire auction house was immediately destroyed by the shock wave. It's so strong. Is that the shock fruit? He can also use Whitebeard's ability. It seems that the rumors are true. Stupid, the difference is too big. Any new ability. The Straw Hats are the most calm, because they have known it for a long time, and they have also seen all kinds of tricks Lu Chengkong used, and they have long been numb from the blow. It's really unfavorable. I didn't expect you to be overcast when I came here before, and now I come here to meet you again. Suddenly, a very wretched voice came, followed the voice and looked over, and the same person that came into view was his same. The person with the same wretched voice is Admiral Kizaru. That guy Akainu is too slow, and Kuzan doesn't want to come. Then I know it's you Kizaru who came here, but you won't really come to die if you don't leave immediately when you see me, right? Or do you think tired of living by yourself? Lu Chengkong turned around and looked at Kizaru, who had a leisurely look on his face, but if he looked carefully, he could still see a flash of panic in Kizaru's eyes, obviously recalling the past. Aiya, even though you are very strong now, this old man is a naked man. Even if he can't beat you, he might not be able to leave safely, right? That's right, Kizaru also has his support. Khalifa is not there, and the dark fruit ability is not there. If he wants to leave, he really can't stop him. Kizaru just saw this and didn't leave and escape. After all, as Admiral, he hasn't opened a fight yet. It's too embarrassing to run away to someone else. Kizaru, have you heard a word? Yilang is arrogant but will die miserably. Have you forgotten my abilities? Lu Chengkong laughed. Khalifa appeared behind him, and then merged into his body, and Kizaru's face had changed. He had just returned from the New World. Sengoku hadn't told him Lu Chengkong's ability to destroy Buster Call, but he also heard yes, but he scoffed at these statements, but he didn't expect it to be true, and it was already a step too late when he wanted to dodge away in elemental form. Bright Seal. Lu Chengkong gently pushed out his right hand, and a golden light hit Kizaru directly. Kizaru is old after all, and his neural response is even slower than 6 years ago. Although the fruit ability is further improved, but his speed is the speed of light, but unfortunately his reaction is not the speed of light. How could this be? Kizaru's face changed suddenly, and a small hexagram composed of light energy appeared under his feet to surround him. What terrified Kizaru was that he found that he could not use the fruit ability. 254 defeated Kizaru. The Legend of the Creation of One Piece, King of Pirates. The battle has already started. Don't be distracted. AGSHUG. At the moment when Kizaru was shocked, Lu Chengkong had come to him, and the fist including armament hockey hit Kizaru's stomach directly like a nuclear bomb. Flutter. Kizaru immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out like a cannonball, hitting dozens of trees in a row before stopping. Too powerful, Admiral was defeated in an instant. Everyone except Hades Rayleigh, including the Straw Hats, were shocked. Although Lu Chengkong's strength in front of the Straw Hats was extremely terrifying, but after all, there is no reference for comparison, but now with Marine's highest combat power as an opponent, Lu Chengkong still punched him and vomited blood and flew out, which was really shocking. Is it the strongest in the world? Sure enough, it deserves its reputation. Other pirate supernovas who came to hear the news saw with their own eyes that Kizaru, who was still invincible before, was instantly injured and thought to himself. Kizaru, don't you know that the strongest part of the fruit of light is the seal? Especially the seal of glint fruit, which is a branch of the fruit of light, is relatively simple, but you are really old, and you have lost the ability to fruit. The reaction has become so slow, it's too disappointing. Lu Chengkong waved his fist and said a little less interested. Cough, it seems that the rumor is true. You can actually use someone else's fruit ability, and the power is so huge. Kizaru coughed and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, pushed away the big tree that was pressing on him, and looked at he said with lingering fears as he followed his golden hexagram seal formation at his feet. Are you surprised? So what are you going to do next? The ground cracks and landslides. Lu Chengkong punched Kizaru, whose fruit ability was sealed, and a crisp cracking sound suddenly came out, at the same time compared to the previous shock the shock wave, which was many times stronger, bombarded Kizaru as if it were real. In fact, Kizaru is not as weak as everyone thinks. Just think about the battle between Blackbeard and Fire Fist Ace in the original book. You can see his strength. It's just that those are all based on the burning of the fruit. They are used to fighting with the fruit's ability, and they are suddenly deprived of the fruit's ability. At that moment, the ability to fight with the fruit's ability is the weakest, because at that moment it's a little overwhelming to know what to do, especially Logia, getting used to elementalization. And now Kizaru is worse than the original Fire Fist Ace. You must know that the dark fruit is the most vicious fruit because only the dark fruit has appeared in the top 10 top fruits in the original book, and only this dark fruit is known to many people. Yes, even Blackbeard knows about it. But the other top Logia know very few people. In fact, the light fruit is ranked 7th in the top 10 fruit ability, and the dark fruit is ranked 10th. Whether it is restraint of fruit ability or something, the fruit of light is far better than the fruit of darkness, so Kizaru's situation at this time is even more miserable than Ace. After all, the ability person of the dark fruit needs to touch the opponent's body in order to make the ability person incapacitated. Relatively speaking, the fruit of light is far superior, and don't forget that the light can restrain the darkness under the same circumstances. Damn, is it Whitebeard? The most annoying is this kind of wide area attack. Kizaru immediately scolded. If he can still use the ability of Glint Glint Fruit, then of course he is not afraid to directly move at the speed of light to avoid it. But now the fruit ability was sealed, and the person who sealed him was still Lu Chenggong, who was far stronger than him. It would take 1 minute to break the seal. 1 minute is enough time for Lu Chenggong to abuse him, and don't forget that even if the seal is broken, it's nothing. If he can seal the first time, he can seal the second time, so Kizaru used to use Glint Glint Fruit when he got old. Those who fight mainly face Lu Chenggong or Khalifa can only be doomed to become a tragedy. However, Kizaru is an admiral-level combat power no matter what. After he was not used to losing his ability at the beginning, he quickly got used to it. A little under his feet, the speed is much slower than the speed of light. After all, he is not Garp, nor is he Rayleigh, these pure hockey and physical skills practitioners, has a very abnormal physical quality. Seeing that Rayleigh is so old and can swim directly to the Amazon Lily Island and his face remains the same, he will know how abnormal his physical strength is. The gap is too big, Admiral is just being played by him in front of him. The captains of the major pirate groups thought so in their hearts. They looked at Kizaru's embarrassed appearance and would not think that Kizaru was weak. In fact, I bet you they all knew that Kizaru could only be killed in seconds, so they were even more in awe of Lu Chenggong's strength. Can you dodge it? Bright mark. Lu Chenggong watched as Kizaru escaped his own attack with the help of armament hockey attached to his feet and stepped on the ground combined with Rokushiki Shave's explosive power boosting speed. He could not help but secretly. Cheers to Kizaru, it's really not old. But even so, the battle still has to continue. With a thought, it turned into a beam of light and came to Kizaru's back in an instant, and placed a hand on his shoulder. Frozen moment. This time, it is Kuzan's ability, but Kizaru is Kizaru after all. Although he does not have the fruit of light, he is also a person with the ability of Glint Glint Fruit. He is also very familiar with the speed of light, so he predicted it through observation hockey. After Lu Chenggong's attack, he covered armament hockey on his shoulders without thinking, and hit him back with an elbow. With a click, the ice and snow on his shoulders shattered immediately under armament hockey's powerful attack, and at the same time, he hit Lu Chenggong's chest with unabated force. You underestimate the enemy, and you underestimate the old man, Kizaru said triumphantly, but unfortunately the smug smile on his mouth froze for a second. His elbow hit Lu Chenggong's body. It's just that when he touched Lu Chenggong's body, he went straight through it, as if Lu Chenggong's body didn't exist, it was nothing. It's not that I underestimate the enemy, it's that you made my thinking too simple, kicking at the speed of light. Lu Chenggong chuckled, and immediately kicked his right foot on Kizaru's waist, turning it into a laser and blasting Kizaru out. It's not a level of battle at all. Rayleigh pushed his glasses and looked at Lu Chenggong's sturdy performance in front of him. He remembered the arrogant hockey but extremely confident teenager when we first met, and he muttered to himself. Flutter. Hunting wild geese all day long and being pecked by wild geese, Kizaru often likes to ask if people have been kicked by light. I often kick people, but I didn't expect that today is really a causal cycle. I was kicked by my own speed of light, and I squatted on the ground and vomited blood. 255 Don't annoy Shirahoshi. Haha, Kizaru, you often kick people with light, have you suffered from being kicked by light? Rayleigh was very happy, and laughed. It doesn't taste good at all. In the future, this old man will never ask if anyone has been kicked by the light. Kizaru smiled bitterly. He really didn't expect that he would be kicked by the light one day. When the cup was in pain, a team of pacifists brought by Zan Taomaru arrived in time to relieve Kizaru's urgent needs. Kizaru, how can you be so embarrassed, even if you move at the speed of light to face Baihu? You shouldn't be beaten like that so quickly, right? Huh, what's under your feet? Zantaomaru was the first time he saw Kizaru so embarrassed. Don't say it, the fruit ability has been sealed. You guys clearly know that he has this ability, why didn't you tell me in advance, making me a bad boy again? Kizaru stood up and said to Momomaru in a very unhappy manner. Hey, you forgot that Lao Su is the most strict-mouthed person in the world. I didn't even say that you turned into a light and disappeared. You still blame me. Zantaomaru's words made people speechless. Yan, it was revealed later. Okay, let's talk about these words later. Now think about how to escape and then talk about it. Kizaru's face was a little embarrassed, but he vowed to learn from Kuzan in the future, to see how prescient others are, calm, and always slow down. Take it slow, don't be in a hurry, it's too depressing to run into walls like this. Escape, isn't it? He can seal your fruit ability, can he seal the laser of a pacifist? Look at Lao Su. Zantaomaru knew that he was a person who believed in his own technology products too much. Kizaru heard it immediately without further ado. I turned around and ran away when Zantaomaru wasn't paying attention. I already told you to run away, but you are still here stupidly. Hey, this friend of mine has done his best. If you want to die, can I still stop you? Don't worry, Zantaomaru, if you have I will take care of your family members for you. If Zantaomaru knew the thoughts of Kizaru who turned and fled at this time, he would immediately vomit blood with grief and anger, and at the same time control the pacifist to kill Kizaru. A pacifist. Let's see how powerful it is. Lu Chengkong didn't think that because he wanted to see the power of pacifists, he didn't immediately obliterate these pacifists, which would lead to something he didn't expect. Attack! Zantaomaru roared loudly, picked up the battle axe, and manipulated the pacifists to attack Lu Chengkong. One after another of lasers shot at Lu Chengkong. Boom! What? Being blocked by Lu Chengkong's armament hockey's defensive armor, some lasers bounced off and hit some pacifists. Immediately, several of the attacked pacifists turned their heads, and the direction of the attack immediately changed. The laser hit some people who were fleeing not far away. Those desperately fleeing without a fight were immediately traumatized, and many people died instantly. There were countless screams in the crowd. It doesn't matter, if you die, you will die. Anyway, when Tenryubito dies, someone will always have to bear it. Even if you escape a catastrophe now, you can't escape death. Zantaomaru's face was a little unbearable at first, but then he put it away, no longer attacking like before, but started indiscriminate attacks, completely ignoring the fleeing civilians around him, and at the same time also took Lu Chengkong's Thief supernova was included in the target of the attack. These supernovas are amazing in the first half of the New World, but at this time, although they are not vulnerable to pacifists, they can beat one at the cost of serious injury, but at this time they have to face so much peace at the same time. They could only dodge the laser attacks of the activists at the same time, but with their dodging, some attacks inevitably hit many civilians. Ah, is this the world government? Are the civilians just here to make a scapegoat for you? You are from Marine, shouldn't you protect those civilians? The mouth is always talking about justice, and now the murderous civilians are coming instead after finishing the umbrella without scruples. It is simply worse than the scum in the pirates. Quote. Shirahoshi suddenly raised his head. Shuiliang's eyes were full of anger. That's right, if the attack of those pacifists was an accident at first, then Zantaomaru's words completely ignited Shirahoshi's anger and made the kind-hearted Shirahoshi explode. In fact, there has been a saying in the Happy Pirates that Shirahoshi is angry, and the consequences are very serious. At the same time, Lu Chengkong's words flashed in his heart. There is no so-called justice and darkness in this world. Justice and darkness are just winners. The powerful people decide for themselves. If you have strength, then you are justice and can judge. The life and death of people who are not as strong as you do not need any reason, because weakness is already the biggest reason. Suddenly, the earth began to tremble violently with Shirahoshi's words, and Lu Chengkong also knew that the matter was serious, so he returned to Shirahoshi's side without a word, but it was a pity that Shirahoshi was really angry this time, and at the same time, everything changed in Shirahoshi's heart. After this time, Shirahoshi will become more mature, completely perfecting her view of good and evil. Trouble, Haihuang is angry. Zan Taomaru, your mouth is really stinky, but it's just to answer your words. Tenryubido's death needs someone to bear the blame. You chose to sacrifice civilians to attack us now, so now Haitian the Emperor's anger also needs to be borne by people. I'm sorry, you can bear it. Lu Chenggong came to Shirahoshi's side. He immediately held her in his arms and comforted her, but it's a pity that Shirahoshi was really angry this time. He was angry with Marine's hypocritical face and actions, and his heart became a lot more mature. Although she is the same kind and gentle, her personality is sensitive and loves to cry, but in the future, her kindness and tenderness will only be towards Lu Chenggong and Khalifa. Her smile, her gentleness, and kindness will only be reserved for those worthy of her treasure. What's the matter? Rayleigh ran over, seeing the whole Sabayati island still shaking. He was also very surprised, and more puzzled at the same time. This is Shirahoshi's ability. Let's go, Rayleigh. Find a boat to get out of here first, and if you little pirates don't want to die, get on your boat and leave here. Straw Hats too, you follow Rayleigh. Lu Chenggong, he said to the people in front of him, and then a shock wave passed over to destroy all the pacifists, and immediately turned around and left with a group of people around Shirahoshi and Rayleigh. 256 The Wrath of the Sea Emperor. Hey, Zonkong boy, you haven't told me what's going on, old man. Pluto Rayleigh didn't forget to ask Lu Chenggong what was going on while he ran. This is Shirahoshi's ability. Every member of my Easy Pirates has their own unique and powerful abilities, even Shirahoshi, who seems to be powerless. Lu Chenggong looked at Shirahoshi, who had already passed out. It was obvious that Shirahoshi had used the ability to control and summon the Sea Kings at that moment, and it was still beyond the limit that her current spirit could bear, otherwise she would not faint. It seems that not one or two nor dozens of Sea Kings will appear next, but hundreds of Sea Kings. What's so exaggerated? Wow, even the tsunami is coming. If you don't tell me, I thought this mermaid ate Whitebeard's shock fruit. Rayleigh immediately put on a straw hat after calling Aunt Xiao to bring his full net worth. The Sunshine Miles couldn't help but exclaimed as it watched the waves rushing towards it one after another. Sure enough, no one in the Happy Pirates is simple, and even a mermaid who looks so weak is so terrifying to be angry. The Straw Hats all looked at Shirahoshi with lingering fears, but the next scene made them speechless, because suddenly there were many huge Sea Kings on the edge of the Sabayati archipelago above the sea. Don't tell me, Zonkong, these Sea Kings are also the ability of this mermaid. Pluto Rayleigh's eyes were bigger than copper bells, and he said tongue-tied. You also know ancient weapons. Shirahoshi is the Sea Emperor in ancient weapons. Lu Chenggong nodded, but his words made the faces of those present who knew ancient weapons changed greatly. It turns out that only the ability to control countless Sea Kings under the sea and drive countless natural disasters at sea can be worthy of the nickname of the ancient weapon Sea King. I think the ability of this mermaid is still in the growth stage. It's scary but not a big deal for 4 emperors or even admiral. Pluto Rayleigh really has a unique vision. At a glance, he can see that Shirahoshi's ability is still in the growth stage, and it is still a long way from the ability to destroy the world at its peak. That's right, the previous Shirahoshi was too kind and her mind was immature. She has only used this ability twice so far, but I think Shirahoshi's ability will improve by leaps and bounds after this time. Lu Chenggong looked deeply, looking at Shirahoshi, who was like a sleeping princess in his arms. He gently stroked her holy face behind him. You really have shit luck. Why is there such a big gap between everyone's men? Forget about a lot of beautiful women on board, and they are all powerful and terrifying, and now there is actually a beautiful turtle. It's an ancient weapon. This beauty is really... Rayleigh thought with tears in his heart, jealous and envious of Lu Chenggong. So I said, Rayleigh, you guys are moving. Shirahoshi fell into a coma, and the last position these Sea Kings received should be to destroy this place. These Sea Kings felt Shirahoshi, anger towards Marine on this island, the anger of the world government, and that there is Tenryubito's anger, so. The last sentence was not spoken, but everyone here except Luffy Chu is a smart person, and of course those who know that Sabayati Archipelago is doomed. Ancient Weapon Sea Emperor. It's just so terrifying when it was growing up. If it reaches the limit, wouldn't it destroy the world? No wonder the world government wants it so much. It seems that I was right in destroying the blueprint of Hades. Sabayati Archipelago, who was constantly being ravaged by the tsunami and attacked by the Sea Kings, and admired his original decision more and more in his heart. Frankie, don't be too naive, you are not the only one in this world who has a blueprint for Hades. The world government has existed for so many years, even if they are not right, but you don't think they can get the blueprint through other channels. Is it? Lu Chengkong glanced at Frankie and immediately knew what he was thinking. How is that possible? The blueprint of Hades has been destroyed by me, and Mr. Tom also told me that no one in this world has it. Frankie said in disbelief. Yes, normal people are gone, but the world nobles of Tenryubito who have existed for more than 800 years, do you think they will be gone? Lu Chengkong didn't believe that Tenryubito's hidden power behind the scenes would not even be able to get the design drawings of ancient weapons, and don't forget that Tenryubito was a person from the same era as ancient weapons. Of course, he was talking about 20 years ago, 800 years ago. Wong and not the idiots on the surface now. Frankie fell silent now. 800 years was too far for him. 800 years was not difficult for the world noble Tenryubito to get the design of ancient weapons. Even such a long time would it is possible to manufacture ancient weapons. So you destroyed the blueprint of the ancient weapon Pluto, which is a good thing in one respect, but a bad thing in another way. What would happen if Tenryubito took out an ancient weapon? What will happen if the weapons are lent to Marine? The people who go to the blueprints don't even have the chance to make them, so what can they do against them? This time Frankie's face is already ugly and scary, and others have seen the horror of the Sea Emperor, so the Pluto of the same level will not be much worse. Okay, boy in the sky, these are all things in the future, and it's useless to say it, and this old man doesn't believe that you, a shrewd brat, will have no way out. Rayleigh's words immediately eased the depressing atmosphere. If other ancient weapons are dead things, such as guns and battleships, it doesn't matter. If they are human-shaped ancient weapons like Shirahoshi, then it is dangerous. It does not need to be strong to cultivate human-shaped ancient weapons to become strong. It is enough to reach the admiral level, and with the ability of ancient weapons, even the four emperors can only avoid its edge. Quote. Lu Chengkong nodded his head. In fact, he already had a way to fight ancient weapons, but he never said it. Then you plan to cultivate this mermaid. Pluto Rayleigh also felt the same. After all, the prestige of ancient weapons was too great. Look at Shirahoshi's own wishes. If she wants to become stronger, then I will try my best to cultivate her. If she just wants to continue living like this and be a carefree mermaid, then I will protect her with an umbrella. These things just don't come by force. Quote. Lu Chengkong's words immediately made the Straw Hats and Rayleigh awe-inspiring. After all, they all knew that it was terrible to cultivate Shirahoshi, but Lu Chengkong kept such a big interest and did not eat it. Instead, he respected the master's wishes and did not force it. Shirahoshi, this is what they admire very much. 257 Gorosei, 5 Elders, Abilities. Come out, there. Lu Chengkong looked towards the sea on the other side. As soon as his words came out, Bartholomew Kuma immediately appeared, and a teleportation came to Lu Chengkong. If I had known that you and Rayleigh were here, I wouldn't have used it. Bartholomew Kuma looked at Lu Chengkong in front of him. He was different from the sharp-edged young man at the time. At this time, Lu Chengkong was already a treasured sword, only when unsheathed, he showed his horror. Knowing that Admiral is here, are you worried that the Straw Hats will die? You came here to save them. Lu Chengkong immediately knew Bartholomew Kuma's intentions through the original book. That's right, but it seems to be unnecessary now. Since they already know a lot of things, there is no need for me to hide it. After that, I will be transformed by the world government into a real pacifist. I can help you. This is the end of it. Whether you can soar in the new world in the future can only depend on you. Quote. Bartholomew Kuma said to the Straw Hats, but his words made the Straw Hats very puzzled. Aren't they enemies? How to protect it? Don't tell me you can't even guess this. Bartholomew Kuma is a cadre of the Revolutionary Army, and Luffy's father is the leader of the Revolutionary Army. In Moria's place, if he hadn't provoked Moria's self-esteem with his words, you would have personally, and you are fighting head-on. If he really wants to kill you, you can directly join forces with Moria. In fact, he has secretly guarded you many times. In the world of Enies Lobby, you can survive until now. This guy deserves a lot of credit. Lu Chengkong's words immediately made the more delicate Sanji Zoro guess something, and looked at Bartholomew Kuma in surprise. You are going to save Ace, right? He is about to execute the execution. This is Marine Kai's battle plan, as well as the map. Check it out for yourself. Bartholomew Kuma handed some papers to Luffy, then teleported away. Apparently he was going to be remodeled and there was no more Bartholomew Kuma. It's a pity, a good opponent just disappeared. Lu Chengkong's smile was a bit lonely. Yes, Bartholomew Kuma has made a lot of steps compared to going in the past 6 years. It's a pity that there is no such person as an opponent in the future. Really, what's the matter? Do you want to train them personally? Lu Chengkong found that Rayleigh had been looking at Luffy. Apparently Luffy was very similar to Sanji in One Piece King of Pirates Roger at some point. They were all involved. Can they escape? If these little devils go to save Ace, Marine will not let him go in the future. Without the bear to deal with, knowing everything in advance helps them avoid some killer moves. With their strength you must die. Rayleigh said with a sigh. By the way, your kid is not a quiet master. Don't tell me that I won't be involved in such a big event. Rayleigh's expression that I have seen through you made Lu Chengkong a little embarrassed. Yes, Marine has hunted me down so many times before, why should I return it to them all at once? But I'm worried that this time it will lead to some unnecessary people. Lu Chengkong didn't hide it anymore. You mean Gorosei, 5 elders? Hawkeye joined your pirate group. I knew he would tell you about this. What do you want to ask? Rayleigh set it up as expected. This guy is definitely not a quiet one host. Tell me about the abilities and strengths of Gorosei, 5 elders. Lu Chengkong asked quickly. The 5 supreme rulers of the world government, who were as mysterious as the strong men behind Tenryubito in the original book, but he did not dare to take it lightly. You are asking the right person. If you ask other people in the Roger Pirates, you may not know that the pirates at the same level as Roger were attacked by a group of mysterious people, and the most unlucky one was the Whitebeard Pirates. The leader of the team was one of the Gorosei, 5 elders, and at that time the Whitebeard Pirates were not too far from us. Roger, who knew about this, immediately asked me to help, which is exactly how I a glimpse of the Gorosei, 5 elders. Quote. That is to say, you have only met one of the Gorosei, 5 elders. Is he a capable person or a swordsman? Lu Chengkong asked, and the others also looked over, especially when Zoro heard about the swordsman. Eyes burst into 2 bright lights. The ability person, the ability to suddenly die without knowing it, there is no trace. He said that whoever died, that person would die immediately. Most of the strong men of the Whitebeard Pirates were killed by him using this ability. He died, and in the end even the vice captain of the Whitebeard Pirates died in the hands of this ability. Rayleigh's face was heavy. Obviously the ability of Gorosei, 5 elders made him fresh in his memory. I know what it is. Among the top 10 Logia fruit abilities, the Fruit of Death is still ranked above the Fruit of Darkness, but don't be afraid, we have the owner of the Fruit of Life in our ship, restrain him. Lu Chengkong breathed a sigh of relief. Unknown enemies are terrifying, just like Marine doesn't know the ability that he has been hiding all along. Now that he knows, it will be easier to deal with. You kid is really good, even a person with such a powerful ability can find 2 wives. Rayleigh looked like a pig brother. Obviously he thought that Dana was also Lu Chengkong's wife. So what happened in the end? How is his overall strength compared to Whitebeard's at his peak? Lu Chengkong didn't bother or explain on this issue either. It's very strong, although he is not a conqueror hockey person, but armament and observation hockey have cultivated to the pinnacle, and they can open a punch and a kick, split the sea, and attack a large area of Logia's ability with a random punch. Attacks are not as good as him, his armament and observation hockey are too strong. Rayleigh Isho, he secretly thought that he was really impatient, but he didn't lose Lu Chengkong's addiction. Whitebeard, and his co-captain paid a huge price afterward. I was seriously injured, and after 3 months of training, the co-captain died directly. Whitebeard suffered irreparable injuries, and his strength was greatly weakened. The big price is just to seriously injure him, but for him, he will recover after a month or 2 of cultivation. If it wasn't for his co-captain's desperate overdraft of life force to haunt him, maybe we 3 in that battle all will die. So strong. Hearing this, Lu Chengkong's pupils shrank. Whitebeard at his peak, Rayleigh at his peak, and his strength wouldn't be much worse. The worst was the deputy captain of the 4 emperors level. To have to pay so much to fight off one of the Gorosei 5 elders is a little too powerful. 258 Event Opening. Roger has said that, if it is one-on-one, Yudo will be stronger than Whitebeard in the peak period. In the face of Gorosei 5 elders, you can only protect yourself at most, and it is good to be able to retreat completely, the supreme ruler of the world government. It is no joke to be able to rule the world government for so many years, and it is precisely because of the 5 of them that many amazing powerhouses have been unable to overthrow the world government. Rayleigh, the king of Pluto, said here, there was a hint of inconsistency. Willingly. Hee, I think you are not reconciled because Roger is suffering from an incurable disease. Instead of improving, his strength is constantly weakening. If he did not suffer from an incurable disease, he would not turn himself in. Instead he would become stronger and even fight against Gorosei, the strength of the 5 elders. Quote. Lu Chengkong saw through the thoughts of Hades Rayleigh at a glance, but when he thought about it, it was a humiliation for him to be entangled by a disease. For him, dying in battle was the best destination. Because of that illness, he paid a lot and lost a lot. Yes, if Roger hadn't suffered from that disease, he would definitely have reached the level of Gorosei 5 elders. Even the Gorosei 5 elders wouldn't dare to mess around. Pluto Rayleigh nodded. He knew Roger very well. Originally, I didn't have any hope for the current pirates. Whitebeard was afflicted with injuries, and his strength was getting weaker every day. Now the pirates are basically supported by him alone. If he dies, then pirates are getting worse every day. But your appearance has given me hope. The unprecedented strange hockey, the abnormal speed of increasing strength, and all kinds of powerful abilities. Maybe you can surpass Gorosei 5 elders. The most important thing is that you are only now 23 years old. Youth is capital. Pluto Rayleigh looked at Lu Chengkong. A strange light appeared in his eyes. Gorosei 5 elders. I will definitely surpass them. Lu Chengkong smiled confidently, and then guided by Rayleigh to a relatively hidden uninhabited island. Obviously, Rayleigh planned to be a one-time leader before the big event. Instruct Luffy and the others for a while. Although it won't be a big improvement, at least it can make them increase their resistance to hockey. After all, the time is too short. Even if the aptitude is good, it is impossible to have a big improvement, but it is better to talk than go. As for Lu Chengkong, of course, he took Shirahoshi to continue their travel journey. After all, he is not very interested in being a nanny, but Lu Chengkong unexpectedly was that the trip that originally consisted of only the 2 of them suddenly increased to 3. That's right, Aunt Xiao, a woman with a super bold personality on the surface, also followed. Although Lu Chengkong was strange about this, he didn't say anything. After all, Aunt Xiao was not a weak person. It will be weak, and it will not cause any trouble to himself, so let him follow. Xiaozi, it's really beyond my expectations. You actually like that kid in the sky. Do you really think this old man doesn't know anything? Hey, the couple who pretended to be married for so long is finally over, and the happy life of this old man has finally arrived. Now, In the future, my small treasury will finally not have to be strangled by you. I can spend as much money as I want, and I can gamble as much as I want, and I don't need to turn it over again, haha, it's so cool. Quote. Surprising, I didn't expect that Aunt Xiao and Rayleigh were not real husband and wife. If Lu Chengkong knew about it, he would definitely be very surprised, but unfortunately Lu Chengkong had already left at this time. Okay, there are still 10 days before Ace is executed. Although 10 days won't make you a great powerhouse, it will at least allow you to understand hockey and increase your resistance to hockey. Understand clear can at least live a little longer in the face of them. And you, Luffy, I will continue to cast Conqueror Hockey against you for 10 days. Although it can't make you fully awaken Conqueror, at least it will make it easier for you to trigger Conqueror Hockey when you are in extreme emotions. Maybe it can play an unexpected role at a critical moment. The role of. So Rayleigh began his 10-day coaching training for the Straw Hats. At the same time, the red-haired and Whitebeard have united to prepare to hoard all the fighting power to save Ace. And the redhead obviously knew the news that Ace had been sent to Marine headquarters, and also understood why Whitebeard would not listen to his advice at the time. It turned out that his news was too slow. No wonder Whitebeard was so angry at that time. Now the whole world and even this era revolves around one person, and that is the son of One Piece King of Pirates, Ace. One Piece King of Pirates used his life to create the Age of the Great Pirate, and his son. It is an irony that he and Whitebeard's lives ended the era of the Great Pirate. The father is the opener, and the son is the terminator, but in the same way, both of them are the beginning of a new era. Ace and Whitebeard ended the era of the Great Pirates, but opened a new era. 10 days is not long or short, but for some people who are short of time, it is very fast, just like the blink of an eye, which is the case for the Red Hair Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates. Although 10 days is enough for them to hoard their strength, but for them who are racing against time, it will pass in an instant. As the era running rampant. The opening of a new era is really interesting. The Dark Fruit Power, Blackbeard, I hope you won't let me down. Lu Chengkong smiled wickedly, followed by Shirahoshi, a gorgeous mermaid. Let's go, Shirahoshi. Whitebeard and Red Hair have already headed to Marineford, the headquarters of Marine, and it's time for us to leave. Lu Chengkong turned around, his eyes suddenly became very soft. Yeah, Mermaid Princess Shirahoshi nodded. After 10 days of experiencing the Sabayati Archipelago incident, Shirahoshi has made a decision. That is, to become stronger and completely master the power that belongs to her, the Sea Emperor. She no longer has to rely on others for everything as before, but unfortunately her sensitive personality and love of crying have not changed, but her kindness and tenderness have changed, and she has become only shown to Lu Chengkong and others. We will never let any home that hurts you get approved, Ace. Whitebeard said loudly to Ace standing on the huge pirate ship with a trench in the middle. Hee hee, Whitebeard, we have Shichibukai and Marine's highest combat power here. 3 Admiral, 100,000 Marine elites, how do you attack Whitebeard? Gecko Moria, who was originally a psychopath, was defeated. Straw Hat Luffy became more perverted after that. 259 Whitebeard vs Sengoku, Garp. Kula la la la. Whitebeard didn't even look at Moria. In his opinion, Moria was just a clown. Can someone who he couldn't trust even be considered a strong man? It's not worth his attention at all. Whoosh. Suddenly, the entire Marine headquarters began to rumble, and the earth and the sea began to vibrate. I saw Whitebeard clenching his fists and hitting the spaces on both sides. Click. The sound of 2 broken glass suddenly came out, and cracks appeared in the space at a speed visible to the naked eye. The water level of the sea began to rise rapidly. Baihu didn't make a move. When he made a move, the world shook, and the entire sea turned into a sea. One after another huge tsunami covered the Marine headquarters. What kind of power is this? It really deserves to be a legendary monster, but what about Lu Chengkong, who can be as famous as him? That kid back then has grown to such a level now, it's really troublesome. I seem to have offended them too. Quote. Don Quixote Doflamingo looked at the tsunami in front of him. To be honest, if he hadn't had the puppet fruit, he really wouldn't have dared to face Whitebeard. Now, especially Whitebeard's terrifying will beyond life and death, and scars, even a hole opened by a kainu can still fight, it's really terrifying. Trouble, Ice Age. Kuzan knew that he couldn't do it, the Shichibukai in front of him couldn't believe it at all, and they didn't have the strength to resist the tsunami in front of them. Kizaru's attacks were all based on penetration and speed. Yes, although a kainu is also a large-scale attack, can his magma melt the entire tsunami? Obviously impossible, then only him. Kuzan, you little boy. Whitebeard laughed and watched Kuzan throw the ice spear at him. What he didn't even look at was a punch, which completely shattered the ice spear, and even the Kuzan wooden figurine was shaken. It was broken. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Kuzan turned into an ice block and fell on the sea, and at the same time the entire bay in front of him was frozen. Of course, those pirate ships of Whitebeard were also frozen in place and could not move. We have Kuzan Admiral to help out, come on. A Marine's squad leader shouted, and the morale boosted by Kuzan's sturdy performance immediately rose. Whitebeard pirates, Red Hair pirates and Marine, the battle of the headquarters has officially begun. Although with the addition of Red Hair, everything is carried out as in the original work. After all, Garp and Sengoku did not make much shots in the original work, and Garp did not want to be directly punched by Luffy in the shot. K0, but now facing the Red Hair and Whitebeard's combination, he had to shoot. The three admiral were quickly chosen by the red-haired and white-beard pirates, and Kizaru was suppressed by Usopp, the vice-captain of the red-haired pirates, but with the speed of Glint Fruit can be invincible for a certain period of time, but he can't rely on Glint Fruit to carry out wretched sneak attacks, and Akainu is a red-haired man with a very powerful left arm and a very powerful left-hand sword. Hold on tight. As for Garp and Sengoku, of course, they are facing the most powerful Whitebeard. It can be said that the Marshal and Garp in the original work did not perform much, but now they have the opportunity to perform. The powerful strength displayed has made all Marines who have been ignoring the Marshal. They all looked at him. Don't forget that Sengoku came from Admiral many years ago. He is a real 4 Emperor level powerhouse, comparable to Garp. He once teamed up with Garp to defeat Golden Lion, which shows his strength. You two old guys, have you finally shot? Whitebeard knocked Sengoku flying with a punch while speaking, and then condensed a powerful shockwave to hit Garp. Facing the two of them working together with all their strength, Whitebeard had no choice but to do so. Seriously. For a while, the three of them were fists and feet, and you came and went. Haki kept using it. As they fought to upgrade the nearby buildings, ice layers, and cannons, they were all destroyed. It's a pity that they didn't from a well-known angle, Akainu suddenly smiled sinisterly. The redhead, who was the opponent, suddenly moved in his heart, and a bad feeling rose in his heart. He glanced at Whitebeard from the corner of his eyes, and found that a person behind him stabbed him with a sword, and Baihu was caught by Garp. Teaming up with Sengoku to attack is too much to resist. Where can you be distracted? After all, a distraction between masters not only means defeat, but also death. Whitebeard, behind. The red-haired knew that Whitebeard, as the leader of the Whitebeard pirates, must not have an accident at this time, otherwise, the blow to morale would be fatal. You will know after the big event. After Whitebeard fell, his captains were all it is lifeless, and there is no motivation to fight. Even their father is dead, Ace is dead, and they are fighting a fart. Otherwise, how could so many people join forces and not defeat Akainu? But Akainu alone fought a tie with so many people. Morale, the desire to fight, the motivation is very affecting the strength of the play. Damn it. With the redhead's shout, many people saw that Whitebeard was about to be attacked, but unfortunately it happened too suddenly and too fast, and there was no time to stop it. The result was the same as the original. The same thing happened in China, the same was attacked, and a sword pierced through the chest. The only difference is that this time Whitebeard noticed it because of Lu Chengkong's reminder, but unfortunately, Whitebeard couldn't dodge the attack from Garp and Sengoku in front of him, and could only be stabbed. Dad! Many pirates in the Whitebeard pirates shouted in horror. Obviously, there are still many people in the Whitebeard pirates who really regard Whitebeard as a father. The same scene was shown again. Instead of blaming him, Whitebeard forgave him for what he did. As soon as Akainu's words came out, everyone understood that it was Akainu who did it once, and Whitebeard also understood Lu Chengkong. Who is the so-called villain provoking Akainu? The anger in Whitebeard's eyes suddenly increased, but unfortunately something bad happened. The dark wound caused by the death fruit of Gorosei, 5 elders suddenly broke out at this time, causing Whitebeard to vomit blood immediately, while Garp on the side, of course he understood what was going on. He couldn't bear to shoot, but Sengoku on one side, as the marshal, meant she had to shoot, turned into a big Buddha, and hit him with the palm of the Tathagata early in the morning. Boom! Sengoku's attack is not comparable to Akainu's in the original book, especially when Whitebeard suffered a dark injury and was unable to move. He ate the attack and was immediately pushed several meters away. 260 are coming. Cough, it seems that today I am going to explain it here. It's a pity that I haven't had a good fight with you Lu Chengkong from beginning to end. Damn secret injury, it happened at this time. This time, Whitebeard can be said to be wounded on top of another. He was attacked by sneak attack, and had a dark attack. He took a blow from Sengoku's full force. Akainu can compare. Whitebeard, you're old after all, and you trust your subordinates too much. In the heyday, I admit that I may not even have the qualifications to fight with you, but time is not forgiving. Today, you must explain it here. One Piece King of Pirates, Sun Ace is going to die, and you Whitebeard are going to die too. Akainu is not only not ashamed of his actions, but proud of himself. After all, he is the kind of person who will do anything to win. It seems that we don't need to play anymore. That Akainu seems to be good, although it is a double-edged sword, but if used properly, the effect is quite good, but unfortunately, Kuzan refuses to stand on our side, otherwise he's much better as a marshal than Akainu as a marshal. In an unknown location in Marineford, 3 men in black uniforms looked at Whitebeard and said, "Hey, CP1 to CP9 are unknown, but we can come out and play, but we can only hide in the water. It's a pity, if Whitebeard's secret injury didn't happen, we would have a chance to play." One of the men said, "Don't forget, we are CPOs, and the purpose of our existence is to wipe out uncontrolled people who break the balance. Since Whitebeard's secret injury has occurred, it is better. The deeper we hide, the less people know about it, the better." A man who looked like the leader said loudly. The man just now didn't dare to say anything after hearing the words. It seems that he should be the captain. It was just when the 3 people were about to leave that they unexpectedly appeared, so that they had to put up the steps they had already raised. "How can such a big scene be without me?" I said. "Akainu, you are still the same as before." Suddenly, a huge voice came from the sky, spreading throughout the marine headquarters, so that everyone could hear it clearly. It really came. "It's really troublesome. The battle situation is about to escalate. It seems that only CPO can be used." Sengoku's face sank. His right hand slipped into his pants quietly, took out a purple phone bug, and pressed it lightly. "Kula la la la. I knew you would come." As soon as Whitebeard's voice fell, dark thunderclouds suddenly appeared in the clear sky, and countless thunder and lightning were like thunder dragons. "Shuttle in the thundercloud. Change the weather." Kuzan raised his head. He already knew that Lu Chengkong's easy pirates would come, so he didn't think the battle here would end so soon. Lei Ying. Enel, who hasn't played much recently, saw that he finally had the chance to appear on the stage, and immediately couldn't wait to use the strongest large-scale attack. At this time, Enel was able to create Lei Ying by himself, without the aid of arc proverbs at all. Damn it. Garp's expression changed, even if he had to deal with such an attack carefully. After all, Enel, who had been fighting in the New World for 3 years, was not comparable to the original book, but the arrogant Enel who was arrogant in Sky Island. At the level of the 4 emperors, although he is not as good as Shanks, his Lei Ying can burst into the power of injuring the 4 emperors when he was only at the admiral level. Now he is the 4 emperors. Garp can't go wrong with his edge. Garp can only dodge in a heads-up situation, but now the problem comes. Lei Ying's coverage is very huge, and it can destroy an island in an instant. Now Lei Ying covers the entire Marineford. If you don't resist if Lei Ying lived, not only would the entire Marine headquarters be destroyed, but many of Marine's elites would be killed. The CPO is going all out. At the critical moment, Sengoku couldn't care about the CPO's secret anymore, and yelled like a shrew, and the CPO, who had been hiding all the time, was ordered by Sengoku to go all out to resist Enel's attack. The 5 people in the Kazumikan CPO are named after their abilities, and the one who uses the K's fruit is Ji Yufeng in CP0. Meteorite is back. The meteorite in CP0 also used the ability of its own soil fruit to directly create a meteorite rain. Ice Dragon roars. The last one is not Logia, but a new demon's type like Marco that is more precious and rare than Logia. Ice Dragon fruit, of course, is a Western giant dragon, Frost giant dragon, and directly a lizard with wings. Boom. First 2 CP0 members is on the same level as Akainu. As for the strength of the latter, they are no less than Enel. They should be the vice-captains of CP0. The 3 of them finally resisted Enel's powerful Lei Ying. At the same time, Lu Chengkong's 3 pirate ships also appeared in everyone's sight. Of course, it is the small boat of Hawkeye. As for CP9 and others, they also appeared in it, but they are on Enel's boat. Obviously, they have been recognized by Enel. At the same time, there are 9 pirate ships on the sea. Obviously those were the 9 combat teams that Lu Chengkong asked Enel to organize. What were those just now? The 3 people who resisted that terrifying thunder and lightning. Some marine soldiers were talking about it. Obviously, many soldiers just thought they were going to die, but they didn't expect to survive in the end. It's a big trouble this time. Sengoku's forehead was oozing cold sweat before he knew it. The power of the happy pirates simply exceeded his expectations, especially Lu Chengkong, who used to speculate him based on his record. However, when he saw it with his own eyes, he realized that Lu Chengkong's strength was as unfathomable as a bottomless pit. In the face of the siege of the 3-4 Emperor-level pirate groups, even the Marine headquarters, even with the help of CP0, the situation is not very optimistic. Sengoku, you Marines have hunted me down so many times, I think you are ready to bear the price. Lu Chengkong stood on the bow, looking down at Marshal Sengoku. As for Whitebeard, a monster whose vitality is called perverted rest. After pressing the dark wound down for a while, he actually stood up like a normal person and continued to fight with Garp and Sengoku. Obviously, the appearance of Lu Chengkong had given Whitebeard time to recover. One Piece: The Legend of Creation, Chapter 261-280. 261 Monster Whitebeard. Humph. Sengoku has no time to be distracted now. Although Whitebeard is already injured, Whitebeard, who is fighting for his life and death, does not dare to underestimate him even if Garp cooperates with him. Possible. Don't be in such a hurry to start the fight. I have prepared a big gift for you Marine, and you have received it. Lu Chengkong looked at Akainu with a strange look, making Akainu feel terrified at the same time. A strong sense of crisis enveloped Akainu. Light of life. Portgas D. Dana crossed her hands in front of the turbulent Jade Girl Peak, and a beam of green light full of life breath fell directly on Whitebeard's body. Light of liberation. Khalifa also shot at the same time, full of holy breath, as if the light energy that could judge all dark sins and Dana's life energy intertwined and hit Whitebeard. This is Kula La La La, Lao Su's body, those secret wounds. Whitebeard looked at his hands in shock, feeling that the secret wounds in his body that had been stalking him were slowly fading, and finally he was in Khalifa and Portgas D and Dana joined forces to finally eliminate all the dark injuries caused by the fruit of death. Portgas D. Dana and Khalifa did not stop and used different tricks after eliminating Whitebeard's dark injury. Holy light shines. Revival. Shrouded in Whitebeard suddenly became more intense, and Whitebeard's body began to change visible to the naked eye. The scars left by Sengoku and Garp just now disappeared. Not only that, but the wrinkles on his face began to slowly fade away. In the end, Whitebeard looked like a man in his 20s or 30s at most, except for his two beards, which were still white. The kind of old man's feeling. How is that possible? Whitebeard is getting younger. Akainu's eyes were glaring, his voice trembled a little. An old man in his 70s turned into a young man in front of him. Such a thrill, it was too big, and at this moment he finally understood why Lu Chenghong looked at him with such a strange look just now. He had smothered Whitebeard just now, which made Whitebeard very annoyed, and then he said that if Whitebeard was in his prime, he might not even have the qualifications to be his opponent. He really answered his mouth. His injury was healed, Whitebeard regained his youth under the life infusion of the Fruit of Life, and with the help of the Fruit of Light, Whitebeard's physical function returned to its peak. Kura la la la. Whitebeard couldn't hold back his excitement and laughed at the same time. After returning to his peak, he punched his fists again and again, and the conqueror, who had not been using it to save his physical strength and spirit, also broke out without reservation. Out! In an instant, when his strength returned to his peak, Whitebeard had been plagued by dark injuries for so many years. Not only did his strength not improve, but he kept regressing, and he had recovered now. Not only that, his body had been resisting the breath of death, and after recovering, it changed. Even more powerful, just like the red hair on his left hand, he broke and stood up, accumulated a lot of strength, and finally broke through the strength that he had accumulated for so many years without an inch. Two powerful shock waves covering Armament Haki and Conqueror Haki aimed at Garp and Sengoku, instantly pushing Garp and Sengoku on the wall and burying them deeply. God! Marshal Sengoku-sama, and Inkazan-sama, actually got AK-0 by Whitebeard. All the Marines screamed. If it weren't for CP0 and 3 Admiral in the lineup, they would all want to run away. Monster! Back to the peak period, the Whitebeard after his strength broke and stood up can only be described as a monster. At this time, Whitebeard's strength is strong, even if Roger is resurrected, and there is no pain, he is also in his peak period. Whitebeard's opponent. At present, the one who can beat Whitebeard may be the woman from Tenryubito, and Gorosei 5 elders can't beat Whitebeard, because Whitebeard has reached the same level of existence as Gorosei 5 elders at this moment, which of course makes Whitebeard scruples. It's not just them, but also Lu Chenghong, who hasn't made all his efforts over the years and has remained unremarkable. I don't know why, Whitebeard returned to his peak, and after breaking and standing, he still felt a danger signal when he looked at Lu Chenghong. This kind of feeling can only appear when facing a powerhouse of the same level that can threaten his own life. Then it can only mean that Lu Chenghong, who has hidden strength, can threaten Whitebeard, and if he bursts out with all his strength, he is at least on the same level as Whitebeard. Boom! Garp and Sengoku punched open the building wood and rocks that were on their body, and stood up. Although they didn't die, it was inevitable that they would bleed and get injured. When they looked at Whitebeard, their eyes were full of disbelief. How is it possible that I have really regained my youth, and my strength has been greatly improved? Trouble, is this plan really only aborted? No, Ace must be executed. Sengoku knew that at this time there was no more. When there is no room for recovery, we can only take risks. Touch Portgas D. Ace immediately. Sengoku ordered immediately to the 2 Marine soldiers on the execution stand. Yes, the 2 soldiers, apparently well trained, thrust their bayonets into Ace immediately after hearing the order. Ace, Luffy, the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates, Red Hair, and Whitebeard suddenly roared. I didn't expect Sengoku to make this move. It's a pity that Sengoku's plan today can only be doomed to fail, because the distance between the 2 bayonets. Ace suddenly stopped when there was still about a millimeter of his body. I said that the 2 executioners, if you kill him in front of me, then I'm not ashamed to be thrown into my grandma's house. Lu Chenghong didn't know when he appeared behind Ace, and his left and right hands were placed on the 2 executioners at the same time. On the shoulders of a Marine soldier, he said with a chuckle. Ha ha, little devil, I owe you a life, and there is another favor. If you need it, I will pay you back. Whitebeard almost burst into tears when he saw that Ace was all right. His mind is indeed admirable. In order to protect Roger's legend, he not only did not break the One Piece King of Pirates, but saw the son of his old rival Roger. Not only did he not do anything to him, but instead he protected him and treated him as his own son. It can be said that in the world of One Piece King of Pirates, Lu Chengkong is the most unpleasant thing about many heroines. Whitebeard is dead. 262 I will single out all of you. Because of Whitebeard's reasons and Marine's many pursuits of him, even though Lu Chengkong didn't like Ace very much, he would still save him. As for Whitebeard's favor, he was left behind by Isho. However, Whitebeard kept it in his heart. After all, Lu Chengkong restored his youth and solved his dark wounds. His great strength has already made Whitebeard owe him a life, and saving Ace made Whitebeard owe him another. Favors, with Whitebeard's temperament of revenge, he will definitely repay it, even if he dies. You old man, go back and teach your son well this time. If you leave Conqueror without learning, you're just wasting the talent God gave him. Lu Chengkong didn't care about Whitebeard's words. After throwing the two soldiers out, he kicked Ace on the ass and sent him directly to Whitebeard's injury. Ace went down entirely because it was pleasing to the eye of Whitebeard. Kura la la la, I know what to do even if you don't tell me. Whitebeard caught Ace and handed him to Marco, then looked at Akainu on the side. His eyes were full of cold murderous intent. The right fist wrapped in the ball of light immediately hit Akainu. Meteor burst out. Akainu's face changed drastically, and without thinking about it, he used his strongest trick, but this time, instead of shooting into the sky, he launched it directly at the huge shock wave that hit his face. Pity that Whitebeard is no longer the old man who was riddled with dark wounds, old and weak, and suffered multiple serious injuries. At this time, he is just a young man in his 20s and 30s who has experienced cupping. He has no worries at all. Whitebeard's hockey can be used without any reservations or scruples, and the armament hockey covered in shock waves is terrifying. Boom. The face of Whitebeard at this moment. Akainu's ultimate move is as fragile as a layer of white paper, shattering at the touch of a touch. If it weren't for the critical moment, Kuzan on the side directly used the ice escape to help resist Akainu's immortality and an extra layer of skin. Serious injury is inevitable. So strong, the person Ace said is really strong. Luffy, who was about to explode Conqueror, immediately wilted when he saw Ace being saved, and his eyes were about to bulge out when he saw the sturdy performance of the monster-like Whitebeard. Gia, Marine may be about to lose now, and it's a shame to actually broadcast the battle here live. Don Quixote Doflamingo looked at the current situation, not to mention Whitebeard, just the people of the Happy Pirates are terrible, the two strongest swordsmen in the world are among them, and there are all kinds of beautiful women with both appearance and strength. Marine's situation is not optimistic. I said Whitebeard, I have joined this battle, should you let me move my muscles, I haven't tried my best for a long time, and I still have some grudges with Marine, and it's time to meet today. And resolved. Lu Chengkong dodged and landed on the ice layer of the bay, facing countless Marines alone, with a relaxed smile, showing the aura that I am the roost among the thousands. Okay, although I punched you before, but you didn't do anything at all. I also really want to see how strong a kid who can be as famous as me will be. Hearing this, Whitebeard also stopped, returned to his pirate ship, and handed over the battlefield to Lu Chengkong. After all, he was here to save people, but more importantly, he was curious about how strong Lu Chengkong was. Make yourself feel dangerous now. Is it time for him to shoot? This battlefield has literally become a field dominated by him and Whitebeard. Marine really never expected it. Crocodile looked at the person in front of him and recalled everything from his childhood. Aside from the grievances between the two, he really admired Lu Chengkong's achievements, and he also wanted to see how strong Lu Chengkong was now. Only Crocodile, Shichibukai, Whitebeard pirates, Red Hair pirates, Straw Hat pirates, but also some supernovas and even a lot of Marines watching live here through live video, and the eagles of the Happy Pirates with this idea. Ice and the others all wanted to see how far Lu Chengkong, who had been invisible all the time, had reached. CPO, a vice captain, 2 team members, Marshal Sengoku, Hero Garp, 3 Admiral, Kuzan, Akainu, Kazaru, Hihi, let's get to know all the grievances together today, let's go together. Lu Chengkong Shenhe waved his hand to the person in front of him, indicating that they can get on together. Hiss. The people present couldn't help gasping for breath when they heard it. Oh my god, Lu Chengkong is too arrogant. This is the highest combat power gathered by the Marine headquarters. It is only the combat power of the 4 emperors. There are 5 of them at the admiral level, and Lu Chengkong actually wants to single out all of them. Little devil, you are too arrogant. Kuangfeng said very unhappily, although he knew that Lu Chengkong was very strong, but he did not expect Lu Chengkong to be so arrogant. Put down his rhetoric here and let so many of them go together. I have the ability to be arrogant. Lu Chengkong was still unmoved, and moved his hands and feet, thinking in his heart that so many strong people are enough for me to use. I don't know how far I can be pushed. I hope you don't let me die because even I don't know how strong I am now. Really, people who are too arrogant and sharp-edged will die miserably. Loki is king, and the wind is blowing. Kuangfeng couldn't help but take action. His character was as violent as his name. Wind. In this way, Dragon's fruit ability can be determined not to be the fruit of wind and wind. Then it is the fruit of weather. Hehe, very powerful ability. Lu Chengkong looked at the terrifying gale blowing towards his face. Hidden under the gale, the terrifying wind blade has made a sharp whistling sound, as if it can't wait to tear Lu Chengkong apart. Shake the world. Lu Chengkong pouted and smiled disdainfully, but the movement of his hands did not stop. The ability to shake the fruit was activated immediately, the space shattered, and the gale was immediately shaken and turned invisible. It's so scary. Kazaru's mantra came again, but this time, it was no longer as before, saying that it was scary and then knocking the opponent off, but he was genuinely terrified by Lu Chengkong's ability. Let's go together. He is right. He has arrogance, so he is not arrogant at all, but self-confidence. Sengoku is worthy of being a marshal, and immediately organized everyone to attack together. Frozen time. Capsules. Great Major Eruption. The wind is blowing. Iron Fist. Buddha Palm. Dragon's Breath. Meteorites fall. 8-handed Chonguyu. 263 skills overcome the heroes. Boom. This time, even Lu Chengkong will surely die. One of the marine soldiers wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said with a forced smile. Yeah, he is too arrogant. He actually said that he wants to challenge all Marine's highest combat power alone. He deserves to die. It's a pity that as a marine soldier, he was stuck before he could speak, as if he was pinched by his neck. General Duck. Sure enough, after all these years, he has not become arrogant at all, but has become more terrifying. Smoker smoked his cigar and glanced down at his chest, a scar that resembled a ***. Obviously this was left to him by Lu Chengkong in the past. Down. As for Tashigi on one side, it was because she saw Kuina who looked exactly like her, and Juliana, who fell into a sluggish state and has not recovered yet. It seems that my mother's vision is quite accurate. I haven't been tempted by anyone for so many years. I didn't expect to meet one now, and it's still much younger than me. Aunt Xiao stood on the Xinxiaoyao and looked out. Lu Chengkong, who walked out of the explosion without incident, thought to himself. Is this the strength of the two of you working together? If it's just facing this state, it's really enough for me, it's a pity. Lu Chengkong sighed. Only the red hair on one side knew the meaning of Lu Chengkong's words best. Because he remembers clearly that Lu Chengkong has 2 kinds of transformations, and if the coverage is combined, the rate of improvement is extremely terrifying. Are you coming? Akainu, Kazaru, Kuzan, Garp, and the red-haired people who had seen Lu Chengkong's transformation ability all thought to one another. The devil has changed. Lu Chengkong tidied up his clothes. His eyes turned cold. A violent aura full of destruction was like a storm raging in all directions with Lu Chengkong's body as the center. This is not hockey, just Lu Chenggong when transforming, the increase in strength was just an aura that was involuntarily driven out. Very familiar demon wings, handsome but not violent demon screams, a pair of pitch-black wings, nails that seem to have no change on the surface, but in fact, amazing changes have taken place on the inside, defensive power, penetrating power are all terrible. What is this? Black wings, dark eyes with no whites, two sharp horns, this is simply a demon. Many Marines and pirates shouted involuntarily, some of whom had never seen Lu. People such as Rob Lucci who are in this state of the sky are also very surprised. The warm-up is over, then everyone is ready, I'm coming. Lu Chenggong smiled evilly, but he disappeared without any movement, and appeared in front of Akainu in an instant, without any expense. The straight uppercut that looked very simple hit Akainu's face directly. Akainu didn't realize what was going on at all. He only felt that a fist in his pupil suddenly enlarged, and at the same time, his face was in pain, and the blood was rushing. As a pop upside down, he flew out and buried himself in the ground of the Marine headquarters. Marine Admiral, one punch is enough. Lu Chenggong blew his fist, and at the moment of hitting Akainu, his foot turned into a whip, and the strong whip leg swept away at the same time with a crisp popping sound. To Kizaru. Fortunately, Kizaru had already suffered from Lu Chenggong's losses before, so he was ready to move at the speed of light with elementalization early in the morning. The moment Lu Chenggong disappeared in place, he was already elementalized, so when Akainu was beaten and flew out, he had already turned into a ray of light and left, dodging the whip leg dangerously. Buddha Palm, suppress. Seeing that Lu Chang dared to fight in close combat against so many people, although he was horrified by Lu Chenggong's strength, he certainly couldn't pass up such a good opportunity. The powerful force of the cracking stone directly pressed on Lu Chenggong's body. Boom. Prototype Buddha, after Sengoku's transformation, do you only have such a little strength? It's too disappointing. Lu Chenggong's powerful Buddha palm, which has always been unfavorable, was supported by Lu Chenggong with one hand and could no longer move forward an inch. At the same time the tricks of Garp and Ice Dragon are here too. Dragon Breath of Ice. A dragon's breath with terrifying corrosive ability. The temperature was extremely low, even lower than the Ice Age of Kuzan's frozen fruit, and immediately burned on Lu Chenggong's body. Okay, I don't believe you'll be fine if you hit the vice captain's ice dragon breath. Meteor roared excitedly, but he didn't forget to know that a huge flaming meteor was thrown over, and the gust of wind on the side also create a storm. The fire is more powerful by the wind. Boom. A huge explosion sounded like a nuclear bomb, followed by a blue, red, and yellow mushroom cloud that rose into the sky. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the center of the explosion, apparently planning to see if Lu Chenggong was okay for the first time. I've let you down again, the demon Rokushiki. Demon body. A breeze blew past, the smoke blew away, revealing Lu Chenggong's body, which had been covered all the time. A layer of demon scale armor covered Lu Chenggong's entire body. Once again unscathed by such a strong attack, Lu Chenggong's strength once shocked everyone who saw the battle, even Whitebeard. Everyone who is capable, why don't I let you have a taste of being incapacitated? Lu Chenggong didn't take action, but stood there leisurely, and glanced at Kizaru and the others with a pair of eyes that flashed violent light from time to time. Quick, go away. Kizaru, who had tried this taste, immediately shouted. He was shrewd and escaped Lu Chenggong's attack once again. Kuzan, Sengoku and others who were hit by the light energy all found themselves unable to use the fruit ability, as if the innate ability was actually sealed, which made them a little uncomfortable for a while. It's terrifying, if nothing else, this kid just uses his fruit ability to make people feel terrified. Whitebeard spit out these words with deep sympathy. Yeah, it's really scary enough for a person to be able to use the fruit ability of everyone. Although the redhead is not a person with ability, he also knows that a person who is used to using the fruit ability is suddenly sealed off. It is very uncomfortable. Sengoku, you taught me one thing, that is to kill you when you are sick and kill you when you are weakest, just like you sent people to hunt me down before. Don't you want to catch Ace and execute him? Then I will use his ability to repay you. The first one of course is to say that the fire of the magma is the superior Akainu. 264 defeat Akainu first, then Sengoku. Akainu who had barely walked out, but at this time Akainu was very embarrassed and scarred, and his clothes were covered with blood, just like Whitebeard who was seriously injured in the original book, but now Whitebeard is alive and well. Live and jump, but the roles are reversed. HMPH, I don't believe that the fire that burns the fruit can fight the fire of the magma, dog-biting Crimson Lotus. Lu Chengkong's words aroused Akainu's anger. He always believed that he was the strongest fire element. Burning fruits are nothing but low-level fire. Really? Fire fist. Lu Chengkong didn't argue with Akainu. Speaking with facts would be best. His fists turned into flames and directly collided with Akainu's dog-biting Crimson Lotus, but unfortunately the flames that burned the fruit were swallowed by Akainu's mind. Not only did the falling scene not appear, but his magma was actually burned and assimilated by Lu Chengkong's flames. Did you punch Whitebeard through your chest? Then I'll let you taste it too, explosive flame. Lu Chengkong's fist immediately turned into a high-speed spinning flame cone that went straight through the magma on Akainu's body, with a chirping sound. As if something melted, Akainu's body that had been elementalized was actually pierced through, and the elementalized body immediately recovered. No, impossible, you obviously don't use hockey. How can you penetrate my body after elementalization? Akainu's eyes were full of bloodshot eyes, and his mouth roared in disbelief. Have you forgotten? In the confrontation of the same energy, the weak will only be swallowed and assimilated by the strong, and the burning fruit is just garbage used in Ace's hands, but now the person who uses this ability is me. Burning fruit is one of my favorite abilities. When I have nothing to do, I am also thinking about studying these abilities. I like the ability, no matter how high your magma temperature is, I will give you more than 1300 Baidu, but burning fruit in my hand can burst with the temperature of the sun. You know it, then you are convinced that you are defeated. After Lu Chengkong finished speaking, he directly withdrew his right hand, turned over and hit Akainu's head with an elbow. Akainu, who finally came out of the underground of Marine headquarters, returned to the ground again. Is the gap really that big? Ace stared blankly at Lu Chengkong. As a person with the ability to burn fruit, he was actually that much worse than Lu Chengkong, who was not a person with the ability to burn fruit. He knew very well that he facing Akainu, his own flame would definitely be swallowed up by assimilation, but now Lu Chengkong actually used the burning fruit to such a powerful level. He knows that Lu Chengkong is not bragging. As a person who can burn fruit, he knows it best. The power of Lu Chengkong's explosion just now is absolutely like the sun, but it is extremely controlled by Lu Chengkong's infinite compression and condensation. Okay. Therefore, these flames seem to be the same as ordinary flames, without emitting a trace of aftermath, otherwise the aftermath of the sun-like temperature leaking out is extremely terrifying. It's a pity that it fell into the hands of Ace, but it was a bit of a waste. At least it was a waste now, and I don't know if it will be like this in the future. Ace, you know Dad, I never like to talk about words. I always like to be straight. You and him are indeed very different. It's not just a matter of strength. Your aptitude is very good, and people with King's aptitude will be worse. Is it? You are only poor in consciousness and spirit. The biggest difference between you and him lies in your heart and consciousness. That kid is right. There is no right or wrong power, and it is not Roger's. Conqueror hockey can be the existence given to you by God. Those talents will not grasp the development of their own talents and lead to death. Do you think if you learned Conqueror from me in the past few years, you would still be so powerless in the face of Blackbeard? Whitebeard glanced lovingly at the man in front of him who he treated like a son. Dad, maybe you're right. Because my willfulness and stubbornness almost killed you and the Whitebeard pirates. I should know what to do in the future. Fire Fist Ace suddenly raised his head, and a powerful hockey burst out from him. Fortunately, the people standing beside him were not weak, otherwise he might have been suffocated by him. Sure enough, it's the king's seed. His heart has been transformed this time to survive. It's impossible to catch him in the future. Sengoku's face was so gloomy that water was about to drip. It can be seen that there is something wrong with Ace's mind. Now that he has experienced the catastrophe, not only has he not died as in the original book, but has changed a bit, and he will be troubled in the future. If one is bad, another Whitebeard and another Roger may appear. Sengoku, you can't be distracted when fighting. Liu Chengkong's evil laughter suddenly sounded in Sengoku's ears. Almost at the same time, Sengoku knew that it was not good. Unfortunately, he forgot that Liu Chengkong is not only very powerful in fruit ability, but also hockey and physical skills. In his words, Laozi's strongest is not fruit ability, but physical skills and hockey. Devil profound truth. 6 demon spears. Liu Chengkong's fists fused together, the air in front of the two fists distorted rapidly, and a black shock wave burst out from the two fists, hitting Sengoku directly. The copper skin and iron bones with amazing defensive power seemed to be completely disintegrated in an instant. Don't forget that even the 6 King's Spear of the original Rob Lucci has the ability to directly attack the internal organs of the body, not to mention the 6 demons that are countless times stronger than the 6 King's Spear. Grab! Ah! Sengoku screamed and vomited blood. The marshal's clothes immediately shattered, and the powerful impact immediately blasted him out. If it wasn't for Garp on the side, seeing that the situation was wrong, he would immediately pick him up. It is possible that this marshal will become the first marshal to be drowned by seawater since the establishment of Marine headquarters. It's too late to talk about it. Although I said so much, it has only been about 10 seconds since the beginning of Sengoku. In the face of all the forces of the Marine headquarters and the cooperation of the 3 CPOs, Sengoku and Akainu are actually in 1 second. He has been brought down in a row. Sengoku is at least better. Originally, he has a strong vitality, and the fruit he eats is the prototype Buddha, so now it is just a serious injury, and it will heal in a month or 2. But Akainu was tragic. He was pierced by the sun-like flames through his chest and buried in the ground. The degree of death was extremely high, and the chance of surviving was extremely small. 265 is down. Laser. The Kid Kizaru saw the opportunity, and when Liu Chengkong attacked Sengoku without distraction, he also started his obscene sneak attack. Boom. It's a pity that this light wave hit Liu Chengkong, but it penetrated directly through Liu Chengkong's body, as if Liu Chengkong was just a projection. What kind of ability? Is this the fruit ability? Impossible. As long as the fruit ability is elemental, it will still be hit by armament hockey. Kizaru shook his head in annoyance and couldn't understand. What kind of ability does Dad have? Elementalization. It's not like that. Marco asked with a puzzled look, as did the others around him. I don't know either. It should be an extremely powerful fruit ability. It may also be the same ability that only appeared in legends like the Fruit of Light. Whitebeard shook his head. What he knew was very limited, but unfortunately he didn't have it at all. Noticed that Angelina was proudly raising her little head on the new Xiaoyao at this moment, looking very arrogant. Since you have experienced this ability, then you still want it. Kuzan, I said, your attacks are ineffective against me. Liu Chengkong watched the wind, the meteorite, and the ice dragon and Kuzan facing each other. The attack that came, shook his head disdainfully, and stood in place without dodging or dodging. These unique moves were still as ineffective as Kizaru's attack. Hee, don't you think that this ability of mine is just dodging, right? The speed of light is very fast. Can you pass space and time faster? Today, I will let you try the ability to go beyond space and beyond time. Nothingness. Liu Chengkong folded his hands together, and a chaotic energy emerged directly from his body. It seemed that the flow rate was not too fast. When it was strange that this energy moved, it gave everyone an inability to dodge and surpass the feeling of speed of everything. What is this? Although Kizaru and the others didn't know what it was, they instinctively told him that these energies were very dangerous, and they wanted to leave, but a strange scene appeared. The fastest Kizaru found himself flying no matter where he was. No matter where, the energy of nothingness always follows him. It looks tangible, but in fact it is invisible and invisible, everywhere, everywhere. No matter where Kizaru escapes, he can't escape from the enveloping energy of nothingness. What's going on? How is this possible? Kizaru was really panicked now. It was the first time he faced a speed faster than him, and he obviously understood this when he saw Lu Chengkong's playful smile. The energy didn't surround him, apparently to tease him. Originally, it was invisible, but in order to let you clearly feel the terrifying power of this fruit, I specially let you see the energy of nothingness, glint glint fruit. Turn it into nothingness. Lu Chengkong suddenly isho. His mind moved. Kizaru, who turned wood into light, stopped strangely, and fell directly from the air. My fruit ability. How could this be? Kizaru shouted in disbelief. He clearly felt as if the innate fruit ability had been completely deprived, not the kind that was previously the feeling that the light fruit is sealed, but completely no longer exists. It seems that you still don't understand, but you will understand if you look at this. Lu Chengkong came to Kizaru instantly and kicked him into the sea with one foot. Unfortunately, the next scene made them open their mouths in surprise. Kizaru, who seemed to them to be was able to swim up from the sea, and there was no sign of a landlubber at all. How is it possible that Kizaru is the ability person of Glint Glint Fruit? Isn't he a landlubber? All the ability people present were surprised, of course, except those who knew the fruitless fruit. That's right, Kizaru was still a Glint Glint Fruit capable person before, or a landlubber, but just now I have turned his Glint Glint Fruit into nothingness, as if it never existed. Then Glint Glint Fruit does not exist, how could he be a landlubber? Lu Chengkong shrugged his shoulders and said in a casual tone, but what he did made people gasp. Is there anyone else who is his opponent? It's okay to be able to use the abilities of all abilities, but now he can completely extinguish the abilities of the abilities, and change back to what it was before eating the devil fruit, then he is not invincible. Is it? Ace, Marco and Whitebeard, all the captains of the red-haired pirates, and all the pirates shouted in horror. Hawkeye, I believe him a little bit now, and I understand why you are so confident in him being able to do that. The red hair looked at Hawkeye, and Hawkeye seemed to greet him as if he had felt something. Looking at the red-haired eyes, it seems that I see it. How correct my decision is, he can definitely rule the Great Waterway. This era already belongs to him. It belongs to Lu Chengkong's era, and it belongs to his Happy Pirates era. After being surprised, Whitebeard burst into laughter, sincerely happy for Lu Chengkong, without any jealousy. Sengoku, it is unfortunate to be an enemy of such a person. It seems that your decision to kill him was a mistake. Garp also looked at Lu Chengkong in shock, and said to Sengoku who was being supported by him. Bullshit, talking about this now. Ah, it hurts, bastard Garp, don't you know that I am a wounded now? Sengoku said very unhappily, but Garp on the side just pressed Sengoku lightly, only a scream could be made. I'm very satisfied with today's battle. Although I've only fought for a while, I haven't done my best for a long time. Then you can all die and turn into nothingness. Lu Chengkong's eyes turned cold, and his murderous aura flashed past. The 5 fingers of the right hand are wide open and pressed against the 3 of the CPO across a distance of tens of meters. Ah, my body, I am obviously elementalized, how could this be? The power and mystery of the void fruit is not something that people of their level can understand. The bodies of the 3 CPOs start from the feet to the top. The 3 people who were still alive just now disappeared, as if they had never been to this world, and many people present felt chills. There are only the 3 of you left now, Sengoku, Garp, Kuzan. Lu Chengkong turned around and looked at the 3 remaining members of Marine's highest combat power. Win or lose, whether it's a pirate or a marine, I've been ready to die since the first day I came out. Sengoku motioned Garp to let go of himself. At this moment, Sengoku was not as rude as before. Instead, he stood up without a trace of fear and quietly waited for the arrival of death. This aura of looking down on death is also admirable, as expected. Marshal of Marine Headquarters. 266 Gorosei, 5 elders appear. Sengoku, the way you look now shows me that you are a marshal. Sengoku, do you know where you lost? Lu Changkong Hihi Isho. Yes, the previous Sengoku paid too much attention to just scheming and liked to keep everything under control within the palm of the hand. What? Sengoku said quietly, not at all afraid of a dying person. As a marshal, what you want to do is not to conspire, but to control the overall situation, and get the greatest benefit with the smallest effort. Conspiracy and calculation are just small things. What you need to do should be conspiracy, and let people know that you are in front of you. The traps dug must also be jumped into. Quote. Lu Changkong's words made Sengoku bow his head and ponder. He suddenly woke up and realized that he really paid too much attention to these things before. This piece of wood is not the demeanor that a marshal should have. Not only did he not control the overall situation, but he often let himself be controlled by the overall situation. Apparently he is the resourceful general, and the resourceful general. Over the years, Sengoku has won the nickname of the resourceful general in Marine with his strong strength and new tricks. Unfortunately, it is precisely because of this that he, who is only good at new tricks, can't be like the emperor at all. Balance control of all Marine's strength, can control all the overall situation, rather than being controlled by the overall situation. Just like now, after the big event starts, Sengoku can't control the overall situation, but is led by the nose. Know what? Everything is irreversible. What should end is to end. We Marine lost this battle. Sengoku suddenly became a little enlightened, but unfortunately he was right. Everything should be over. Failure means death. Just when Lu Changkong was about to start, he sounded very old, but he was full of anger and completely lost his temper. A little weak feeling. Sengoku, have you already forgotten us? You can't die yet. The marshal of your headquarters was killed in Marine Kaib, so will Marine still have prestige in the future? The lifeless Sengoku immediately burst into a strong light of survival. I'm very sorry, I didn't expect to disturb you guys. Sengoku didn't have the restraint that a marshal should have at this time, but instead bowed to the source of the sound like a schoolboy waiting for the teacher to blame. This is Sengoku's performance, and the sudden appearance of this voice immediately attracted everyone's attention, only to see 5 people appearing at the top of the highest building in Marine Kaib. To be precise, it was already 5 old men who looked very old, even much older than the previous Whitebeard, but Sengoku's attitude was such that people couldn't despise the 5 old men above. Damn, variables often appear like this. Don't the big bosses like to pretend to be B? No wonder everyone who pretends to be B appears in the highest place when they debut, looking down on all beings. Lu Changkong thought a bit speechless, but his face was unprecedentedly serious. He had seen the appearance of these 5 people from the anime. Although so many years had passed, Lu Changkong still recognized who these 5 people were at a glance. Gorosei, 5 elders. But Lu Changkong was not the only one, and Whitebeard also exclaimed not far away. I didn't expect the Gorosei, 5 elders to die of old age after all these years. The strength of the body has not weakened with the aging of the body, but has become better than before. What, Whitebeard? The 5 of them are the supreme rulers of the world government, the Gorosei, 5 elders. Are they alive so far? The red-haired Tone was a little surprised. As far as he knew, the Gorosei, 5 elders were already very old when they attacked Whitebeard. After so many years, even if they didn't die, they had degraded very much. How could they still look so strong? It looks like it's going to die in no time. Yo, Whitebeard, remember the old man, I didn't expect you to recover, and you have reached the same level of existence as us. I am really surprised by the old man. One of the shortest, fattest, hairless men in the Gorosei, 5 elders suddenly spoke to Whitebeard, and he could guess from the tone of voice that this man was the deputy captain who killed Whitebeard, injured Rayleigh, and caused Whitebeard to suffer irreparable damage. The one whose strength has not improved at all for so many years, the one with the ability of the Fruit of Death, Alchiba, one of the Gorosei, 5 elders. Of course I remember. I wanted to remove your head day and night. I thought there was no chance. But it seems that God is still very kind to me. It would be great if you didn't die. Whitebeard sneered. Obviously, the deputy captain of his Whitebeard pirates and many powerful members were killed by the person in front of him. He wanted to take his life day and night, and now he has this. There is a chance. Baihu T, who has broken down and stood up, has returned to its peak physical function. His life expectancy has returned to his 20s and 30s, and he may not lose to Alchiba even if he works hard. Really, I'm waiting for you. Although Alchiba said it easily, he didn't dare to underestimate Whitebeard at this time. Whitebeard's vitality and willpower can only be described as a monster. Being tortured and tortured by his own death energy for so many years not only failed to destroy Whitebeard's will, but instead made Baihu broken and became stronger. You can see how scary he is. That's it, the first generation of the Supreme Sword. The sharp-eyed Juliana noticed the only swordsman in Gorosei, 5 elders for the first time. If the original Eagle Eye is the existence that countless swordsmen flocked to in the era of the great pirates, then this swordsman in Gorosei, 5 elders is Roger, who countless swordsmen in the Whitebeard era and even before them wanted to challenge. It's a pity that he has existed for too long, and has witnessed the end and opening of many eras, and Gorosei 5 elders have not come out for so many years. Countless people including Marine think they have become history. Couldn't bear the wasted years and died of old age, but now they are not only living well, but their strength does not seem to have diminished. Little girl, your eyesight is very good. This sword has been in the dust for a long time. I didn't expect you to recognize it at a glance. To be honest, I am very surprised by your existence. In terms of qualifications alone, there are many swordsmen present, such as Hawkeye, and the green-haired kid whose aptitude is above you, but your achievements are beyond the limit of your aptitude. This makes the old man very puzzled. Can you answer it for me? For a second. 267 seal broken. The words that the swordsman in Gorosei, 5 elders suddenly spit out caused countless pirates and marines below to make a noise. It was unbelievable. Juliana, one of the strongest swordsmen in the world, was actually a swordsman with poor qualifications, but her achievements have surpassed countless aptitudes and talents better than her. For a while, not to mention Gorosei, 5 elders, even Hawkeye and others are curious about why Gulena is capable and not. It's very simple, because of the words of my captain and husband, my life is not up to me, and my birth is determined by God. Since innate is not comparable to others, and women are inherently weaker than men in swordsman strength and physical fitness, if I'm complaining, if I don't take the time to improve and make up for my innate deficiencies, then am I not even worse? Words are very simple. In the 2nd and 1st centuries, as long as these words are novels, anyone who has read some books will understand them, but there are only a few people who can really do it, and those who can persist until they die. There are a few, and Gulena is undoubtedly one of them. It's a good sentence. My fate is my own. It's no wonder that your free pirates have repeatedly created battles that countless people call miracles. In the eyes of incompetent people, they can't do miracles, but I think in your opinion, you all take it for granted that you can achieve this. Quote. Even though the two sides were enemies, the swordsman Adonis of the Gorosei, 5 elders couldn't help but clapped his hands in praise when he heard this. That's right. Sure enough, all the members of the Happy Pirates, and even Nami, who had just joined the group, nodded their heads and admitted Adonis' words. Obviously, they thought so too, and entered happy. The members of the pirate group were all infected by Lu Chengkong. It is better to find a way to change than to be born as a human being. They all have a thought in their hearts, that is, Juliana said just now that my life is up to me. Sky. Unfortunately, such a group of talents did not come from our Marine. It seems that Marine has really fallen, and a major purge is needed to reawaken Marine's blood. In Gorosei, 5 elders, Alves, who wears a hat and has a stare-like beard on his upper lip and chin, glanced at the members of the Easy Pirates, and could not help but cherish his talents. But after all, they are all old antiques that have existed for a long time. The firmness of their minds is simply appalling, and it is easy to control their thoughts and emotions. As soon as they appear, they are suppressed by him. It's better to be realistic than these future events. Whether Marine will have a chance to be changed by you in the future is still an uncertain question. Do you think that the 5 of you will join forces to kill us? Lu Chengkong laughed wildly. Gorosei 5 elders hearing that, although they didn't say anything, they knew they were telling everyone by looking at them, didn't they? In fact, they all know that the Gorosei 5 elders in front of them are definitely at the same level as the Whitebeard after they are broken and stand up, and they are even stronger by a point or two. It is an unchangeable fact, but Lu Chengkong is so confident and his arrogant laughter gives them hope. Yes, this group of guys who like to create miracles and legends may be able to do things that others cannot. I know from Hawkeye that you are not dead, and that your strengths are both powerful and terrifying, and I have already secretly thought about what to do with you in the future. Do you think that I will bring the whole Easy Pirates to the Marine headquarters with great fanfare? Do you expect you to come out? Since I dare to come, I am fully prepared. Lu Chengkong smiled confidently, glanced at Khalifa and Angelina. The latter nodded at the same time. Angelina had not done much since joining the Happy Pirates, and it could even be said that she acted in a low-key manner and sold out. Keeping a low profile seems to have no desire to fight, but it is not. She just put away everything about herself, put down her strength, and accepted everything in this world with the mentality of an ordinary daughter who doesn't understand anything, and learns about herself. Lack of. Over the past few years, Angelina's low profile and even Juliana of the Happy Pirates have ignored her strength and only regarded her as a weak catwoman who could hide it from her own eyes. My own people, such talents are terrifying, because Angelina has learned the most terrifying ability of human beings, that is, to hide all their talents, and only show their strength at critical moments, turning the tide of the battle in one fell swoop. The woman of Tenryubito was right. Angelina's bloodline is noble, her aptitude and talent are unparalleled, and she deserves to be the direct descendant of the 20 kings who established the world government. She has learning ability, fighting talent, ability to accept, and scheming. Means, the city government is all proudly standing above countless people, and it can even be said that it is already beneficial to the peak, and with a little effort the day after tomorrow, it can reach the point that countless people can't reach. The other side of nothingness is reality. Nothingness does not exist, then the truth hidden under nothingness will appear in the world. Remove it. Break the seal. Khalifa and Angelina said something incomprehensible at the same time, but as soon as their voices fell, chaotic and golden energy bloomed and fell on Lu Chengkong, Hancock, Angelina and Khalifa herself. Roar. First Lu Chengkong, when the void energy and light energy shrouded in him slowly disappeared, he couldn't help but let out a low roar, as if something was emerging from his body, followed by Hancock, Angelique Na, Khalifa and the 3 girls, one after the other, let out a soft moan. The momentum of the 4 of them began to rise steadily. Lu Chengkong, who had already entered the first stage of the demon transformation, took the lead in breaking through the flaws and reached the same level as Whitebeard, Gorosei, 5 elders, and the women behind him. It seems that Lu Chengkong is not to be outdone when he sees Lu Chengkong's success so quickly. One by one, they have reached the same level of existence as Gorosei, 5 elders and others. This is really a miracle. It's too fake. This idea appeared in the hearts of countless people, whether it was Marine and pirates here, or watching some supernovas here through live broadcasts, or the Revolutionary Army has the same idea. The kind of strong wood that appeared in the Gorosei, 5 elders just now turned Marine from a weak point to an incomparably strong one, surpassing the pirates, but in a blink of an eye, there were 4 Gorosei, 5 pirates in the Happy Pirates. The elders of a level of power, plus Whitebeard's words are already 5 to 5, forming a world of great competition. No one can do anything. 268 trigger. How is that possible? Even though they had seen countless talents, countless strong winds and waves, the Gorosei, 5 elders, who had long been calm, couldn't help but be surprised when they saw Lu Chengkong's changes. Don't you understand? Then let me tell you, the most terrifying islands in the Great Waterway are no more than 5 islands. Except for the most mysterious Laugh-Tale and the Dragon Island, which has never let outsiders go deep into the core, we the Happy Pirates have all gone. A long time ago, the strength of the four of us had reached the peak of the four emperors, but we were unable to break through, so I thought of Whitebeard. Never give up and become stronger. So I thought, the way to become stronger is to retreat if you don't advance. Since you can't force a breakthrough, you can only accumulate a lot, so I asked Angelina to use the fruit of nothingness to bring us to the peak of the four emperors without us resisting. Our strength turned into nothingness, fell to the point where we just reached the four emperors, and then let Khalifa leave countless seals on us. If you want to regain your strength, you have to rely on your own efforts to walk again. If you want to become stronger, you have to break a seal that is far stronger than your own strength. At that moment, we all felt that the bottleneck was loosened, so, the existence of the last seal is just superfluous. The savings are already strong enough to break through the four emperors. Breaking this last seal by myself is just a waste of savings. It is better to unlock the last seal and take advantage of the loose bottleneck in one breath. So after it was lifted, just like Whitebeard, it accumulated a lot, broke and stood up. Lu Chengkong spoke out what he had done over the years in one breath, and finally the sullenness that had always existed in his heart was finally released, and it was a good thing to find someone to talk to. It's just that Lu Chengkong and the others seem to be simple, but in fact they are crazy and bold, but they make everyone change their minds. In this world of great pirates where strength is supreme, who can give up such a powerful strength and fall down to practice again? Even Whitebeard dared not say that he would dare to make such a decision. After all, in this world, one more strength is one more security. This kind of approach is too crazy, too dangerous and extreme, but it has to be said that wealth are sought after risk, and the amount of effort will be of great benefit. Lu Chengkong and the other four obviously bet right. Not only did they get back all the chips they threw out, but they also got all the benefits they wanted, and they won. After a period of silence, the five Gorosei, five elders looked at each other and saw shock and fear in each other's eyes. Such a group of crazy people never satisfied with the status quo. In order to become stronger, people who can achieve this level are really it's too scary. If you still admired it before, then now it's apprehensive. Since he has already formed a grudge with such a terrifying enemy, he must not let the other party survive. The members of the Free Pirates in front of him are all light, and none of them are over 30 years old. If they are not killed this time, then it's not their world in the future. Marine is just a joke to them. This group of young people must be too terrifying, too crazy, to not kill them. Marine can't rest easy. No matter how much they pay, even death will kill them. They are all ruthless and decisive people. They have made up their minds in an instant. Even if they die, they will leave the free and easy pirates. After that, they no longer hide their killing intent, and their eyes are fierce. 5 cold murderous auras came out from them and pressed against Lu Chengkong and the others. Gorosei, 5 elders also have their own support for doing this. Yes, Lu Chengkong's group has amazing potential and crazy, but they have not lived in vain for so many years. It has been so many years that they have reached their level, although they are not making a huge breakthroughs, but in any case even the same level of powerhouses are divided into high and low strengths. They have reached the level of surpassing the 4 emperors for many years. Of course, their strength is of course not to mention. Even if Lu Chengkong and others have reached it, there is a huge difference between just breaking through and breaking through for a long time. In the past, the Whitebeards of the 4 emperors were all at the same level, but in a one-on-one match, they were completely different, and now they are incomparable. So in the hearts of Gorosei, 5 elders, they all have such a common idea, and they have to pay a certain price. It must be able to kill the happy pirates. As I said, all the grievances between me and Marine are understood today. You want to kill me and fear us. Why don't we? A war is inevitable, Kuzan. If you don't want Marine headquarters to become ruins, it's here. Build a great battlefield above the sea. Lu Chengkong didn't choose to run away. In fact, if it was just him, Hancock, Khalifa, and Angelina, the Gorosei, 5 elders couldn't help them, but the rest of the happy pirates would definitely die as soon as they left. So Lu Chengkong couldn't run away and didn't want to run away. Isn't fighting someone stronger than himself what he longed for? He has been silent for too long, and he has had no opponents in the past few years. As his companions, Angelina and the four of them couldn't be ruthless and attack each other, so they could only learn from each other. How can they let go of such a rare opportunity now? And let go of all the burdens? After Lu Chengkong's four people can only win but not lose, there is a strong fighting spirit in their hearts. Kuzan nodded, although Lu Chengkong also has his own abilities, but he knows that they are all fighting each other with imposing manners. How can there be such a spare time to do this? So he can only work hard for this admiral. He also didn't want the marine headquarters to be affected and destroyed by these 10 perverted helms, and he also wanted to see who would win in this unprecedented battle. Such battles are very rare. Maybe it is possible that he can get a sense of it to make his strength even further, so he is happy to do this seemingly hard work. Ice Age. Kuzan and Garp can be said to be people who haven't been hurt very much, so they are more comfortable using their abilities, and this time Kuzan can be said to have paid a lot of money. The range of the ice cover and the hardness of the ice layer are far it's not comparable to the previous one. Obviously I want to make the battlefield as big as possible. Then choose your opponent. It can be said that Lu Chengkong is now the leader of the 5, because when he is not in the state of demon transformation, his strength is beyond the existence of the 4 emperors, and after entering the demon transformation, he surpasses Hancock and others. It can be said that it is only a little worse than the Gorosei 5 elders who are more difficult to surpass the 4 emperors, but judging from his confident appearance, it is obvious that he also has his own cards. 269 Founder of Rokushiki. Dana, do you have all kinds of feelings in your heart? There was a time when both of them were your students, and they were just ants in front of you, but now you, a teacher, can only rely on them to protect you. Gu Lina suddenly said to Dana, who was beside her with complicated eyes. Yeah, my mood is very complicated. As a teacher, I should be proud to see that my students are better than Blue, but on the other hand, seeing that they are progressing so fast, they have already surpassed me. Lu Chengkong is right, but Khalifa, it's not the king's aptitude, it's only armament, and observation hockey has reached this level, which makes me a little incomprehensible. Portgas D. Dana didn't hide it and directly admitted it. It's no wonder that Khalifa is the fruit of light. She leaves at this speed and secretly hides in an unknown place to cultivate and we can't find it, and have you forgotten? Since Khalifa is the ability of the fruit of light, then for this the understanding of the fruit is definitely not comparable to those of us outsiders. Lu Chengkong can think of this method, don't you think the previous Khalifa didn't think of it? Did you forget what I just said? My life is in my hands, and we can't see her when she hides in an unknown place and becomes stronger and makes inhuman efforts. Juliana said with a chuckle as if she had realized something. It seems that I am at the top of the horns. I have always believed that the achievements of people with poor qualifications are limited. Now it seems that qualifications are important, but the more important thing is the hard work of the day after tomorrow. Portgas D. Dana also understood something. After saying such a sentence, he closed his mouth and quietly looked at Lu Chengkong and the others who had already assigned opponents. I really want to challenge the swordsman in the Gorosei 5 elders. It's a pity that we don't have a chance to fight. Mahawk said with a bit of envy, his sharp eyes staring at the swordsman Ya. Dunes, the one with the sword in Gorosei 5 elders. The battle here has surpassed all previous battles, and is even more powerful than Roger's weapon. The 5 supreme rulers of the world government can be shot together. Who can fight with such a person? Bird Marco looked at the 10 powerhouses who surpassed the 4 emperors in front of him, and his mood was also a little excited. After all, this once-in-a-lifetime battle cannot be encountered at any time. Luffy, open your eyes to see clearly. You are going to be One Piece, King of Pirates, then you will challenge them in the future, challenge this group of people who are dedicated to creating legends. Rayleigh's voice suddenly sounded, thinking that the Sabayati archipelago was not destroyed in the original book, so he didn't come to the big event, but now he was destroyed by Shirahoshi's summoned Sea Kings, and the appearance of Gorosei 5 elders forced him to come here. Uncle Rayleigh, I understand. Although Luffy has a lot of nerves, his IQ at critical moments is still beyond ordinary people. Looking at his piercing eyes, he knows that he is now in a calm and rational state. Hey, this kind of battle is really exciting. I didn't expect that I would have the chance to see it. Although Brook is a musician, he is also a swordsman, so he, like Zoro, is staring at Hawkeye. Adonis. Cut. Zoro and Sanji spit out the same syllable, but their eyes were looking at the 10 people standing in front of the frozen sea. They didn't dare to relax for a moment. Obviously they didn't want to miss any of this battle. Place. Introduce yourself, the person who is about to kill you. Argel, one of the Gorosei, 5 elders, the founder of Marine Rokushiki. His waist is as straight as a staircase, his beard is as slender as hair, and the tallest person in the Gorosei, 5 elders is Lu Chengkong. As soon as Argel's words came out, everyone who had practiced Rokushiki breathed a suffocation. I really didn't expect that a Rokushiki practitioner like me would challenge the founder of Rokushiki one day. It really makes me more and more excited. The corner of Lu Chengkong's mouth outlined an arrogant arc, and it was obvious that Alger's words made him even more excited. Rokushiki's strongest and his own demon Rokushiki are finally going to win. I saw it at a glance, so I chose you as my opponent, to let you know that Marine Rokushiki is not so useless as those Marines use. Let you experience for yourself what is the real Marine Rokushiki before you die. Shave. Alger is indeed a decisive person. Obviously, he is a bit like Rob Lucci. Devil Rokushiki. Shun. Lu Chengkong is also not to be outdone. You have Marine Rokushiki and I also have Demon Rokushiki. You have shaved, and I also have Shun. The founder of Marine Rokushiki is also the strongest and finally began the first confrontation with Demon Rokushiki. Both sides they all used the same stunt, and they turned into one after another that could not be captured by the naked eye, as if the speed had exceeded the limit that humans could achieve. Rankyaku, Tempest Kick. Above the sky, Alger's body that had been moving at super high speed suddenly appeared, and kicked a half-moon vacuum slash at the bottom. It was big, too big. Alger's vacuum slash was really too big. The coverage is so terrifying that Lu Chengkong can't dodge at all, and he doesn't want to dodge, so he can only stand up and fight. Zongkong. Lu Chengkong did not show any weakness. The same trick, even bigger than Alger's Rankyaku, Tempest Kick, shot out, one above, one below, Rankyaku, Tempest Kick and Zongkong they slammed into each other hard. GG. A screeching sound of friction continued to rippling out like thunder, and the space in the center of the collision between Rankyaku, Tempest Kick and Zongkong was distorted, as if the space would be distorted and shattered at any time. It's amazing, but I'm sorry, your kind of talent was not born in Marine, you can only obliterate it. Shigen Finger Pistol. Lan. Alger didn't expect Lu Chengkong's Demon Rokushiki to be able to compare with his Rokushiki. It must be known that although the Marine Rokushiki he taught has not decreased as much as his practice, he is the only founder who can achieve this level. He did not expect Lu Chengkong, who has not been practicing Rokushiki for a long time, actually developed a more powerful Demon Rokushiki on the basis of Marine Rokushiki. If he is given a little time to run in, it is entirely possible for him to surpass his own Rokushiki. So Alger didn't plan to let the other party live. Lu Chengkong, no, it should be that all the members of the Happy Pirates are too threatening, and they have seriously damaged the balance of the world. Uneasy. I saw that Alger stretched out 2 index fingers from each of his hands, connecting the dots across a space of tens of meters away, and a terrible scene appeared. The blue-white light shot at Lu Chengkong as fast as it was about to cut through the void. 270 buried in the sea. Magic finger empty. Lu Chengkong looked at the blue-white light blasting towards Beiji like a laser. His expression remained unchanged, his right hand bent into a claw, and thrust forward like a black tiger digging its heart. 5 jet black rays of light came out from the 5 fingers and directly collided with Argel's Shigen, finger pistol, land silently, canceling each other out without making a sound or spreading out a trace of aftermath. Obviously, the two of them the control of power has reached an unimaginable level. Great, but what about this move, Rankyaku, Tempest Kick Leiyu? Although the two sides were enemies, Alger couldn't help but show a hint of admiration on his face. But the movements on his feet didn't stop at all. like a whip with a kick in the air like a leg, a 3-meter thick like a vacuum slash, like a thunder and lightning that has life and intelligence, jumping forward and leaping forward, cut through the void at a speed that the naked eye can't catch, and slammed directly on Lu Chengkong's body. Although this move is not my most powerful stunt, it is definitely the fastest. Unless you are a space fruit person who can move instantaneously, or a time fruit person who can stop time, you can't dodge at all. Alger murmured. His tone was full of white letters. This was not pretending, but the confidence and white letters that were built on strong enough strength. It's really fast, not even slower than Enel's Thunderbolt, but you're wrong, I never thought to dodge. When the white smoke mold slowly receded, Lu Chengkong's body, which had been covered up, was revealed. Except for the happy pirates and the red-haired pirates who had already seen this form, the others were stunned when they saw Lu Chengkong's appearance at this time, speechless. Devil Transformation. Stage 2, Demon Body. That's right, Lu Chengkong knew that he couldn't fight against Alger's attack just now. It was simply skill, speed, and strength. The timing was all perfectly blended together, and it was a perfect hit. Although they can turn into nothingness to escape with the ability of Angela's fruitless fruit, but this way, Beiji's momentum is suppressed. After all, although the two of them did not say it clearly, even outsiders can already see it. This is the battle between Marine Rokushiki and the Demon Rokushiki. There is absolutely no way to retreat. If you take a step back, you will be doomed. Therefore, Lu Chengkong can only display the trump cards that he has put away. To be honest, he has not entered the second stage of demon transformation in the past few years, and even when he first met with the red hair, he did not use it to fight. After all, this state it's terrifying. It is not only an increase in strength, but also an increase in the power of the Demon Emperor Haki. The power increase of Haki is unprecedented. It can be said that the strength of Lu Chengkong in the first stage of the demon transformation is more than Angelina, Khalifa, Hancock 3. Female, if she is weaker than Gorosei, 5 elders, then she is now 1 point stronger than Argel, one of the Gorosei, 5 elders in front of her. This is only in strength, not counting the Demon Emperor Haki. If these Hakis are included, I can't imagine it. This is Lu Chengkong's confidence and trump card against Gorosei, 5 elders. He doesn't need to be afraid at all, because Beiji is stronger than them, even if he can't beat them. 5 people join thousands of people, but if they are one-on-one, Beiji can completely clean up one, and then go to help the others and defeat them one by one. Hiss, this is simply a demon. No, it's even scarier than a demon. One card after another, like a bottomless pit. Every time we thought he was at the end of the road, he would suddenly turn over and become the master and become stronger. Quote. Sengoku looked at Lu Chengkong, who looked like a arrogant, violent, and terrifying demon emperor with complex eyes, with all kinds of feelings in his heart. Forget Sengoku, when I first saw him, I knew that he would not be in the pool in the future. After the failure to encircle him, I knew that he would soar into the sky and unstoppable, but I didn't expect it. It will be so fast, and it will still use Marine as a stepping stone to take off. Garp is much more dashing than standing. Captain, fortunately we didn't fight him at that time, otherwise we wouldn't know how to die. Usopp swallowed. Although he wasn't afraid of death, it didn't mean he liked to die in vain, and it was still meaningless. For the first time, I think what you said makes sense. The red-haired nodded in agreement. The two looked at each other as they spoke, and a dazzling fire suddenly shone at the place where their eyes met. Looking at each other, Nami and Nojiko, who thought they had a base relationship, were extremely cold, and secretly thought that they didn't expect the red hair with a heart as broad as the sea to be as good as Longyang. If the thoughts of Nami and other girls at this time are known by the red-haired and Usopp, who are in the dark, they may be really pissed off. This kind of love, and the object is still Usopp. I've become stronger again. What's the matter? The strength has suddenly increased so much, and it has surpassed me all at once. Alger could no longer maintain the calm look that he had just won, and his face became moved. Unfortunately, it was Lu Chengkong's fist that answered him. Let you see my true speed. Even if you are the founder of Rokushiki, the speed is far incomparable, instant afterimage. The 4 demon wings behind Lu Chengkong suddenly fluttered, and his feet stepped on the ground 100 times, thousands of times in an instant, but the strange thing was that there was no sound at all, and it was not only Lu Chengkong's feet that stepped on the ground, but also the inside. The cells, blood tools, and internal organs of the muscles were all turned into terrifying weapons, and the power that erupted in an instant was extremely terrifying. Under this terrifying reaction force, Lu Chengkong's explosive speed reached a terrifying level. He rose from the ground, and Shunbai came to Alger. On the way, countless afterimages were pulled out, which really looked like his name. Instant afterimages instantly come to the enemy, and at the same time bring out countless afterimages that confuse the enemy. Devil Profound Truth. 6 demonic spears. This time, it was no longer 2 fists together, but 1 punch. The terrifying black shock wave hit Alger's stomach directly like a terrifying energy light wave. With a bang, Alger vomited blood and was slammed down by Lu Chengkong, and he was buried in the ice. Not only was such a terrifying power, Alger's body, like a cannonball flying backwards, directly pierced Kuzan's frozen sea with all his strength and transferred him into the sea thousands of meters below. Fortunately, he was not capable, otherwise it's over now. 271 All the women show their magical powers. Alger. When Lu Chengkong's strength skyrocketed in an instant, they didn't know it well, but when they were going to knock off Gebai's opponent and go to help with 1 punch, they underestimated Lu Chengkong's sudden explosion. Outspeed. As if shrinking into an inch, they appeared strangely inside Alger, and before they had time, Alger was already thrown into the sea by Lu Chengkong. Just when they saw Alger's condition and were distracted and shouted, Hancock and the others immediately seized this golden opportunity. Although they were also powerhouses that surpassed the 4 emperors, they had to say that Hancock, Khalifa, Angelina, and Whitebeard were 4. People still have a big gap against Gorosei, 5 elders, but they are not without their own trump cards. Especially the 3 Hancock daughters. One is the Emperor Color and the sweet fruit of enchanting heaven and earth, and the Emperor Rokushiki developed by combining the Emperor Color Haki. One is the fruit of nothingness and nothingness Rokushiki, Conqueror. One is the holy light Rokushiki and the fruit of light. That's right. Shengguang Rokushiki planned to tell Khalifa after Lu Chengkong had the idea of developing the demon Rokushiki. As a result, Khalifa also had the same idea when Lu Chengkong spoke, so the 2 of them said the idea at the same time. It was because they looked at each other in surprise, and finally their eyes were entangled with each other. Obviously, both of them thought that this was because they were in love with each other to the extreme. As for Hancock, she also had this idea at the beginning, but she gave up later, because her sweetness is really biased towards the spiritual type. Rokushiki is enough for her to use, and her main and strongest attacking stunt is not Rokushiki, so in the end she is to give up Rokushiki, because her fruit ability is enough to match the current Rokushiki, and there is no need to develop more powerful ones. But later, after awakening the Emperor Color, she had this idea, and developed a unique attack stunt for the Emperor Color, so there was the Emperor Rokushiki. As for Angelina, she just saw the stunts of Lu Chengkong and the 3 of them. It was fun and inspirational for a while, and she also developed the nothingness Rokushiki, but although they are all Rokushiki, there are just 2 different words in front, but the abilities of each white are different, and the special characteristics are completely different. You dare to be distracted in the face of Empress. Empress has already figured out your attack route. Although Empress is not as strong as you now, it does not mean that Empress cannot defeat you. Emperor Haki, open. Suddenly a wave of absolute strength, the domineering terrifying aura that seemed to tear the world apart burst out from Hancock, SUT and radiated out overwhelmingly. By Emperor Haki said that they couldn't bear this domineering force like Tianwei. The hard ice land was directly crushed, fragmented and developed. It seems that he can't bear the pressure and continues to decline. The sea seems to have no resistance, as if it does not exist, and then this piece of ice that was frozen by Kuzan continued to fall. Obviously, the sea was still, and under the Emperor's color Haki, without any resistance, only the white ice could continue to descend. What is this Haki? Why is my conqueror Haki feeling powerless in the face of this power, like a prince seeing the emperor, unable to resist paying homage and bowing his head? Wearing a hat, the beard on the upper lip and chin forms a staircase. Gorosei Alves, one of the 5 elders, is a strong man who specializes in Haki, supplemented by physical skills. That's why Boa Hancock chose him to try the knife. After all, if his strength is too weak, it is not enough for Boa Hancock to use the Emperor's color Haki, and the Haki in front of him, especially the Gorosei 5 elders Alves of Conqueror, is the best. Choice. Hancock has already used his housekeeping skills, so if I reserve any more, it will not be very good. The goddess of brilliance, the goddess of light. Khalifa glanced at Boa Hancock, and immediately pursed her lips after seeing her using the Emperor's color Haki. Immediately, she was not hiding her strength. If she didn't make a move, she would be like Hancock and Lu Chengkong. Live Gorosei 5 elders. As soon as Khalifa's words came out, her body suddenly burst into 1,000 radiance, an absolutely sacred, noble and inviolable temperament accompanied by terrifying light energy wrapped around her body. Abrupt Khalifa appeared 12 golden wings formed by completely white light energy, and the body was covered with a pair of white light energy composed of a battle suit specially made for Khalifa, which made Khalifa burst out with a kind of Valkyrie. The woman does not let the man's demeanor. The fruit of light, the fruit ability that ranks higher than the death fruit of the old guy Alkiba, is really well deserved, and falling into your hands not only does not tarnish this fruit ability, but brings it into full play. It's a pity that if you think this alone is enough to kill the old man, then you take us old guys too easy. That's right, Lu Chengkong smashed Alger into the sea with one punch. Hancock's Emperor Haki, and even Khalifa's Goddess of Light, all of them moved Gorosei 5 elders, and even the 5 of them had a chance to be distracted, but don't forget that they are immortals after all. If there is only such a strength and no equally terrible trump card, then I think they are too incompetent. How firm their minds have been after living for so long, and they will calm down in an instant before and after, and return to the beginning. He was calm, as if he was telling everyone present that no matter how Lu Chengkong and the others jumped, they could not change the ending of their fall. Really, I forgot to tell you, this ability of mine is not simply an increase in my strength. The power of all my unique moves has also increased, and after the strength is increased, the power of my original moves will also become stronger. But now the ability of the Goddess of Light will also increase the power of all my abilities. It is not as simple as 1 + 1 under the double superposition. Forget it, let you experience it for yourself, the Fist of Heaven. Khalifa suddenly sneered at Isho, looking at Adonis, who was holding one of the first generation of ghosts, Gorosei 5 elders, with a calm look. Without saying anything, a golden fire fist suddenly appeared in his right fist. The right fists are tightly wrapped together, and the light energy in the body continues to gather on it like pouring water, and then it compresses infinitely until it stops at the limit that Khalifa can currently achieve. Too late to say it, and even though I've said so much, the battle has only been less than a second since Khalifa's words came out, and Khalifa's Fist of Heaven was completed in less than a second, almost instantaneously, and not an ordinary Fist of Heaven, but an infinitely compressed terrifying stunt. 272 Whitebeard took expired Viagra. It's amazing, it's the old man who underestimated you, killing the evil spirits. Adonis really changed his face at this moment. He saw Khalifa's strength suddenly improve like Lu Chengkong, although it is not as exaggerated as Lu Chengkong. Gorosei 5 elders, but it is a lot better than before, at least not much worse than Gorosei 5 elders. Now I hear that not only the increase in strength, but also the power of some terrifying tricks of the Fruit of Light will also increase. Double stacking, plus this infinitely compressed Heaven Fist. If you eat this, you will not be able to walk away even if you are not dead or seriously injured. Ghost Chi, yes it is Ghost Chi, it is exactly the same as Zoro's 9 Swords Asura, but the gap between the two is the sky and the earth, like a gap that is generally insurmountable. What a powerful ghost, this is the realm I pursue, yes, this is it. Zoro saw the appearance of Arduino after using his sword skills, and his eyes suddenly burst into a strong light. This is what he pursued the realm, now his ghost is just starting. Compared with Adonis, he is certainly far from reaching the pinnacle of achievement, but his tenacity of will is rare in the world. Not only did he not lose his confidence, but his competitive spirit became stronger. In fact, Juliana, Kuina, Duolong, and Kushiro are basically all from the same source. First of all, Juliana and Kushiro were taught by the father of Juliana, the captain of the White Sword Emperor pirates. Kuina and Zulong were taught by both of them. So no matter how they become stronger in the future, even if Zoro from the original book worshipped Hawkeye as his teacher, the essence of the people is still ghosts, but the intensity or type of ghosts are different. Zoro is Shira, and Juliana is evil spirits. As for Kushiro and Kuina, I don't know. One side is golden yellow, full of holy not breath. There is a kind of heavenly fist that judges all sins, and the other side is with endless terrifying ghost aura that seems to eat everything, forming a terrifying sword chi without any revolving. The leeway collided fiercely in midair, and two bottomless cracks immediately appeared in the ice. The good show is yet to come, the trial of light. That's right, the trial of light is like the compression and strengthening of the sun. It is no longer a super intensive group attack, but condensed into a powerful laser. On the platform, a tiny sun appeared between her hands. A layer of fiery golden flame suddenly erupted above the little sun, holy flame. At this moment, this little sun is the real miniature sun. It not only has a terrifying high temperature, but also has a strong bright energy, which are combined to compress and mix together. The power that suddenly burst out together is unimaginable. Ghost dance. Adonis's face sank, and his eyes flashed a dignified color. As his first-generation ghost waved, the ghost energy visible in his inner eyes surrounded Adonis' whole person, like an all-round defense without dead ends. At the moment when he completed these actions, a laser burning with golden flames had already slammed into his body. No, it's too powerful. Although Adonis had overestimated Khalifa's strength early in his mind, he did not expect Khalifa's attack, so the swordsman in the Gorosei, 5 elders only, it is an honor to be the second dear brother to be blasted into the sea, and he and Alger have become famous brothers and sisters who have been swimming in the sea all the time. Chi. After the terrible judgment of light blasted Adonis into the sea, it also burned the ice into a bottomless cylindrical cave. Even if the sea could not fill the cave for a while, apparently the seawater near this cave was burned and evaporated by the holy flame attached to it. People who saw this situation took a deep breath. Even though the defensive sword skill was already used in the frontal hit by such a unique move, such a terrifying power still makes people want to think that Adonis is a bad guy. Crap. But he's lucky, not a person of ability, otherwise it would be even worse. Lackey said nonchalantly, as if Khalifa could make such an amazing performance for her to take for granted. Only the sky is the most powerful. A person with a white body can fall into the sea as if nothing happened. Kanis pursed his lips, Isho, and suddenly burst out with the lively and leisurely temperament of a music master. This kid is really different. He is still safe in the sea as a capable person. It seems that my vision is really good. If you win this time and come back safe and sound, then I will give you a surprise. From Nami, I know your preferences, and you are satisfied. If you can't lose, then I will die with you. Aunt Xiao, who had not spoken much, thought to herself, the determination and firmness in her eyes told everyone how unshakable her determination was. Kura la la la, Alchiva, 2 people on your side have already been beaten into the sea. It's really embarrassing. It's a pity that they are not capable people, otherwise it would look good. Hey, it's a pity, I knew me earlier, just let the boy in the sky or the girl Khalifa fight you and blast you directly to the bottom of the sea, then it will save a lot of trouble. Quote. Whitebeard's current energy is very terrifying. Originally, he belongs to Giant Jing. Although he is not as tall as other Giant Jing, don't underestimate his strange strength, physical strength and vitality. He is the royal family in Giant Jing. The core characters, strength, bloodline, physical strength, and vitality are not comparable to those of giants who are not royals, and now his style of play is completely life for life. Even though Alkiba's strength was stronger than Whitebeard, he was at a disadvantage for a while in the face of such a crazy and desperate Whitebeard. Although he did not have the power to fight back, he was stably suppressed by Whitebeard. And Whitebeard also knows that Baiji is not the opponent's opponent. Baiji's ability to suppress the opponent is entirely due to his ruthless style of play and ruthlessness. When this momentum passes, Alchiba will quickly suppress Baiji, and then Baiji, the preemptive striker, it is impossible for the strong to come back, so he can only stimulate the opponent verbally. Damn, what did this Whitebeard do yesterday? Did he take expired Viagra? Damn, after this time, first have let Marine sweep all the shops that sell asterisk, and prohibit the sale of. Alkiba is already in a state of embarrassment at this moment, and he has no intention of answering Whitebeard. He can only hope that Whitebeard's ruthlessness and momentum will soon fade away. After all, he also knows Whitebeard's thoughts. Time, then Baiji will win. 273 with a knife in hand, I have the world. Hee, I didn't expect that I would have the opportunity to use this kind of secret technique in my life. Whitebeard thought to himself, while his eyes narrowed. A crackling sound suddenly came from his body, and at the same time, a tragic anger was Whitebeard burst out. That's. Alkiba looked at the changes on Whitebeard's body, his face suddenly changed, and he couldn't help but think in his mind. On that stormy night many years ago, a giant no less tall than Whitebeard completely disregarded the fatal wounds on Baiji's body and hugged Baiji to prevent him from having a chance to dodge. Whitebeard, who was also seriously injured, suddenly improved a lot, and even reached a point where he could threaten him. He wanted to dodge, but unfortunately the person holding Baiji didn't give him a chance at all, and then Whitebeard roared. With a bang, the Junjun fruit was raised to the most powerful level and punched out, hitting Baiji abruptly, causing him to be seriously injured and finally having to leave. That's right, when he went to kill the Whitebeard pirates many years ago, Whitebeard's strength at that time was only the peak of the 4 emperors. Even with the help of the Pluto Rayleigh, it would not have much effect. It is not simply the number of people who can make up for it. In the end, Whitebeard's deputy captain exchanged his life for his life and hugged Alkiba to death, and Whitebeard used a secret technique that only the giant royal family in their giant island can do. It is almost at the cost of life to forcibly improve Baiji's strength, which has great side effects. It is a bit similar to the method of disintegrating the demons. That is why Whitebeard can repel Alkiba, one of the Gorosei 5 elders. As for the big event, why did Whitebeard not use this method? This kind of secret technique is very simple. At that time, he still had the injuries caused by Alkiba on his body. In addition, he had used the secret technique before and the side effects. He was old and weak, and he didn't have a few years to live. It is not enough to support him to use this terrible secret technique. But it's different now. Under the dual effects of the Fruit of Life and the Fruit of Light, Whitebeard not only recovered all his injuries, but also all the life that had passed, and all his body functions were restored to their peak. To the point of surpassing the 4 emperors, in this state of Whitebeard using secret techniques, how terrifying it would be. The peak of the 4 emperors can severely wound Alkiba who surpassed the 4 emperors, so what about now surpassing the 4 emperors? Dad is going to work hard. Marco was very lucky, but it could also be said to be unfortunate, because when the previous Whitebeard pirates were at their peak, he was also a member of the Whitebeard pirates, but at that time he was still a little boy. He watched countless big brothers and uncles die with his own eyes. He also saw the ability of Whitebeard. Of course, he also saw Alkiba, so he immediately saw the change of Whitebeard. After many years, he thought that Baiji could help Whitebeard no matter how bad he was, but now it seems that Baiji can only stand on the side and rely on Whitebeard to fight each other alone as before. Naginata, god of war. Whitebeard's face was exposed with blue veins, and he had no way out. If he couldn't keep pressing Alkiba with one blow, then he would definitely lose, so he could only fight, waving the incomparably huge in his hand. Naginata, there is a mighty aura that I have in the world with one sword in my hand. The face of Whitebeard at this moment, even Alkiba's mind was temporarily lost by this momentum. Whitebeard's willpower is very terrifying. Just look at his performance in major events. The battle that followed was completely beyond the limitations of the inner body, relying on a will, relying on a breath to keep Beiji from falling. In fact, not long after the big incident started, after Whitebeard was attacked by the White Crew, his body was close to collapse, and even if he left after the attack of the Dark Wound, he would not be able to survive. Fight on until this flame of will goes out. Is it this move again? No, it's stronger than the one from a few decades ago, but it's not in vain for the old man to pass so many years. Is this your last blow? Even if you return to your peak state, your strength great progress, but don't forget, the old man has the fruit of death, masters the existence of death, and wants me to die. Don't think about it, the tomb of death. Although Alchiba didn't want to admit it, he had to admit that he was using a secret technique at this time, intending to decide the outcome with one blow, and even Whitebeard, who was born and died, already had the strength to threaten Bai's own life. He could not retreat. One step, then it proved that he was overwhelmed by Whitebeard's momentum, which would only fuel Whitebeard's momentum and make Whitebeard's move even more powerful, so he could be said to be facing great pressure now. Suddenly, a terrifying, deadly gray energy that was visible to the naked eye emerged from his palms. At the same time, the air was passive. Immediately, countless stone pillars similar to tombstones appeared in front of Alkiba. For a while, Alkiba seemed to be really. He turned into a god in charge of death, a momentum that judged the life and death of life spontaneously arises, and greeted Whitebeard's tragic and never returning momentum without showing weakness. Before the person arrived, the momentum had already arrived. Two terrifying auras that were evenly matched and neither could do anything about the other seemed to collide in the air as if they were in essence, and a loud sound was constantly rippling in the air, deafening. The momentum here is so strong. That actually attracted the attention of the other 8 people who were still fighting. The other 4 Gorosei, 5 elders of Alkiba, had extremely heavy expressions on their faces and looked very ugly. Obviously they did not expect the situation to be so serious, to a point that even they could not grasp. Join the big event, then when they take action, everything will be erased. Killing 3 and 4 emperors all at once, then the pirates will definitely be at a loss for a long time, but I didn't expect that the happy pirates were not only not smashed by mud, but they even attacked them. The two sides are evenly matched, no one can no matter who. I didn't expect that Whitebeard would actually hide this terrible trick. It's just like the disintegration of the demons, but unfortunately the side effects are too great. It's really fast. I thought this battle would take at least a few days and nights. No, to think that Whitebeard's side is going to be the winner so soon. Lu Chengkong said softly, but his eyes were fixed on Whitebeard and Alkiba. Obviously, he planned to rush over to save people if there was an accident. After all, he had Khalifa from the Fruit of Light and Portgas Dana from the Fruit of Life on his side. As long as you don't die immediately, you can be saved. 274 heads up 4. Therefore, in Lu Chengkong's view, it doesn't matter whether Whitebeard can defeat or kill Alkiba, because no matter what, Alkiba and Whitebeard's good luck will be greatly traumatized after the collision. As long as Beiji saves Whitebeard and allows Khalifa and Portgas Dana to cure Whitebeard at the same time, then the win rate of Beiji's side in this battle will be greatly improved. Hold them down, don't let them pass. They have the ability of the Fruit of Light and the Fruit of Life. As long as they don't die immediately, then they will be invincible, and Alkiba is also in vain. The shortest beard, Abra Hebrew, who looks the most normal and is also Angelina's opponent, obviously saw this and immediately said to the 3 people around him. Almost forgot about that. The other 3 exchanged glances immediately, and each saw a trace of panic in each other's eyes. They had forgotten this just now. If the other party really saved Whitebeard, then they would be defeated. The odds are much higher. Although they have lived for many years, it does not mean that they are tired of living and want to die. On the contrary, although they have been very firm after living for so long, they are also afraid of death. It should be said that they do not want to die, so they must not let Lu. The idea of Chengkong was successfully implemented. This is the most important part of my entire plan. How could it be possible for you to destroy it, the ability to merge? Lu Chengkong coldly said Isho, a little under his feet. The demon wings behind his back were flapping at the same time. As fast as a ghost in the dark night, it was terrifying, and he actually rushed to the 4 people in Gorosei, 5 elders alone. Bold, to be so arrogant, 1 person to block me 4 people, so good, as long as the strongest one is killed. Then it doesn't matter even if Alkiba is seriously injured or even loses combat effectiveness. Anyway, even if Whitebeard doesn't die, he won't fight much. We have 4 people on our side, and you are doomed. Quote. Alger first shouted in anger. Definitely Lu Chengkong was looking down on Beiji, but a thought passed by, and he immediately showed a look of ecstasy, as did the few people around him, so they all used Beiji's stunts. Obviously they planned to join forces to kill Lu Chengkong all at once. Rokushiki, 6 styles taboo shock. Alger took the lead and used Rokushiki, 6 styles of his own. The power was simply appalling. Everywhere the shock wave passed, the air was twisted, and it seemed that he could not bear it at any time. Live the shock of this shock, it will shatter at any time. Bakwan. Alves, the strong conqueror hockey, also specializes in hockey. The hockey-based moves look very simple, but the armament hockey covered on the fist and the conqueror hockey released against Lu Chengkong are all powerful scary. The field of gravity. What did Abrahebrew finally show? But what if suddenly a person's gravity was increased 100 times, or even 1,000 times? For the superpowers in One Piece, King of Pirates, 100 times gravity seems to be nothing. If gravity is only exerted on the outer body, of course it is nothing. When in fact this is not the case, the gravity field not only works on the surface of the opponent's body, but even the internal organs, blood tools, and even small cells in the body will work. The heart suddenly becomes 1,000 times heavier, and the cells suddenly become heavier. 1,000 times more, blood tools, brains, etc. Or all, this situation is very dangerous. I am afraid that even an admiral-level powerhouse suddenly faces this situation and will definitely die. Moreover, Abrahebrew also attacked because of the opponent's ability of Baron, who worried that their elementalization would be ineffective in the field of gravity, and actually covered the powerful armament hockey in the field of gravity, which can attack the ability after elementalization by. It can be said that under the blockade of the gravitational field, only Angelina, who is his opponent, the fruit of nothingness, can be so relaxed, because Angelina's fruit of nothingness has turned into nothingness, as if it no longer exists in this piece of time and space. Of course, the field of gravity has no effect on her. However, Lu Chengkong is not Angelina. Although he can also use Angelina's abilities, he can only use them after the abilities are integrated. There is no time to use them when he is in a hurry, and Lu Chengkong didn't expect I at all. Blah Hebrew will have such a killer move. After all, the fruit of nothingness is not Lu Chengkong's fruit ability, so he can't be like the security guard Jilina who can turn into nothingness with a single thought, and Lu Chengkong has to deal with the attack of the 4 people in Gorosei, 5 elders. He has already used other abilities to merge, such a short period of time simply cannot be converted into nothingness. The most important thing is that even if Lu Chengkong integrates Angelina's fruit ability from the beginning, it will be useless, because if he does so, he can dodge the attacks of Gorosei, 5 elders and others, then everyone behind him, he is not. It takes Angelina a few girls to save Whitebeard and kill Alchiba in one fell swoop. And he is also hoping to break through the death pressure caused by the joint attack of the 4 in Gorosei, 5 elders. Although he is very risky, it is not that he has not signed up for his trump card. Of course, it is precisely because only in this way can Lu Chengkong's strength rise like a rocket. Ghost Chi Ban. It was too late to say, although I said so much, but in fact, it was only 0.001 that passed. In seconds, Adonis's attack is not over. Any of the 5 stunts in front of him are terrifying stunts that obliterate countless powerhouses. But now Lu Chengkong is now facing 4 people with the power of 1 person. Siege. Although Lu Chengkong has already surpassed Gorosei, 5 elders after entering the 2nd stage of demon transformation, he still won't be able to win much. Lu Chengkong completely dares to put down his rhetoric and defeat any of the Gorosei, 5 elders one-on-one, but facing 4 people it's easy to be severely injured in a face-to-face, and be defeated in an instant. Whether or not he can escape is still a problem, and now Lu Chengkong can't escape. It is dangerous now. It can be said that Lu Chengkong single-handedly greeted the 4 Gorosei, 5 elders with admiration from all the pirates, but he also wiped a cold sweat for Lu Chengkong. This kind of action is too extremely dangerous. If you can resist it, staying at the first attack, Lu Chengkong's winning rate will be greatly improved. But on the contrary, Lu Chengkong can't resist. Not only will it be easy to lose or even die, but it will also increase the probability of the pirates' defeat to a great extent, so the victory or defeat depends largely on whether Lu Chengkong can withstand this wave of attacks. 275 Climax. I don't believe that you are still alive in the face of the stunts of the 4 of us. Alchiba, as a person with the ability of the Fruit of Death, masters the existence of death, and it is not impossible to escape the catastrophe. On the contrary, you are dead. Quote. Gorosei, 5 elders laughed proudly, especially when they saw that Lu Chengkong did not dodge or dodge, and even used all his strength to suckle. Obviously, they all knew that the success or failure of this attack was almost related to this battle. The victory or defeat, they can't help but do their best. Haha, you are too vain to believe, and you are too underestimated by me, Lu Chengkong. When will I do something I am not sure about? Let you see the Paramesha fruit abilities that I have never used. Double the fruit, 20 times the attack, the Devil's Mystery, the 6 magic spears. Lu Chengkong looked at the faces of Gorosei, 5 elders and the others with the winning look on their faces. The corner of his mouth could not help curling, and he said sarcastically, at the same time, he punched forward with his hands in a double dragon going to see move, and Lu Chengkong was doubled by Lu Chengkong. Immediately, a circle of passiveness appeared in the space where the palm hit, a jet black full of violence, and a shock wave of destructive aura immediately appeared to meet the taboo shock in front of him, the ghost chi blocking and the tyrannical fist. Not only that, but with Lu Chengkong's last cold drink, the power of the 6 magic spears suddenly increased by 20 times. That's right, the double fruit is largely the same as the mirror fruit. But at the back, the stronger the physique and strength of the owner, and the deeper the degree of development, the power is very terrifying. Just like the current Lu Chengkong, the power of the 6 magic spears has been increased by 20 times in an instant. This is 20 times, not 1 or 2 times. It is to choose the double fruit. Faced with the 6 magic spears whose power was increased by 20 times in vain, Gorosei, 5 elders, 3-stroke stunt was deadlocked with the 6 magic spears for a few seconds. After blasting through the 3 attacks in front of him, the remaining power of the magic spear hit the 4 Gorosei, 5 elders unabated, sending them flying directly, and Blood Cyclonus buried him on the ice with a bang. However, Lu Chengkong was also not feeling well. He forcibly endured the impact of Alves, Conqueror Haki, and Abrahebrew's gravity field that contained a strong armament Haki. After eating these 2, Lu Chengkong entered the demon transformation. After the second paragraph, the physique is very terrible and it is a bit unbearable. After all, Conqueror's attack, needless to say, after reaching the level beyond the 4 emperors, Conqueror's attack is very terrible, whether it is mental or internal body. The trauma, coupled with the attack of the gravity field, is also very strange. Therefore, Lu Chengkong was also covered in blood, and it seemed that he had suffered great trauma. His body was trembling and shaky, but he was able to face 5 beings on the same level as Beiji and beat them all by himself. He vomited blood and flew out. This performance first made those who saw the battle sluggish for a few seconds, and immediately the pirates cheered. Although Lu Chengkong looked very miserable, some of the 4 emperor-level masters present, such as the red-haired stream, still found that Lu Chengkong looked like he would fall down at any time, but his chaotic breathing changed back at an amazing speed. Calming down, it was obvious that Lu Chengkong's terrifying resilience was on full display at this moment, as if it was replaced by other people. Even a giant clan like Whitebeard would not have much combat power even if they didn't lie down after taking these 2 attacks. Ah, It's just that things are changing one after another. On this side, Lu Chengkong has created a record that can be said to be against the sky. On the other side, Alkiba is also very remarkable. The man, who was hit hard by Whitebeard and then faced the combined blow of Boa Hancock and Angelina, was still not dead, lying on the ice, but it seemed that there was more air in and out less. As for Whitebeard, it's not much better. He and Alkiba can't take advantage of anyone in the confrontation, but in any case, Whitebeard is always a little worse than Alkiba's overall strength. Steady fighting is still far from enough, and the after effects of using the secret method after this attack came out immediately, so Whitebeard was also half sitting on the ground, unable to move. Fortunately, Khalifa moved at the speed of light and came to Whitebeard's side in an instant, and joined hands with Portgas D. Dana to stabilize Whitebeard's injury. The energy of light and life continued to heal Whitebeard's body. Cough cough. Fortunately, the physical defense and endurance of the second stage of the demon transformation are very strong, otherwise the gravity field just now would be dead, and the resilience is really strong. Lu Chengkong's body was slightly shaken, and the blood stuck to his body was immediately shaken out. What was shocking was that Lu Chengkong, who had many scars on his body, had actually recovered, as if he had never been injured, but he was the only one. Clearly, the external wounds have recovered, but the internal organs are not so easily healed. The time for the second phase of the devil's transformation is approaching. We must quickly clean up the mess, otherwise the distance that we have finally opened up will be caught up again. Lu Chengkong glanced at the Adonis C who had stood up except for Alkiba. Man, he secretly said in his heart that he was indeed perverted. Bai Ji's attack just now was very powerful, but after being blocked and shared by the four of them, it did not cause any fatal injury to them. I really have to obey, but I don't think you can stay in this state for long. After this state is lifted, I don't believe that you will not become weak, even if there is no such big sequelae as Whitebeard's forcible promotion, but I think you are also far from your heyday. Don't be too happy, you don't know who will die. Abra Hebrew is indeed the most delicate mind, and he was the one who discovered Lu Chengkong's thoughts just now, otherwise the situation on the Gorosei, 5 elders side would be even more dangerous. So what, at least I can last for a while, enough to clean up you, and Whitebeard has recovered, 2 beats one of you is enough. Although Lu Chengkong admitted that Abra's Hebrew statement was correct, yes, but what came out of his mouth was a different story. After all, he must not raise other people's ambition and destroy his own prestige. Really? Abra Hebrew suddenly took out a gold and silver phone bug. Yes, it was 2 colors, but his actions changed Lu Chengkong's face. The golden phone bug was a demon slayer. Ling, the silver one is the one who accepts the buster call. So what will the gold and silver phone bugs bring? Although Lu Chengkong doesn't know, but there is one thing that even a fool will think, that is the hand of the white Gorosei, 5 elders, and it is still this never-before-seen phone bug will definitely have terrifying effects. 276 Gorosei, 5 elders, cards. Bo. Abra Hebrew pressed lightly under everyone's gaze, and the phone bug made 2 boo-boo sounds. After the film arrived, there was some insight. People with strong perception immediately noticed that there were subtle changes in the space. As time went by, the changes in the space became more and more obvious, and almost everyone discovered this kind of change. Click. Suddenly, there was a crisp cracking sound from the space next to Gorosei, 5 elders, as if glass was shattered, but the next scene caused many pirates and marines to widen their eyes in shock, and their eyes almost disappeared. Drop on the floor. Because the space next to Gorosei, 5 elders sounded with this sound, and what followed was a huge gap in the space, and a tall man with murderous eyes came out. This is the ability of space. Is this person a person with the ability of space fruit? Lu Chengkong's face changed slightly. He already knew that the situation was beyond his control, but he immediately felt it was right. After all, Gorosei, 5 elders have been around for so many years, how could there be no whole cards? The world government has been established for more than 800 years, and we have also existed for more than 800 years. Alger looked at the man in front of him with a complicated expression, and finally said with a sigh. What? More than 800 years? How could it be possible to live so long? Lu Chengkong sank in his heart and exclaimed in shock. When he saw that Gorosei, 5 elders were at most 300 or 400 years old, how could it be possible he lived more than 800 years old, but the fact made him have to believe it. Wait, there is no life fluctuation on the person with the ability of the space fruit, he is from the dead. Portgas D. Dana said suddenly, looking at the middle-aged man who suddenly appeared in disbelief. No, how is it possible, how could he move without life fluctuations? Many pirates, and Marine's crowd suddenly boiled like a pot. That's right, he's dead. Adonis, words were hard to believe, because none of them believed that the Gorosei, 5 elders would tell such lies, and at this time, the most important thing was Gorosei, 5 there was no need for the elders to lie to them. I felt a familiar feeling in him, as if he was my relative. Angelina had been looking at this middle-aged man when he appeared, and spit out this sentence at this time talk. I knew that someone would find him after he was taken out, but at this time, even if she finds out, he must not do it. Marine must not be defeated. Alva's eyes suddenly appeared. There was a trace of fear, and it was even more complicated when looking at Angelina. It's so similar. I think you are Angelina. It seems that I guessed right. No wonder it is so similar. He is your father's biological brother, one of the 20 kings who created the world government. How can you? It doesn't feel familiar. There is no time for unnecessary words. The person who knows this must die, and she must not know that we stole this person's body. Abra Hebrew waved his hand, showing his heroic character to the fullest. In order to hide this matter, he even let Marine's people let go. When his words came out, Marine was first stunned, followed by a great fear. Shouting out, some people with unstable minds have even begun to flee after seeing the strength of Gorosei, 5 elders, but unfortunately, before their footsteps began to move, this middle-aged man's eyes flickered. A wave of spatial energy passively spread out immediately, and the people affected by the spatial energy were all twisted into pieces without exception. In an instant, only Kuzan, Sengoku, Garp, Kazaru, and Smoker survived in all the Marines in the Marine headquarters. Tashigi and Tina, Marine headquarters turned into a dead city in an instant. How could this be? Is this really Marine who insists on justice? Smoker, Tashigi, Tina, and even Kuzan were all at a loss. They were all dissatisfied with what Marine had done, especially Kuzan and Smoker, but now the Gorosei, 5 elders, approach immediately breaks them off with Marine. Are there any more? It's a pity, they're all talents, but you can only blame you for being unlucky. Knowing this, Alger's face was also very complicated. After all, as justice, they actually wanted to kill Beiji's actions, but they had to do it. If this matter spreads, they will definitely die. I said that you are too white, even if he is one of the 20 kings of Tenryubido, but he is now a dead person. I think it should be the ability of the Fruit of Death, Alchiba, who used his ability to save him to now, but even so, his strength has dropped a lot, and at most he is stronger than you in the first line, which is almost the same as me now. Zio thinks that you have already won. Just when the middle-aged man was about to shoot again, Lu Chengkong instantly appeared in front of him, and the fist including armament hockey punched in the past, hitting him directly in the face, and blasting him out. Really, but he is an undead creature. He doesn't feel pain, fear, fatigue, and only fights. If he can't be completely smashed, he won't die completely, and you will remain in this state. No, as long as we hold you back, I believe it won't take long for you to get rid of this state. When you face the 5 of us, do you think you will survive? Adonis said mockingly. Like Lu Chengkong's Baidarang, he was very upset. It seems that you have become more and more idiots after living for so many years. Is your head rusted? He is only surviving by the ability of the Fruit of Death, and it is a kind of undead creature. If he is still alive, then it's really hard to do, but now he is sure to die. Have you forgotten the purifying power of the Fruit of Light? Lu Chengkong went back sarcastically without showing weakness. At the same time, Callie, who was beside him, made a move immediately as if he had a consonant skill. A golden sun made of completely white light energy immediately appeared on her jade hand. At the same time, the jade hand Vivi swayed, her right hand. I don't know when a golden arrow appeared. It was obviously formed by the condensed energy of white light, but the destructive power contained in this arrow was very terrifying. I can't help but feel a hairy feeling. Let's see my strongest trick at the moment, the arrow of light. Khalifa snorted coldly, pulled a full moon, and with a swipe, the speed of light shot directly at the middle-aged man. The speed was unmatched. In the eyes of 99% of people, an arrow is a must. After all, the speed of light can't be avoided unless you use the eyes to predict and dodge in advance. 277 mirror image can eat fruit. Haha, I thought you were proud of something. You thought we didn't know that little girl's fruit of light can really extract the essence of Luke, and the speed of light can't be avoided, and it can't be avoided, but have you forgotten his ability? The fruit of space, although it is not as good as Angelina's fruit of nothingness, but if he wants to hide, even light can't catch him, and if it is faster than light, except for thinking, it is space. Abrahebrew originally had a bad feeling in his heart, but after hearing Lu Chengkong's words, he immediately put this feeling behind him. His tone was full of disdain, as if Lu Chengkong was an idiot. It's just that Adonis on one side keenly caught the sarcastic arc of Yi at the corner of Lu Chengkong's mouth. Obviously he was mocking Abrahebrew. His mind was spinning, as if he had thought of something. He immediately shouted that it was not good, it was necessary. To resist this arrow, it's a pity that Khalifa's arrow is too fast, and he finds that Beiji's movements seem to be filled countless times in an instant. No, it's not his movements, but time has slowed down. Gorosei, 5 elders and others, a scene of unbelief appeared. Luke, that is the name of this middle-aged man. He seems to have been immobilized, as if unable to move. The ability of space is not used, just so stupid silly standing there. Khalifa's arrow of light pierced through his chest. The powerful light energy immediately purifies the dead energy from Chi's body, and at the same time burns his whole body clean without leaving a trace of ashes. This supreme being, one of the 20 kings, was instantly killed shortly after his appearance. If the huge contrast makes everyone sluggish, but fortunately, the live broadcast of this battle has been closed when Abrahebrew intends to use Luke, otherwise people who see the battle here will also be sluggish. No, impossible, even if the space fruit is not comparable to the fruit of nothingness, the fruit of destiny, even if the person with the ability of the fruit of nothingness wants to hit the person with the ability to dodge the space fruit with all his strength, he can't do it easily. How can he not move? How can he do it? Don't use spatial abilities. Gorosei, 5 elders roared annoyed, like a madman. My actions just now. No, time was slowed down, could it be? As long as Adonis seemed to understand something, his eyes flashed, and Lu Chengkong said it in advance when he was about to spit out. Have you found it? You guessed right, it was indeed the ability of the fruit of time just now. Lu Chengkong nodded, and his words made people who knew something not surprising, except that everyone else was staring at him, obviously wanting to get it. The answer satisfies Baiji's curiosity. In the 3 years in the New World, I found a barren-type fruit. I couldn't know that fruit from the illustrated book, but my intuition told me that the fruit's ability would not be bad. After all, the illustrated book has all the skills. If there is no record, then it must be more mysterious and many people have eaten it. Lu Chengkong's eyes flashed the color of memories, and said slowly. How can one person eat 2 devil fruits? Gorosei, 5 elders immediately refuted when they heard it. In fact, they also knew that some special abilities could allow people to eat 2 devil fruits, such as the dark fruit, but Lu Chengkong's ability was obvious. Not so, if Lu Chengkong used the ability of mirror image to merge, it would make sense, but what Lu Chengkong said was obviously eating, not fusion. Yes, I can't eat it, but my mirror image can. The mirror image clone of my main body has an ability. Yes, after killing the ability person, my main body clone can gain the ability of the other party. However, after my mirror fruit develops to possess 80% of the strength of the main body, in addition to the ability fusion, the mirror clone can eat the devil fruit. As long as the mirror image of my main body eats the devil fruit, it will be as if I have never eaten the devil. Like fruit people, you can continue to develop, research and improve. As long as I summon the clone, to what extent the devil fruit I ate before will be developed, and it will be the same as before after being summoned. The clone can become stronger for nothing, and develop the power of the fruit for nothing. After promotion, it is like a real person, and the strength after promotion is permanent. It can be said that apart from the avatar being completely under my control, the mirror avatar of my body is no different from the real person. It is just as wise, as well as able to laugh, cry, become stronger, cultivate, and learn to improve its strength for nothing. Speaking of which, the effect of this clone-eating devil fruit is the same as that of killing someone with the ability or the fruit ability, but the method and approach are different. Do you understand when I say this? Quote. Hiss. Hearing this, even Garp, Sengoku, Kuzan, Redhead, Whitebeard, Hawkeye and others who had learned about the terrifying mirror fruit early in the morning couldn't help gasping for breath. It was really terrifying. It's like one person can eat all the devil fruits. Of course it's not without restrictions. Each clone of my body can only eat one type of devil fruit, or use mirror image conversion to obtain an ability, and only my body has this ability. Other people's mirror clones are no, not even if that mirror clone does not have the ability of devil fruit. And there are only 3 clones of my main body. I have already used 2 of them. The last one is edible or obtained by using mirror image conversion, so you don't have to worry that I will eat all the fruit abilities. Remember what I said when I used Ace's power to fight a Kainu. Burning fruit is one of my personal favorite abilities, so since it is one of my favorite abilities, there are several other favorite abilities, such as Khalifa's Light, and I just summoned the clone, so that the time used by the clone is suspended and time is slowing down, but unfortunately, now I can only fuse other people's mirror avatars, but Bai's own mirror avatar cannot be fused, otherwise, my ability to use time in person will definitely be more enjoyable. Even so, Whitebeard, Gorosei, 5 elders and others still have heart palpitations on their faces. It's too scary. The mirror clone is really scary to the point of being frightening and timid. I forgot to mention that just now Lu Chengkong can use the body of Beiji. The ability of the double fruit of the mirror image is not to integrate the mirror image of Beiji, but to integrate the mirror clone of the person with the double fruit ability that was killed by the mirror clone of Beiji at the beginning. It can be said that the stunt of ability fusion is not without flaws. In addition to the devil fruit ability obtained by Lu Chengkong's 3 body mirror images, if the master of the ability possessed by other people's mirror clones dies, then the devil fruit will be eliminated. Wait until the new devil fruit is born again, and then be eaten by people. Then Lu Chengkong can no longer summon the mirror avatar of the dead ability person or use ability fusion. He can only find a new ability person, fuse his body, and summon the new ability person's avatar after fusion. Ability, which is not a disadvantage. 278 Ancient Weapon Pluto. Gorosei, 5 elders. If Luke just now is the trump card you are relying on, then I can honestly tell you that we won this game because. Lu Chengkong said because he stopped when he said 2 words. After coming down, 3 people who looked exactly like Lu Chengkong suddenly appeared beside him. Needless to say, everyone knows that these 3 are really mirror images of Lu Chengkong's body. One has the ability to multiply the fruit, the other is the fruit of time. One has not eaten the devil fruit and has not used the mirror transformation to gain the fruit ability. However, these 3 mirror clones have 80% of Lu Chengkong's main body. It can be said that any of these 3 clones can be compared to Gorosei, 5 elders. The mirror image of Lu Chengkong's double fruit, needless to say, the speed, defense, and attack power increase sharply, 5 times, 10 times, 20 times, as long as the body and spirit can bear it, then it can continue to improve. Of course, the development of fruit ability must keep up. This fruit ability, the effect is the most simple and direct, and it is a multiple improvement. As for the other time fruit's mirror image Lu Chengkong's combat power, needless to say, time, space, fate and these words are all heaven-defying beings, and the mirror image Lu Chengkong with the time fruit control time is stronger than him. The other person can also be defeated. The last one is the weakest, but it is only relative to the first 2. Compared with the others, it is a godlike existence. These 3 avatars are Lu Chengkong's hidden trump cards. They were not used at first to deal with some emergencies. After all, people always have to leave a little more trump cards for Beiji. The strength that can deceive others and cannot touch Beiji is the strength. The best choice, after all, the unknown is the most terrifying. Hehe, I really didn't expect us to lose, but although we lose, it doesn't mean that you can leave alive. Alger's face turned pale. At this moment, he finally remembered what Baiji had overlooked, which was Lu Chengkong's avatar, but he didn't expect Lu Chengkong's avatar to be so strong. All 3 had Baiji's unique fruit ability. Incredibly perverted. It's a pity that there is one thing that Gorosei, 5 elders don't know, otherwise, they may all be directly hit and collapse. As long as Lu Chengkong's mirror image avatar is not wiped out in an instant, and Lu Chengkong's mental power can still support, then these clones can recover infinitely, not afraid of all damage, and the most important thing is unlimited physical strength, which is the best blessing for the mirror image Lu Chengkong of the double fruit. After all, if you won't get tired and have infinite physical strength, as long as your spirit can support it, you can increase the multiple of the double fruit to the extreme developed by the people with double fruit ability. That's enough, then each of his attacks can reach 20 times. Want to die together? Do you think I'll give you this chance? Lu Chengkong pouted, completely ignoring the threat of Gorosei, 5 elders. I forgot to tell you that when the double fruit is developed to the limit, it will acquire a very terrifying ability. In addition to improving the speed, strength, and defense, it can also improve the strength of the white body. Lu Chengkong looked at the Gorosei, 5 elders who were going to die together. It shouldn't be the 4 old stars. Alkiba is still lying on the ice. Although he is not dead, he doesn't even have the strength to stand up. As long as my body can hold it up, it's not a problem even if I increase my strength by 20 times. It's a pity that even if I'm not injured, I can only increase my body's strength by 3 times at most. The power exploded, but did you forget my mirror image? His endurance is much stronger than my main body, and it can fully withstand a 5-fold increase. Do you think that a mirror clone with 80% of my combat power will have a 5-fold increase in strength and you will die with me? Capital. Every word of Lu Chengkong was like a sledgehammer. Every word he uttered was like a sledgehammer hitting the hearts of Gorosei, 5 elders. In the end, Gorosei, 5 elders and the others looked gloomy. Of water will come out. If this is the case, then even if they don't lose the entire Marine headquarters, it's really impossible to pull down Lu Chengkong's people, but is this battle really won by Lu Chengkong's side? No, just when everyone thought Lu Chengkong's group would win, the 4 Gorosei, 5 elders, faces flashed decisively, as if they had made a terrible decision. HMPH, I didn't expect a few of us to be pushed to this point by you little brats. Very good, it seems that we are really old. In this case, we will throw away the last fluke and use our life, at the cost of erasing you. Adonis roared with a grim expression on his face. Although they were thinking of perishing together just now, but this idea has a lot of water, and the psychology also retains a bit of luck. Their so-called perishing is just pretending, and they want to escape the most. After all, in their opinion, as long as their lives are saved, they can make a comeback. It's a pity that things have developed to this point. Since it has begun, one of the 2 sides must fall to the end. Ancient weapon, Pluto, wake me up, at the expense of the few of us and the soul of Marine that was lost just now. The 4 Gorosei, 5 elders suddenly shouted together. The earth began to tremble, the entire Marine headquarters suddenly split into 2 halves, and a huge and incomparable warship rose from the depths of the ground. The crew was very old, but it gave people a feeling of extreme danger. How is it possible that the blueprint of Hades has been burned by me? How can you have Hades? Frankie shouted in disbelief, his glasses fell to the ground. HMPH, do you think we don't have a blueprint for Pluto? We got Pluto early in the morning. All we want is a blueprint to turn on the power source of Pluto. This can be said to be an incomplete Pluto. The power source of Pluto can also be said to be energy, so to open Pluto, a large amount of life and soul must be used as the price. We just killed those Marines just to prepare for the trump card of Pluto. Quote. Alger might really be dying, as if a mad beast was about to take a bite. So, in any case, as long as Pluto is activated, the 5 of you will die. Lu Chengkong seemed to understand why just now they all said they were going to die together, and they were so calm, but they were still fighting. The thoughts of escaping, now seeing Baiji's 2 whole cards, he immediately knew that there was no hope of escaping, so he planned to die and drag Baiji and others. 279 The Terrifying of Hades. That's right, it's not just us. The souls of those Marines have been collected by Alkiba just now. If you don't get up soon, how long will you pretend to be dead? Unbelievable, Alkiba said. Hee, we're all going to die anyway. We've lived for so long, and it's not a disadvantage to have so many of you buried with us. Alkiba, who was about to die at any moment, actually stood up, looking as if not a single injury. How is that possible? Whitebeard said incredulously, but he was very aware of the power of the blow just now. How could Alkiba be nothing at all? It's very simple, because I am the master of death. If I am not the power user of the fruit of death, I can't die anymore, but unfortunately, the most terrible thing about the fruit of death is that it can absorb the death energy of dying people. In addition to the soul, there is also the death energy that can absorb Baiji, so as long as you don't kill me all at once, then I can continue to absorb all the death energy that is almost fatal because of the heavy injury, and the injuries on my body will continue. They will all recover at an astonishing rate, and just now I will be recovering from Beiji's injury. Alkiba looked at Hades at his feet, and knew that Baiji could not live, and he was not hiding these secrets. So you Gorosei, 5 elders can live for so long. One is because you all practiced returning your life to the extreme, and the other is that you use the ability of the fruit of death to absorb all the death energy from you, so that not only will you not be eroded by death, but your lifespan will become stronger and stronger. Am I right? The color of enlightenment flashed in Lu Chengkong's eyes, and he finally understood why these few people could live for more than 800 years. That's right, it's a pity you didn't say one thing. Yeah, I also turned the souls of the strong who died over the years into energy to give us a few supplements, so the lifespan of our bodies did not pass, and the souls also got also. If it weren't for you, it would be okay for us to live for thousands of years, so you have to die, and you can't even keep your soul. I understand, everything is in your calculations. After I blocked a few of you and Alkiba was hit hard, you have already prepared this plan, and even opening Hades is a step in your plan. You don't have to die at all. I'm right, so far you've all been acting. Lu Chengkong finally understood what Baiji had been ignoring all the time, and also understood that Baiji was calculating others, but he was actually counter-calculated by Gorosei, 5 elders. Haha, did you find out now? It's a pity, I didn't expect it would take us so much effort to destroy your pirate group. As long as Alkiba doesn't die, we won't die. Is the body gone? It doesn't matter, there is Alkiba. With Kiba's abilities, we can take a new body. So Alkiba was lying on the ground just now. In fact, he pretended that he was going to die at any time, and then he told us that all of you would not be able to live, and became a sacrifice to open Hades. In fact, the few of you just handed over your body, but not your soul at all. After Joe Pluto killed us, Alkiba used his ability to let you retake the area, and those who know all the truth here will accompany you. My body is buried here, and then you will be able to rebuild a marine, am I right? Lu Chengkong's words made everyone's face change greatly. Gorosei, 5 elders are so deep in calculation and so ruthless. I didn't expect you to guess all of this, but what if you guessed it? At most, I'm just a sensible ghost, and I won't die with doubts. Alves laughed wildly with a victorious attitude, as if he had already liked winning. You are too vain to believe, right? You are all too ignorant. Do you think that with the ancient weapon Pluto, you can kill us all? Strangely, Lu Chengkong's group didn't seem to be at all afraid of chaos. Instead said calmly Bai Ruo. Do you think you can still walk away? The horror of ancient weapons is simply beyond your imagination. As long as there is enough energy support, this weapon will never stop attacking you. By the way, I forgot to tell you, Pluto's attack is not simply to hurt the body, but also the soul. In addition, no one can escape within the attack range of Hades, except to resist or be directly bombarded, because within the range of Hades, attack has been put down a screen similar to the enchantment. Outside things, people can come in, but the inside must not go out unless Hades' comb is gone. Alger said with a smile, no one loves the power of Hades more than them. In the past 800 years, countless strong men have been born, and it is not uncommon for them to reach the level of Liu Chengkong and others, even those who almost overthrew the world government. No, it's just that all these people died in the hands of Hades. Lei Ying. Liu Chengkong is not the kind of person who just stands there and waits for death. As long as he is not dead, he will not give up. With Enel's mirror image, he does not need the cooperation of Ark's proverbs. He used the most powerful thunder-type trick to blast the rear. Chi. It's a pity that such a powerful thunder and lightning suddenly fluctuated in the space when it flew a few hundred meters away, and a black-red energy rippled out directly. The lightning and the black-red energy collided, and there was a sound first. There was a loud noise throughout the world, and then the incomparably huge thunder and lightning were forcibly swallowed up. How is that possible? Liu Chengkong couldn't help but show a hint of emotion on his face. Although Guro no Mi, Rumble Fruit, can't compare to the top 10 barren fruit abilities, it's only incomprehensive ability. And himself. In fact, Guro no Mi, Rumble Fruit, can definitely be said to be the invincible fruit ability under the top 10 barren fruits. Even in terms of pure destructive power, Guro no Mi, Rumble Fruit, is more powerful than death, darkness. The destructive power of life is even greater. Of course, it is only in terms of destructive power. If you really compare Guro no Mi, Rumble Fruit, it is still inferior to the darkness of death and the three of life. Guro no Mi, Rumble Fruit, is so terrifying in terms of destructive power, and it was played by Liu Chengkong, a person whose strength surpassed the 4 emperors, even stronger than Gorosei, 5 elders, and he was the strongest when he shot it. The most destructive Lei Ying, but this still can't shake the so-called enchantment, which is terrible. Jia, don't praise the scheming in vain. I'm not afraid to tell you that the ancient weapon Pluto was mainly made of the destruction fruit, which ranks 6th among the top 10 barren fruits, and the destruction fruit is still ranked above the bright fruit. In terms of destructive power and destructive power, it is far beyond Guro no Mi, Rumble Fruit. How can your thunderbolt be useful? Abra Hebrew laughed, his tone full of pride. 280 Hades versus Neptune. Destroy the fruit. Whitebeard and others exclaimed. These fruit abilities that have only appeared in legends have appeared one after another today, and they are still stronger than each other. It can be said that apart from the most mysterious fate and the 5th-ranked creation in addition, nothingness, time, space, annihilation, light, life, death, and darkness have all appeared. It really came together. Yes, as long as Pluto has enough souls and people serve as sacrifices, the stronger those people are, the more powerful Pluto can exert. The people who died in Marine just now and their souls have been absorbed by Pluto. But it's not enough to kill the few of you who are beyond the 4 emperors in one fell swoop, but it's enough to add the bodies of the 4 of us. Abra Hebrew said that he was the first to hit Baiji's chest with a palm, punching a huge hole in Baiji's chest, which was sucked in by Hades. Immediately after, Adonis, Alger, and Alves did the same, killing them in vain. Then, their bodies were sucked in by Hades like Abra Hebrew, and the only one on the other side was not in vain. A powerful suction suddenly burst out from the killed Alkiba, revealing the souls that could not be seen by the inner eye. The souls of these 4 people are the Gorosei, 5 elders who just died, and have been captured by Alkiba at this time. Up. If you guys can still escape before Pluto opens, but with so many sacrifices as the energy to activate Pluto, Pluto can attack here for 3 days and 3 nights without interruption, even if you Angelina is nothingness. It is also impossible for the person with the ability of the fruit to remain nihilistic for 3 days and 3 nights, unless you can abandon your companions and run away in vain. If that is the case, it will be better. When you escape, you will be left alone. I will help them. It's easy to kill you after winning the meeting. Haha, you should just wait until you die. As Alciba said that, he turned over and jumped, turning into a dead breath and entering the body of Hades directly. Obviously, if he did not go in, he would be listed as a candidate for attack by Hades. Child in the sky, what should I do now? Don't tell me you can't do anything about it. Although I've only met you twice, and we said goodbye in a hurry, I don't believe you're the kind of person who rushes in without being fully prepared. Whitebeard ran over and looked at the ever-changing Pluto, one after another, and said to Lu Chengkong. Sure enough, the pirates who had already fallen into despair and those who survived Marine all looked at Lu Chengkong, and found that although Lu Chengkong's complexion had changed greatly just now, until now there was no trace of despair in the depths of his eyes. Frightened, but calm as water, this expression obviously told everyone present that Lu Chengkong still had a way to deal with it. Ancient weapon, Pluto. It is indeed very powerful, especially with so many marine souls and inner bodies, plus the bodies of the 4 Gorosei, 5 elders as sacrifices. I think every attack of Pluto is stronger than Gorosei, each of the 5 elders. Strongest blows in their lives must be powerful. It's really scary to keep this peak attack for 3 days and 3 nights, not to mention the fact that they have no intention of trapping us. It's a pity that they are too white. Big, ancient weapons are powerful, but that doesn't mean they are invincible. Quote. Lu Changbai smiled sympathetically. Not at all. In the face of desperation people should behave. That calm Bai Ruo's appearance made many people admire them. Little devil, I know what you're thinking. The best option to deal with ancient weapons is undoubtedly ancient weapons, but the current ancient weapon Pluto is not a joke. This time Pluto's power can be said to be the most terrifying for so many years. Once, with Gorosei, 5 elders and so many marines as sacrifices, it is definitely not comparable to the still developing Neptune. Quote. Pluto Rayleigh came out, his eyes flickering, but he had seen another ancient weapon, the Shirahoshi. The Sea Emperor is terrible, but now the Pluto has so many blessings, the power can be said to have reached almost the peak of existence. It is indeed not comparable to Shirahoshi, who is still developing and growing. What? The ancient weapon Sea Emperor is with you. Except for the Straw Hats, Rayleigh, and Aunt Xiao, the others ignited their vitality and looked at Lu Chengkong with bright eyes. What a huge weapon. Each of the ancient weapons has their own unique and powerful abilities. It is really difficult to tell who is stronger and who is weaker. Indeed, Shirahoshi's abilities are still growing, not to mention reaching their limits. They are not even mature yet. Reach. Lu Chengkong's words, coupled with the eyes of Rayleigh and the Straw Hats, made everyone look at Shirahoshi, who was standing next to Angelina with a timid face. Such a beautiful mermaid was actually the Emperor of the Sea. If it weren't for Bailiu Chengkong they couldn't believe it. I never thought of letting Shirahoshi face Pluto alone. As a captain, if I just let my own crew go out to face him when I die, then I'm too unqualified as a captain. Lu Chengkong Hihi Isho, full of unrestrained and unrestrained temperament, looking at the more than 100 cannons on Hades in front of him, he has already aimed at Beiji, without a trace of timidity, step by step, walking in the sky slowly walking towards Pluto. Sure enough, he has never been afraid. He was like this when he was young, and he was like this when he grew up. It is not unreasonable that he can grow to this point under the oppression of Marine. Facing death, Isho has always been calm. Past. Sengoku smiled bitterly, and he found that Baiji was really getting more and more alive, but no matter what angle he looked at, Lu Chengkong's performance always made him admire him. If he put himself in everyone's shoes, Sengoku he didn't dare to say that Baiji could do what Lu Chengkong did. Is that the case again? The first time we met, we made a breakthrough with the help of my pressure, and the second time we made a breakthrough with the pressure of R3 Admiral and Garp. Ching Nam looked at Lu Chengkong's back and couldn't help but whisper it feeds. Shirahoshi, summon the Sea Kings. The Sea Kings are everywhere. The power of the sea is unfathomable, let alone this barrier can only be entered but not out. Even if you can't enter or exit, the Sea Kings have been able to come in under your power. Use your strength, you are a member of the Free and Easy Pirates. It is your duty to protect your own life and the lives of your companions. Before I come back, you must withstand the attack of Hades." A resolute and unyielding voice floated from the front, and in the ears of everyone who passed it on, Shirahoshi was stunned when he heard it, and immediately put it away with a timid look on his face, and replaced it with a serious look. He clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes suddenly became extremely fierce. Lu Chengkong said that you are a member of the Happy Pirates, which made her feel at home. Beiji is not useless, Beiji is also useful, and its role is irreplaceable. Now it is her Shirahoshi show. White's stage. One Piece: The Legend of Creation, Chapter 281-300. 281 Void Extinction. I have always failed. Can I succeed this time? No, I will definitely succeed. The failure of this ability in the past must have been missing something. Yes, lack of death threat and pressure, Hades. Ancient weapons. In front of me, Lu Chengkong, I can break you just as well. Lu Chengkong looked at the forts in front of him. Each one of them gave Lu Chengkong a tingling feeling, a strong sense of oppression, and a kind of death-like aura that shrouded Lu Chengkong invisibly. In fact, the biggest reason why he asked Shirahoshi to summon Aquaman Lu was because he was worried that Baiji would not be able to focus on protecting Xiaoyao and Lackey and other women when facing Hades. After all, Hades is a huge ship with too many cannons. If they launch together, he will not be able to follow them all together, and some of the aftermath is enough to cover some people on the Xiaoyao who are not strong enough, such as Canis and other women. At this time, there are a lot of Xiaoyao, protected by countless sea kings, and all the girls, so Lu Chengkong has no worries, and can let go of all the burdens to do what Bai has to do. Boom. Suddenly, a very stable sound resembling a crash sounded from Pluto's body, and countless huge gun muzzles on the warship instantly aimed at Lu Chengkong, giving Lu Chengkong a feeling of being completely locked in, as if Beiji had been isolated by the whole world for a moment. The ancient weapon is really not an ancient weapon, especially when it has such a powerful sacrifice as an energy source. It is really scary enough to lock me up. No matter how much I dodge, I can't escape. Lu Chengkong's heart skipped a beat, his brows furrowed tightly together. Although Pluto hadn't attacked yet, its prelude had already made Lu Chengkong feel its extraordinariness, especially in locking the target direction. The space can be blocked off. Boom. Just as Lu Chengkong was thinking about it, the muzzle on Hades fired at the same time, and countless light cannons formed by white, black and red energy burst towards Lu Chengkong. The void is annihilated. Lu Chengkong's face was suddenly gloomy, and the power of each of the hundreds of light cannons in front of him was no less than that of any one of the Gorosei, 5 elders. Faced with such an attack, it was the first wave of thousands. Hundreds of ways, even those who are stronger than Gorosei, 5 elders will surely die. It is difficult for Gorosei, 5 elders in the world to exist in the world of One Piece, King of Pirates, without being overthrown for so many years. Lu Chengkong is not a vegetarian either. The moment he walked out, he knew that Baiji was a near-death experience this time. Life is all about hard work. He has encountered a huge bottleneck. If he can't break through, he can only do this for a lifetime. Lu Chengkong is obviously not a person who is satisfied with the status quo. Facing a murder weapon like Pluto has never been an opportunity. After all, the greater the danger, the greater the opportunity. The ability of the Fruit of Nothingness was immediately used by Lu Chengkong. With one move, the void was wiped out. I saw that the chaotic energy suddenly appeared in front of Lu Chengkong, forming a huge and incomparable net, like a net of heaven and earth, trapping most of the light cannons in front of him. At the same time, with Lu Chengkong's thoughts, these light cannons immediately turned into nothingness and disappeared without a trace. It's a pity that although the light cannon disappeared, the fatal sense of crisis that Lu Chengkong felt in his heart not only did not disappear, but instead multiplied. Very uncomfortable. This kind of feeling that life is no longer in the hands of oneself is very bad. What is the purpose of becoming stronger? It's not just to be able to control everything about Beiji, to be in Bayou and not be threatened. For the strong, the feeling and situation that Beiji's life is out of control is the most annoying and most feared. Although Lu Chengkong's face was calm, his breathing was already very chaotic. The annihilation of the void just now cost him 1/10 of the energy. This is only the first wave of attacks. Listen to what Alkiba said. The attack will last for 3 days and 3 nights. It is impossible to support it, just the first wave is so terrifying. The attack by Hades just now is like having thousands of Gorosei, 5 elders attacking at the same time. If it wasn't for the incomparably powerful ability of the void fruit, Lu Chengkong might have died and couldn't die anymore. As for Whitebeard, Angelique Na, Hancock, and Khalifa, who are also beyond the 4 emperors, are not willing to come out to help, but they can't help, because the attack range of Hades is too large. Lu Chengkong alone withstood 50% of Pluto's light cannons, and the remaining 50% were shared by Whitebeard and Angelina, so they couldn't help Lu Chengkong at all. It's troublesome, it's just the first time. According to this attack intensity, I can endure at most 2 times. After the 4th time, I will overdraw and then collapse. 3 days and 3 nights are really troublesome. The corner of Lu Chengkong's mouth couldn't help showing a bitter smile. The ancient weapons were so terrifying, especially with such a powerful sacrifice as the starting energy. It's too late to escape now. Angelina and I can use the power of nothingness at the same time to escape. Khalifa condenses the light into an arrow and opens a hole and can barely leave. Hancock can also leave with the Emperor's color, but the others it is certain to die, but we can only delay the arrival of death a little by staying here now. What should we do? Quote. Lu Chengkong watched Pluto, who had just paused for 0.001 seconds just after the attack, fired again, and his heart suddenly became extremely frightened, but this time he did not dare to use the void to destroy. The power is powerful, and the efficiency is also great, but the consumption even more huge. I hope this will work. Lu Chengkong felt ruthless in his heart, raised his hands high, and bursts of incomparably hot flame energy continued to emerge, almost instantly condensed into an incomparably huge fireball, like a small sun generally. Do you want to use my abilities? Just facing so many attacks, even if you can use the power of my ente to the extreme, you can't reverse it. Ace looked at the huge fireball in front of him. He really wanted to help. Of course, he didn't want to help Lu Chengkong, but Baihu. Son, it's a pity that his power is too weak. For the first time, the desire for power was born in his heart for the first time, and it was also the first time that he hated Beiji so much for being so weak, and let the Whitebeard pirates everyone is involved in this wind quilt. Shout! Suddenly Ace's face changed. Not only Ace, but also many people present changed their faces. Their eyes were staring at Lu Chengkong. No, to be precise, they were looking at Lu Chengkong's hand. Fireball. 282 the ultimate flame. What is this? A white flame, the thought appeared in everyone's heart. Lu Chengkong, who was originally a huge crimson fireball, didn't know what had happened, but it turned into a white fireball in an instant. It was just the color of the fireball. It has changed, but the power has not decreased but increased, giving people a feeling that it can melt all things. The pinnacle of flame, the strongest profound meaning of burning fruit, Ente, Yang Yan. Lu Chengkong's forehead burst with blue veins, and he let out a small voice. Although the voice was small, it was very clear and passed down to everyone. In the ears, especially Ace, as the person who can burn the fruit, no one can understand what this white flame represents more than him. The quality has changed, the quality of the fire has changed, and it has become a more advanced flame. The gap between me and him is really too big. How long did he have the ability to burn the fruit, and he was able to develop the burning fruit to this point, and I have owned it for so many years but I haven't even reached the level of magma. It can be said that Ace suffered a huge blow, but from this fireball, he saw the future of Beiji burning fruit, and it is also the limit, but he, who can be said to be a genuine burning fruit ability, has the burning fruit 10. Not only has he not reached this level for many years, but he can't even compare with magma. On the contrary, Lu Chengkong has reached this level so early, how could he not let his heart become ashes and his face turn pale? Lu Chengkong didn't lie before. His favorite abilities, apart from light, nothingness, time, and space, are fire. After all, the burning fruit is not very powerful in anime, but it is very powerful. The handsome pro, and among these abilities, the development of flame is much simpler than the previous 4. Of course, with interest, the motivation will be great. With the help of the mirror fruit, Lu Chengkong's development is simply 1,000 miles away. And under the pressure of Pluto, he actually made a qualitative change in the flame that burned the fruit, and made a huge breakthrough, turning the original crimson flame into a white flame. The edge has completely subsided. Without the sharp edge of the crimson flame before, it has become a hidden edge. Simply speaking, hitting the enemy will make people not know how to die. Sure enough, the breakthrough of the ability to burn the fruit, and even my mirror fruit has been improved. I obtained the ability to burn the fruit through the ability of the mirror fruit, so the burned fruit is also a branch of the mirror fruit, extending from the source. It comes out, just like a root branched off from a big tree. The branch is nourished and strong, then of course the mirror fruit that connects it will also become stronger. Quote. The joy flashed in Lu Chengkong's eyes, and it was almost fleeting. No one noticed that although he was very happy that Beiji had made a breakthrough in the development of fruit ability, it was now obvious that this level of breakthrough was not enough to reverse the battle situation, so the joy in his heart was almost wiped out by Lu Chengkong in an instant. Shocked. Destroyed. The sun is shining. Emperor color hockey on. When Lu Chengkong threw the white fireball Entei Yangan out of his hand, Angelina and the others also made a great effort at the same time. With the ability to resist the black and red light cannons fired from all directions by the muscles of the Hades, with the sound of explosions, Lu Chengkong's 5 people's faces turned pale every time, their bodies were shaky, and they looked like they were about to fall down at any time. It's just that the eyes of the 5 of them are all bright, and they don't seem to be tired at all, especially Lu Chengkong, whose eyes appear a little dazed from time to time, and become dull from time to time, but these are fleeting. In this situation except for Khalifa and Hancock, who tied a heart to Lu Chengkong, the others did not notice this subtle change at all. Angelina, Whitebeard, must stand up. Husband, official, may have a breakthrough. This is the last chance, must not let him fall. Hancock and Khalifa said in unison, except for the different names. The words he said were exactly the same, word for word, and the people on the side were envious. Kula la la la. I knew that this kid is not short-lived. Sure enough, under the pressure of death, his potential was squeezed again. I owe him a life and a favor. I don't like to owe others. The things that I have not paid back when I die, as long as I don't die, he will be fine. Quote. Whitebeard laughed loudly and walked in front of Lu Chengkong first. Keelong's was Lu Chengkong as if he didn't know anything. Even Whitebeard didn't react at all when he walked in front of him. The blankness and emptiness in his eyes became more and more obvious. In the end, it actually occupied the whole eye, looking like a living dead that had no life. Dad. The people in the Whitebeard Heifu group saw Whitebeard's performance and heard what he said, and they knew what he was going to do, but they also knew what Whitebeard was. But once a promise is given, it will be done even if it is broken. What is the charm of this man? Not only can people around him be willing to go through fire for him, even Whitebeard is the same, although Whitebeard owes him a life, but if he doesn't do it, no one will say anything about him. Listen, they said that Enel and Lu Chengkong were enemies in the beginning, but now it has become like this, with Enel first and then Mahak. Quote. From an unknown angle, Salas, who is wearing a princess dress, is shining her eyes, and she looks at Lu Chengkong's back standing in midair with a strange light. Like a towering giant tree without a trace of bending, she thought to herself. You must be thinking about his charm that can convince so many people that he is willing to give everything for him. She can gather so many powerful people with huge potential and hearts higher than the sky around her, and she can make so many beautiful women fall in love. For him, let alone you. I was very curious at one time, so I observed and thought for a long time in secret here, and you know what answer I came up with. Portgas D. Dana didn't know when she walked up to Salas, looked at this disciple with a very similar temperament to Baiji, and suddenly spoke as if she knew what she was thinking. Why? Salas, who was seen through her own thoughts, was not angry or embarrassed, but said calmly. I don't know. Portgas de Jonah pondered for a while, and said word by word as Salas looked at the next word with incomparably expectant eyes, but what she said made people almost fall to the ground. In such a serious atmosphere she actually said such a thing, but Salas nodded as if she had realized something, and there was a hint of understanding in her eyes. Obviously she understood something, not pretended to be. 283 Mirror Fusion. Don't you know? Yes, I really don't need to know. It turns out that I also unknowingly joined this pirate group, and treat this place as Bai's home. They are all family members. Protect him, and be willing for him. In fact, it is not to protect this pirate group. He is the captain. Everyone can die, that is, he must not die. The other hand, he is also a member of this family. Enel and the others are willing to die for him. Why didn't Lu Chengkong stand up by himself at such a dangerous time, and the people who protect Beiji's family do nothing for him? The rationale, the answer. Salas understood, and she also discovered that Baiji had unknowingly regarded Baiji as a member of the Happy Pirates, and regarded this ship as an indispensable home for Baiji, and the others were her family, and that's why she can understand Portgas D's words. Understood. It seems that you, like me, were also infected by him, but this is not bad. At least it is much more comfortable to wander around the world than to intrigue alone. I think as long as you survive this time, sister, you will be able to resurrected. Portgas de Dana glanced at Salas. She knew very well about the disciple Baiji. She knew what she was thinking just by looking at her. But there was one thing she didn't say was that not only Salas was so does she herself. That's what it feels like. My head office has always been a little bit worse. I have 3 body mirror images, which represent 3 kinds of abilities. One is to allow me to have the ability to integrate many other abilities. Mirror image of. One is that my mirror image clone can fuse his mirror image after killing the ability person, so as to obtain his ability, or eat the devil fruit. Then the ability that the last mirror avatar brought me should be the fusion of the main body. The difference is this feeling, the feeling of life and death. In the few years in the new world, I have never felt the oppression of death as before. I can only squeeze out my potential in the line between life and death, just like now, mirror profound truth and mirror fusion. Lu Chengkong shouted in his heart. The turbid, empty eyes immediately disappeared without a trace, replaced by a bright light that made people dare not look at each other. The 3 clones who had been helping Lu Chengkong to resist the attack of Hades immediately in the shape of a going triangle. Lu Chengkong was surrounded in the center and slowly rotated. This strange change immediately attracted everyone's attention. In fact, when Whitebeard desperately stood in front of Lu Chengkong, everyone knew that if he was going to turn the tables, they would look at Lu Chengkong. Now, seeing this strange the changes in the hearts of those who did not want to die immediately ignited the fire of hope. Here for me, Lu Chengkong only felt that a piece of information appeared in his mind from nowhere. It was about the fusion of mirror images. As he shouted loudly, the 3 mirror images revolving around him were spinning faster and faster. When it was about to become a black shadow, the 3 mirror image clones merged into Lu Chengkong's body at the same time. Humph! Lu Chengkong snorted softly, and a dazzling light flashed from his body suddenly, making people close their eyes in vain. This light came suddenly, and it came and went quickly. When this light disappeared in the past, when everyone opened their eyes, they found that Lu Chengkong's appearance had changed a lot. Originally, the demon scales covered on the body due to the second stage of the demon transformation have all disappeared and returned to normal, but a black crystal with a 4-cornered rhombus similar to a crystal appeared on the forehead, and a silver crystal was depicted in the center of the crystal. The quaint array is very small, but it is very delicate and incomparably mysterious, as if it is changing all the time. The same 4 demon wings on the back have disappeared, replaced by a pair of silver-black wings that are very similar to the fallen angel's wings, but if you look carefully and touch it with your own hands, you will find that although it looks similar to the fallen angel's wings, the wings of fallen angels are very similar. But those above are not silver-black feathers at all, but hard and sharp demon scales. Obviously, these demon scales are shaped like the feathers on the wings of fallen angels, and they look very similar to the feathers, so these are not the wings of a fallen angel at all, but the wings of a demon. The originally dark and deep black hole-like eyes have disappeared, but they are replaced by silver-black eyes. Silver and black are perfectly intertwined, which looks very white and harmonious. This look looks a lot more handsome. Compared to the second part of the devil's transformation, it's really a lot more handsome. Hee. With my current look, I will definitely be able to fascinate a lot of girls. Hey, it seems that this is not my wishful thinking. I didn't expect that Bulhair, Aunt Xiao, Kuina, Tina and Tashigi all looked at me with a fascination. It seems that I am very attractive. Lu Chengkong thought very proudly, that in fact it was not his white love. He had a handsome face originally, plus years of fighting and the high-ranking aura he had cultivated as the Four Emperors, and because of the insolence, domineering, free and easy and uninhibited brought about by the blood of the devil, all these are combined without a trace of conflict to form a mysterious and attractive temperament. In addition to his current appearance, he is simply many times more handsome than the fallen angel. He needs to have appearance, body and figure, temperament, imposing, strength, and gentleness. Gentleness, be kind to your wife and be kind to your wife. If you add them all together, let alone sisters like Tashigi, even Belhire and Aunt Xiao, mature beauties who have gone through years of washing, are heartbroken. He's so handsome. Nami, Nojiko, Nami, Kikyo, Margaret. The other girls are not nympho, and their minds are also very firm, but seeing Lu Chengkong like this, he couldn't help but admire. Of course, they are only out of pure appreciation and admiration for beautiful things. If other people are countless times more handsome than the current Lu Chengkong, they will disdain them if they are attracted countless times. It's very handsome, but I still think Your Excellency Chengkong looks the best. Compared with Shirahoshi, Hancock, Khalifa, Angelina, these mature beauties are another way of saying it. Although they all admit that Lu Chengkong is very handsome and attractive now, and his lethality to women has reached 100%, but these cannot be eaten as food, nor can they change their original intentions. In their psychology, Lu Chengkong is normal. The appearance is the best and the most pleasing to the eye, the most fascinated and infatuated with them. 284 Head to Pluto. This is only the appearance, the change of the charm, and the improvement. What really attracts 99% of the people is the improvement of Lu Chengkong's strength. If the previous Lu Chengkong gave people a feeling as unfathomable and terrifying as the black hole of the universe, then the current Lu Chengkong gives people the feeling of being the most ordinary adult man. The power, momentum, and control of everything have been improved qualitatively. How much has his strength improved? Garp can be said to be the most relaxed on the scene. It can even be said that he is a bit heartless. In his words, he has done everything in his life and lived so long, even if there's nothing left to die for. In the original book, what left him the most was Roger's death and Ace's death. One is that he has no ability and can't change it, and the other is that he has the ability to change, but he can't change it, no more. With the fall of Ace, Kaxi didn't have the feeling of gloomy liking in the original book. It's hard to say. You are also a dual practitioner of hockey and physical skills, what do you think? Sengoku had already let go of everything when he saw the Gorosei, 5 elders who killed Marine. In the past, because he was Marine's marshal, even if he didn't think so. He is willing but has to do a lot of things that Baiji doesn't want to do, but now he is no longer a marshal of Baiji. There is no conflict with Lu Chengkong, and of course there is no hostility when he looks at Lu Chengkong. Hockey's words are hard to say. Don't forget that his hockey has always been very weird. Hockey has never been there, and you have ignored a little. Even the people you have raised have ignored a little. The Sky Kid has never been there until now, having used his hockey. Everyone was attracted by his physical changes and powerful and strange fruit abilities, and ignored his hockey. Quote. Garp said it word by word at the end, but his words were like a sledgehammer that kept hitting everyone's psychological side, even the Gorosei, 5 elders hiding in Hades. Hiss. Sengoku, no. Everyone who heard the words couldn't help taking a breath. Yes, Lu Qingkong's sturdy performance, powerful and terrifying fruit ability, mysterious and mysterious the violent transformation ability attracts everyone's attention. Let them all accidentally ignore Lu Qingkong's haki, and Lu Qingkong hasn't used his weird haki in front of outsiders for a long time, and his deliberate changes are so powerful, so many people ignore it for a short time. Normal. If you don't tell me, I really forgot his haki. The red-haired Shanks was sluggish for a while and then came back to his senses, but his eyes were still full of surprise. Obviously, Lu Qingkong's original devilish haki reminded him it's very profound, but unfortunately they don't know that Lu Qingkong's devil-colored haki has become more powerful, and has become a devil-colored haki of the same level as the emperor-colored haki, otherwise they may be even more shocked. Look, Brother Qingkong's haki is very powerful. Kaya raised her head proudly, as if that powerful person was her own. In fact, in Kaya's heart, Lu Qingkong and her the second meeting had already left an indelible mark on the heart of this little girl at that time. In her heart, Lu Qingkong will always be the strongest, the most powerful, before, now, and in the future. Baiyu has Lu Qingkong and the 5 people resisted most of the attacks. The rest of the attacks were basically tsunamis created by the Sea Kings summoned by Shirahoshi or resisted by the Sea Kings as inner shields, so the people here it is still very safe. Haki. The following Sengoku and the others did not expect that what Baiji and others had just said were all passed down to Lu Qingkong's ears. The corners of his mouth couldn't help raising Vivi, revealing a wicked smile. Since you are all looking forward to it so much, then of course I can't let you down. Demon Emperor Haki, open it for me. Lu Qingkong let out a loud roar, and a violent aura that seemed to destroy the world, like a nuclear bomb explosion, swept forward under Lu Qingkong's incomparable control, and all the black and red energy light cannons were all gone. The exceptions are like ice and snow encountering fire, and they melt in an instant. Hee, it didn't disappoint me. The Demon Emperor Haki is simply at 2 different extremes from the Emperor Haki. One is fierce, domineering, and absolutely powerful, and the other is full of destruction, violent with a will that devours everything. The former is the emperor-colored haki of the woman Hancock and Tenryubito, and the latter is the unique demonic-colored haki belonging to Lu Qingkong. Impossible. Alkiba, who was in Hades' cabin, glared angrily and roared. Although he is not the owner of Conqueror Haki, he is not the chosen one, but he is very affectionate after more than 800 years. Although Conqueror Haki can make the ability person unable to use the ability when they are covered and oppressed, it is absolutely impossible to destroy the ability of the white fruit that has been launched by Haki alone like Lu Qingkong. How is this possible? Even if his Haki is peculiar, no one has ever had it, but it is absolutely impossible that such a terrible Haki exists. Yes, in Alkiba's heart, if this Haki exists, it is simply a bug, but in fact it is the same. Lu Qingkong was a bug when he came to this world, so his ability is also a bug. It is normal, but it is a pity that Alkiba will never be able to know this. What a mighty Haki! Whitebeard's eyes were full of surprise but not a trace of jealousy. Hancock, can your emperor-colored Haki do this? Khalifa, whose face was as pale as paper, finally let go of his dangling heart after seeing Lu Qingkong's rage, and asked Hancock on the side with a light breath. I can't do it now. If I have the same strength as Qingkong, I can do it, but the way is different. My emperor color and his demon emperor color are different. His is mainly devouring and dissolving. I focus on being tough and destructive. Boa Hancock frowned, as if he was thinking, and said with a half sound on his crisp red lips. Then the conqueror in the past was able to cover the ability users and couldn't use their abilities, but the abilities that had been released, such as the ice below, couldn't make it disappear. But the current Emperor Pack Haki is it possible to release the ability to release, such as people who have been frozen in ice. Quote. Angelina said, and asked a question that made everyone very curious. 285 outsiders watch the fun, insiders watch the doorway. No, I think you misunderstood it. It's hard to explain, you can see for yourself. Boa Hancock vetoed. But she also knew that words alone were difficult to describe. So speak with facts and let them see with their eyes. Saying that, Boa Hancock immediately released his emperor-colored hockey against the ice field with a radius of 10 meters under his feet. In an instant, everyone felt that Hancock had undergone an amazing change. His appearance and figure had not changed at all, but his momentum and breath had changed. At this time, Boa Hancock is like a godless emperor who is high above the sea. One look is enough to make people surrender, and one look makes people unable to have the idea of confrontation. At the same time, he is generally as fierce as the invisible power of sharp gold. The imposing manner accompanied by an absolutely powerful force directly hit the ice ground below. Boom! A heavy crash sounded like two huge stars colliding together and suddenly exploded on the ice ground. Under everyone's gaze, the ice ground attacked by Emperor Hockey seemed to be crushed. After a while, it was crushed into powder and dissipated between heaven and earth, leaving a pool with a radius of 10 meters. Outsiders watch the fun, insiders watch the doorway. Boa Hancock's attack from the emperor-colored hockey seems to just create a pool with a radius of 10 meters on the ice, forcibly crushing the ice within this range into powder. Whitebeard, Ace, Enel, Akainu, etc. Logia, Paramesha, etc., which have a huge range of destructive power, seem to be far behind. But Whitebeard knew very well how terrifying the power of the emperor-colored hockey just now was. Even at this time, Whitebeard had already simulated in his mind what would happen if the enemy he faced was Boa Hancock, and he came to a conclusion: then he just couldn't move, couldn't dodge and could only withstand Hancock's attack. Just like the woman who was possibly one of Tenryubido's 12 kings, an emperor-colored hockey in the past, even if Angelina was in a state of nothingness, she could not avoid being forced out of her entire state of nothingness and changed back. In the original form, the whole person was pressed on the ground and unable to move, and then he was subjected to the terrifying force impact of the Emperor's color wave after wave of fierce and domineering. Of course, that woman just pressed Angelina with the Emperor's color, and did not use the Emperor's color to attack her. Otherwise, Angelina's strength at that time alone would not be able to die anymore. It's really talented from generation to generation. Each has been leading the way for hundreds of years. Although Lao Tzu has regained his youth and his strength has improved greatly, he still has a feeling of being old in the face of these new stars. After Whitebeard came to a conclusion, he couldn't help but let out a sigh, reaching his strength and already qualified to know the Emperor's color hockey, so Hancock and other women did not come out to avoid suspicion. As for the garp that may be heard below, Red-haired and others are not worried at all. With their ability, it is impossible to know what the Emperor's color is. At most, they only know the existence of hockey, which is more powerful than Conqueror. Because even if Hancock unreservedly explained all the mysteries of Emperor Hockey in front of them, even if he directly released the attack caused by Emperor Hockey on the ice like just now, they couldn't understand it, and only Whitebeard understood the Emperor. The royal color is terrifying. Others are confused when they see it, and they even have an idea in their hearts just how powerful an attack in such a large range can be. This is the gap between strength and realm, and it is impossible to surpass the bottom of the four emperors. Knowing the horror of the Emperor's color, of course, when Whitebeard reached this level, he only understood the terribleness of the Emperor's color hockey. As for the mysteries of the Emperor's color, he didn't understand at all. The world of One Piece, King of Pirates, is so old, although Conqueror Hockey is only one among millions or even millions of people, and there are only a handful of strong people who can successfully awaken Conqueror Hockey and grow up. A few, but there are definitely many strong people who have accumulated over the years and have grown up with Conqueror Hockey. But how many people can have Emperor-colored hockey? At least Lu Chengkong knows that 2 people have it so far. Needless to say the first, the second is of course Boa Hancock. The difficulty of getting the Emperor-colored hockey how big no one knows better than Hancock. So Whitebeard saw and felt the horror of the Emperor-colored hockey the most. The possibility of having an Emperor-colored hockey is close to 0. Of course, there is a chance, but the chance is pitiful. Shanks, don't think about it. If you don't reach their level, you won't be able to understand the mystery even if you think or look at it. If you are like this, it may even leave a psychological shadow, which will affect your road to becoming stronger. There are only disadvantages and no advantages, you just need to know that there is an emperor-colored existence on the Conqueror. Quote. Pluto Rayleigh looked at the red-haired Shanks, who had grown up with him, and said immediately. It's just that he was stunned as soon as he said it, because he realized that what he said seemed to be heard only by Shanks, and no one else could hear it at all. After taking a closer look at Pluto Rayleigh, he was sure that he was not hallucinating and was watching. When he was facing Lu Chengkong, he realized that Lu Chengkong was also looking at him. Sure enough, that guy is very attentive. Those girls seem to say these secrets at will, but the only people who often hear me talking to Hancock and the girls just now are me and Shanks, and this kid's crew. Other people can't hear it at all. Just saw a 10-meter radius ice layer disappearing from the ice area in front. It must be that this guy used some kind of ability so that others can't hear it, only those of us can hear it. Quote. That's right, there is nothing wrong with the idea of Rayleigh. When Khalifa asked about this idea, Lu Chengkong used the ability of the Fruit of Time to pause the time. Except for the members of the Easy Pirates, Whitebeard, Rayleigh, and Shanks in addition, other people can't hear the words of Hancock and other women and Hades Rayleigh. And what Shanks wanted to say, but after seeing the eyes of the Hades Rayleigh, he immediately carefully paid attention to the surroundings. She was originally very smart and thoughtful, and she immediately thought of the same idea as Rayleigh just now, and she closed it very smartly. On the mouth. After all, it's good for them to know these things. What other people know is only bad for them and not good at all. Today's things about Emperor Hockey can only be heard by them, and they must be rotten after hearing it. In the stomach, cannot tell anyone. 286 defeat Hades. Hey, even if your hockey is strong, I don't believe you can keep using this kind of hockey for 3 days and 3 nights. All of you will die under the bombardment of Hades, give me death. Al-Kiba recovered quickly after being surprised, but his eyes were full of murderous intent. Hades seemed to hear his words, and the frequency of the attack was even faster. Wave after wave of destroying light cannons continued to shoot at Lu Chengkong. The sky was filled with light cannons in front of him. This scene was really too spectacular. Not comparable to Akainu's meteor volcano. After fighting for so long, it's time for this battle to end. Lu Chengkong looked at the sky and thought that he was coming towards his face, carrying a light cannon that destroyed everything. His face was indifferent, and there was nothing in front of the powerful attack of Lu Chengkong changed color. His right hand slowly lifted, and a mysterious energy wave rippled out from Lu Chengkong's right hand in all directions like water ripples. Wherever they passed, all the light cannons encountered by a stream of energy stopped without exception. With the wave of Lu Chengkong's right hand, a cold shout came out, rewind time. All light cannons immediately out of control. The light cannon shot by Pluto turned around and flew towards Pluto almost instantly under the influence of time reversal. Boom! A series of explosions sounded one after another, and the black and red cargo owner soared into the sky, and the terrifying destructive energy rippled out in all directions. An ancient weapon is only a weapon when it is powerful. Relying on one weapon alone is like destroying me. It's just wishful thinking. Compared with people, weapons are too far behind, even if this weapon has extremely terrifying power. Lu Chengkong looked at the huge ship that had been eroded by his own attack. Hades, sure enough, although this ancient weapon was attacked by him, it was not destroyed. It seems that it should still be able to attack, but Lu Chengkong is a little don't worry. After the mirror fusion, his strength has improved to the point that no one can guess. Even he himself has a kind of indulge in this powerful power, and almost can't extricate himself. It seems that the strength has increased too much at one time, and I can't control it. Lu Chengkong secretly said, and at the same time knew that he could not delay any longer. Although he really wanted to experience the powerful strength in this state, the series of battles and injuries, plus the time for the devil to change is coming, he can no longer think about it, and now he must leave here first. The strongest profound meaning of time, the torrent of time. The refrigerator opened its hands upward, and a mysterious energy appeared just now, but it was many times stronger than the previous energy. Obviously, this is the fruit of time brought to Lu Chengkong. Time energy. For a moment, the time in this space seemed to be completely grasped by Lu Chengkong. Lu Chengkong seemed to be incarnated into the law of events. With his thoughts, the flow of time would change in different ways, and the energy of time turned into a terrible torrent. On the enchantment created by Hades. With the attack of the torrent of time, the enchantment created by Hades disappeared without a trace. Sure enough, the ability of the fruit of time is too powerful. Although my fruit of nothingness is ranked above the fruit of time, I can't resist the erosion of time without nihilization. It seems that the fruit of nothingness is more powerful than the fruit of time. Ranking at the top is purely for nihilistic reasons. Quote. Angelina glanced around, and if she wanted to escape, even the barrier of Hades couldn't block her. After all, once she used nihilism, it wouldn't even be able to erode her time and space. It would be easy to leave. But she didn't do that. But now seeing the torrent of time created by Lu Chengkong's single-handed time fruit, it was as if time had really flowed backwards, and time had returned to the time when this enchantment had not yet appeared, so this enchantment could only disappear. Get out of here. While speaking, Lu Chengkong folded his hands into fists, and two light balls between white and transparent appeared in his fists, wrapping his two fists. The fist was punched, and the space suddenly made a sound of shattering. The ability of Junzhengguo was used again by Lu Chengkong, but the power was many times stronger than what Whitebeard tried before. The shock wave like a huge wave directly blasted Pluto, who was still attacking, and at the same time, another punch hit Pluto's ship directly. Click. The incomparably hard Pluto hull could not withstand this attack at all, and inevitably made a sound of glass breaking. Although the hull did not break into countless pieces, it became scarred and tattered, as if a ship would collapse at any time. The ships are ordinary, and there is no longer the kind of prestige that appeared at the beginning. As for the red-haired pirates and the white-beard pirates, they had already started to retreat back when the enchantment disappeared. After all, they also have self-knowledge. Not only will they not bring Lu Chengkong any help by staying here, some are just negative tired. It just made them strange that Lu Chengkong didn't continue to pursue Hades after launching the vibration wave twice. Instead, he returned directly to the Xin Xiaoyao at his ghostly speed like a teleportation, and entered without saying anything. Cabin. Except for Hancock and the girls who stayed outside to press the field, and Nami who controlled the happy, the other beauties seemed to smell the unusual smell and went in directly. The captain's room, which was originally very spacious, was immediately filled with people. Ah, Chengkong. The moment Lu Chengkong returned to the captain's room, a few women followed him in and found that the moment before, he was still majestic and mighty. Lu Chengkong, who was like a demon emperor for a lifetime, actually closed his eyes, trembled all over, and a pair of demons behind him feather wings were immediately folded, and Lu Chengkong's body immediately fell backwards. Aunt Xiao, who was quick-eyed and quick-witted, immediately caught Lu Chengkong. A princess hugged Lu Chengkong and placed him on the bed. Portgas D. Dana seemed to have known that this situation would be encountered, but she followed her in. The strong life energy was like spring water, usually sprayed out directly covering Lu Chengkong's body. The other women immediately held their breaths, as if they were afraid that their breathing would disturb Lu Chengkong. After a long while with Portgas D. Dana collected her life energy and didn't say much for a while. Robin, who exuded intellectual beauty all over her body, was uncharacteristically. The first one asked, is he all right? What's the matter? When did little Robin care so much about him? It's not like you. Gulina immediately laughed at Robin, and as soon as her words came out, the dignified atmosphere was relieved. 287 Aunt Xiao took off my clothes. Although the dignified atmosphere was relieved, it was based on the fact that Nico Robin felt shy and blushed. After Juliana's prompt, the girls also discovered Robin's abnormality, so they all looked at her with ambiguous eyes, especially the drunken deliberately Na and Margaret who lived with her. Don't think about it. Nicole Robin, who was originally the most calm in the original novel, could no longer maintain her calm expression full of intellectual beauty, and her pretty face was almost dripping with water, especially when she saw Margot Wright and Kuina's eyes were eager to find a hole to dig into. He's nothing, it should be the last special transformation time, and the time for his demon transformation is also here. These ability to improve strength, and the ability to increase strength so much have certain side effects, if he is usually the most. That is to say, if he is weak for a day or two, his strength can only show 60% to 70%. But now the double weakness will cause him to fall asleep, but with his inhuman resilience, even without the help of me and Khalifa, he can recover in a week. Come here, there will be no sequelae. Quote. Just when Nico Robin almost couldn't help slamming out the door, Portgas D. Dana's words undoubtedly attracted the attention of the girls and rescued her shy ostrich. So he's fine. The girls breathed a sigh of relief, and Nami and Nojiko, a pair of sisters, showed no doubt about their hearts, smiling like flowers. It's superfluous to think if he has anything to do. It's better to take a rest than to think about this. After all, today's experience will be of great help to you both in strength and spirit. Take a good rest. We may finally be famous tomorrow. Raise the world, and Liu Chengkong will become a well-deserved, godless emperor who reigns on the great waterway. Even One Piece King of Pirates Roger can't compare to him. After all, he has only completed the voyage of the great waterway, but this kid has defeated the ancient weapon Pluto can even be said to have overthrown the world government. To do this alone, the Revolutionary Army is simply the difference between the firefly and the sun. Quote. Portgas D. Dana looked at Liu Chengkong, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, with complicated eyes. Time flies by so fast. Before you know it, the little devil who used to be like an ant in front of her has grown to the point where he reigns over the world. A man can stop the going of his every step. The speed of this kind of development and progress is really too fast. It can be said that there is no one before and no future. The probability is also great. When the girls heard the words, they looked at each other and saw a trace of exhaustion in each other's eyes. Obviously, what they experience today is not too big for most of the beauties in the boat. Although they are not tired, their minds are. It consumes a lot, especially the constant bombardment of Pluto at the end. Although Liu Chengkong and others and Shirahoshi blocked them, they were all at peace with each other, but the terrifying sense of oppression and crisis continued to plague their body and mind, just because Liu Chengkong and Angelina and their daughter were always together. Standing in front of them, they couldn't be without confidence, so they were all aroused arrogance, and even competed with each other in private. Now that the matter has passed, it is relatively safe for the time being. The tension in my heart is loosened, followed by a tide of exhaustion. Under the persuasion of Portgas D. Dana and Juliana, the girls also went. An equally large room next to the captain's cabin rested. What everyone didn't expect was that night, something big or small happened in Liu Chengkong's room on the Xinxiaoyao. The door that had been closed beside the captain's room suddenly opened quietly. Although it was night, I couldn't see the face of the person who came out of it, but I could still tell from the outline of her figure and hairstyle. She was Aunt Xiao. It's so late, they're all asleep, hee, the dark and windy night is really convenient for me to do things. Aunt Xiao lightly opened the door of the captain's room, and crept up to the man who had been sleeping on the big bed. In front of Liu Chengkong, the pair of autumn water-like eyes constantly looked at Liu Chengkong's face. It's a pity that what she said next because of the old disrespect, if Nami and other women heard it, she would definitely blushed. I didn't expect that I would have a crush at this age. This time I can get through this time without incident. I will let you go, but I will let you taste something more exciting. Quote. While muttering to herself, Aunt Xiao took off the quilt covering Liu Chengkong. Maybe she was already prepared. She actually took off Liu Chengkong's clothes very skillfully. The times are average, but if you look carefully, you will find that Aunt Xiao's movements are very skilled and fast, but her jade hands are still shaking slightly, obviously telling everyone that she is doing this for the first time. It's a little cold. What's the matter, Where's my clothes? What Aunt Xiao didn't expect was that Liu Chengkong, who was already asleep, suddenly opened his eyes, but Liu Chengkong, who had just woken up, suddenly opened his eyes. Zhang Kong was still in a daze, and when he saw that his clothes were gone, and there was another person riding on his body, he immediately screamed like a victimized woman. "Don't bark, you little pervert, don't think I don't know, you've been awake since I came in, and you're still pretending." The quick-eyed Aunt Xiao immediately covered Lu Chengkong's mouth, causing his screaming to stop abruptly. "Stopped," Lu Chengkong said with a sullen look at the same time. However, Aunt Xiao's next action made Lu Chengkong speechless. When Lu Chengkong first met, he was a little strange. He was very good in his eyes after knocking down so many beautiful women, but he could see Aunt Xiao at a glance. It was definitely a good person, but at that time he didn't think much about it. He just thought that Pluto was dead when Aunt Xiao and Pluto got together, so there was no way to do that. After seeing Lu Chengkong wake up, Aunt Xiao only paused, and immediately continued to take off Lu Chengkong's clothes. After a few seconds, Lu Chengkong was naked, and Aunt Xiao seemed to be afraid of Lu Chengkong's thoughts. Crooked, holding his clothes like no one else, he also told Lu Chengkong about his relationship with the Hades Rayleigh. It turns out that when Aunt Xiao was a pirate many years ago, she was hunted by Vice Admiral Garp. Just when she was about to be caught, the Roger pirates passed by, so Pluto Rayleigh rescued her. Aunt Xiao, who didn't like to owe favors, was also very powerful at that time, at least admiral-level combat power. Although she couldn't beat Garp, she was also a rare powerhouse, so in order to repay her kindness, Aunt Xiao joined the Roger pirates, intending to help the Roger pirates accomplish the feat of navigating the Great Channel. 288 Aunt Xiao came to push back. Later, the Roger pirates really completed the feat of navigation and entered the mysterious laugh tale that no one has ever walked through. And after so many years of sailing on the sea, Aunt Xiao, who was tired of this kind of life, felt that the kindness she owed in her heart had been paid off after Roger completed this feat, and after Roger died, there was no need to stay and left directly. As a very rare female member of the Roger Pirates, many people in the Roger Pirates are pursuing her, but unfortunately Aunt Xiao, whose eyes are above the top, did not like them. Later, she planned to live in seclusion in Sabayati Archipelago. Many people in the Roger Pirates planned to follow her, in order to make these people give up, stop following her, and let her live a stable life. So Aunt Xiao directly, shocked, Rayleigh with a powerful method, and let Rayleigh pretend to be her husband, and Rayleigh, as the deputy captain of the Roger Pirates, has a high prestige. After chasing to Aunt Xiao, there is no heart to compete, so they gave up and they also knew that Aunt Xiao wanted a peaceful life and left each other. So that's it, I'll just say it. The first time I saw you, I found out that you were a chick. At that time, I thought Rayleigh couldn't do it. It turns out that the two of you are pretending to be husband and wife. Lu Chengkong after listening to it, he said suddenly. PFF'd. When Aunt Xiao heard this, she was stunned for a while, and then she burst into laughter. You brat has a lot of crooked thoughts, if the old man Rayleigh knew about it, he might be stunned. Ha ha. Lu Chengkong also realized how wrong his thoughts were. He smiled awkwardly, thinking about it, although Rayleigh is in his 60s or 70s. Don't forget, Rayleigh, Shanks, Garp, these simple hockeys and the strong physique, how powerful is the physique? How could it not be possible, even if it was much weaker than when he was young? It was definitely not impossible, and it was no wonder that Aunt Xiao would say that if Rayleigh knew Lu Chengkong's idea, it might be possible to pass. Ah! Suddenly Lu Chengkong, who was still a little embarrassed, couldn't help taking a breath, and almost couldn't help but scream in comfort, because Aunt Xiao took advantage of the time just now to take off all the clothes on her body. Got into the bed. Apart from that, he actually opened his red lips and swallowed Lu Chengkong's dragon. Because it was the first time, the movements were very green and unfamiliar, but even so, it still brought Lu Chengkong a huge sense of pleasure. Especially seeing Aunt Xiao lying on his crotch like a puppy, and looking at him with a pair of eyes that were pleasing to him, Lu Chengkong felt a sense of conquest in his heart. In fact, although Aunt Xiao is the first time, she has lived for so many years, she can be said to be a good person. In addition, she has lived with Lu Chengkong during this period of time. With her experience, she can understand Lu Chengkong very clearly. Of course, she knows herself. What should be done to make Lu Chengkong more comfortable and more satisfied with himself? After all, in the beautiful family of happy pirates, she is not the most beautiful. In fact, her appearance can only be regarded as middle and upper, and she has only recently joined. Compared with other people, she is too far behind. It's about feeling but not feeling. But her mature and moving charm, plump figure, and provocative posture, that mature charm is not Kaya, Nami, 17 or 18-year-old girls can compare, and it can be said that she has her own advantages. But she knew that her advantage would soon be gone, so she had to work hard, and she was willing to do so in her heart, and even enjoyed the process. After all, she is this kind of woman, and she doesn't like what she doesn't like. She doesn't even bother to look at her. On the contrary, if she accepts you in her heart, just like she made up her mind to accept Lu Chengkong in the previous Battle of Gorosei, 5 elders, then it would be embarrassing to ask her to do it for Lu Chengkong. She doesn't feel uncomfortable about anything. Hence the present scene of devotion. Her movements are very green, but every movement she does, including looking at Lu Chengkong with flattering eyes, etc., is for Lu Chengkong to enjoy more and make himself more. He stepped into the heart of the man in front of him. Go deeper. Lu Chengkong breathed a sigh of relief. It was really cool. This kind of conquest of the body and mind was accompanied by waves after waves of nerves flowing through the whole body and finally all converging in the brain. Aunt Xiao's mouth was bulging, but the words were not clear, but the general meaning was still understandable, that is, come right away. Speaking of which, Aunt Xiao immediately took action. The first time she served Lu Chengkong with a small mouth, she actually played the difficult action of deep throat. Fortunately, Aunt Xiao was very powerful and had already mastered her body control, so although she could do it, it was a bit hard, but after a few times, Aunt Xiao, who had mastered the knock on the door, immediately became relaxed and freehand, which made Lu Chengkong exclaim, "Chengkong, you are injured today, let the slave family serve you," Aunt Xiao said with a spring expression, highlighting the giant dragon that was soaking wet by herself. Okay. Lu Chengkong quickly understood Aunt Xiao's good intentions, and he couldn't help but feel a warm current in his heart. He was so moved that he glanced at Aunt Xiao, thinking about it. Aunt Xiao's innate condition for facing Hancock and other women is insufficient. After all, Hancock and other women need strength and strength, youth and youth, appearance and appearance, temperament and temperament, body and figure, and even feelings and feelings. And it may get bigger and bigger. I won't argue with them. I just want to live happily ever after with the person I like, and I'm not forcing myself. Aunt Xiao saw Lu Chengkong's eyes, and she was overjoyed, and immediately realized that she had succeeded. Lu Chengkong's favorable impression, so he spoke out his own psychology, without a trace of concealment. His eyes were as clear as water. At the same time, twisting his plump buttocks, he placed his most beautiful and secret peach blossom garden in front of Lu Chengkong, resisting the shyness in his heart and letting Lu Chengkong appreciate, play with, and satisfy his best side without reservation. In this situation, Lu Chengkong only felt that his lower abdomen immediately ignited a mass of desire that was even hotter than Yang Yan, and he almost couldn't help but howl, but it's better to bear it with the state of mind of a strong man. She couldn't bear the desire to work hard and pressed Aunt Xiao on her body, starting from the jade feet up a little bit, kissing her whole body without letting go anywhere. At the last moment, Aunt Xiao took the initiative to turn over and press Lu Chengkong down, staring at Lu Chengkong with eager, hot, satisfied, fearful, and shy eyes, and then she twisted her waist and sat down fiercely. Suddenly a mournful but satisfying whimper sounded, and immediately became one with Aunt Xiao and never separated from each other again. 289 Robin, it's your turn. Ah, it's really refreshing to have a happy event. The next day, when he woke up last night, his whole body was weak, and the mentally exhausted Lu Chengkong found that although his body had not fully recovered, he could at least get rid of it. The bed moved freely, and the spirit recovered a lot, and the feeling of exhaustion was gone. Am I born with yin and yang, or a combination of yin and yang? No, I don't remember my own ability to be so powerful. Could it be brought about by the blood of the devil? Does a relationship have such an effect? Lu Chengkong raised his head and looked at the sun hanging high in the sky. He couldn't help but think about it. In fact, it wasn't entirely wrong for him to think so. None of the women who are together are simple. It can be said that the aura of heaven and earth is gathered in one. Not only are they beautiful, but they are also powerful. Of course, getting their pure yin body is not comparable to that in the world on earth. After all, everyone in that world is mediocre. Even if they are soldiers fighting on the battlefield, special forces are placed in them. At most, there is one of the most common dragon sets. Even if you get how many ordinary women for the first time, it will not have any obvious effect, but it is different here. The bodies of men and women here contain extremely terrifying and exuberant vitality, which is extremely powerful, and the energy is not comparable to that of ordinary earth people. Of course, the combination of two strong men will have unexpected benefits, just like Lu Chengkong. Aunt Xiao had saved the yuan yin that had accumulated for so many years, and Lu Chengkong was cheap. It was only natural that he could recover so quickly. According to the speed of recovery, it doesn't take a week for me to fully recover my full strength and return to my peak state. Not only that, maybe my strength will be improved after this time, and I will use the fusion of demon transformation and mirror image. The time will be longer and the improvement will be greater. Quote. Lu Chengkong couldn't help clenching his fists when he thought of this, and a pressing aura burst out from him involuntarily, and immediately attracted the attention of Robin, who was lying on the beach chair and reading a book. How do I do it well? Do I really like him? How is it possible? Although he is very good, but there are so many women around him. He is too distracted. Yes, it must be so. I am grateful for what he has done for me, that's all. It must be like this. No matter what Robin thought at this moment, but her brain seemed to have lost control of her body. She stood up instinctively, drank the book in her hand, and walked gracefully, exuding an intellectual beauty all over her body. He walked in front of Lu Chengkong. Lu Chengkong seemed to be aware of it, turned his head, and Robin also happened to look over. His eyes met, facing Lu Chengkong's deep black hole, full of fatal attraction. The very complicated Nico Robin only felt that her soul suddenly trembled, and the idea that had already been decided was immediately thrown into the clouds. Nico Robin was already fascinated by Lu Chengkong's eyes after contacting her, and she didn't have any extra thoughts to think about other things, as if Lu Chengkong was born to be a woman's nemesis, and had a fatal attraction to women. Robin, what's wrong with you? Lu Chengkong saw Nico Robin's dull gaze, and he felt proud for a while. It seems that brother's charm is really not ordinary. Even the original man is full of intellectual beauty, calm and gentle. Wisdom beauties are attracted by their own charm. Lu Chengkong is extremely proud of thinking of this. Ah, no, nothing, I'm fine, I'm just surprised to see you come out so quickly, so come and see if you can help. After all, I don't think you've fully recovered yet. Nico Robin was shocked when she heard the words, and two blushes flew on her pretty face. She couldn't help but smashed herself, and scolded herself for how old she was in her nympho. Robin deserves to be Robin. He calmed down so quickly, hee. Lu Chengkong also admires Robin who has recovered so quickly. Although Nico Robin is calm and wise, her complicated how could Fang Xin hide from Lu Chengkong's discerning eyes, but it was precisely because of this that Lu Chengkong couldn't help but give birth to a very evil idea. Robin, you've read so many books, so you should know more about cultural relics with historical value, or some more special things. Lu Chengkong pretended to know nothing and changed the subject. If it's recorded in the book, I can still tell the difference. What's the matter? Did you find something of historical value that I need to identify? Nico Robin didn't know Lu Chengkong's evil thoughts at this time. Instead, he said cheerfully. Nicole Robin has always been on the boat because she has nothing to do with Khalifa Hancock and other women and is a little depressed. Instead, she quietly waits for the opportunity that she can help everyone. Now Lu Chengkong's words make her think that Lu Chengkong has some antiques. She needs to recognize things like that, and she is certainly happy to be able to use her talents. I see, then I think you should have read it in the book. There shouldn't be much historical value. After all, it has only existed for no more than 50 years, but it is definitely a very special and different existence from ordinary people. Cheng Kong's mouth. If Hancock and Khalifa, who knew Lu Cheng Kong's sweethearts at this time, were here, they would definitely shout. Lu Cheng Kong would definitely say some embarrassing words next. Really? What is it? Where is it? Nicole Robin was a little disappointed when she heard the words, but after hearing the latter words, she recovered immediately. At the same time, she was also aroused by curiosity, but Lu Cheng Kong did not when he said it immediately. He turned around and walked to his room. Nico Robin was stunned for a moment, then followed after hesitating for a while. It's a pity that Nico Robin didn't notice the cunning in the eyes of Boa Hancock and Khalifa not far away. Otherwise, the smart Nico Robin would definitely notice the unusual, but it's too late now. Khalifa, what happens when you drown Nico Robin? Boa Hancock asked, pretending not to know. Do you need to say this? Don't think I don't know what you think. Although Robin is smart, her childhood experience has made her very mature and rational, but in the face of her husband, do you think she can escape from her husband's palm? Even if it is as proud as you have not been captured by your husband. Khalifa was white, and Boa Hancock, who knew what to ask, also thought to herself that Nico Robin was doomed to be eaten by Lu Cheng Kong from the moment she took the step just now. 290 Robin exploring my brother. Cheng Kong, it's all in your room, can you take it out now? In fact, this is the room that Lu Cheng Kong and all the girls love, especially last night's battle with the crazy slut like Aunt Xiao Chengpan. There is still an air of arrogance in the air. So although Nicole Robin is A and has never been exposed to this aspect, but her experience from childhood to adulthood and her extensive knowledge of books, she is very wise. Apart from the initial confusion, she quickly understands this. What's going on? Bah, it's too embarrassing. No, I have to get out of here quickly, or I may fall into it. Nico Robin really deserves to be Nico Robin, although she is very shy and flustered, but she has not lost her sense. At this moment she already sensed that something might be wrong. And at this time, she couldn't avoid the most real feelings and thoughts in her heart. Because after understanding what the smell in the air was about, she found that her heart was sour and uncomfortable, so she knew her heart unconsciously, he was captured by Lu Cheng Kong. At the same time, she also found that Lu Cheng Kong after the Gorosei, Five Elders battle had obviously changed a lot compared to before. If she had to say what the change was, she had become more active than before, not as much as before. Secretive, more decisive about feelings and women. If you like it, go after it, then go to all means to get it, no matter what means, it doesn't matter. It can be said that after waking up, not only Canis and other girlfriends have transformed, but even Lu Cheng Kong is the same. Now there are so many beautiful women on his boat, it's time to get one by one. Nico Robin is the first one after Aunt Xiao. Robin is here. Lu Cheng Kong's eyes are very old-fashioned. How can he not see that Nico Robin has found something wrong at this time? How to run away? But the complicated emotions in Robin's eyes also make Lu Cheng Kong understand that Nicole Robin is not without feelings for herself. I have won her favor, and even have a strange feeling, but because I have too many women, and Nico Robin is also very rational, I don't want to share Lu Cheng Kong with other women, so I kept suppressing this thread that just appeared. It's a pity that she can't help her at this time. After all, the feelings are coming, but they can't stop them. Coupled with Lu Cheng Kong's acquired efforts, how could Nico Robin escape? Saying that, Lu Cheng Kong grabbed the jade hand of Robin who was about to escape, and directly placed her jade hand on the majestic dragon that he did not know when he had risen high. This is, so big. Nico Robin only felt a scalding heat immediately after starting. This heat was very strange. Even a few hundred degrees of flame would burn with her strength. It didn't scald her, but there was a strange heat that made her unable to resist, and the moment she started it, it flowed all over the body along the veins of her jade hand. At first, she really didn't know what it was, so she stopped her steps to leave immediately. Driven by curiosity, she made a conditioned reflex to look over, and she saw that her jade hand was actually holding Lu Cheng Kong's. Dragon, she screamed suddenly, but while screaming, she did not forget to sigh that it was so big. That's right, Lu Chengkong's giant dragon is not comparable to human beings at all. It is like his existence beyond the limit of his strength. At this time, Nico Robin also fully understands that Lu Chengkong's sentence may have no historical value now, but absolutely out of the ordinary. Although it was the first time she touched a giant dragon, the knowledge she learned from the book introduced that even if a man is huge, it is impossible for a man to reach such a terrifying level. This terrifying size is enough to get it in one fell swoop. Woman's life. Can this kind of thing really be accommodated by women? No wonder Hancock and the others are so loud. They may be really comfortable, blah blah blah. What are you thinking, Robin? Didn't you decide not to join them? What? Can think of these things. Quote. Nico Robin blushed. She wanted to let go, but Lu Chengkong held her tightly, and at the same time, she felt as if she had fallen into the sea. Her body's strength was constantly being pulled away at an astonishing speed. How about it, Robin? Although it's not a historical relic, and it doesn't have any historical value, but I don't think there's anything bigger than it in the past. It's definitely worth studying, but you have to give me a good study. See if something is wrong. Lu Chengkong found that he had really changed a lot after waking up. Many things that he couldn't say before were now like pouring water. It was easy and simple. Nothing has changed. He also sat on the bed brazenly and pressed Robin next to him. His right hand was pressing Robin's jade hand while his left hand was quietly wrapped around Nico Robin's waist. Obviously, he planned to attack the east and west, and attack from the left and right. Well, don't be like this. I don't want to fall into your place. I don't want to like other women. You. Let me go. Nicole Robin was panting. She found that she really had no strength. Well, I can only say for mercy. It's a pity that her pitiful appearance not only did not make Lu Chengkong feel pity, but aroused Lu Chengkong's desire, left and right. It took a minute to finally put the clothes of Nico Robin, who was constantly pinching and blocking, taking it off. It revealed its crystal clear, jade white skin and figure, and Lu Chengkong was dazzled when he saw it. Robin, how is it, big? A man doesn't care because he doesn't have the strength and capital. I have the capital. I think you can see it. It's definitely strong enough, even if it is dozens of African lions. It can't be compared to it. Robin, you can't escape. I won't let you leave me no matter what. Even if I forcibly tie you by my side, I will tie you for the rest of my life. Even if you hate me, it doesn't matter. While stroking Nico Robin's delicate body, Lu Chengkong constantly stimulated her desire, making her eyes almost drip with water, and at the same time said incomparably overbearing words. But these words fell into Nico Robin's ears. I don't know why, but they didn't hate it at all, but felt a little sweet in my heart. Hee hee, it seems that Hancock is right. When love comes, it's like a storm. It can't be resisted at all. Originally, I also liked him. He has done so much to me, so how can I be so kind to him? Do you really want to deceive yourself if you don't have any feelings? 291 Eat Nicole Robin. Just when Nico Robin was thinking wildly, Lu Chengkong had already completed the feat of conquering the city and conquering the land. Last night, Aunt Xiao kissed every part of Lu Chengkong's body in order to please Lu Chengkong. Every inch of Nico Robin's body was covered with snow and skin. When Nicole Robin came back to her senses, she immediately felt the suffocating pleasure coming from her peach blossom garden, which made her not even have time to breathe. Even her very reserved beauty couldn't help but let out a shameful cry. Moan. No, don't. At this time, Nicole Robin already knew that she couldn't escape. She had been drinking this domineering man her whole life, but she was so obsessed with him that he could not be separated anymore. But as a future on the surface, beautiful women who have experienced personnel still have to be reserved and duplicitous. Robin, don't say it now, it doesn't matter, you'll want it later. Lu Chengkong smiled evilly. The giant dragon on his lower body has reached its peak, and if he doesn't charge again, there may be a burst of swelling and pain. As soon as these words came out, Lu Chengkong drove the proud dragon to start the last wave of attacks, and ruthlessly occupied Nico Robin's most mysterious place of shame, the Peach Blossom Land. Ah, it hurts, can't you take it easy? Nico Robin's pretty face immediately turned white. Without a trace of blood, the severe pain flowed down the nerves all over the body, causing her to keep taking a mouthful of cold air. A pair of jade hands she pressed firmly on Lu Chengkong's chest, as if to push her away, but her pair of slender jade legs were tightly wrapped around Lu Chengkong's waist, as if she was afraid that if she let go of Lu Chengkong, she would walk away. Although Nicole Robin knew that it would be very painful to accommodate it when she saw the amazing size and hugeness of the Lu Chengkong giant dragon, she did not expect that fantasy is beautiful, reality is cruel, and the actual pain is far from imagination. The only thing that can be compared among them is that when Lu Chengkong occupied a moment of her own, not only was there no anger in the depths of her heart, but there was a sense of relief and satisfaction. Not long after the pain, the captain's room began to play a beautiful melody. This kind of music can most stimulate the primitive instincts of human beings, so that many people outside hear Nico Robin's coquettish voice, not yet. For example, Margaret, Kikyo, Kuina, etc. Women blushed. At the same time, they all laughed unanimously in their hearts. I didn't expect that a mature Robin would be so slutty in bed at ordinary times. It's unexpected. If Nico Robin knew the thoughts of the girls at this time, it might be alive. Passed out of breath. That's right, the pain brought by Lu Chengkong's terrifying size for the first time is definitely not comparable to other men, but at the same time, the tidal pleasure of the pain is far from what ordinary men can bring. No matter how shy her brain seemed to have lost control of her mouth, and she would groan with every impact from Lu Chengkong. It was already 3 hours later when a battle was over. Although Lu Chengkong could not be satisfied at all, Nico Robin was the first to break his body. Although he was a beast, he definitely didn't want to be a beast. Nico Robin has already tried her best to cater to herself, so even if Lu Chengkong is satisfied, he will not be lashing out against Robin when he reaches the limit. Maybe it's my destiny to be with him, but I didn't expect him to be very gentle. This was Nico Robin's last thought before she fell asleep. Obviously Lu Chengkong took care of her body and resisted the desire of her lower body to let her. She was very moved, and at the same time she began to accept her identity as Lu Chengkong's wife. With this touch and tenderness, joyful Nico Robin fell asleep like this. Yo yo yo, our big lover picked a mature and beautiful flower ant shell last night, and now he ate Robin, who is full of intellectual beauty. This time, it's not going to be someone else's idea, right? Just as Lu Chengkong stepped out of his forefoot, he heard a voice full of jealousy when his face changed color. Needless to say, the only people who would talk to Lu Chengkong like this were Khalifa and Hancock, who fought for Lu Chengkong at the beginning, and only the two women in the past would say this when they were jealous of themselves, and now it's only Nami, the little goblin. Apparently, Lu Chengkong picked 2 succulents in a row in one day and one night, making the succulents bloom, making Nami, a beautiful woman who was so delicate and moisturizing, very dissatisfied. However, looking at Nami with a sour expression on her face, Lu Chengkong realized that he had been ignoring her, not her feelings, but her changes. It may be because of Lu Chengkong's nourishment, and if Lu Chengkong had intentional or unintentional before, the Nami at this time is very similar to the Nami 2 years later in the original book. It should have been short hair, but it turned into a wavy hair ahead of time. She has long orange hair, and her height seems to have grown ahead of time. She is only 18 years old now and is exactly the same height as she was 20 or 2 years later in the original book. It can be said that Nami, who is only 18 years old at this moment, has developed in advance in terms of body and appearance. It is exactly the same as Nami in the 2 years in the original book, and even her buttocks and breasts are better than 2 years later in the original book. The Nami is even more tall and plump. After all, one is the of the original book, and the other is a beauty who has been nourished by Lu Chengkong and continues to develop into a mature woman. Of course, there is a big difference between the two. And because of Lu Chengkong's interference, Nami not only did not lack maternal love, but also did not have to wander around the sea to make money at the age of 10, stealing money, adequate nutrition, and her strength continued to become stronger. She was both temperament and stature. Far from being comparable to Nami, who was in the same year as the original book, even the Nami who was 2 years after the big event may not be as plump and mature as the current Nami. What's wrong? My little orange is jealous. It's so sour. Lu Chengkong suddenly laughed when he heard the words, and grabbed his arms forward. In her heart, she really wanted to stay in Lu Chengkong's arms and act like a spoiled child. Lu Chengkong's actions immediately reduced her jealousy by a third, and a little thing could make Nami extremely sweet. HMPH, who is jealous of you? Nami pursed her lips and denied, but the joy that flashed in her eyes was something she couldn't hide from the girls, especially her sister Nojiko, who made a chirping sound. She laughed, and only when she faced Lu Chengkong would Nami show her innocence like a little girl. 292 Find the Revolutionary Army to settle accounts. Of course it's my little baby Nami. Lu Chengkong lowered his head and kissed Nami's clean forehead, and the hand that wrapped around her waist immediately climbed up to Nami's increasingly huge jade girl peak. Up and down his hands straight to Nami made her panting before she put Nami down. Bastard. Nami's pretty face was like a red glow. After landing, she immediately gave Lu Chengkong an angry look, and ran behind Nojiko, her beautiful eyes almost dripping with water. Just now Lu Chengkong made out with her in front of so many sisters. Although Nami was very happy in her heart, she was more shy, so the moment Lu Chengkong put her down, she slipped away like a thief. Seeing Nami's cute and naive appearance, Lu Chengkong was very happy and enjoyed it, especially after looking around for a week. He realized that he had unknowingly already had so many confidants, and they were all deeply in love without exception. His own made him very proud, even more proud than dominating the Great Waterway. In fact, the news of the Battle of the Headquarters at Sea had already spread throughout the Great Waterway yesterday. At this speed, it may not take a few days for even the places where the windless belt is slow to receive this kind of information. And Lu Chengkong came to the Marine headquarters like a god, single-handedly defeating all the highest combat power, and CPO on the surface of the Marine headquarters has made Lu Chengkong's reputation to the extreme. Gorosei, 5 elders, who had not appeared for hundreds of years, actually appeared. These 5 long-known strong men who have been dead for many years in the eyes of outsiders did not die, and their terrifying strength immediately made countless people in the world die. The government's opponents were almost scared, but in the end, Lu Chengkong and the Happy Pirates' powerful performance actually defeated the Gorosei, 5 elders with the ancient weapon Pluto, and the prestige in an instant has completely surpassed the dead One Piece King of Pirates Roger. After all, it is remarkable that Roger has completed the voyage of the Great Waterway, but the powerful Roger does not have the capital to compete with the world government, but the easy pirates have, not only confronted the world government head-on, but also defeated the world government. How could it not shock countless people? At this moment, the Happy Pirates can be said to be the most powerful pirate group. No one has come to question this, and Lu Chengkong, the captain of the Happy Pirates, is a well-deserved great channel. There is no one of the highest emperors in it. Wow, the speed of information dissemination is really fast now, but one thing I didn't expect is that the Gorosei, 5 elders had already cut off those video transmissions, but the later battles were actually broadcast, which is really strange. Nami finally bought a poster after negotiating with the seagull above, and the seagull who gave the poster had a lot of lingering fears. In the end, Lu Chengkong threw a bailee on it, and the seagull obviously recognized Lu Chengkong. Immediately called out to Lu Chengkong cheerfully, as if wishing him a blessing, and immediately flew away. Let me see. Kanas, Kaya, who are too young to close Hancock, Khalifa's calm and mature woman immediately trotted over and looked at the poster in Nami's hand. Really, who can spread the word? Forget it. Wow, our Happy Pirates were actually called the Emperor Pirates by them. It's really majestic, but Zhang Kong, you are more powerful. Are you happy to say that you are the Supreme Emperor of the Great Waterway? Kaya said excitedly, her beautiful and innocent little face flushed as if she was talking about herself. I don't have much interest in being an emperor. To manage this and that, I want to be a decisive and free demon emperor. Lu Chengkong smiled indifferently, and stretched out his hand to scratch it. Scraping Kaya's little Chong's nose, completely ignoring Kaya's annoyed white eyes. Lu Chengkong and Kaya, the little girls, were playing around for a while and inadvertently found another noble and charming Li Ying in a relatively secret corner, standing on the side looking at the vast ocean. A kind of the desolate breath slowly drifted out. "What's wrong? Salas doesn't seem very happy looking at you." A voice suddenly sounded beside Salas, causing Salas, whose eyes were blurred, to slowly recover. "It's nothing, I just found that I seem to be a little out of tune with you. When you are externally, you are in the same direction, like an invincible and terrible team. Internally, you are like a family, which makes me very envious." Sadness flashed by. "Hee, I know you can't let go of the past, but it is also, the revenge of destroying the country is not so easy to let go. Remember what I said to Hawkeye. As long as I, Lu Chengkong, are not dead, then the free and easy pirates will be. Any one of you will be fine, didn't you tell me at the beginning? As long as you can avenge you as a slave and a maid, you don't care, but I rejected you. It's not that you are not beautiful. On the contrary, as long as you are a normal man, I can't wait to push you down. The same is true for me, but I want you to solve this hatred by yourself and come out of the shadows of the past." Quote. Lu Chengkong whispered. Why did the calm voice like a pool of stagnant water fall into Salas's ears? But it was like a magical charm that calmed Salas's mind that was at a loss. "What do you mean? Salas is not stupid after all. On the contrary, she is very smart. Especially after discovering her own shortcomings and becoming stronger, Salas has become more perfect. After 3 years in the New World in the bloody battle, Salas, a princess who used to be a royal family, helped Lu Chengkong handle a lot of things. So when Lu Chengkong said these words, she immediately understood the meaning of the words, and her eyes suddenly burst into a long-lost light and hatred. That's right, we had to face Marine before, and we had no time to distract ourselves in the bloody battle in the New World. Now it's different. There is extra time at this time. If we don't help you relieve the hatred, it's too much to say." Lu Chengkong nodded, obviously acknowledging Salas's words, but he did not look at Salas's watery face that was about to drip with tears. Instead he turned around and left after leaving those words. "I hope you don't forget that you are also a member of the Happy Pirates. Since you think that Khalifa and I are a family, then you are also a part of this family. The reason why you feel that you are out of place, why not from yourself find the reason, and ask your teacher if you don't understand. Dana cares a lot, and she didn't hint to me once that she wants to help you get revenge." 293 Salas's tears. "I see." Salas heard the words. She couldn't control the tears in her eyes anymore. It dripped down like pouring water. "But why this time there is no sadness in my crying, but a trace of relief and warmth." Not to mention the complicated feelings of Salas at this time, Lu Chengkong had already arrived on Whitebeard's boat. Seeing that the old man of the past had recovered to a young and strong man in his 20s and 30s, his heart was also towards himself. A series of actions are very satisfied. Don't go to the Three Treasures Hall for everything. This sentence comes from your mouth. What are you doing when you have a good gentle township and don't enjoy running over on the boat of my poor old man? There is a rule in chatting with Whitebeard, that is, you must with a pot of wine. Even One Piece King of Pirates Roger obeys this rule, and only Lu Chengkong doesn't need to do this in the world today. Cut, Whitebeard, I think you should change your opinion too. You've regained your youth now. What kind of a bad old man you are now. This time I'm here to tell you that I won't go back to the New World with you. I think let me tell you something. Remember to control the pirates in the New World after returning to the New World. Although the world government has not fallen, the situation of the Gorosei, 5 elders at this time is also in name only. Without the suppression of the world government, they may be in chaos. Come on, although the weak eat the strong and the fittest survive, it's not good if you let them mess up too much, not to mention I have to prepare to deal with things on the other side. Quote. That's right, although Lu Chengkong is not a good person, he even thinks that although he is not a bad person, he is not related to good people, and she doesn't want to be a good person, a hero. He deeply remembered it. I know what to do if you don't say it, but I heard the redhead say that you made a bet with him, saying that you would rule the Great Waterway. What's the matter? Now it's up to you, but there is a great chance, if you want to rule, although it's easy to say, but it's not too difficult. Whitebeard laughed and agreed directly. I'm not doing it now. Didn't I just say that I'm going to do another thing? Lu Chengkong said in a pointed way. Is it the Revolutionary Army? Are you planning to attack him? Whitebeard's eyes flashed. He was not an idiot, although he was arrogant and straightforward. It didn't mean he didn't understand this, it was just that he didn't bother to think about it. Originally, I didn't want to attack them. It's a pity that one of my crew members had her country destroyed by the Revolutionary Army before joining the free and easy pirates. As I said just now, the weak eat the strong. They could sacrifice this country at the beginning. It's nothing, I can only blame Salaz's country for being too weak, but now that Salaz is strong, then I, the captain, are embarrassed to stop Salaz from taking revenge. Lu Chengkong nodded. Hey, it's complicated enough. Forget it. I don't care about Lao Su's business. You can do it as you like, but there is one thing I hope you will remember. Whitebeard's face suddenly became very solemn. This is the first time Lu Chengkong has ever seen such an expression, even in the face of Gorosei, 5 Elders Whitebeard. What? Lu Chengkong was also curious when he heard it. It was definitely a big deal to make Whitebeard show such an expression at this time. I had forgotten about it. But when I saw the Gorosei, 5 elders were still alive, and the body of the 20 kings, I remembered, since the Gorosei, 5 elders can survive, then the 20 who created the world government, why can't the king survive? Although one is dead, there are still 19, and I noticed that when the Gorosei, 5 elders released that person again, they were very afraid, as if they were afraid of being discovered. It seems that the Gorosei, 5 elders are still afraid, even fearful people. Quote. When Whitebeard saw that Lu Chengkong had come to this point at such a young age, he was not arrogant at all. He admired him very much. Only such a person could make him admire him. Hee, Whitebeard, you're right. In fact, I suspect that the 20 kings still exist. Although I don't know how many there are, at least I know that there is one. Lu Chengkong smiled bitterly. It was really something that shouldn't be mentioned, but Whitebeard mentioned it. So Lu Chengkong told Whitebeard all about the mysterious girl. You kid is really good, so when you were young, you actually fought against such a person and ate her fruit ability, so she should be one of the 20 kings. I know how terrible your mirror fruit is. However, I still have lingering fears. To be honest, I have never seen an ability as terrifying as the ability of your mirror fruit for so many years in the New World. Even the ability of the replica fruit is far inferior to yours. Whitebeard immediately looked at Lu Chengkong with incomparably complicated eyes. Obviously he did not expect that Lu Chengkong would have so many secrets. But that woman actually said that the fruit in her hand was no worse than yours, and it was Logia's. Logia's top fruit abilities basically appeared. Although neither the creation fruit nor the destiny fruit appeared, the creation fruit obviously did not. It may be compared to your mirror fruit, then Logia, and sometimes the only fruit that can compete with your mirror fruit is the fruit of fate. Quote. I think the same way. The people like 20 kings have existed for too long, and they are too far away from their era. We can't understand many things clearly. But one thing is for sure, that woman was with me back then. She said that she would come to me, and I also had this hunch that she would come to me soon. At first, I thought her strength was at the level of Gorosei, 5 elders at most, but now it seems that she is obviously stronger than that of the 5 elders. Gorosei, 5 elders are much stronger. Lu Chengkong said. I don't even know what to say about you. You are truly a peach blossom. Whitebeard's tone suddenly became a little gloating, and Lu Chengkong couldn't help but fight. Is this still Whitebeard? Che, it's not that my brother's charm is great. Well, I won't tell you. I will come to you after I clean up the Revolutionary Army. Laugh Tail, I think I should go in and see what secrets there are. Lu Chengkong gave Whitebeard a fierce look. Of course he knew that Whitebeard was just making fun of himself, so he didn't care. Okay, I'll be there waiting for you. To be honest, I haven't even been in Laugh Tail, and the legend of Roger should end. My friend can be considered to be righteous, but if you want to enter Laugh Tale, you must defeat Lousy, or else I won't let you in. 294 Revolutionary Army Headquarters. Although Whitebeard knows that he is not Lu Chengkong's opponent, he has regained his youth. In the original book, he was helpless and could not pursue the path of being a strong man, but now that everything has returned to its peak state, of course he wants to make himself stronger. Further, the best way to improve his strength is to find someone who is at the same level as him and who is stronger than himself. Lu Chengkong is undoubtedly the best candidate. Okay, that's fine, I'll fight you next time we meet, and choose the island near Laugh Tale, the end of the Great Passage. Lu Chengkong agreed without thinking. Although his strength soared very terribly after using mirror fusion, under normal conditions, Whitebeard is definitely on the same level as himself. Fighting against such a person is only good for him, not bad. And he also needs to maximize the power of the stunt of mirror fusion faster in actual combat. Refreshing, I just like you like this, you are very popular, you will agree, if you don't agree, you will never agree. Whitebeard hummed Isho. Obviously Lu Chengkong's words made him very satisfied and happy. Saying goodbye to Whitebeard and the redhead, the sailing route of the Easy Pirates changed immediately. Instead of heading for the New World, they went to East Blue, the Great Waterway. Because the real headquarters of the Revolutionary Army is hidden in East Blue, which is also discovered by Lu Chengkong accidentally. In the New World, Lu Chengkong and Whitebeard are basically controlled, and Marine's influence has no way to penetrate into the New World. Then the Revolutionary Army is even more unlikely, so the most likely place for the Revolutionary Army in the Four Seas is East Blue, which seems to be the most calm and weak. Speaking of which, it's up to you, lackey, to discover the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. Lu Chengkong chopped off Lackey, who was like a goddess of war, and said with a chuckle. It's their bad luck, they actually photographed their leader when they were testing the scout. Lackey, Pucci, Isho, obviously this is also luck. After knowing that Marine has a high-altitude shooting and tracking machine, Lackey has developed this. The idea of a machine-like machine was finally developed after many studies, and the function is more powerful than Marine's. When these scouts were released for shooting, a figure was accidentally photographed. If other people saw him, they would definitely think he was a trickster, but Lu Chengkong, who was a foreigner who traveled through the world, was immediately attracted by her figure after seeing this person. Although he couldn't see the outline of his face clearly, but judging from the figure and his clothes, this person is undoubtedly the Revolutionary Dragon, Mengqi D Dragon. Therefore, Lu Chengkong sent Enel to scout the photographed place to explore. After Enel combined with the perverted observation haki of Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble Fruit, he finally discovered the location of the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. It has to be said that it was a matter of luck, otherwise Lu Chengkong would not be able to find where the Revolutionary Army was even if he had the strength to destroy the Revolutionary Army. East Blue. I didn't expect to come here again, the red-footed Zeph guy is okay. Lu Chengkong glanced at Logatown, the place where the end and the beginning, finally came here again. Yeah, I didn't expect that it was Marine before, and it wasn't long before Hina became a pirate. A beautiful woman with pink hair stood beside Lu Chengkong, looking at the town in front of her. Her eyes were very complicated. This person is Tina. Smoker and Tashigi miraculously survived the Gorosei, Five Elders battle in the Marine headquarters. After the justice of the one who had always stood by their hearts collapsed, the three of them were also very confused about the future for a while, but later under Lu Chengkong's persuasion, all three of them joined the Happy Pirates. Smoker entered Enel's arc motto, as for the other two women, of course, went into Lu Chengkong's new pleasure. Hina, actually, I've been wanting to ask you a question for a long time, but I'm just a little embarrassed to ask it. Lu Chengkong turned his head and looked at Hina's face carefully. In fact, Hina is also in the world of One Piece, King of Pirates. A first-class super beauties, although not as good as Hancock, but they are also on the same level as Nami and Tashigi. Now, under Lu Chengkong's compulsion, she even quit cigarettes for women. Perfect. You ask, Hina doesn't mind. Hina can be said to be a very distinctive beauty in the world of One Piece, King of Pirates. Every sentence will have the word Hina. If this habit falls on others it will be very disgusting, but it is very distinctive in Hina, which makes her more attractive. Why do you have the word Hina in every sentence you say? Lu Chengkong stared at Hina with puzzled eyes after speaking. Obviously he was really curious. Hina doesn't know either. Hina has been like this since she was a child. Hina was obviously the first time she heard someone ask herself this question. But looking at her appearance, I know that he didn't hide it on purpose, but really didn't know, just like why people walk. This can be regarded as an innate instinct, and there is only this explanation. That's it. Lu Chengkong didn't delve into it. After all, he was also curious for a while, and he also saw that Hina didn't lie to him, and he knew it from the way she was thinking hard and frowning. Forget it, Hina doesn't want to, it's not bad anyway. Hina cried for a while and couldn't get an answer, and then quickly put the puzzle aside. After not doing marine, she seemed to let go of everything burdened. The whole person seems to be a lot more cheerful, as if he has regained his originality. Yes, it's best to restore your own nature and essence. Don't put too many shackles on yourself. Lu Chengkong nodded and said in agreement. Just as Lu Chengkong and Hina were chatting without a word, time slipped away unknowingly. The sun that had been hanging high in the sky had already descended, the blue sky and white clouds had disappeared, and instead it was pitch black. Night sky and shining bright stars. At the speed of the new Xiaoyao's sea navigation, the shellfish and the impact shellfish were used alternately, so that the sailing time that would have taken several days was shortened to 1 day. I really didn't expect that this seemingly ordinary island would actually be the hidden headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. It seems that this guy is really worthy of being the leader. Who would have thought that even the people in the Marine headquarters would doubt the revolution? The headquarters of the army is in the New World, so how could one expect that East Blue, which is the most tightly controlled and the weakest in Marine headquarters, is the most dangerous place and the safest? Lu Chengkong thought to himself, but there was an icy murderous intent in the depths of his incomparably calm eyes. 295 The Temptation of Nami Chrysanthemum. Isn't the base of the Revolutionary Army in Baldidge, the island of white soil? Tashigi, who was super short-sighted, asked incomprehensibly, looking at the islands in front of him that had no features and were scattered all over the great waterway. If Dragon had only such a little IQ, he would have died countless times. The Revolutionary Army is not the world government. As long as he has not had the strength to confront the world government, then the Revolutionary Army is evil in the eyes of the world. Dragon is also a criminal. Have you ever seen criminals reveal their headquarters to the world? Lackey said suddenly, who was wiping the weapon in his hand. That's right, Baldidge on the island of White Earth is just a superficial base. The real headquarters is here. Baldidge on the island of White Earth is just an existence used to confuse the sight of outsiders. The core strength is here. Lu Chengkong nodded, agreeing with Lackey's words. But this island is not small, but it's not too big. It's nothing special at first glance. It's relatively spacious inside, and there are no dense forests. Anyone who knows observation hockey can explore it. How is this possible? As a former Marine, and she was trained by Marine headquarters as a future admiral, Smoker knew a lot of secrets, so he really couldn't believe that the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army would actually be here. This is where Dragon is smart. Remember the underground of Marine headquarters. Where did Gorose, 5 elders and Hades come out? Lu Chengkong's words were no less than a blow to the 3 smokers. You said they were underground. Smoker and Tashigi exclaimed at the same time. Yes, that's the only way to avoid being detected by observation hockey. They are deep in the ground. Even the observation hockey of an admiral-level powerhouse can't penetrate into the depths of 1,000 meters, but they deserve to be unlucky. We have an observation hockey to pervert guy on board, and his observation hockey coverage is speechless. Quote. Lu Chengkong glanced aside and raised his head proudly, for fear that others would not know that person was his enel. So they are all underground, haha, These guys with hidden heads and exposed tails asked this girl to force them out. Juliana stared at the island in front of her with bright eyes, and excitedly pulled out Muramasa's tangible sword. The anger had quietly covered Muramasa's sword, and Tashigi, who was watching from the side, was very envious. Have you been diligent again? This woman's progress is really fast, but it's no wonder that with this group of perverted guys, it's impossible to make progress if you don't want to. As a great swordsman, Mahak's vision is not comparable to Tashigi's. Juliana's casual movements can see that Juliana's strength has become more sophisticated, but it is also clear that his eyes are scorching and calm. Know that he is also improving. One knife flow, earth cracking. The momentum on Juliana suddenly changed. Juliana, who was usually approachable like the girl next door, disappeared immediately, and was replaced by a terrifying female swordsman who shattered the world. Suddenly, Juliana seemed to have transformed into a giant with a height of over 1,000 meters, holding a huge sword in her hand, as if to crack the earth together. It was immediately split open, forming a deep gap, and finally the terrifying sword she slashed the island in front of him. Boom! Different from Eagle Eye's powerful cutting, Gulina's sword skill is not about cutting, but cutting in two. This time, instead of cutting the island in front of her in half, the sword skill actually cracks the entire island. When it opens, it is divided into countless stones about 1 meter in size. If you carefully identify the stones, you will find that each of these split stones is exactly the same size. Obviously, Juliana's mastery of sword chi has reached the peak. What an exquisite control, what a powerful slash, Tashigi and Kuina said dumbfounded. Kuina is better, after all. She has lived with her mother for a while, and of course she knows her mother's strength, but the scene in front of them is not good for them. It was too shocking for the two girls. It's really amazing. Hawkeye's tone could not hide his admiration. Obviously, Juliana is really amazing, not only to test the strength of her sword skills, but also to cut extremely sharply. On the contrary, Juliana walked as motionless as a mountain. When the sky fell apart, the mountains and rivers shattered, and the whole route of destruction was taken. Just like the slash just now, Hawkeye would cut the entire island in half, Juliana as the overall destruction. If you go to the extreme, Hawkeye may cut the whole world in half with a single knife, but Juliana destroys the whole world into countless pieces with one knife. In the realm, it seems that Hawkeye is not as good as Juliana, but it is not the case. Everyone is the same. It just depends on whose cultivation base is high. Haha, I don't believe that their abilities won't come out. Even if they can stay underground for a while, they won't be able to come out after a long time. Muramasa looked at the sea with no islands in front of him with interest. Don't be happy so early. There are many talents in the Revolutionary Army. Even if they can't compare to the world government, they are not bad, and there are many capable people. Not to mention that their leader Mungchi Dragon has the fruit of weather and can manipulate the weather. Able. Quote. A light flashed in Lu Chengkong's eyes, and the strength of the D-Dragon could be said to be a big secret in the pirate world, but as a leader, he was at least at the level of the 4 emperors, otherwise it would be too embarrassing. What? He is the power of the weather fruit. It's abominable. I like this fruit the most. Why did he eat it? It's so mad at me. Nami's fist hurts even Luffy in the original book. Hee, Nami, I'll give you a surprise later, but how will you repay me? Lu Chengkong said pointedly. Really? If your surprise makes me satisfied, then I will give you the back like Aunt Xiao did. Nami, who had been rambunctious, immediately stretched out her head and whispered against Lu Chengkong's ear when she heard the words. After she finished speaking, she herself was pretty blushing. 296 Mungchi D-Dragon. Haha. It's a pity that the excited Nami completely forgot that all the experts were present, except Smoker, Tashigi and Hina, the eagle-eyed Mahawk on the Ark and the boat's eagle-eyed Mahawk. Enel and others couldn't hear them. All the women on board heard it clearly. In particular, Juliana and Dana, the two most joking guys, chased and made fun of Nami for a while, making Nami's face blushed almost dripping with water, and she almost didn't find a hole to get in. Since my Nami likes this weather fruit so much, how can I, the husband, let my wife down? Lu Chengkong Hihi Isho, his confident appearance made Nami infatuated for a while. If this sentence was heard by outsiders, it would definitely be unbelievable. After all, the ability of the fruit that was eaten can still be given to the person he wants to give. This is simply impossible, but Nami unconditionally believes that Lu Chengkong can do it. Why haven't you come out? The headquarters of the Revolutionary Army is not here, or those people have left, let's go. Fukuro, who was standing on the ark's motto, said suddenly. Hihi, Fukuro, carefully perceive the changes around you. Lu Chengkong smiled. Fukuro and the others heard the words and immediately focused their minds to perceive them. Sure enough, they found that the temperature around them began to change, and the temperature began to drop continuously. After that, the sea froze unknowingly, and the temperature had dropped to below zero, but for Lu Chengkong and others, it was no different from the normal temperature. Controlling the weather, controlling all kinds of meteorological elements, it is really powerful. The temperature is controlled, but it is a pity that this fruit falls into the hands of navigators to bring it into full play. As a navigator, Nami is very concerned about the meteorological elements, the weather, the changes of waiting are fast, but she is very sensitive, and the changes of seats cannot escape her perception. The combination of weather can indeed produce effects that ordinary people can't produce in your hands, but Dragon has been immersed in this fruit's ability for so many years. I don't believe that he will not notice this. He definitely learned the knowledge of navigators, he must have been to Sky Island, so don't underestimate him. Lu Chengkong's gaze froze, as if it turned into a sharp sword that directly pierced the frozen sea, breaking through all obstacles and seeing what he wanted to see. Pretend to be a ghost. Salas was the first to hold back the anger and hatred in her heart. Her eyes flickered, her feet a little, and she immediately disappeared in place, and appeared on the frozen sea almost at the same time, with long and straight jade feet like a sickle. Itachi kicked out suddenly, splitting on the frozen sea, directly opening a deep gap. Salas, who has rarely shown her strength in front of outsiders for a long time, has no reservations this time. Armament Haki, Renkyaku Tempest Kick is very powerful, making the faces of Rob Lucci and others on the side change dramatically. They are all practicing physical skills. Of course Rokushiki knows how terrible the Renkyaku Tempest Kick is. Even Lucci wouldn't dare to say that he can do it with all his strength, but Salas's appearance is obviously random. Aren't you coming out yet? Salas's voice carried a trembling hatred. The temperature around was already low enough, it was cold enough, but Salas's voice was even colder. Sure enough, as soon as Sherry's words fell, 13 figures jumped out of the deep cracks. It was obvious that their skills were not weak. Looking around, there were 10 Shichibukai-level warriors and 2 Admiral-level warriors. With the addition of a dragon whose strength is unknown, this force is no less than the apparent strength of the Marine headquarters. It is no wonder that the Revolutionary Army has not been wiped out for so many years. The Marine's inability to deal with them is the most important reason, but the more important reason is that the Revolutionary Army is obviously very powerful, even worse than the Whitebeard pirates in the original book. The strength is even stronger. After all, besides Whitebeard, the Whitebeard pirates have only one Marco who is at the Admiral level, and the others are only at the Shichibukai level. Whitebeard, who has returned to its peak state. It can be said that Whitebeard alone can sweep the Revolutionary Army, let alone now, even the old Whitebeard Revolutionary Army in the original book would not dare to provoke. After all, Whitebeard got angry, and the Revolutionary Army had only the chance to escape. Looking at the major events in the original book, we knew that it was basically Whitebeard who challenged the entire Marine headquarters alone. Munchi D. Dragon. Salas was like a phoenix that devoured people. The cold and murderous eyes in the phoenix stared at the man who was shrouded in the cloak in front of him, and said word by word, but she did not losing her composure. She knew very well that being the leader of the Revolutionary Army was absolutely extraordinary. If Lu Chengkong and others made a move, it would be easy to obliterate the people here, but she didn't want to fake it. Lu Chengkong is right, it is best to kill her own enemies with your own hands, and in this way, she will not have any regrets. Lu Chengkong and others have given her the opportunity and strength to become stronger, so she is cultivating. It was very hard at the time. If it wasn't for Portgas D.'s Dana's fruit of life and Khalifa's light fruit, Salas would have been overdrawn and died alive. However, after so many years of hard work, Salas's gains are obviously huge. Over the years, Salas has been hiding herself from being unremarkable, in order to hide her strength and bide her time, and then a wave of hatred made her hold a sigh of relief, in order to burst out at this moment. Obviously, Salas is not only powerful, but also has a strong state of mind. She knows how to use her strength to 120%. Who are you? I haven't seen you in my memory. Although Mengqi D Dragon's voice is very calm and steady, it doesn't seem to change color at all for the things in front of him, but if you listen carefully, you can still hear it from Dragon's voice, a hint of depression. Obviously, in his heart, he was beaten at the door of his house by a person he did not know at all. And she also handed over her headquarters. Can she not be depressed? However, he did not lose his mind. As the leader of the Revolutionary Army, how could he be a simple person? And he was even more cautious when he saw that the person in front of him was the well-known Happy Pirates. I knew you would forget it. I was the princess of the Feishui Kingdom in the past, but I think you, as the leader of the Revolutionary Army, have forgotten that this obscurity was betrayed by you as a small kingdom, but I remember it clearly. Oh, it's time to repay the debt. 297 Salas broke out. Flying Snow Kingdom. Mengqi D Dragon pondered for a while after hearing the words. It seems that Salas said that he was wrong. He really forgot. After all, although he is the leader, how can he have so much time and leisure to pay attention to these things? Moreover, the affairs of Feishui Kingdom were all entrusted to him by his subordinates, so it was understandable that he did not know. The leader is a kingdom that Tengyuan is in charge of. A man with a cock head and yellow hair said to Mengqi D Dragon. What's the matter with Tengyuan? Mengqi D Dragon's eyes flickered. His tone was flat, but it gave people a kind of oppression without anger and self-pretense. Standing next to Mengqi D Dragon like a guard on the left and right changed his face when he heard the words. Obviously, when he saw Salas, he already knew what was going on. He will survive, and he is very powerful now, and he has also come together with the Happy Pirates. Because Salas deliberately hides herself, Salas can be said to be the only person in the Easy Pirates who has not been rewarded and the only person who has not appeared in public. One of the reasons for her to say this is to prevent people from the Revolutionary Army. Finding herself alive, she didn't want the other party to have the chance to be defensive, and it turned out that Salas was doing the right thing. Tang Yuan, who had been hiding this matter, knew that he could no longer hide it, so he explained it honestly, and the people present fully understood what was going on. It turned out that Tang Yuan went to Feishui Kingdom in the name of the Revolutionary Army, intending to persuade Feishui Kingdom to join the Revolutionary Army to overthrow the world and conquer the world. With his hard and soft means, Feishui Kingdom did join the Revolutionary Army, but he didn't die. The only thing was that Tang Yuan had leaked the rumors. He, the man with the yellow-haired chicken head and the bear who was already dead were important figures in the Revolutionary Army. It can be said that the position is only under the Revolutionary Army leader Mengqi D Dragon. The Marine headquarters who learned the news certainly did not want to let the Revolutionary Army grow, and also knew that there was only one Tang Yuan in Feishui Kingdom, so he immediately launched Buster Call, planning to fly Snow Kingdom, and Tang Yuan will stay there forever. Facing the siege of Buster Call and Admiral Akainu, although Tang Yuan's combat power is also admiral-level existence, but his two fists are hard to beat with four hands, not to mention that he is not facing as few as four hands, but Akainu who will do anything. Therefore, between life and death, Tang Yuan ran away without saying a word about Feishui Kingdom, so there was Salas who took revenge on Shui Hate today. Damn, I told you not to be so high profile, to be low-key, to let me send someone over to help, betray your trust, just accept a kingdom and just give up and betray it, I said. Why? In the past 2 years, many countries have been reluctant to join the Revolutionary Army. It turned out that you did a good job. Mengqi D Dragon was silent for a long time. This time, his voice had obvious anger. If he stayed at ordinary times, he might have repaired Tengyuan. Unfortunately, at this time, he knew that the Revolutionary Army had made it difficult for him to ride a tiger. No matter what the reason is, betrayal is betrayal, and it has become a fact. At this time, it is useless to kill Tengyuan. It is better to face the free and easy pirates first. As expected, he is the leader of the Revolutionary Army, but it's a pity that the people around him are empty-handed and have no brains. Guys like Bartholomew Kuma are the most important to the Revolutionary Army. It's a pity that you have already lost them. There. Lu Chengkong looked at Munchi D Dragon and thought to himself, how could Munchi D Dragon's idea hide from him? To be honest, abandoning the two sides is a hostile relationship. He admires Munchi D Dragon's methods and thoughts very much. Know what not to do and what to do. It's a pity that such a big cause of the Revolutionary Army is not as simple as a pirate group. He can't be comprehensive and take care of all aspects. Now he doesn't punish Tengyuan, which will make Tengyuan grateful and will not let him. People around him feel that Dragon betrays his own people in the face of a strong enemy, and it can make people around him more sympathetic to him. Jia's loyalty is convinced. If the Revolutionary Army leaves without incident this time, the strength of the Revolutionary Army may be even higher. Unfortunately, there is no if in this world, because after listening to Teng Yuan's words, Salas couldn't help but take a shot. Shaved, Shigen finger pistol. A very simple Rokushiki attack. Instead of using the enhanced unique abilities of CP9 and others in the original Eni's lobby, they use the simplest attack, but such an attack is very difficult for experts to fight against. When you touch it, you can often get better results. Metallization. Teng Yuan is obviously not someone who sits and waits for death. Munchi D Dragon and others did not take action because he was worried about the free pirates behind Salas, so he could only rely on himself. He knew very well that if he won, he would be fine. If you lose, then you will really die without a place to die. As the metal fruit capable, Portgas D Dana glanced at Teng Yuan, obviously a little surprised. I didn't expect it to be the metal fruit capable person in the Logia fruit. It seems that the two Revolutionary Army have admiral-level combat power. People are not simple people. Crack it for me, Salas shouted coquettishly. The strong armament hockey condensed on the jade finger, turned into an indestructible knife and slammed directly on Teng Yuan's body. In the face of Salas's sudden attack, Teng Yuan was obviously a little caught off guard. In addition, he is a Logia fruit-capable person, and the conditional launch is elementalization, which should be said to be metallization. Facing the amazing speed of Salas, he can only defend. Boom! Teng Yuan groaned, and the whole person immediately retreated almost 10 meters. Although Salas took advantage of the first shot, it can be seen here that Salas's strength is at least admiral level, or even surpassed. It can be said that today's Salas finally broke out, and the killing intent that had been brewing in her heart for a long time broke out without reservation. Today is really troublesome. Munchi D Dragon knew that Salas's strength was definitely stronger than Teng Yuan's. After a long time, Teng Yuan had only one way to escape. He didn't want to help, even the people next to him. He wanted to make a move, but it was a pity that he felt as if he was locked by something when the thought just came up in his heart. A voice in his heart told him that if he dared to make any move, he would definitely face the thunderbolts of the easy pirates. Dragon, although I don't want to admit it, but Garp did let the water go when he was chasing me. I won't take action on Salas, but you also besiege her differently, let her solve it by herself. Lu Chengkong's voice sounded directly in Munchi's D Dragon's ear as if he had entered a secret. The meaning was very simple. He would not take action, but don't think about besieging Salas. You only have one choice, and that is to go with Salas. Heads up. 298 Perfect press. It's really powerful. Munchi D Dragon scolded inwardly, and the other party noticed it as soon as he thought about it. It's really scary. It can be said that no one in the Revolutionary Army understands Lu Chengkong's strength better than Munchi D Dragon. Because in the Gorosei, Five Elders battle of the Marine headquarters, he was hidden far away, and he could see the whole battle clearly. Although he believed that his strength was very strong, he was no better than the 4 emperors. Anyone is worse, even stronger than the 4 emperors except Whitebeard and Lu Chengkong, but he doesn't think he can defeat Lu Chengkong. So no matter how reluctant he was in his heart, under Lu Chengkong's fist, he could only reluctantly obey, and he could hear Lu Chengkong's implication. Revenge, but also because of your father's reasons, don't know what to do. Golden Dragon roars. Teng Yuan also understood his own situation. How dare he have any reservations, and he made a move with all his strength. A golden dragon, Western lizard dragon, appeared out of thin air. This golden dragon was completely condensed by Teng Yuan's metal energy. 5 elements, gold, wood, water, fire, earth. The most terrifying part of gold is penetration and hardness, which can be said to have the power of sharp gold. It's so slow, this lizard is so ugly. Salas Vivi curled her lips, with a strong disdain in her tone. She forbore it and hid it for so many years, and today she can finally let go of everything and do her best. The resentment in his heart is dwindling at a startling speed. Next, Salas told everyone with practical actions why she would say this. Because her speed is too fast, and the world's martial arts can only be fast, but Lu Chengkong said this sentence unintentionally at the beginning. Yes, but when it fell into Salas's ears, it allowed her to find her own way of being a strong man. Speed, yes, speed. Even if the Logia fruit's abilities have a wide range of attacks, at the speed of Salas's arrogance, everyone's attacks were all in vain, and Salas didn't even touch a hair. How could this happen? Fast. Another person in the Revolutionary Army who had a war at the war level, that is, the chicken male head wolf, who was talking just now, flashed his eyes. Although in the Revolutionary Army, he has a different concept from Teng Yuan's. But it is undeniable that Teng Yuan's strength is absolutely no less than his own. But now, seeing Teng Yuan facing a princess who was just a few years ago was powerless to fight against a country, but now, in the past few years, she is strong enough to beat Admiral, and his heart felt like it was overturned for a while. Just like a 5-flavor bottle, all kinds of flavors are in my heart. No, I will definitely die if I go on like this. The leaders and the others are stared at and can't make a move. They will fight. Teng Yuan is a ruthless man after all. Suddenly he gritted his teeth, and a tragic aura burst forth from his body, as if telling Salas that even if he died, it would not make you feel better. As for whether he really intends to perish together, only he himself knows. Torrential rain pear blossom, Fujiwara roared, and countless golden spikes the size of silver needles suddenly appeared around him. Although each of them was very small, the cold light flickering from the spiked head made people feel uneasy. Vertical, so many spikes flew out in all directions at the moment of appearance. Such a large-scale and high-density attack, in Teng Yuan's view, Salas had no way to resist, even if his speed was faster than himself. Use. As for the people in the Revolutionary Army, they had already taken the lead to stay far away when they saw Teng Yuan's expression. Obviously, they all knew Teng Yuan's trick very well. This move is almost impossible to hide. It is like an embroidery needle that is undefeated in the East. It looks extremely small, but its power on people's body is amazing. Lu Chengkong's expression did not change, but he thought to himself, but he was not worried about Salas. Although Salas has not shown herself over the years, as the captain, he is very fond of Salas's strength. How strong? The most important thing is that Salas's face has not changed in the slightest from beginning to end. Obviously, she still has spare strength until now. I see how you dodge. Teng Yuan laughed proudly. He was very confident in his own trick. Even if Logia's ability was elementalized, it was useless, because every spike he fired was covered with armament hockey. Even elementalization will be hit, and the attack range and density are so large that even if Salas is faster than him, he will definitely die. It's a pity that fantasy is beautiful, but reality is cruel. Teng Yuan didn't notice the flash of ridicule in Salas's eyes at all. From the perspective of the Revolutionary Army, Salas was frightened and stayed motionless in midair. It was beaten into a honeycomb by countless thorns. These thorns are extremely sharp, and the penetrating power is very terrifying. The power of anyone is much stronger than the bullet of the blocking gun. Hey, there are only a handful of people who can survive my trick. I haven't seen you in a few years from being a princess with little power to become like this. To be honest, I have to write a letter to you. Vivi ticked at the corner of Ting Yuan's mouth. Showed a smile that he thought was a victory, but it was a pity that his smile froze after only a moment. What's so funny? Don't you naively think that I was just killed by you? Salaz's plain but sarcastic voice suddenly entered Ting Yuan's ears, making his face pale. After a sudden change, he turned around immediately, and was horrified to find that Salaz was not only safe and sound, but she didn't even know when she was standing behind her, looking at herself with a playful expression, as if she was watching a clown perform. No, impossible, how could you survive under my trick and still be unharmed, you? Ting Yuan pointed at Salaz, his voice changed unconsciously a little trembling, showing how shocked its owner was. What's so surprising? As long as my speed is fast enough, faster than your spikes, double is not enough, then double, as long as my speed is dozens of times faster than your spike attack speed, then it's alright to get out of the way and come behind you. Salaz hummed Isho, but her smile fell into Ting Yuan's eyes, but it was no less than a witch's smile. Is it finally used? Sally. Portgas D. Dana looked at Sally, with a flash of pride in her eyes. Although Sally was not the strongest among her disciples compared to Khalifa and Lu Chengkong, but Dana absolutely treats Salaz as her direct disciple with all sincerity. When teaching her, it is not like Khalifa and Lu Chengkong who taught her when they were young many years ago. 299 Salaz's fruit ability. It is precisely because of this that she is of course proud of Salaz as a teacher for her achievement. After all, Salaz has improved her strength to such a level in 6 years. Although her teaching and the teachings of so many powerful people around her, the help of Dana's life fruit and Khalifa's life fruit have played a big role in her being able to continuously overdraw her body and weight without any scruples. But the most important thing is Salaz's own perception and hard work. It can be said that in these years, Salaz's daily practice is the most important in the Happy Pirates. Even Khalifa, who is known for her hard work, sees Salaz every day. It's a lifeless training and I have to say the word admiration. What is Sister Salaz's ability? As Nami and others who only joined this year, they didn't know Salaz's ability, so they couldn't help but ask curiously. Let her speak for herself. Salaz has been suppressed for so long, I think she will say it soon. Lu Chengkong shook his head, although he knew the fruit ability that Salaz possessed, but he did not have a big mouth. Salaz didn't take the initiative to say it, and he didn't tell anyone. Devil fruit. Could it be your fruit ability just now? Fujiwara is indeed an admiral-level powerhouse. After the initial panic, he quickly calmed down, and even captured the information he said he needed in Salaz's words. It seems that you are not that stupid. Yes, I eat the speed fruit in the devil fruit. As long as my body, spirit and will can bear it, with the development and strengthening of the fruit's ability, even if the speed is increased to the speed of light, even faster than the speed of light. Quote. Sure enough, Salaz wasn't hiding her abilities either. Her red lips parted lightly, and she said word by word. By the way, don't think that the speed fruit is just to increase my movement speed. I can tell you honestly, the speed fruit has many different abilities when it falls into my hands. In addition to the increase in movement speed, the neural response speed, brain speed, attack speed, anything that has to do with speed I can improve. Quote. Hiss, it's terrible. Who said that the Logia fruit is the most powerful among the 3 fruits? That's just for the weak. For the real strong, the 3 fruits are the same. It's just to see the user's qualifications or only, and sometimes some paramesha abilities that are more bizarre and rarely appear or even more troublesome and scary. Quote. Bluno and the others took a breath, and Kaku couldn't hide his shock and blurted out, but his words were indeed recognized by everyone present. After all, no one present was weak. The world's martial arts is only fast and unbreakable. Under my absolute speed, do you think your attack can be effective against me? And I can tell you honestly, I am not Kizaru. He can't control the speed of light to the heart, such as the arm dictates, but I can. no matter how fast I am, I can control it perfectly, and go wherever I want to go. Quote. The gloomy color in Salaz's eyes flashed, and the sullenness in her chest that had been hidden for so long was dashing at an alarming speed as she continued to talk, and Fuji Yuan's face became more and more ugly. Okay, you have enough time to live, you can die, and bury the people who died in my kingdom, Shigen finger pistol speed. When Salaz said this, her people had disappeared. Almost at the same time, Teng Yuan let out a scream, but the scream came to an abrupt end. People from the Revolutionary Army looked at Teng Yuan and found that Salaz's index finger was like the most terrifying sharp arrow, piercing through Teng Yuan's body with absolute speed. The action is too late to do is to leave this world. Humph. Salaz didn't even look at Teng Yuan and let his body fall on the sea. Lu Chengkong and Khalifa clearly noticed the frown on Salaz's brow at the moment Teng Yuan died. The suffocation and resentment have dissipated, and it is obvious that Salaz is not unreasonable and likes to anger innocent people. From Dragon's performance just now, she could already see that Teng Yuan did this all by himself. If it weren't for him to hide it and not report it, Dragon would not let the country under the Revolutionary Army feel chills for the sake of the reputation of the Revolutionary Army. He went back to save Salaz's country no matter what, but unfortunately all of this was Teng Yuan's fault, so after killing the culprit, he didn't plan to drive out the Revolutionary Army. But although she doesn't plan to drive out the Revolutionary Army, it doesn't mean that Mengqi D. Dragon will do so. He is an outstanding leader. If he watched his subordinates get killed in front of so many people, he wouldn't ask. Smell, isn't this typical bullying? What is the difference between this and Teng Yuan? So Mengqi D. Dragon must stand up today. Teng Yuan's mistakes have already been paid for with his life. This world is the strong prey to the weak. If he dies, he can only blame him for his inferior skills. Let's ease the relationship between Lu Chengkong and him, but the conversation just changed. However, no matter what mistakes he made, he was always a cadre of our Revolutionary Army. It would be too chilling for me as the leader to watch my subordinates die without doing anything. D. Dragon's body suddenly tensed, and a conqueror haki shot out like a whirlwind and pressed towards Salaz. Really? But you also forgot that Salaz is also a member of my free and easy pirates. You want to protect your subordinates, and I want to. If you win your words, the weak will eat the strong, and the strong will be respected. You want, then I'll accompany you. Lu Chengkong appeared in front of Salaz like a teleportation, and directly blocked all conqueror haki who was blinded by D. Dragon. Captain. Splashes appeared in Salaz's eyes, but she was strong and did not let her tears flow. At this moment, she fully understood what her teacher Dana told her before. Yes, she is not alone. Why so many people are willing to follow him without any reason? Because this is a family, and now Lu Chengkong is standing up to fight for her family. Let's talk about it later. Lu Chengkong sighed. He has been in this world for so many years and has experienced so many ups and downs. He is no longer the Lu Meng who was on Earth before. He has completely matured. Gently patted Salaz on the fragrant shoulder, and after sending Salaz back to the new happy with a gentle force, the soft color in his eyes disappeared, replaced by a cold light. 300 versus Mengqi D. Dragon. One-on-one or together, whatever you want. Lu Chengkong's words immediately made all the revolutionary troops except Mengqi D. Dragon angry. Isn't this despising them? Of course, only Mengqi D. Dragon knows how terrifying Lu Chengkong's strength is. Even if Lu Chengkong was weak for a long time after using the mirror image fusion, Lu Chengkong's strength during that time was terrifying, and he forcibly defeated Gorosei 5. The elders also had almost the entire marine headquarters as the sacrifice of the ancient weapon Pluto, so Mengqi Dragon didn't think Lu Chengkong's words were arrogant at all. But today's battle is a battle between them. Even if he is dead, he can't ask anyone for help, unless he is no longer the leader of the Revolutionary Army, and Mengqi Dragon will fight for his own men, and Lu Chengkong will go for Salaz. The reason for fighting is the same, and outsiders cannot interfere. I'm the leader of the Revolutionary Army, you're the captain of the Easy Pirates, of course it's a duel between us, and I'd love to experience firsthand how strong the people who destroyed the marine and defeated the Gorosei, 5 elders and Hades, _ Munchie D. Dragon took off his hat, revealing his face with strange lines, and when he said it, he made a shot. Especially, it can be seen that Munchie D. Dragon is a ruthless, decisive and popular person. The combination of wind and water. Then after feng shui, there is thunder, which not only increases the power of thunder, but also makes people unable to escape. Lu Chengkong looked at the storm and the sea tornado and thought to himself, but his face did not change at all, as if such a natural disaster was just a trivial existence in his eyes. In fact, such storms and sea tornadoes are definitely the most terrifying disasters in the region. Even a tsunami and earthquake of magnitude 12 can't compare, but in today's Lu Chengkong's view, it really doesn't matter. Thunder and lightning. Sure enough, Munchie D. Dragon seems to be verifying Lu Chengkong with practical actions. The originally sunny day has long become dark clouds with the appearance of Munchie D. Dragon's storm and sea tornado, and now it is even more so. Countless thick electric snakes slashed towards Lu Chengkong. At this moment, Munchie D. Dragon seems to have turned into a weather god who manipulates all weather, and those in the Revolutionary Army have obviously not seen Munchie D. Dragon take action for a long time. I think you should have seen my battle with Gorosei, 5 elders. Then you should know that moves of this level are useless to me, and an ordinary admiral-level powerhouse can only dodge elementalization in the face of attacks like you. Or forcibly resist and end up with a serious injury, but unfortunately. Speaking of this, Lu Chengkong shook his head regretfully, and then he used his actual actions to tell those in the Revolutionary Army why Lu Chengkong was so afraid of Lu Chengkong. I saw Lu Chengkong wave his hand, and a palm-sized thunderball appeared out of thin air in Lu Chengkong's palm. Vivi flickered. The combination of all kinds of weather was enough to seriously injure an admiral-level powerhouse with one blow, but in front of Lu Chengkong, it was as fragile as a paper tiger. Is this the strength of the most powerful captain of the happy pirates in the new world of the Great Channel? It's scary. Even if the leader's blow is not sure what will happen next, he is so vulnerable in front of him. Wolf's face became heavy. I have always heard how powerful Lu Chengkong is, but I still can't believe these rumors without seeing him with my own eyes, but now that he has seen it with his own eyes, he really thinks that the rumors are not only not exaggerated, but rather weakened. Lu Chengkong's strength. It's so strong, but what about this? The wind swirls the clouds, and the thunder moves the world. Munchie D. Dragon's eyes flashed a scorching color, and a huge tornado suddenly condensed in the sky, with an elegant and domineering will. Lu Chengkong, and at the same time, a huge thundercloud appeared above Lu Chengkong's head, as if Lu Chengkong was a sinner who committed a serious crime, and God wanted to punish him. Countless thunder and lightning poured out like water. It's amazing. Lu Chengkong's expression didn't change, but he was surprised by Munchie D. Dragon's strength. Although Munchie D. Dragon's strength was far less than the current Whitebeard, it was the same as the sick man in the original book, who was covered in dark wounds. Whitebeard is only one line behind, and his strength is far above the redhead. But in the face of absolute power, everything is in vain, shaking the sky, shaking the ground, shaking the world. Lu Chengkong punched out, and Whitebeard's ultimate move was used by him. The terrifying shock wave brought a will to destroy everything. The lightning and storm in front of him were all shattered, leaving no trace. Just when Lu Chengkong was about to clean up Munchie D. Dragon, he found that Munchie D. Dragon had long since disappeared from the place just now. A cold drink suddenly sounded in his ears, penetrating everyone's ears like thunder. The world is frozen. As soon as Munchie D. Dragon's words came out, the temperature in the surrounding space continued to drop at a terrifying speed, and at the same time, countless thick ice thorns appeared in front of him. Obviously, Munchie D. Dragon dropped the temperature to the lowest level that he could control. The ability to use ice at the same time is a bit similar to Tingyuan's storm pear flower just now. The attack range and density are extremely large. If you are accidentally hit by any ice thorn, your intestines will be punctured and your stomach will be rotten, and it will be directly frozen. Ice sculpture. The combination of temperature and ice can not only maximize the power of the frozen world, but also make the enemy's actions inconvenient through this extremely cold temperature. It's really cold enough, yours is ice, then I'll use fire, Ente Yangan. Lu Chengkong curled his lips, originally planning to defeat Mengqi D Dragon quickly, but when he saw Mengqi D Dragon's performance, he immediately changed his mind. He really wanted to see how far the leader of the revolutionary army could hold this Mengqi dragon in his own hands. After all, at the level of Lu Chengkong, sailing on the vast sea was too boring. He needed a little excitement and a little entertainment. At this time, Mengqi D Dragon was the person who made fun of Lu Chengkong. Although it wasn't as bad as the clown, it wasn't much better. He raised his hands high, as if Sun Wukong used a vitality bomb in Dragon Ball, a white fireball like a small sun condensed into shape. It is strange that the appearance of such a high-temperature fireball did not change the icy weather, even the cold weather. The temperature didn't change at all. Obviously, Lu Chengkong's use and control of burning the fruit has reached a peak. He did not let Yang Yan show a trace of energy, and all the energy was condensed and controlled, and the power was increased to the maximum, without wasting a trace of energy. One Piece: The Legend of Creation, Chapter 301-320. 301. You are still far away. This is. Mengqi D Dragon's face suddenly became extremely heavy. He still remembered the power of this strange and incomparable white fireball. It was this move that blocked most of Hades' attacks. And at the moment when the fireball appeared, the eyelids of D Dragon kept beating, and he felt a chill in his heart, and even the hair on his body stood up. An unprecedented sense of crisis suddenly enveloped his body and mind. I hope you won't be so useless. Try the most profound meaning of burning fruit, Yang Yan. Lu Chengkong laughed, and with a light breath he pushed the white fireball out of his hands, neither too fast nor too slow. But it makes Mengqi D Dragon feel that he has nothing to hide and can't dodge. His shoulders seem to be pressed down by a huge mountain. Go! Mengqi D Dragon gritted his teeth. No matter what, he could only fight. He had a natural advantage in the field and environment, which made his frozen world power amazingly improved, but in his heart he felt there is not much confidence in whether his ultimate move can resist Yang Yan. Chi-chi. The sound of high-temperature boiling cold water sounded one after another, and the incomparably thick white mist continued to appear. Not only did the stalemate of the revolutionary army not appear, but the frozen world of D Dragon, which had many advantages, was like ice block encountering fire. Except melting is melting. Going speed of the Yang Yan fireball did not slow down at all, it still maintained the unpleasant speed at the beginning, but all the ice thorns that came into contact with the Yang Yan fireball were all melted into water and evaporated directly. No, I will definitely die if I go on like this. Only when I really face him will I feel that he is terrifying. This guy's strength is even more terrifying than I imagined. Mengqi D Dragon's eyes flickered, and his face with strange lines looked even more hideous, but no matter what, he is the leader of the revolutionary army, and he can survive and develop to this point under the crushing of the world government. How could there not be a bit of pressure box trick? Tsunami, thunder penalty, heavy rain, strong wind, frost. Mengqi D Dragon roared, and various weather tricks kept appearing. It is strange that these weather disasters appeared in the same place. Not only did they not appear the conflict was actually perfectly blended together to form a field similar to the enchantment, which directly enveloped the Yang Yan fireball and blocked it. Boom. Originally it was invincible and unfavorable wherever it went. The Yang Yan fireball of the demon Kamusari divine departure seemed to have encountered an opponent, and it seemed to continue to move forward despite the blockade of the field composed of various weathers. But that speed is just a little faster than ants walking. Wow, I want more and more of this ability, to be able to control all the weather perfectly, and to combine all kinds of weathers that are extremely conflicting with each other to form a field of amazing power. Nami's eyes shone with intense light, just like Nami in the original book saw Barry's eyes, which shows how much Nami likes this weather fruit. Dragon, is this your ultimate trick to press the box? Lu Chengkong sneered at Isho, glanced at Mengqi D Dragon, whose face was getting paler and paler, as if he was using up too much. He is also about Munchie Dragon's trick very surprised, he knows how powerful his Yang Yan is. Although this unique trick similar to the weather field still cannot resist Yang Yan, it at least weakens the power of Yang Yan a lot, and Munchie D Dragon also breaks free from the terrible oppression and lock of Yang Yan. It can be said that Munchie D Dragon it escaped a disaster, but Munchie D Dragon also consumes a lot of money, and it is still a question whether it can be used again. As expected of the captain of the Happy Pirates, I think you haven't been serious until now, at least you haven't used those kinds of strange transformations. Munchie D Dragon gasped, as if he didn't have much combat power. But Lu Chengkong doesn't think so, at least his eyes are still bright, obviously he has not reached the limit. That's right, even if I am the 5 Gorosei, 5 elders and I can kill them together with Hades, you are still far from it. Lu Chengkong didn't take care of Munchie D Dragon's face at all, and directly acknowledged Munchie D Dragon's words, with a kind of arrogance in his tone, but this kind of arrogance is not pretended and will not make people feel disgusted, nor can it be shown. Instead, it comes out naturally as the strength becomes stronger and stronger, and it is built on the strength. This kind of arrogance makes people take it for granted, at least Munchie D Dragon thinks so. Hee, I don't think I'm invincible, but at least I can rank in the top 10, but now it seems that I'm really far behind. Munchie D Dragon said bitterly, his eyes swept over everyone in the Happy Pirates, at least there are many people in this ship who are stronger than him, but after all, he is a person with a firm mind. It was unacceptable at first, unbelievable and finally completely accepted, and his tone soon changed amazingly. But even so, it's just wishful thinking for me to be captured by the D Dragon. Even if I die, I will die. Munchie D Dragon roared, and the surging and powerful conqueror Haki turned into waves of tsunamis and rushed towards Lu Chengkong, and the steel disappeared at the same time. The weather field appeared again. Not only that, but this time, the weather field obviously had a chilling atmosphere, and it was obvious that the D Dragon was going all out. It's a talent. If it can be brought back under the banner, it's a good thug, but unfortunately it's impossible. Lu Chengkong sighed inwardly. Munchie D Dragon is a talent, both in terms of strength and wisdom. He is in the forefront of the One Piece King of Pirates world. No one dares to underestimate him. It's a pity he will not surrender to anyone. Even if Lu Chengkong's strength far surpasses him, it is impossible. He is arrogant, and he has blood that is unwilling to be lonely. If you want him to live under people, it will be more painful than death. Munchie D Dragon is very good. I think Salas doesn't hate you anymore. After all, you didn't participate in it, and you don't know it at all, as long as you don't die if you take my blow, and then you disband the Revolutionary Army, your grudge between you and me will be gone. How about a write-off? Lu Chengkong originally planned to keep Munchie D Dragon and all the Revolutionary Army here forever, but just when he was about to kill, a voice of Salas floated in his ear. 302 Weather Field. Forget the past, let it pass. I don't want to kill someone who has nothing to do with that incident. I can see that he really doesn't know anything about Fei Shui Kingdom. Let him disband the Revolutionary Army. If you don't know the current affairs, then kill him here. It was Salas's words that made Lu Chengkong's murderous intention disappear. In fact, because of Garp, he didn't want to kill his only son here, but the Revolutionary Army must disappear forever. Otherwise Xiao Liz's heart will always be uncomfortable, and that's why Lu Chengkong just said that. Okay. Munchie D Dragon, who had already been desperate, burst out with a strong vitality and hope. Although he was not afraid of dying in battle, the fact that he could not die did not mean that he hoped to die. As for the matter of disbanding the Revolutionary Army, why did he give up? It's actually really easy. Because he saw ambition in Lu Chengkong's eyes, and obviously he saw Lu Chengkong's idea of ruling the world. If he continued to build the Revolutionary Army, sooner or later they would have a battle, and he would still be dead at that time. After all, Lu Chengkong's strength was so powerful that it was as unfathomable as the ocean, and for the current Munchie D Dragon, it was simply invincible. If he doesn't agree, he will die right now. In this case, he might as well be a good man. It is stupid to do it when he knows he can't do it. Although he is very reluctant to give up, it is still far worse than his life. The important thing is that these things are based on the fact that he can take Lu Chengkong's blow without dying. Weather field. Munchi D. Dragon no longer has any reservations, and even directly overdrawn his mind and body, forcibly raising the power of the weather field beyond what he can bear. Dragon's development of weather fruits can't be underestimated. Seeing his weather field is like coming to a small disaster island, facing all kinds of natural disasters, but his is a natural disaster. It's just a weather disaster. Listening to Portgas D. Dana's tone obviously told those present that he had been to Disaster Island, one of the 5 most mysterious and dangerous islands in the Great Waterway, otherwise she would not have said such a thing. Cuckoo, Sister Dana, if this fruit is used by Nami, I will definitely be stronger and more powerful than Dragon. No one knows more about weather than me. Nami stood proudly and became plump. Jade Girl Peak, the confidence in her tone told the people present that she was bragging, and the people present obviously did not refute, obviously they all acquiesced to Nami's words. Nami's understanding of the weather and the technical ability of navigators are indeed unmatched. When in Kokoyashi village, Lu Chengkong will get precious books about navigators in the New World and Sky Island and give them to Nami. Sent it away, the current Nami is more powerful than the Nami's sailing skills 2 years later. But after hearing what you said, I want to go to Disaster Island as soon as possible to see the natural disasters there. How powerful the weather is. As a navigator, no matter how powerful the Disaster Island is, I will conquer it. When Nami said this, 2 rays of brilliance burst out in her eyes. At this moment, Nami seemed to be transformed into a goddess of the sea who wanted to conquer everything. A kind of imposing aura that did not let her men radiate quietly from her body. Come out. You will have a chance. At that time, my sister really wants to see how our little money fans conquer the island of disaster that makes countless pirates terrified. Portgas D. Dana looked confident and full of competitive spirit. Nami also came to join in the interest together, so that Nami's already raised head suddenly raised even higher. Obviously Dana flattered her. It's very comfortable, it's heartwarming to hear. It's at least 5 times stronger than before. It seems that Munchi D. Dragon is going to work hard, but the gap in strength cannot be made up by hard work. Time is suspended. A silver-gray light flashed in Lu Chengkong's eyes, a very obscure, mysterious time energy rippling out of the space like water ripples, and the time passed without exception, stopped, as if time never ceased. Pass by again. The fruit of time. Portgas D. Dana's eyes flickered. If Lu Chengkong was most afraid of the devil transformation and the ability of the mirror fruit that belonged to this time fruit, in fact, it was not only Portgas D. Dana. Anyone who saw people who have passed the fruit of time, including Whitebeard, Gorosei, 5 elders and others, are extremely jealous of this fruit. The erosion of time is all-pervasive. It is really terrible. Even Angelina, a person with the ability of the fruit of nothingness, said that if she wants to face the person with the ability of the fruit of time, then the only way is to stay in nothingness for a long time, otherwise, even she can't resist the erosion of time. It's really frightening, but I remember clearly the terrible torrent of time before. Hawkeye Mahawk took Dana's words from Portgas D, and there was a flash of panic in his eyes. That's right, panic. This kind of emotion has not appeared for a long time, but after he saw Lu Chengkong's fruit of time and Angelina's fruit of nothingness there was still a hint of panic in his heart, as if he was born to fear the fruit of time and the fruit of nothingness. In fact, it was not. It was just that the power of the fruit of time and the fruit of nothingness was too terrifying. Yeah, if the torrent of time in the sky hits me, I may have returned to nothing. Rob Lucci, Kaku and others nodded in agreement. They have experienced life and death battles for many years, and their nerves have long been trained to be very tough. However, in the face of the fruit of time and the fruit of nothingness, my heart still trembled. This is it. Munchi D. Dragon's face changed greatly. Although he thought early in the morning that Lu Chengkong would use this ability sooner or later, he didn't expect that it would be so terrifying when he actually used it. No one knew better than him how powerful the weather field that came out was, but Lu Chengkong only spit out 4 cold syllables. Time seemed to be controlled by him, and his weather field completely stopped. This is just one of the abilities of my mirror fruit. In fact, whether it's a time fruit or any fruit ability, it's just based on my mirror fruit, and it's not time that really defies the sky. Fruit, but my mirrored fruit. 303 A girl is more cruel than a girl. Lu Chengkong Isho, he is always very grateful for the mirror fruit he has obtained. It would be terrifying if this fruit fell into the hands of other people or that woman. As a mirror fruit, he is the most powerful person. I can clearly feel the horror of the mirror fruit. Every time he thinks of the scene of robbing the fruit on the dragon's boat when he was a child, he feels that the injury and hard work that time was really worth it. This fruit is so useful and powerful. With the improvement of his strength, this fruit his ability is getting more and more perverted. If nothing else, the strength of the mirror avatar of the main body alone has made all the capable people feel ashamed. Now Lu Chengkong's 3 mirror avatars of the main body are 90% of the owner's battle force. Any one released is beyond the existence of the 4 emperors. Not to mention that this ability alone can make Lu Chengkong and the 5 Gorosei, 5 elders compete, and they are not afraid of their siege. Chengkong just told Mengqi Di Dragon that if he were to fight the Gorosei, 5 elders again, then he would be able to defeat all 5 of them and even kill 1 or 2 of them. I said, as long as you don't kill me in 1 hit, and if you disband the revolutionary army, it will be written off from then on. Then my attack will be your strongest attack. Take your strongest attack, go back in time, and the weather field will bounce back for me. Quote. Lu Chengkong shouted loudly, and under the interference of time energy, the weather field that had stopped in midair was affected by time retrospection and returned it at any time. The sky's rays of light and the sound of the explosion suddenly exploded. Under this kind of attack, the chance of surviving the almost overdrawn Mengqi Di Dragon is very small. Okay, let's go. If he is dead, then we can only blame him for his inferior skills. If he is still alive, then there is no need for us to attack him. Without seeing any action from Lu Chengkong, he had already returned to the Xiaoyao. Superior. Chengkong, aren't you afraid of letting the tiger go back to the mountains? If she survives without disbanding the revolutionary army and hides it, it may be very dangerous. Rob Lucci and others who have lived in the dark justice since childhood follow the rules of cutting grass and not eradicating the roots. The spring breeze blows again. Do you think I look like such an idiot? I know he's not dead yet, he's just seriously injured, and it will only take a few months to recover, but I've left something on her just now. I think not only me, Khalifa, Angelina and Hancock, you 3 also left something on him. Lu Chengkong cast a playful glance at Hancock's 3 daughters and said. I can't hide it from you. Yes, I put a bright imprint on him. As long as he has any changes, I can directly appear by his side and seal his fruit ability. Khalifa's words immediately made Rob Lucci and others realize now, they all secretly thought in their hearts that they really are husband and wife. Me too, seeing Khalifa's bright mark, I also made a void mark, and if he repents, I will turn his fruit ability into nothingness, and even turn his whole person into nothingness. Angelina smiled tenderly, but her Nanoman's wild and valuable smile was the smile of death in the eyes of Hawkeye and others. It was terrible. All these women are ruthless masters. Hancock, the 2 of them are Logia, and they are the fruit ability in the big Logia. It is normal to have this kind of close ability, so what did you leave on Dragon's body? Because Aunt Xiao was with Lu Chengkong, his lady's cigarette had been thrown away long ago. Her sudden question also made him curious about some beauties who didn't know Hancock's ability. Whether the fruit's power is strong or not depends only on her user. It is not only the top 10 Logia fruits that have this kind of imprint. With the movement of their minds, they can exert a powerful stunt, my sweet fruit. There are also, when the weather field returned to me just now, I secretly shot Vice Admiral into the weather field. At the moment when Dragon ate his own weather domain, the arrow of the captive had already hit him. As long as I wanted to, no matter if he fled to the ends of the earth, as long as the arrow of captive on his body has not disappeared, then he will only be petrified. Boa Hancock, Lu Mei, Vivi stood up, and a cold murderous aura quietly radiated out. Her words made Kaku and others almost scared away. It can be said that whether the sealing ability is good or it can be turned into nothingness, those are all one-time painless. But if it is petrified, with the development of Hancock, anyone who is concentrated by Hancock's daily outdated abilities will suffer an indescribable pain in the process of petrification. After completing the petrification and turning the other party into a stone sculpture, if Hancock does not relieve him, that person will enjoy this pain from the soul forever, and still can't move, can't escape, can only bear it, until his lifespan runs out and he dies. At the beginning, Kaku and Jabra didn't pay much attention to Hancock's ability when they heard Lu Chengkong talking about it. In their opinion, although they are not as powerful as Hawkeye, Hancock and other women, their life from childhood to adulthood has made them difficult. They can endure any kind of pain and have superhuman nerves, so they don't believe that there is pain that they can't bear. The end, it was precisely because of the expressions of the two people that Lu Chengkong asked Hancock to shoot each of them an arrow, and it was slowly petrified, not petrified in a second, allowing Kaku and Jabra to enjoy the pain and have a chance to speak at the same time. After that time, Hancock's deterrent power reached the peak of the entire Easy Pirates in one fell swoop. As long as Hancock's eyes and words can make these rebellious CP9s become the most obedient sheep, and even let them people who go to die, CP9 will not refuse, because in their eyes, death is much more beautiful than the pain of Hancock's sweet fruit. As expected of my good wife, she will really share the worries of my husband. It seems that my worries are completely unnecessary. I just leave a time imprint and a space imprint on Dragon, and either turn him directly into a dying old man, or directly convert his space to come in front of me and kill him, or exile him to a different space. Lu Chengkong looked at how everyone saw that the girls could still bear it, so he explained what effect he had left behind on his D-Dragon. Damn, what kind of couple are they? He's terrible. It's really sad that Dragon has provoked them. At this moment, except for Lu Chengkong, all the men present thought so in their hearts. 304 Revolutionary Army disbanded. In fact, it was just as Lu Chengkong had imagined. Mengqi D-Dragon did not die, but was only seriously injured. Mengqi D-Dragon, who escaped the catastrophe, defied public opinion and disregarded the resistance of the core members of the Revolutionary Army and directly announced a shock to the outside world. News of the whole Great Waterway. Hey, have you heard that the Revolutionary Army was disbanded, and the Revolutionary Army that once gave Marine a headache actually quit the stage? Cut, it's strange that there are gods. The existence of the Revolutionary Army is not only to overthrow the world government. Now the world government has been destroyed by Lu Chengkong, the captain of the Free and Easy Pirates. If they don't disband, then it's not a direct relationship with them. Has the shouting slogans of overthrowing the tyranny of the governments of the world clashed? There won't be any inside information, right? ... All kinds of remarks appeared in every island large and small that the Great Channel received the news of the dissolution of the Revolutionary Army, but these remarks spread to some people who knew the inside story and scoffed. Red-haired, it seems that I can't stand against the old man. The Revolutionary Army that has given Marine a headache for so long, that Garp's son, Dragon can only disband the Revolutionary Army when facing Lu Chengkong. It seems that he is already in the hands of Chengkong. It's a loss, otherwise it would never be like this. Yeah, this may be the back waves of the Yangtze River pushing the front waves. If we can't keep improving, the front waves can only die on the beach. The red hair said with deep feeling. On the other side, a relatively ordinary house in East Blue Windmill Village is filled with people who used to be all-powerful. Mengqi D. Garp, Marine Marshal Sengoku, Marine Admiral Kuzan, and Kizaru who has the ability to fruit. Garp, what do you think the new era will be like? Now the era has changed. Although the era of the great pirate has passed, the city of pirates seems to be breaking down and rising. Marshal Sengoku seemed to be kind at this time. After the world government returned, he already had the heart to retire, and so did Garp, so they came to East Blue Windmill Village to live in seclusion. Choose. What's the matter with me? My life is much better now. I eat donuts every day. How comfortable my life is. Why do you think so much? I said, Sengoku, you are not a marshal, why do you think so much? Garp still as heartless as ever. Ace didn't die, so Garp didn't have the regrets in the original book. Stop pretending, Garp, I don't believe you don't know about the news of the dissolution of the Revolutionary Army. Kizaru smiled slyly, looking like a monkey. In fact, after leaving the Marine headquarters, he felt that the whole person was much more relaxed. Really, children and grandchildren have their own children and grandchildren. Since he chose this path, he has to pay for his choice. Isn't it good now? Liu Chengkong defeated Gorosei, 5 elders, and he was destined to establish a new government. There is a new system. If the Revolutionary Army does not disband the system, sooner or later there will be a conflict with Liu Chengkong, and it may be best to survive now. Quote. When Garp heard the words, his right hand holding the teacup trembled slightly. Although this movement was very small, the weakest players were admiral-level powerhouses. How could he not see it? But Garp was Garp after all, so his mentality really free and easy. Maybe you're right, its rise is really unstoppable. Garp seems to be your best choice. I left it at the beginning, and now my son is alive because of you. Ace can survive because of your part. Reason. Kuzan took a sip of tea and said softly, his words were approved by the people present, but Garp laughed proudly. In fact, he also felt that the best thing he did in his life was not to stay with Liu Chengkong. Rayleigh, who was teaching the Straw Hats, didn't say anything after receiving the interest, but only reported it to Isho. Rayleigh, the Hades, who no longer has to pretend to be Aunt Xiao's husband, is now very comfortable. Going out, you don't have to hand over the money you get back from the robbery. In his words, a man should live like this. Of course, he just dared to take these words to heart. It's all working hard for me. Now that the Easy Pirates have destroyed the Revolutionary Army, they will soon be heading to Laugh Tale. Luffy, if you still want to be One Piece King of Pirates, you have to do it, or others if you do One Piece King of Pirates and you can't even get into the New World, that's a shame. Rayleigh looked at the Straw Hats who couldn't stand it, and immediately added a fire. No one else said, at least Luffy and Zoro immediately regenerated their horsepower like a fueled car, and continued Rayleigh. Training for them. Husband, now that the Revolutionary Army has been resolved, we can build a brand new world government. Khalifa, who was dressed in a secretary outfit and exuded a capable atmosphere, looked at all kinds of information in his hands, browsed them all, and thought about it. After finishing it, he said, yes, the Revolutionary Army hidden on the side has also been eliminated. It's time to establish my hegemony. Enel informs you of the 9 teams built in the New World, and tells them that the plan to rule the Great Waterway can be implemented. Liu Chengkong watched Enel, who was sitting on the Arc Proverbs and eating an apple, gave an order. I told you earlier, hey. It's really not fun, the game of hegemony ended so quickly. Enel sighed, and his words immediately made the smoker cough on the side. God, this guy actually ruled the Great Waterway. Build a New World as a game, it's really more popular than people. Indeed, the New World has basically been controlled by me, and Bigum has also promised to join us. As long as we establish our branches in East Blue, West Blue, South Blue, North Blue in the first half of the Great Waterway, we will dig up all these places, then find Whitebeard and Redhead, and the reign of the Great Fairway is complete. When Liu Chengkong said this, Maining Wen couldn't help showing a hint of selfishness. After all, whether it's the world government, the Revolutionary Army, or the 4 pirate emperors, ruling the Great Waterway is no less than ascending to the sky for them. But for Liu Chengkong, it was very simple, but it only took a little time to digest it. What? Are you planning to retire? Hawk-eyed Mihawk couldn't help asking, feeling a trace of vicissitudes in Liu Chengkong's tone. 305 Hancock helps me find women. Hee, retire. There is no such thing as retire in this world, but I feel that time flies by so fast. When you joined me, I was only one of the 4 emperors, and in the New World, I just sit with Whitebeard separately. Half the country, I didn't expect to realize my pursuit so quickly. Quote. Lu Chengkong knew that in this world, the so-called retirement was just because he couldn't bear the changes in the world, and the time wasted, and his strength couldn't keep up, so he had no choice but to withdraw from the stage. And Lu Chengkong knew that he was dancing on the tip of a knife. Since he took the road of a pirate, there was no chance to retire. Just like Whitebeard in the original book, he was strong when he was young, and he chose to die in battle in the end no matter how beautiful he was. For the strong, dying of old age is not as good as dying in battle, and Lu Chengkong has too many worries. Not to mention the woman beside him. Anyone who is released will be fascinated by the existence of all beings. There are too many people who want to attack them. To be safe, they must protect them except for their strong strength and iron-blooded means. There was no other way out, so Lu Chengkong knew that he had no way out, and he couldn't take a step back. He could only keep going and getting stronger. I feel the same way. I made a bet with the red hair before, and the red hair bet that you can't dominate the Great Waterway, but now it seems that my vision is more accurate. Eagle-eyed Mahawk heard the words, but also sighed for a while. Time flies so fast. The former teenager has now grown into a young man, and he is still the supreme demon emperor who sits on the country and shakes the Great Waterway. Okay, let's not talk about this. Within 2 years, we must digest all these territorial waters and become a member of the Free and Easy Pirates. Lu Chengkong put aside these emotions and immediately issued an order. Marine Branch, which used to be so powerful in the Four Seas in the first half of the Great Channel, was completely wiped out. Every island and town was erected with the flag of the Happy, and established a free and easy branch like the Marine Branch, and at the same time, all the talented people recruited over the years are placed in it to guard one side. The 2 years were neither long nor short. With the efforts of Lu Chengkong and others, they finally completed the digestion of all the forces that once controlled Marine. At the same time, the 2 years passed quietly and stopped. After sailing for 2 years, the new Happy is about to start its sailing journey again today. On an island called Xiaoyao Island in the New World, there is a palace that resembles the residence of an ancient Chinese emperor. There are all kinds of beautiful women living in it. This is Lu Chengkong's headquarters. Also his home. Chengkong, it's not like you. You haven't attacked the sisters in the boat for 2 years. You're not a change of nature, are you? Hancock, who was still wearing the aftertaste of the climax, was lying in Lu Chengkong's arms with a blushing face at the moment, and he drew circles on Lu Chengkong's chest with his jade finger, and at the same time did not forget to wear Pink's small mouth muttered. Do you want more women to share your husband with you? But since my little baby wants me to take action, I have to reluctantly take your sister's flowers into my pocket. Lu Chengkong patted Hancock's fat buttocks lightly. The amazing elasticity and the flesh-to-flesh touch were instantly transmitted to his brain through the palm of his hand. It was wonderful. Hancock's figure was really getting better and better, and it was enough before. Plump, asterisk, and now it's even more powerful. It's just beyond the Senju Tsunade in Hokage. HMPH, big pervert, in your words, it's typical to have a chastity memorial archway. When Hancock felt the strangeness coming from his buttocks, he suddenly lost a big white eye, making Lu Chengkong's desire that had just been extinguished. Rising up again. Don't. Go to Salas and the others, I can't bear your whipping anymore. You bad guy doesn't even know how to take pity on your concubine. Hancock, who was still wriggling and teasing Lu Chengkong in Lu Chengkong's arms, felt that the giant dragon that was still in his secret place raised its arrogant head again, and immediately scared her so much that she didn't dare to move anymore. Dare to lose her wink again. Although her combat power on the bed continued to improve as her strength and physical skills became stronger, she could only passively endure it in the face of Lu Chengkong. How is it possible? Hancock is my baby, how could I not pity you? Lu Chengkong immediately hugged Hancock in distress, and at the same time swept over the Khalifa girls who had long since passed out with charming smiles, and his heart suddenly rose. A burst of pride. After all, he has conquered so many women, and many of them are very perverted in combat power. He can fight with Lu Changkong for 5 or 6 hours. Facing this group of women who can be said to be underfed, he not only conquered one, but fed them all. And he still has a strong combat power, even if there are more than a dozen more. He is very proud of his ability in this regard. The concubine knows that the officials pity me. Well, I know what you think. Go ahead. I really don't know what you eat to grow up. I also practice life return. You also practice life return. How can you be strong? It's strange that so many of our sisters can't stand you. Well, concubine is not a jealous person. Concubine knows that you are not satisfied, but you haven't mentioned it many times. Go to Salas and the others. I can't guarantee anything else, but Salas, Kuina and Shirahoshi, these 3 girls, I am very sorry that they have been captured by you for a long time. They are just reserved and embarrassed to say it. Don't make people wait for a long time. Hancock waved his hand to signal Lu Changkong to hurry up. Where can I find such a wife? No wonder she and Khalifa have always held the most important and largest position in Lu Changkong's heart. No matter how broad-minded a woman is, it is impossible to take the initiative to help her man find a woman. Lu Changkong also knew it, so he always responded to Khalifa and Hancock's needs and loved them extremely. If they are unhappy or even just frowning, Lu Changkong definitely doesn't mind turning into a killing god and removing all the things that make his women unhappy. He also knew that Hancock did not deliberately pose for himself, but sincerely hoped that he would be satisfied and not hold back, so he also stood up and looked at Hancock with eyes full of love and tenderness, bowing his head in her delicate red. He kissed softly on his lips, and Lu Changkong turned around and walked out after Hancock closed his eyes and fell asleep with a sweet smile on his face. 306 Wet Kiss with Shirahoshi. What Lu Changkong didn't know was that just after he left, Hancock's closed eyes quietly opened. Looking at Lu Changkong's back, her beautiful eyes couldn't help but glow, but then she closed her eyes again. She really fell asleep once. After all, as the last person to bear Lu Changkong's whipping, she also consumed a lot of energy. Although as long as she wants to eat some foods with high nutritional value made of sea kings and use life return to digest and absorb it instantly, it will take a few minutes to recover her energy. If Portgas D. Dana directly uses life energy and ends up returning life, it can instantly restore energy. After all, Hancock's cultivation level of life return is no less than that of Hancock, Khalifa and Angelina. The 4 of them are all people who have practiced life return to the point where they can even control their brains perfectly. It's just that he was influenced by Lu Changkong. If there's nothing wrong, it's better to let the body recover naturally. After all, it's best to relax and relax. Not to mention Bia Hancock, who had already fallen asleep, but Lu Changkong, who had slipped out, came to the door of Portgas D. Dana's disciple Salas like a thief, and pricked up his ears, apparently eavesdropping inside. Condition. With Lu Changkong's current strength, plus the return of life, he can perfectly control his entire body, except for his genes, and even his brain. If he wants to hide his breath and body shape, there is no way to discover his existence, so even if Sally in the room, I have the power of the quasi-4 emperors and I am completely unaware of the changes outside the door. Sister Salas, isn't Shirahoshi not pretty? Shirahoshi's voice suddenly came from inside, but the owner of the voice was obviously very depressed and a little unhappy, which made Lu Changkong outside the door couldn't bear it. Lied for a while. How could that be? Sister Shirahoshi's beauty is one of the best in the boat, and only Hancock can outperform you. Salas was stunned for a moment, but in an instant she understood why Shirahoshi was like this. In fact, in terms of aptitude, figure, appearance, and temperament, both Bia Hancock and Shirahoshi have their own characteristics, and they are evenly matched and equal. But Hancock has gone through Lu Changkong's cultivation and sowing, and the things he has experienced are far from what Shirahoshi can match. Naturally, Hancock has a mature and charming charm, which Shirahoshi has never had, and that's exactly what Hancock is. It is equivalent to a ripe red apple, while Shirahoshi is a green apple, so Hancock, who has a mature charm and a charming temperament in every move, is indeed better than the current Shirahoshi. Then why it's been 2 years, since Shirahoshi isn't unattractive, why didn't your Excellency Chenkong not touch Shirahoshi for 2 years? Could it be that Shirahoshi has a bad temper? Or he doesn't know Shirahoshi's mind? Woohoo, doesn't he like it? Shirahoshi. Speaking of this, Shirahoshi couldn't help sobbing slightly. Obviously he was already crying, and he immediately made Salas and Hina in a mess. It is the angry Lu Chenkong, the second is the sweet fruit of Hancock, and finally the crying Shirahoshi, any of which is extremely lethal to his own people and to the enemy. It's time for me to take action. Lu Chenkong, who was outside the door, heard this and knew that the opportunity was coming. In order to succeed in picking up girls, Lu Chenkong actually used ability fusion to summon Luke's mirror image and fused it to gain his space. The ability of the fruit, and then a teleportation silently appeared behind Shirahoshi. Ah, who? Shirahoshi's body can only be held by the Lord of the Sky, no one can. Ah, you are the Lord of the Sky, why are you here? Shamed to death. Shirahoshi, who was crying, suddenly felt that she was being hugged. Unlike Hina and Salas who were beside her, the hands that were holding her were obviously bigger than theirs, causing her to scream immediately, even conditioned reflexively. She wanted to use her Sea King's ability, but just as she was about to summon the Sea King class, the breath that fascinated Shirahoshi, intoxicated and filled with a sense of security immediately hit her nostrils, making her whole body quiet. Even her jade body and her mermaid tail, which had been struggling, stopped, and her pretty face, which was a little pale from crying, immediately flew 2 blushes, looking pitiful, which made Shirahoshi's charm even greater. It also made her so embarrassed that she almost couldn't help finding a hole to dig in. If Lu Chenkong hadn't hugged her tightly, she might have just slipped away. Although Shirahoshi was naive, it didn't mean she was stupid. At this moment, she already fully understood that what she said just now was completely heard by Lu Chenkong, and being hugged by Lu Chenkong like this, how could she not be shy? Even with her eyes closed, she could confuse Salas and Hina as looking at herself with strange eyes. What's the matter? My little Shirahoshi doesn't seem to be a crybaby anymore, but when he grows up, he actually thinks about spring. Lu Chenkong looked down at Shirahoshi's pretty face, and couldn't help but laugh. People don't like to cry. Woo. Shirahoshi, who was about to refute, was not even able to say a word, but Lu Chenkong seized the opportunity and kissed it, and at the same time, his tongue went directly into Shirahoshi's small mouth. Began a frantic siege, while plundering the fragrance in Shirahoshi's mouth, while possessing the little sweet tongue that may have been turned white due to Lu Chenkong's surprise attack. Your Excellency Chenkong kissed me. He kissed me. He really deserves Shirahoshi's liking. So does it mean that Your Excellency Chenkong also likes Shirahoshi? Is this the illusion of kissing? No wonder Sister Khalifa and the others like to kiss with Your Excellency Chenkong so much. It's so comfortable. I am ashamed. Shirahoshi, don't think about it. After a while, Shirahoshi finally came back to his senses. She put aside her timidity when she faced Lu Chenkong before, and summoned all her courage to respond awkwardly to Lu Chenkong. Is this really Shirahoshi? She's so bold. Looking at the two of them who were kissing each other indifferently, Salas and Hina on one side looked at each other and exchanged glances, and found that the other party wanted to they were exactly the same, and they understood each other's thoughts. Obviously, neither of them thought that Shirahoshi, who had always been timid and had a sensitive personality, was so bold at this moment. 307 Shirahoshi, Salas, Hina. This is of course Shirahoshi, but what Salas and Hina don't know is that Shirahoshi is not shy or timid, but the smart Shirahoshi knows that this is an opportunity and unintentionally interferes. Since everyone has heard the truth, and since they are already embarrassed, they are not afraid of being embarrassed, so Shirahoshi has gone out of his way this time. Based on the idea of not being successful, Shirahoshi has successfully obtained himself for 2 years, all the time. Wanted love. It's not good for the two of you to be spectators here, why don't you join us together? Just as Salas and Hina stared at Shirahoshi, they completely forgot. Lu Chenkong, who was on the side, didn't just have Shirahoshi's idea today. When he learned that there were still Salas and Hina in the room, Lu Chenggong had already made up his mind in his heart that he must come today. No, the two women finally came to their senses when they heard the words. They also recalled that the man in front of him was not a modest gentleman, nor was he Lu Shahui, who was not in a hurry. The girl was about to escape, and when Salas was about to use the speed fruit to increase her speed to the fastest, they suddenly found themselves unable to move. You guys are stupid again. I came here when I was fully prepared. How could only Shirahoshi be able to withstand my whipping? I don't want my little baby to get hurt. Although the first time is inevitable, today I will definitely you have to have fun. The three of you can barely do it together. Lu Chenggong's eyes seemed to be burning with flames that were hotter than Yang Yan, shooting at Salas and Hina. Just when the two women were about to escape, Lu Chenggong had already used the time pause, and the difference in strength increased. The sky-defying ability of the Fruit of Time is not something that Salas and Hina can crack, so the two women can only fall into Lu Chenggong's claws with a smug expression on their faces. After Lu Chenggong finished speaking, he clicked his fingers, and the time that had been suspended began to pass again, and the two women also recovered, but this time the two women who regained their ability to move did not struggle to the death this time. In addition, the two women did not have much resistance to handing over themselves to Lu Chenggong, especially Salas. After the incident with the Revolutionary Army, she put down the last burden in her heart. Pressure, and even the strange feelings that have been pressing deep in my heart are no longer contradictory, and I unknowingly ask that this strange feeling has taken root and grown into a towering tree. The resistance and escape just now were only due to women's restraint and shyness. Of course, the biggest reason was that he was with other women for the first time. How could he not make these chicks shy? Now with Lu Chenggong's blocking, the two women seem to have found an excuse. After all, women's minds are weird, especially after falling in love. Their IQ may be infinitely close to zero, but the weirdness is even worse. HMPH, big pervert, I already knew that you would be uneasy and kind, but I just think you can bear it so much, and you haven't had a bad taste in 2 years. The nature that Salas had been suppressing after taking revenge and hatred was finally revealed. As a beautiful woman in the mood for love, no matter how mature, no matter how rational and calm she is, she still has her lively side. Well camouflaged. Not anymore. Accompanied by Lu Chenggong and others, she has also completely stepped out of the shadows of the past and regained her true nature. She is no longer taciturn, but like her teacher Portgas Dana, who likes to tease people very much. Of course, Poisonous Tongue is the same. Sharp. Ha. Lu Chenggong was embarrassed by Isho, looking at Salas who was staring at him with a strange look on his hips. Lu Chenggong was a little ashamed. In fact, it wasn't that he didn't want to steal the fish in the past 2 years, but it is really too busy, and it is not an ordinary amount of work to digest the first half of the Great Waterway and the New World that belongs to its own domain and the 4 seas. Fortunately, many of the boats are speed-type powerhouses. Khalifa, Enel, Salas, etc. are terrifyingly fast if they sprint with all their strength, and they can shuttle in various places in the Great Waterway. Otherwise, it may take many years to sail on the New Happy. Take care of all these territories. Just yesterday, Lu Chenggong set up the Xiaoyao branch on every island where the marine branch used to be. Even the people who stayed behind have been selected. It can be said that at this moment, the world government is like the Revolutionary Army, completely leaving the stage of the Great Fairway. But what makes Lu Chenggong uneasy is that the Gorosei, 5 elders seem to have disappeared. Not only have they not appeared in the past 2 years, but they have not even found any news about them. But no matter what, the business is over now, and it's time to rest, so he immediately started his plan to tear down as soon as he was free. Originally, he was still having a headache. He was pleasantly surprised that there were actually 3 beauties in Salas's room, which saved a lot of trouble for our satyr brother Lu Chenggong. Hina knows, it must be because he is too busy and has no time or opportunity. Hina said excitedly, with an expression that I saw through you, which made Lu Chenggong a little embarrassed, but at this time of course men should be more proactive. Thick skin is a must, so Lu Chenggong completely ignored Hina's eyes, immediately turned into a big pervert, hugged Hina who had revealed his true face in his arms, and sat a beautiful woman on his left and right thighs. Big satyr. Salas didn't notice a sour taste in her tone at all. Obviously, this princess who has never been in love doesn't know what jealousy is at all. Yo, our little princess is jealous, but you're right, I'm a big pervert. Lu Chengkong looked at Salas with the expression of discovering the new world, and his tone was full of surprise, which made Salas' pretty face suddenly turned red. Who is jealous? What is there for me to be jealous of? Salas was a little flustered. It was strange that she would not panic even if she faced a powerhouse that was much stronger than her, even in the face of death, but I don't know why facing Lu Chengkong's scorching eyes that seemed to be swallowed up and melted in her stomach, she could no longer maintain Ji Yujing's unwavering mentality, but in the end she forced herself to remain calm and retorted with a pretentious force, it was just that her eyes betrayed her heart. 308 Eat Salas. Of course there are many things that you should be jealous of. Lu Chengkong didn't bother about this topic. After all, talking to a woman is a surefire way to lose, especially Salas, who used to be a princess of a country. After all, people who have played politics have a very sharp mouth, but Salas is useless. As soon as these words came out, Lu Chengkong no longer gave Salas a chance to refute. A silver light flashed in her eyes. Salas only felt a blur in front of her eyes. When she came back to her senses, she realized that she had stayed in Lu Chengkong's place. In his arms, a small mouth suddenly opened, and when he was about to say something, Lu Chengkong's big mouth directly stuck to Salas's cherry mouth at an impressive speed, so that Salas could only make a whimper. Don't. It's so itchy. Just as Lu Chengkong was kissing Salas forcibly, Hina and Shirahoshi, who were sitting on his thighs, suddenly cried softly. Looking around, it turned out that Lu Chengkong was beside him. Kissing Salas, exploring with both hands on the wonderful jade bodies of Hina and Shirahoshi. I feel two different, but both are wonderful touches. Shirahoshi's personality is simple and sensitive, but her heart and expression are usually like a teenage girl, but her body is very plump. In this alone, she can beat the plumpness and beauty of her body on the new Happy No. Now Shirahoshi is only Khalifa, Boa Hancock and Portgas D. Dana 3 daughters. This is because Shirahoshi is still growing and has been nourished by the rain and dew. I believe that after tonight, it may not take long for the new Xiaoyao to beat her in body measurements after tonight. There is only one girl left, Boa Hancock, which is also recognized by the women. After all, only Hancock can compete with Shirahoshi in terms of pure beauty. As the two women kept twisting their bodies in Lu Chengkong's arms, they were inadvertently rubbing against Lu Chengkong's body, making Lu Chengkong's lust burning in his lower abdomen seem to have obtained the best trigger, and it burned brightly. The movements of both hands were even faster, and Vivi's strength increased a little. However, Shirahoshi and Hina, who gradually became lustful with Lu Chengkong's beating, didn't feel the slightest pain at all. Crispy and sour. Well, don't be so hard, it's strange, how can your hand be so hot, Your Excellency Chengkong, I don't usually feel like this when I touch it, ah. Shirahoshi couldn't help but screamed. Obviously, Shirahoshi is not sensitive. Her body is also sensitive to the man she loves. In this respect, Khalifa and Hancock are comparable to her. The youth mermaid who had never been exposed to this aspect had a small orgasm. Too bad, Shirahoshi is a mermaid, not a human being. What should I do? Forget it. Since Shirahoshi is ready to devote himself, she must have a way. She looks like Hina and Salas. Yes, she is embarrassed, but thinking about it, Shirahoshi is a mermaid, and she is more shy. After all, this is love that crosses races. Lu Chengkong lowered his head and glanced at Shirahoshi, and found that her eyes were hazy, watery and about to drip out of water, and she shook her body, but after a closer look, she could still find a thick shyness in her beautiful eyes and a hint of shyness. Hesitate. Understanding Shirahoshi's complicated thoughts, Lu Chengkong first put Shirahoshi on the bed, and then moved the target of the attack. He thought that he planned to eat the two girls so that they could sleep before slowly discussing this issue with Shirahoshi. Shirahoshi clearly understood Lu Chengkong's thoughts when he saw Lu Chengkong's actions. His eyes became more gentle when he looked at Lu Chengkong, and a deep inseparable love was conveyed to Lu Chengkong's heart. But at this time, Lu Chengkong also acts sometimes, and she has to think about other things. After all, he is also difficult to ride a tiger. In the jumping action just now, he deeply realized what is called the effect of force, and it is mutual. But the effect of force is really mutual, and he found that his desire has climbed to the top as he caressed the jade body of Shirahoshi's 3 girls, and it may explode if he doesn't get a vent. So without saying a word, he took off all the clothes of Salas and Tina, who were also watery, peach blush, and full of love, and looked at the 2 bodies in front of them, each with their own characteristics but full of temptation. After 0.01 seconds of consideration, she finally decided to target Salas. After all, he and Salas have been together for the longest time. Come on, I'm so itchy, hurry up, hurry up. The situation on Salas's side is not much better. Under the touch of a master like Lu Chengkong, her final restraint and the arrogance of the princess have long been throwing it out of the sky. Like a shameless slut, she is courting the man she loves. Come now. Lu Chengkong couldn't bear it any longer when he heard the words, and immediately transformed into a satyr and held a giant dragon like a red-hot iron rod, piercing directly into Salas's peach blossom land. Ah, it hurts, you slaying 1,000 knives, how can it be so painful? Don't be so hard. Salas, who was still hungry just now, screamed in agony, and a trace of bright red blood followed her scream. Flowed onto the white sheets, forming a poignant and beautiful plum blossom. Although Salas screamed very loudly and seemed to be really in pain, her expression and movements were very strange. Even though she was in pain, the expression on her face told people that she couldn't stop at this time, and her beautiful legs were even tighter. He was holding Lu Chengkong's waist, as if he was afraid that he would disappear if he let go. Sooner or later, you will have to suffer like this. Long pain is better than short pain. It will soon be a service, and I am so big. This is not to prove that you have a good vision and a lot of money. Otherwise, how can you conquer your group of beauties? Lu Chengkong's words have played a role, and it may also be that with the passage of time, Salas, who has practiced physical skills, has a body that is different from ordinary people and is very powerful. Even if Lu Chengkong's capital is very high, she still adapts very quickly. Now, without even being able to learn from a teacher, he twisted his waist and cocked Lu Chengkong's giant dragon up and down. Feeling Salas's movements, and seeing the desire in her eyes and being shy, Lu Chengkong knew that Salas had basically gotten used to it, so he was also suppressing the desire in his body, and immediately activated his electric gadget. The motor, as if it had infinite stamina, bombarded Salas with no movement, and the panting in the room and Salas's moans quickly formed a beautiful piece of music. 309 Mermaid's Special First Time. When a moan full of pleasure and comfort sounded, it didn't take long for a scream that was completely opposite to the previous moan, and the owner of this voice was just right. She was a member of the former Marine Beauty Tina. It turned out that after Lu Chengkong had been running on Salas's beautiful body for 3 hours, even if Salas's constitution was strong, it was the first time he had broken his body, and he was facing Lu Chengkong, whose fighting strength and capital were terrifying. So 3 hours is her limit. And this time there were 2 little girls around, so Salas didn't force herself to cater to Lu Chengkong's bombardment, but let out a pleasing cry, as if to tell Tina and Shirahoshi around her that they knew about this kind of thing. It was so comfortable, even if it was a drowsy sleep. As Tina's screams just sounded, Shirahoshi on the side watched the live erotic palace for so long. No matter how shy he was, he fell into a spring love. The water in his eyes was rippling, making her charm climb steadily, and finally Shirahoshi was on the road. The shy and timid mermaid couldn't help but twisted her tail and came behind Lu Chengkong. Wrapping the slender and beautiful fish tail around Lu Chengkong's waist, and at the same time pushing his pair of huge steamed buns against Lu Chengkong's back, Lu Chengkong could feel the wonderful excitement from Shirahoshi very clearly. It's a pity that Lu Chengkong is not a lecherous beast after all. Even if his fighting power is strong, it is impossible to grow another giant dragon, so he can only temporarily replace the giant dragon with his hands and mouth, and comfort this lustful body, a mermaid with a swaying heart. Well, it's so itchy, but it's uncomfortable, hurry up. Shirahoshi and Tina actually made the same coquettish cry as if they had a good heart. They heard Lu Chengkong's desire. The sound of moans can make a normal man disarm. An hour later, Tina couldn't hold back the numbness that came from her lower body. She let out a high and contented cry and fell asleep. Obviously, her physical quality was far inferior to Salaz's, even if she was the first times, but the gap is still huge. Fortunately, my brother has a lot of money, otherwise, just any woman will kill a man. Lu Chengkong settled the two, which seemed to be the first time, but the performance was not comparable to that of a chick. Beauty's heart couldn't help but let out a sigh. The people in the world of One Piece, King of Pirates, are really strong. Lord Chengkong, don't stop, Shirahoshi is itchy, hurry up. Shirahoshi, who was enjoying this indescribable feeling, suddenly found that this wonderful feeling disappeared, replaced by a deep feeling the bone marrow was itchy and empty, causing Shirahoshi, the little girl without a teacher, to scream. Okay, let's satisfy my little Shirahoshi now, but I don't know how. Lu Chengkong was a little embarrassed when he said this, because Shirahoshi is not a human leg at all, but a fish tail, which he also knew just now. Shirahoshi's fish tail is very sensitive when he is emotional, so he is just stroking Shirahoshi's fish tail, but he doesn't know where the real Taoyuan secret is. Poochie. Shirahoshi was stunned when she heard the words, but now her head finally came back to her senses, so she couldn't help laughing, but even her face was flushed, but at this time she was also on the line. She had to post it, so she resisted the shyness in her heart and sat directly on Lu Chengkong's legs. A pair of plump and upturned jade girl peaks directly surrounded Lu Chengkong's face. Don't look. Don't bite, it hurts. Shirahoshi called out tenderly. The plump top of his chest came out, and Shirahoshi felt numb from the pink grapes. She said so, but she did not stop Lu Chengkong's movements. Instead she twisted her fish tail and directly slammed Lu Chengkong's waist down, completely wrapping the backbone above the thighs. Your Excellency Chengkong, this is the first time for the mermaid clan, and it can only be done in the state of a mermaid. After saying that, Shirahoshi seemed to be no longer shy and actually took the initiative to kiss Lu Chengkong's mouth, followed by Lu Chengkong's little brother, Xiao Chengkong. Suddenly entering a very cold but very warm place, a wonderful feeling that I have never had before, suddenly spreads all over my body like an electric current. The taste of Shirahoshi's peach blossom land and Khalifa are completely two extremes, but there is one thing. The same is the same comfort. Cool, even a perverted powerhouse like Lu Chengkong has an urge to disarm. There were two different calls. One was Shirahoshi's scream with contentment, and the other was Lu Chengkong's unbearable pleasure that he couldn't bear. The feeling of the second fusion made Lu Chengkong unable to stop, but just when Lu Chengkong was about to turn over and press Shirahoshi down to be his master, Shirahoshi actually reached out and grabbed Lu Chengkong's hands. His watery eyes full of spring affection stared at Lu Chengkong and said, Your Excellency Chengkong, no, I heard Sister Hancock say that when she calls you, she likes to use a name that others have never used. Shirahoshi likes that too, Mr. Shirahoshi. It's the first time for Shirahoshi to come by himself. I want to make you feel to a different taste from Sister Khalifa. Quote. Saying that, Shirahoshi's fish tail wrapped around Lu Chengkong's body tightened even more, and his strength was even stronger. At the same time, Lu Chengkong only felt a coldness and warmth as if returning to his mother's arms. A very contradictory feeling came from his lower body. Lu Chengkong's giant dragon is more compact, as if he was draining Lu Chengkong. The face of such Shirahoshi, what else can Lu Chengkong, who loves him so much, do? And Shirahoshi is right. The taste of sports that Shirahoshi does is really different from Khalifa and the others. Shirahoshi's peach blossom is actually full of coldness and warmth. The two feelings are like the 9 heavens of ice and fire. The two extreme feelings are actually perfectly soft together. It can be said that this time not only is Shirahoshi wanting to die, but even if Liu Chengkong is an ancient emperor, he may not be able to guarantee that he will become Li Kuaiji and never go to the morning court. Maybe because of taking care of Shirahoshi and wanting her to have a perfect first time, or it may be out of doting on her, or it may be because of the first contact with a fresh way of sex, and Shirahoshi's affection has been lingering for almost 2 years. Hours later, with a scream from Shirahoshi, the two of them reached a perfect climax at the same time, and the battle that lasted for almost half a day finally came to an end. 310 Dana's Care. The moon sets and the sun rises, and the bright morning sun shines on Liu Chengkong and the 3 girls in his arms, as if covering them with a warm and weightless quilt. Is it the next day? I've been busy with all my work, but I didn't expect to find an unexpected news. Now is the time to deal with it. Dana, I think you should have waited for nothing. If you succeed, will you be grateful for not hugging me? Liu Chengkong got up quickly, took a shower under the services of the 3 women who walked strangely, then put on his clothes and walked out, eating Portgas D's breakfast specially made according to his own hobbies, thinking to himself. Dana, how sure are you about what you told me before? Liu Chengkong said to Portgas Dana, who was drinking fresh milk. 70%. At that time, I nourished her body with the energy of the fruit of life early in the morning, so it didn't rot. If the body rots, the soul will be separated from the body at most 50%. Portgas Dana said. Her body was imperceptible. Trembling a bit, for the first time, his tone was not as smooth and calm as before, but a little excited. As Khalifa added, Liu Chengkong secretly laughed. He didn't expect that when Dana was also excited, she could no longer maintain her usual loneliness like snow and elegant temperament, but her noble and sexy temperament it hasn't disappeared, but she is still the same beauty and indescribable. She is simply a natural sexy goddess, but at this time she looks more like a person instead of 10 goddesses. Yes, only Khalifa's return from the dead and my dead Susheng can bring a dead person back to life. Portgas Dana's words immediately brought some unknowing beauties around him, such as Nami, Kaya, Vivi and Hachi. The mother-in-law was attracted. Sister Dana, what are you and your husband talking about? What is resurrection? Vivi asked. At this moment, she could no longer see the temperament of a royal princess in her body. Instead, she was amiable and approachable. Dana, tell it yourself. Liu Chengkong knew that it was time to tell what Portgas Dana had been hiding, otherwise everyone would feel uncomfortable. Since everyone wants to know, then I will say it. It was not the time before, but there is nothing to keep secret now. Portgas Dana and Isho said directly, you guys have a look at this reward order for yourself. Sure enough, it's hard to change the nature of the country. Portgas Dana is still Portgas Dana. Even if it is a secret, it still likes to be guessed by people. Dana's secret. Portgas Ace. Vivi, Kaya, Nami, Nojiko, Margaret and other female generals stretched out their small heads and looked at the name of the owner of the reward order in front of him. Or Margaret, who was trained to become the next generation of the Queen of Nine Snake Island. Greta responded the fastest. Isn't Sister Dana's name Portgas Dana? A word to wake up the dreamer. At first, everyone felt that there was a fog in the clouds, but they always felt that something was wrong, but there was a mysterious veil covering it. If you don't pay attention to these details, no one will really find out. After all, One Piece King of Pirates, there are not a few people with the same last name or the same name, or even the same name. Yeah, it's really the same. Sister Dana, isn't Ace your son? Nami, who was open-mouthed, was the first to call out. Little Nami, please don't talk nonsense. Your sister Dana is a big girl. I don't know why Portgas who was indifferent to everything before, didn't care about anything. He even glanced at Liu Chengkong, who was sitting on the side eating the breakfast he made, and quickly denied that, maybe because he didn't want Nami to say something earth-shattering. Portgas Dana didn't hide it anymore and explained it directly. I have a good sister, but I have an irresponsible brother-in-law. They are Portgas Rouge and Gal Roger. The two of them had a child, and that is Portgas Ace. Do you understand what I said? No, is Ace your nephew? Vivi's three girls exclaimed at the same time. Yes, as you all know, my stubborn sister paid the price with her life to give birth to Ace, a worry-free son, but it's a pity that he didn't cherish his own life at all, so I don't like him, because he didn't really think that he could live not only for himself, but also for Rouge, who gave his life to give birth to him. So he must not die, and he must not let go of anything to become stronger. It's a pity that he didn't cherish these. I have been looking for a way to revive Rouge for so many years, but unfortunately, although I got the fruit of life because of a great opportunity, the fruit of life alone can at most revive her body, her soul, and spirit. Wait, I can't revive her at all, and I can't combine body and soul. Portgas D. Dana finished and turned her hopeful eyes to Khalifa to one side. It turns out that, I'm surprised that when the Marine headquarters asked you to kill us, you didn't kill us, and you made a lot of strange excuses. It turned out that you were testing our strength. It should be said that you were testing me. Strength, see if we can continue to become stronger and meet the requirements in your mind. And in the end, you were worried that the Marine headquarters would not give up, so you made an excuse to stay strong, and at that time I wondered why you could take special care of me. And even as long as you could make me stronger, you would try your best, so it turns out it's because I ate the fruit of light. It's your only hope, so you absolutely can't let me die, right? Khalifa said suddenly, and finally understood the real reason why Portgas D. Dana had to join her pirate team. As Khalifa's words just finished speaking, those who knew about this matter, whether it was Hawkeye or CF9, or the unknowing girls present, all looked at Portgas D with admiration, especially when they saw it in person. I've seen Portgas D. Dana, in order to join the Happy Pirates, even being reserved as a woman, being arrogant as a strong man, and having lost all her face, she has to join the pirates, and she did so many things to revive herself. My sister, once this idea grows, the younger Nami and other girls all shed a few tears. 311-311 Resurrection Portgas D. Rouge. Okay, don't cry anymore, I am not dead, and it's not that my sister has no chance to be resurrected, isn't she going now? She didn't care about anything, but this time facing the tears and eyes of the girls, she turned her head a little bit uncontrollably. Yeah, Khalifa's sister, you must resurrect Rouge's sister. Vivi, Nami, came over and looked at Khalifa with hopeful eyes around Khalifa, hoping to hear a good spit out of her mouth. Not only that, but this time, even Nicole Robin, who was the most calm and rarely expressed her opinion, said the same thing. Looking at her flickering eyes, she was obviously thinking of something. Don't worry, Robin, if it works. Then I think Dana and Khalifa will help you revive your mother. Lu Chengkong suddenly said. How could Nico Robin's eyes hide from Lu Chengkong's perception? And he understood Nico Robin's eyes in an instant, so he said comfortably. Well, thank you. Nicole Robin nodded and glanced at Lu Chengkong with tender and moving eyes. Obviously, she did not expect Lu Chengkong to have so many women, yet she could still notice the changes in her mood and even herself. He knew it as soon as he had the idea. Obviously Lu Chengkong's performance told the girls that he didn't just want the girls' bodies, but really loved them and cared about them, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to react so quickly, and he was so emotional. Will not let Nicole Robin move. After all, every woman wants a man who cares about herself, loves herself, and takes care of herself. But Robin, I may make you feel uncomfortable when I say this, but I will tell the truth. Your mother has been dead for many years, and without the nourishment of life energy, the body has been corrupted. If only if the bones are laid, then even if Khalifa's current strength is so strong, and I join forces, I can only be sure of 50%, and this kind of resurrection can only be used by any one person once. This person can never use this ability on him. Quote. Portgas D. Dana suddenly said to Nico Robin in a very serious tone. She was right, her words did make Nico Robin a little uncomfortable, but it also made her mentally prepared. After all, this is not a 100% resurrection. Instead, there is a chance of failure. If you have a certain idea of success, then the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. She doesn't want Nico Robin to be unable to bear this. Don't worry, Sister Dana, I know what to do. Hope is better than no hope. Nico Robin forced a smile. She is not unreasonable. Of course she knows Portgas D. Dana is for her good, so she is also making reasonable preparations. No matter whether there is success or failure, at least there is hope. That's good. Portgas D. Dana couldn't help but feel the same thing when she looked at Nico Robin. Although her sister Rouge had a better chance of resurrecting than Nico Robin's mother, Nicolia wants to be high, but it's only 20% high. As long as it's not a 100% resurrection, it's all risky. After so many years of preparation, it's finally time to put it into practice, and her heart is not her surface. So peaceful. Stop talking about this, Dana. Where is your sister kept by you? Lu Chengkong saw that the atmosphere was a little dignified, so he changed the subject. Of course, it's where she thinks of for safety. You're so smart that you must have guessed it. Portgas D. Dana blinked her beautiful eyes and said with a chuckle. The safest. Lu Chengkong is also not interested. Every time Portgas D. Dana has to guess the answer by herself, she has already given clues, so she kept thinking about Portgas D. Dana's words in her mind, thinking that she was the one that Rouge thought of the most. The place suddenly flashed. If Rouge thinks of the place where Ace is the most, Rouge can save his life for Ace's birth, but he can sacrifice his own life, so there are only two places. One is on Whitebeard's pirate ship, and the other is Windmill Village. Lu Chengkong raised his head, his eyes twinkling, staring at Portgas D. Dana's eyes, and said word by word. As expected of the captain, the brain is really flexible, but it is also, for you who have cultivated your genes in the return of life, your brain has been developed to the peak, and the speed of thinking and wisdom is not comparable to normal people. Portgas D. Dana spoke with envy here. As a practitioner of life return, she certainly knows the powerful ability of life return. The deeper the practice, the greater the effect. The four of them have actually reached a point where none of the founders of Rokushiki, Gorosei 5 elders, can reach the level, beyond the perfect control of the brain, to the point of perfect control of the genes. You have too many attachments in your heart that you can't let go of everything to become stronger. Maybe it's because of Rouge. I think this time, no matter whether Rouge can be resurrected or not, the shackles in your heart will also be lifted. Inch's strength will also increase. Lu Chengkong glanced at Portgas D. Dana. He used to think that Dana was overwhelmed and troubled by too many things. She couldn't let go of all the bravery and diligence to become stronger, and she couldn't be like Hancock, Lu Chengkong, and Khalifa. After dying, he grew stronger, and that's exactly how Dana was not only overtaken by Khalifa, who was not as talented as her, but also made little progress over the years. I hope so, but for me, if Rouge can be resurrected, I'd rather be an ordinary person. Portgas D. Dana didn't speak, but turned around, her deep eyes staring at the magnificent, endless sea. My heart is tense and complicated. No one is more fond of her feelings for Rouge than her. It can be said that the relationship between Rouge and Dana is exactly the same as Khalifa's treatment of Lu Chengkong. Nami, set off for East Blue Windmill Village. Lu Chengkong turned around and said to Nami, who was drawing a voyage. Okay. Nami nodded and made a gesture. Kuina immediately ran over to help Nami control the new pleasure. The direction should change in an instant. The arc motto, the eagle-eyed coffin ship, and the new pleasure immediately turned to East Blue Windmill Village hits the road. 312 Garp's resentment. Windmill Village. It's finally here, but this village is really nice and peaceful. If you want to live in seclusion, it is indeed a good village and a good place to choose. Lu Chengkong looked at the small village in front of him and couldn't help himself letting out a sigh. It is indeed a good place for the protagonist to live, indeed. Yeah, no wonder that lousy old man in Garp chooses to spend the rest of his life here. I heard that Kuzan, Kazaru and Sengoku are all here. Hee, Cao Cao and Cao Cao are here as soon as they say. It may be that years of preparation have finally come to fruition. It's time, so even though it's not 100% successful, Portgas D.'s mood seems to be higher. Sure enough, as soon as her voice fell, 4 people immediately appeared in front of them. It was Garp, Sengoku, Kazaru, and Kuzan. Obviously, The four of them sensed the existence of Lu Chengkong's group through hockey, which could make the happy pirates. The whole boat was dispatched together, and there must be something big coming here. Of course, this was their idea, so they ran over to join in the fun. Of course, it's not that they didn't think that Lu Chengkong was here to kill them, but every time they had this idea, they would scoff at them for a while. You can kill yourself and others during the Gorosei, Five Elders battle. In fact, neither of them hate each other very much, and there is no special hatred that cannot be resolved. Of course, except for Akainu who was killed by Lu Chengkong. It's just that the camps of the two sides can only doom them to be natural enemies. Now that the marine is ruined, and it's still at the hands of the Gorosei, Five Elders, then they're gone, and of course there's no such thing as animosity. Chengkong boy, why are you here so free? Garp, who was the most familiar, didn't feel the so-called embarrassment at all, but greeted Lu Chengkong with a familiar look, so that even the thick-skinned Sengoku and Kizaru couldn't help but get hot for a while. Garp is really good, can't you be polite? It's nothing, just resurrecting Portgas de Rouge. Lu Chengkong didn't hide it, and said casually. Oh, that's it, it's just resurrection, what are you talking about? Resurrection Portgas de Rouge, can you resurrect Rouge? Garp didn't take it seriously, he casually took over the topic, but his face changed drastically just after he said it. The fact not only him, but even Sengoku, Kizaru, and Kuzan around him were shocked. It's only 70% sure. Lu Chengkong secretly said in his heart, and sure enough, for Garp in the original book, he was most guilty of three things in his life. The first was Roger's illness and he couldn't change it. One thing is Rouge's death, the third is Ace's death, but the third thing is because of Lu Chengkong's interference. So Ace did not die, and Garp did not have the sadness in the original book. Look. Really, Portgas de Dana, Portgas de Rouge, I'm stupid enough to not know you're Rouge's sister after all these years. Garp recalled for a moment, glanced at Portgas de Dana in front of him, and said with a lingering expression, obviously he remembered the battle between him and Dana when the Chi Xiaoyao pirates met, but fortunately he didn't shoot with all his strength otherwise. If he killed Dana, who was weaker than him at that time, he would die without regrets after knowing Dana's life experience. Goddamn Sengoku, it's fortunate that this old man has done a lot of bodhisattva, otherwise what would you do if you called me? Thinking of this, Garp looked at Sengoku with a resentful expression, causing Sengoku to shudder all over his body, as if he had done it. It's like something horrific. Yeah, for Rouge, what she wanted to do most at that time was to be by the child's side and watch Ace grow up. It is indeed a good choice for you to put her here. Sengoku nodded. In fact, he was very guilty about killing Rouge, but he was a marshal, and his every move was related to the Marine's face. He was a role model for all Marines. Something against Marine. So he can only go against his heart, endure the pain in his heart, and issue an order to hunt down Rouge. But he doesn't have no room for it. At least he didn't stop Garp secretly, let Garp rescue Rouge many times, and even Ace he survived for so many years without killing Ace. These are all over. As long as my sister can be resurrected, Ace is not dead anyway. Portgas de Dana didn't care, waved her hand and said, but her eyes flashed when she said Ace. She doesn't like it at all. Obviously she doesn't like Ace very much. In fact, she also thinks so in her heart. Apart from Ace's character and not cherishing her own life, Rouge is entirely because she wants to give birth to Ace. Strange will die, Sedana, who is a sister, doesn't like this nephew very much. Hey, I don't care about other people's family affairs, but it's all a family, and there is no big hatred. It's just that Rouge's death and Ace's stubbornness don't learn conqueror, so her aunt doesn't like it very much. Ace, you too. Yes, you were too stubborn before, but if Rouge can be resurrected this time, there will be no gap. Quote. Garp is someone who has lived most of his life, and his level of observation is very remarkable. From Dana's expression, he can guess most of the reasons. Lu Chengkong and his party were led by Portgas de Dana to a relatively open place. They glanced around and found that there was really nothing to hide, but Dana quickly solved everyone's doubts. Only seeing that Dana had punched the place, a population suddenly appeared on the ground, and Lu Chengkong walked in first without asking anything. Soon he came to the innermost place. The entrance was an ice room. Inside was a coffin made of ice. Lu Chengkong's eyesight was so powerful, he could see at a glance that the woman inside was Portgas de Rouge. But the strange thing is that this woman obviously has no heartbeat, not even any vitality, but her face looks very healthy, like a living normal person. Go, Khalifa, just do your best. Lu Chengkong didn't want Khalifa to have any pressure. Although he had a good opinion of this great mother, these good feelings were nothing compared to Khalifa. Khalifa didn't say anything, but returned a reassuring look to Lu Chengkong. In fact, they didn't need to say anything at all, and they could understand what the other party wanted to express with just one look, but Lu Chengkong preferred to say it. 313 Rouge awakens. Sister, I haven't come to see you for a few years. You can't blame me. Portgas de Dana walked to Portgas de Rouge's ice coffin, gently opened the ice cap, and looked at the beautiful flower in front of her. With a little freckles on her face, not only did not affect her appearance in any way, but it added a bit of strange charm. After so many years of preparation, I have found the person with the ability of the fruit of light, and the strength is stronger than my sister. Sister, you wait, I will resurrect you. Portgas de Dana said. Here Vivi reddened. However, she also knew that at this time, she had to calm down her state of mind, so that she had no distractions. Let's get started. Portgas de Dana is worthy of being Portgas de Dana. The mentality that was very unstable just now calmed down, her eyes were calm, and there was no emotional passiveness, as if the person lying in front of her was not her sister. The effort to control emotions this time is really enviable. Holy light. Khalifa did not use the undead return immediately, but instead used the holy light, full of holiness. The warm holy light bathed Portgas de Rouge's body, and a trace of black energy actually radiated from her body at a speed visible to the naked eye. And then disappeared in an instant, as if half of it was purified by the holy light. It's time to start. Seeing this situation, Khalifa nodded secretly, and then said to Portgas de Dana beside him. Sure enough, it is as meticulous as dust. No wonder Lu Chengkong can control the whole great and dirty way so quickly. I think you have played a great role in it. Portgas de Dana secretly said in her heart. After all, Rouge has been dead for so long. Even if her life energy is pregnant, her soul and body are still eroded by death energy. The holy light of Khalifa just now purifies all this death energy. If resurrected like this, there are no sequelae. Okay, the deceased is reborn. Portgas de Dana put her hands together, and the green life energy burst out from her hands with a strong vitality. Return of the undead. Khalifa also used the return of the undead at the same time, as if to awaken the soul of Portgas de Rouge. The two energies were entangled with each other in midair, perfectly forming a vibrant and holy energy, and then instantly integrated into Portgas de Rouge's body. Hey! Khalifa and Portgas de Dana shouted coquettishly at the same time under the anticipation and nervous gaze of everyone. The recovery of the body and the recovery of the soul were completed at the same time, and then the resurrected body and soul were perfected at the same time. After all, it is the first time to use it, and it is the first time that everyone has seen the ability to resurrect the dead, so everyone is very worried. Ji Baohua Lu Chengkong was extremely nervous. After all, if it succeeded, it would mean that everyone in the Happy Pirates would have an extra life. How could this not make them nervous and excited? Brush. After half a sound, Portgas de Rouge's body suddenly burst into a dazzling light, and then Vivi's eyelids, which had been closed tightly for more than 10 years, hadn't changed a bit, actually trembled. Portgas de Rouge's eyelids trembled under the eyes of Portgas de Dana's tearful eyes. The magnitude is getting bigger and bigger. At the end, her eyes suddenly opened, and her confused eyes flashed past. After the film, the daze disappeared, and it was replaced by pure innocence as clear as water, like a newborn baby, without a trace of impurities. No way. Portgas de Dana suddenly had a bad premonition in her heart. Sure enough, the next scene made her both sad and happy. Who are you? Who am I? Why am I here? What are you going to do? Portgas de Rouge said, looking at Portgas de Dana in front of her. Her words made Dana very sad, and the sad thing was that her sister had forgotten. I am happy that my sister is finally resurrected. It seems that my guess is correct. Although I have purified the dead energy in her soul and body just now, this trace of dead energy has existed in her body for so many years after all, and it definitely has a certain effect on her. The degree of damage, and her damage is to make her lose her memory, not forgetting, but really losing. Now Rouge is a new Rouge, as if she has forgotten everything in her previous life. Khalifa looked at Portgas de Dana. Halfway the sound opened his mouth and said, "You mean she'll never get her memory back?" Portgas de Dana was full of disbelief, and her tone was very excited. "That's right, although you nourished her with life energy. Although life energy can suppress the increase in death energy, it cannot completely eliminate death energy, so the memory of the body and soul has been eroded away, not forgotten. There is a corner waiting for you to wake up, so her memory has completely disappeared. Everything she experienced in her life has disappeared, and now she is like a newborn baby, but she has the wisdom of an adult." Khalifa nodded and said, "How could this be?" Portgas de Dana said with a dazed expression. "Okay Dana, don't be like this. At least Rouge has been resurrected, which is a good thing, and it's a good thing for her to lose her memory and start all over again. She has paid enough in the previous life, and now she is resurrected. You treat her well, let her live a comfortable, carefree and happy life. Let the pain and unhappiness of the past be like a fleeting moment, and it will go away with the wind." Quote. Lu Chengkong looked at Dana's appearance at this time, and couldn't help but comfort him. "Maybe you were right. No matter what, she is still my sister. In the past, she was giving, and she never lived for herself or was happy. In that case, now I will let her live a happy life again." Maybe Lu Chengkong's words played a role. Dana calmed down quickly, and looked at Rouge with an irreversible softness and affection in her eyes. Maybe this kind of eyes infected Rouge and made Rouge's guarded eyes. Rouge was gone by the time he looked at Dana, just at a loss. "Let's get out of here first and let them have a good chat." Lu Chengkong said that he did not give Garp and others a chance to speak at all. With a big wave of his hand, the ability of the space fruit was activated immediately, and everyone disappeared in this basement in an instant. This pair of sisters spends inside. 314 Robin wants to study again. With Lu Chengkong and others leaving, the pair of sisters began to chat between them. Except for the two of them, they didn't know what they said, but when Dana and Rouge came out, both of them had expressions on their faces. It was with a happy smile, and there was actually a talk and a laugh, and those who didn't know thought that Portgas de Rouge didn't lose his memory at all. It may have been sleeping here for more than 10 years. Portgas de Rouge was more interested in everything about Windmill Village, so Lu Chengkong and others stayed here for a few more days, making Portgas de Rouge's mind as simple as a baby, but it has adult wise women have a good understanding of the world, and at the same time get to know the people around them. Rouge sighed almost every time she was there. She shared her years of experience and her childhood with Rouge. All the interesting things in life have been told to Rouge, and Rouge's emotional intelligence and knowledge are constantly rising at an alarming rate. I believe that she will not be unfamiliar with this world in a long time. Garp, you really know how to choose a place. It would be good for Windmill Village to live in seclusion, but unfortunately I don't think I will have the chance to live in seclusion in my life. Lu Chengkong stood on the bow, looking down at Garp who was coming. The group said, "Your character is destined that you will not be satisfied with the status quo no matter where you go. It can be said that wherever you go, trouble will follow. Even if you want to live in seclusion, it is impossible." Garp smiled heartily. Obviously, although Rouge has no previous testimony, it is a pity that Garp is over to be alive. "Maybe you're right. Well, I'm leaving. I think the next time you hear from me it might be time for me to be at Laugh Tale. But your grandson seems to be obsessed with One Piece, King of Pirates. What do you think I should do?" Lu Chengkong obviously deliberately gave Garp a problem. Children Bai has children and grandchildren Fu. Since he has gone this way, and he still aims at One Piece, King of Pirates. He has to pay the price for his choice, but the old man can't control that much. As for the Dragon Boy, I really want to thank you, old man. What I didn't expect was that Garp didn't care at all, smiling so innocently without any reluctance. Obviously he was speaking from his heart. Okay, I'm not kidding you. I don't think your grandson and I have any conflict of interest. If I can, I will save his life. After all, One Piece, King of Pirates is a lifelong pursuit for him. But for me it's dispensable, there's nothing worth pursuing. Lu Chengkong didn't give Garp a chance to speak. He turned over and sat on the beach chair on the deck, enjoying the massage of the two princesses, Salas and Vivi, and the new happy cruise, which had been suspended for 3 days, started again. Its voyage. It's still the same arrogance. Kizaru laughed wretchedly. But he has arrogant capital, doesn't he? Now the Great Waterway is basically under his control. I think only that woman can become his opponent, and I think Lu Chengkong is not necessarily worse than her now. Every time I see him, I feel that he is stronger and more terrifying than before. Quote. This time, Sengoku has surprisingly said good things for Lu Chengkong, but his words made Kizaru unable to refute, because he also thought so in his heart. Robin, don't be nervous, Khalifa and Dana have already had a resurrection experience, and they will definitely be able to resurrect your mother, but I think you should prepare for your mother's amnesia. After all, she has been dead for many years. Lu Chengkong looked at Nicole Robin, who was depressed, and immediately walked over to hug her in his arms, and comforted her softly. Sometimes in my life, I won't force it, and it's not that I don't have a chance. Don't worry, I'm fine. Nico Robin sighed softly, as if to spit out all the depression in her chest. Even if he buried Junsho on Lu Chengkong's chest, he suddenly muttered in his mouth. Tonight Robin wants to explore and study your brother. I find it more and more valuable to study, is that okay? Of course you can, Lu Chengkong said with his eyes. He almost couldn't help turning into a beast to make a day-to-day declaration, but think about it, after all, he has tossed Nico Robin and other women a lot these days. It's time to let them rest, but at the same time, he thought in his heart that it was time to collect the beauties on the ship. After all, they have been cultivated for so long, and it was time to start the slaughter, and they were all fattened. Just as Lu Chengkong and the others were on the new Xiaoyao heading to the destroyed Aoyuanla, there was a short, fat old man with no hair on the inside of the disaster island, which ranked second in the Great Waterway. Laughing wildly. Condolences, I finally succeeded, Lu Chengkong, I really want to thank you. If you hadn't forced those 4 old ghosts to nowhere, I couldn't devour all their souls. Now my strength it has been improved and the bottleneck that has existed for a long time has been broken. I know that you will definitely come to Laugh Tale. The old man is waiting for you here, and then you and the guys like Whitebeard will be wiped out in one fell swoop. Quote. The man with a terrifying murderous intention and gloomy gloom in his grinning smile is Alkiba, one of the Gorosei 5 elders, a strong man with the fruit of death. 2 years ago, Gorosei 5 elders and others activated Hades at the expense of the body and the bodies and souls of almost all the warriors in Marine, raising the power to an unprecedented level, but unfortunately they were finally defeated by Lu Chengkong, and then Alchiba escaped. Came to this island. It's just that as the supreme ruler of the government who once ruled the world from the top, he is now a bereaved dog, like a rat crossing the street. He is not reconciled, so he has a crooked idea, and instead of finding flesh for the other 4 Gorosei, 5 elders, he deceived them. Devouring their souls one by one, absorbing the souls of 4 powerhouses of the same level allowed him to break through the bottleneck for many years and greatly improve his strength. He has not appeared in the past 2 years, but he is digesting and devouring these 4 souls. After all, they are all of the same level of powerhouse, and it will take a while to devour and fuse. It's just that as he completes the absorption, the great channel that has just calmed down may cause a bloody storm again because of him, but it's a pity that he is busy picking up girls and planning to resurrect Robin's mother. Not knowing these things, he was thinking about Robin, a mother and daughter, at this moment. And even if he knows, it's nothing. After all, what he desires most is to fight against people who are stronger than himself, so when Alkiba becomes stronger, he will not only not be afraid, but will be happier. After all, Alkiba is not the only one who becomes stronger. A person. 315 peeking at mother-in-law and touching herself. O'Hara Ulbia, Robin's mother, I hope to be resurrected successfully. Lu Chengkong thought to himself, just as he was about to return to his room, he released the lust in his lower abdomen. When he came out, Vivi's ears suddenly moved, and a faint moan came into his ears. How powerful is Lu Chengkong's ear, even if the owner of this voice controls the voice to a very small level, trying not to let anyone hear it, but unfortunately it still can't hide Lu Chengkong's perverted hearing. That voice. It's familiar, huh? Isn't that the mother of Nami and Nojiko, the two girls? Why does it sound like a cat in spring? Could it be? An idea immediately appeared in his mind, causing Lu Chengkong's mouth to curl up with a wicked smile. His footsteps changed slightly, and his direction changed. Originally he was walking towards his room, but now he was heading towards Burmei's room. Go. In the room, Nami and Nojiko's mother, Burmei, who died for their two daughters in the original book, is more stubborn than men, but the feisty woman is lying on her bed at this time, acting as a grievance woman, wanting this is what a dissatisfied beautiful woman is doing. Lu Chengkong hides it to the side and doesn't look at it, but he can't move his eyes away anymore, because he sees Belle's knees up, his whole body smashed, his left hand is stroking his jade girl peak, and his right hand is digging the jade liquid that has long been flowing. Peach blossom spring, the eyes are filled with water waves, the cheeks are flushed, the petite body is trembling slightly, and the face is full of happy expressions, just like a picture of a beautiful woman. I'm really an unchaste and bad woman. I'm a mother, and I can't help but do this kind of thing, But it's really comfortable and I can't stop. Lu Chengkong listened carefully. Belle's small mouth Vivi opened, and a faint voice floated out. Hearing his lust soared, he almost couldn't help breaking the door, and directly came to Bellemere the Tequila War, but the will that was tougher than steel made him endure it very rationally. He was very much like seeing what amazing actions Bellemere would do next. Ah no, it's too big, yours is too big, I can't hold it, don't stop, hurry up, no, how can I do this, actually YY's own son-in-law, no, can't do this, Bellemere stop now. Bellemere said so, but her hands didn't stop at all. Instead, she moved faster and faster, and her trembling became more and more obvious. In the end, she might have reached a critical point, and she seemed a little crazy. He actually suppressed his own voice and screamed. I'm not afraid, although it's my son-in-law, but I didn't fight with my daughter, I just thought about it, yes, it must be my physical problem, I definitely won't like that dragging brat, but I heard Nami and the two girls say that he is very good. If it weren't for Nami and the others, I would really like to have sex with him, what did I say? Ah, I'm going to come. Bellemere got what she wanted, but when she was fluttering and enjoying the aftermath of the climax, she felt light and was picked up. Years of combat experience made her conditional launch open. He opened his eyes, punched the passer in the face at the same time, and slapped his butt at the same time, but unfortunately these attacks were all blocked by the passer. Even the strength of the person who came was so strong that she couldn't resist at all. Immediately when she was about to scream, the person immediately covered her mouth. It should be said to be kissing, because the person who came was Lu Chengkong, who was full of lust, couldn't hold back after watching a live erotic palace. How could he manage so much? What made him unable to control himself the most was that he didn't expect that Bellemere, who seemed to ignore him on the surface, would actually take him as the object of YY, and the last screaming words made Lu Chengkong immediately violent and pressed her under him. At the same time, Vivi's body trembled, and the clothes on his body shattered immediately. Without any prelude, the giant dragon directly attacked Bellemere's Peach Blossom Land. Ah, it hurts, but it's really big. It's exactly like what Nami said. It's no wonder you can conquer so many ginger girls. Although Bellemere's lower body was extremely wet after the just now, but she is and for the first time, she faced Lu Chengkong's astonishing size. Even if oil lubrication is still useless, screaming is still impossible. It was avoided, but her performance was still so sturdy. A normal woman would have been yelling no, or crying to the death, but she was still in the mood to comment on Lu Chengkong's hugeness. Hey, I didn't expect to have this kind of relationship with you. Is this life? But this taste is really enough to be infatuated with. No wonder the two of them are like this every time they talk about it. Satisfied, but a little scared at the same time. It turns out that your capital is so big, forget it. Since it's all happened, give me a little more force, and if you can't satisfy me, then get me out of bed. While Belmere may have adapted to Lu Chengkong's size, she was sturdy and said words that made Lu Chengkong tremble with sweat. At the same time, she actually twisted her waist and paid her respects to Lu Chengkong, but Lu Chengkong also resorted to do your best to conquer this batch of rouge horses. After all, he believed that Belmere could definitely say it. She didn't seem to have anything to do with Lu Chengkong. After all, Lu Chengkong was her son-in-law. Now that Lu Chengkong is stronger, things can't be changed. She is strong and decisive. What, on the contrary, I want to have a good taste of making my daughter want to die, and I also want to see if Lu Chengkong is a silver like wax gun. This woman will definitely blow herself out after she says what she says. So Lu Chengkong put more effort into it and did not pity Belmere's body at all. After all, Lu Chengkong, like Belmere, has more desire than love for the other party, and he is still the overlord. If he can't conquer the other party, then don't say that Belmere is upset. Even Lu Chengkong himself has no face to live. The two were like thunder and fire. They collided completely, and they squeezed each other dry, with a look of never giving up. It was because of Belmere's words and Lu Chengkong's conquest. Desire caused Belmere to be unable to get out of bed for 3 days, but Belmere not only was not dissatisfied with this, but said a more sturdy sentence after the event. 316 Conquering Mother-in-Law. Very good. Since you are so powerful, you need me, and my body also needs you. Then I will come to trick you if it's okay. But don't worry, no matter whether you have feelings or not, I'm already your woman, as long as if you can satisfy me. If you don't let me do things that are wrong to me, then I will also do my part. Except for you, I would rather die than let people slap a hair. Don't think of me as a ***** woman, I have my bottom line too. Quote. That's right, Belmere is not a YD woman. In fact, she is passive in this matter from beginning to end. She was forced to bow by the overlord. Nothing out of the ordinary was done. After all, she has not been nourished by love and is extremely empty, nor is she Portgas Dana, Khalifa, Hancock, Margaret and the like. The life return practice is very strong, and the control of the body is very perverted, and she can control her body perfectly. All the functional changes in her body will not appear the lust and desire of a normal woman. Lu Chengkong was speechless on the spot. Is this still the way a woman should behave after being forced to bow by a bully? It seems that the original book is right. Belmere is definitely a strange woman who is much stronger than men, and she never regrets her choice. Thinking about her using him just now, she is not in her heart. Too much refusal. It should be said that she was not reluctant. Otherwise Lu Chengkong believed that this stubborn woman would rather die than let him succeed. For a period of time after he was strong on Belmere, Lu Chengkong did not extend his claws to the woman in the boat. Instead, he accompanied the woman who was eaten by him every day, and cultivated his feelings well, especially Belmere. This woman, Lu Chengkong, ravaged her a lot every day. Every time she gave up this unruly woman, she couldn't move. To be honest, she was the craziest person in bed who served Lu Chengkong wholeheartedly. Apart from Khalifa and Hancock, in addition to my aunt, it belongs to Belmere. Hey Yang, wasn't it pretty good just now? You said you want to squeeze. Lu Chengkong raised his head smugly like a victorious marshal and glanced sideways. Although he was so tired that he couldn't even move a finger, but his eyes stared at him stubbornly, said Belmere. Humph. Belmere could only snort softly. In fact, she has been completely conquered by Lu Chengkong these days. Unlike other women, Belmere is completely conquered by Lu Chengkong in body and mind. So if Lu Chengkong can't completely convince Belmere in bed, this proud and stubborn woman will definitely be dissatisfied, and even embarrass herself, but once you convince her, then she is definitely the most loyal martyr. Okay, husband, don't fight with Belmere. She has actually accepted you, and so have you. You pushed your mother-in-law as well. It's amazing. Aunt Xiao was like a ginger snake. Lu Chengkong said coquettishly while sticking out his lilac uvula while Xiao Chengkong. Who accepted him? Belmere's true thoughts were pierced in front of his face, and his face turned slightly red, but he still refused to admit defeat. A dead duck has a tough mouth. Aunt Xiao rolled her eyes at Belmere. She was very fond of this stubborn woman who was only younger than herself on the boat, and Belmere was the same, so there was a relationship between the two of them. Feelings are the best. Even other people's mothers let them go. I don't know if you plan to eat both mothers and daughters from the beginning. Khalifa used to be the jealous jar, but now it has become Nojiko and Nami. The two women on the bed were also very dissolute just now. After all, mother and daughter take everything. The pleasure brought by crossing the moral boundary is very huge, but it does not mean that the two women are not jealous, especially recently Lu Chengkong has pushed so much. There are so many beauties, and the harem continues to grow, which makes Nami, a little girl, feel sour in her heart. What's the matter, my little Nami? Nojiko is jealous, and she can use a few small oil bottles just by looking at her mouth. Of course Lu Chengkong knew that Nami and Nojiko were upset, so she just aggressively attacked the two women. Let them get carried away, and for a while forgot to find themselves to settle accounts, and now that they have come to their senses, Lu Chengkong will give them a chance to settle accounts, so he uses his mouth and mouth while enjoying Aunt Xiao's mouth, jade hands and service. Mouth and hands occupy the peach blossoms of Nami and Nojiko respectively, teasing and playing with the increasingly moist and plump cock. Soon, under Lu Chengkong's incomparable skill, the two girls who were supposed to settle accounts in the autumn soon groaned in ecstasy, gasping for breath, especially since their mother was still naked. Lying on the side and looking at them gave them the pleasure of breaking the taboo. The cock cracked, the honey juice inside was surging out, and the music that had just stopped resounded throughout the captain's room again. Is this Osunla? There is nothing. Rouge stood on the bow and looked at the sea in front of him, and there was nothing behind him except an endless island like a plain. My hometown has been destroyed by Buster Call, and the only thing left is this island. Robin said calmly, if it wasn't for the trembling of her delicate body, Vivi, I wouldn't know she was talking about her hometown. Although she hides it well, Rouge still sees a trace of sadness in her eyes. Okay, that guy Kuzan told me that she buried your mother inside, and because of Saren, she deliberately froze your mother, so your mother's body should be preserved. Although there is no life, the energy is moisturizing, but there should be a 60% chance of being resurrected, and after Rouge's experiment, Dana and Khalifa will be more handy to use, don't worry. Chengkong looked like a wounded cat. His body was shaking, and people couldn't help but feel pity, so he hugged her in his arms and comforted him. Bai Jing Robin said it was his own. A woman, a wife, of course, as a husband, he must try his best to make her happy. Also, don't forget that I am the mirror image clone that can summon Dana and Khalifa. When the four of them use it together, it will definitely increase the chance of resurrection. When Lu Chengkong said this, he scolded himself for being an idiot. He actually forgot his reversal and mirror image clone when he resurrected Rouge. Fortunately, he was successfully resurrected in the end. Otherwise, he would be depressed to death, especially when he was full of maternal love. White, with a sultry body, Rouge is even more fortunate in her heart. It would be a pity if such a stunning stunner could only sleep forever. 317 The perfect stunner Shirahoshi. The following resurrection ceremony really confirmed Lu Chengkong's previous thoughts. The two reversal mirror clones he summoned joined the resurrection, and the chance of success was greatly improved. The original high-risk resurrection can be said to have become surprised. Nicole Urbia, who had been sleeping for 20 years, was finally resurrected, but because she did not have the life energy of Portgas D. Dana. So even though she was successfully resurrected, her body was very weak, but it was a breeze. It seemed like it could blow her body down. But all this has become a little trivial to the ecstatic Nico Robin, because for her, as long as her mother is alive, it is enough. Although her mother never fulfilled her responsibility as a mother at all, Nicole Robin, who longed for maternal love, chose to forget her fault very generously, because Urbia, like Portgas de Rouge, lost both. It was precisely because of this that the last bit of resentment and pimple in Nico Robin's heart disappeared without a trace. After fulfilling his wife's and Dana's wishes, Lu Chengkong, who had nothing to worry about, immediately drove the speed of the Xinxiaoyao to the maximum, and drove at the fastest speed to Laugh Tale, the end point of the great waterway of the New World. Khalifa, I don't know if it's an illusion. The closer I get to the New World, the more uncomfortable my heart is. It's like there is a hole in front of me waiting for me to jump in. Lu Chengkong looked at the magnificent sea and the New World. The peculiar weather that is unique to the world, which changes between 5 and 6 o'clock, sighed very uncomfortable. You too. I thought it was just me. It seems that our intuition is right. There may really be danger waiting for us in the unknown front. A powerhouse at the level of the 4 emperors. The same is true for Khalifa. A trace of worry flashed across her delicate and charming face. Cut, who else can be counted? The number of powerhouses surpassing the 4 emperors can be counted with 10 fingers. Except for a certain woman, there are only Gorosei, 5 elders. I think Gorosei, 5 elders should take the it will be successful, and only a few of them will count on us. Portgas D. Dana's voice suddenly sounded. Although her sister lost her previous memory, she seemed to be more satisfied with it. After all, the resurrected Rouge was like a new life to her. Those who were unhappy before should forget to start a new life. After fulfilling her wish for many years, she became more cheerful. Of course, this was for Lu Chengkong and the others, and for others, it was the same as before. It should be, but I remember it very fondly. Hades should have been destroyed by me. Even if he could still use his power, it would not be much stronger. Shirahoshi's strength is getting stronger and stronger, and he has control over Sea King Lu and the sea. It is already very handy. Even in the face of the last Hades, Shirahoshi can be invincible. There is nothing to be afraid of. Quote. Lu Chengkong waved his hand, trying his best to make his tone a little more relaxed, but he didn't know why he was still a little uneasy. If he can feel this way now, he can imagine how dangerous it is. In fact, the intuition of Lu Chengkong and Khalifa is correct. The Gorosei, 5 elders waiting for them should not be said to be the last Gorosei, 5 elders to survive. Alchiba actually had a crooked thought in his heart. Not only did he not help his longtime old friend Winyes, on the contrary, they devoured their souls madly, and made a breakthrough in their strength. What awaits them is Alchiba, who has made great progress. Chengkong. Shandong, don't worry, Shirahoshi is very powerful now. Even if those little old men come, they will not be afraid, they will protect you. Shirahoshi suddenly came over. Yes, he came, said it's also miraculous. Shirahoshi's body size was able to become smaller later. Not to mention, after her sex, she actually told Lu Chengkong that her tail was folded and turned into human feet. This whitening made Lu Chengkong happy. The wolf howled. Shirahoshi still remembers the affection so clearly. But when he told Lu Chengkong, he said something that made Shirahoshi feel ashamed. Great, but Shirahoshi, after you become human, will what we do in plus taste different, and will it be the first time? Chengkong's pro-white operation, and what made him burst into tears was that what Shirahoshi did after he became a human was indeed the first time. Completely different in mermaid state. In the mermaid state, it is cold and refreshing. In the human state, it is fiery and refreshing. It can be said to be the 9 heavens of ice and fire. 2 different extreme tastes are gathered on Shirahoshi's body at the same time. The figure of a woman Bebe, her unique temperament, and the 2 different flavors in the state of mermaid and human, it is simply a combination of heaven and earth aura. It makes people jealous. Shirahoshi is so perfect and terrible, and Hancock together as two perfect partners. Lu Chengkong thought to himself, that's right, Shirahoshi and Hancock are so perfect that Lu Chengkong every time I think about it, I feel very proud and happy. Poochie. Dana couldn't help laughing at first. Seeing that Shirahoshi, who was usually a little too natural, actually took the initiative to say these words this time, a big sister-headed style immediately made her laugh, followed by everyone around her. I couldn't help laughing too, but unfortunately Shirahoshi's little bit of natural fruit came again at this time. I didn't know how cute I looked at this time. I thought Baiji's words were approved, and I raised a small smile happily. Brain. Okay, then your husband will be waiting for your wife to protect you. Lu Chengkong looked at Shirahoshi and immediately pulled her over and hugged her in his arms. He said in cooperation with her, while the atmosphere was a little tense and dull just now. It has also been relieved. Obviously this is also brought about by Shirahoshi's unintentional intervention. No problem, I'll wrap it up with Mrs. Ben, and I will make sure you have nothing at all. Shirahoshi didn't seem to be at all embarrassed or humble at all, but he directly accepted it, not realizing that Lu Chengkong's words were completely compliments. Let the girls who had just stopped to laugh once again. Even the most taciturn and cold-hearted Kikyo Shirahoshi faced this innocent, cute pistachio Shirahoshi, looking at her and wanted to laugh. He didn't want to laugh, and the way he was holding back made Lu Chengkong think very maliciously in his heart. 318 The essence of the mirror fruit. The place where the New World is closest to the end of the Great Waterway, near the Island of Disaster, a relatively huge island, has gathered many famous people at this time. There are 3 pirates alone, namely the red-haired pirates, the white-beard pirates, and the most popular and powerful happy pirates. Today, I am here to set foot on Laugh Tale, but as long as a pirate knows that Whitebeard is guarding near the Disaster Island, he has never let any pirates cross it. It is precisely because of this that Whitebeard exists. The legend of Roger, it has never been broken for so many years. One Piece King of Pirates has only won so far, but after today, the legend of Roger will be broken, and Lu Chengkong will create a new legend. Laughter in the sky. As long as you defeat the old man and pass the Disaster Island behind, then it is the end of the Great Channel. Laugh Tale, the great secret of one, the hiding place of Oneifiece, where countless thieves flock to. Whitebeard pointed at Lu Chengkong, who was much shorter than the white giant in front of him, holding his huge naginata. But even so, he didn't dare to underestimate Lu Chengkong at all. After all, Lu Chengkong's mirror image fusion was he had a fresh memory. I've been waiting for a long time, although I'm not very interested in what to do with One Piece, King of Pirates. After all, for me, I'm already the Supreme Emperor who rules the Great Waterway. I'm just curious about what the op is. What is buried in it, or what secrets are hidden. Quote. Arrogant, yes, if these words are spoken by others, the people present will definitely say that he is arrogant, but any person here is an existence that calls for wind and rain in any place in the Great Waterway. Of course they know that Lu Chengkong's status and strength today are absolutely qualified to say these words. Would you like me to tell you? Pluto Rayleigh, who didn't know when he appeared, said very spoofily, but his words attracted some people's attention. After all, he was the deputy captain of One Piece, King of Pirates, and entered Laugh. People in Tale, as long as they are pirates, are interested in Laugh Tale and want to know what secrets are in it. After all, everyone has curiosity. No need, since I want to know, I will use my fists to uncover the secrets inside. Lu Chengkong shook his head amusingly, then glared at Rayleigh, the Underworld King, and glanced behind him at the same time. The Straw Hat Gang. Obviously Rayleigh wanted to bring the Straw Hat Gang to see the peak duel, so that they knew not to think that they were invincible after 2 years of training, so that they could polish off all their arrogance. Good boy, I just admire your character. If that's the case, then let Lao Su see how you use your fists to uncover the mystery of Laugh Tale. Whitebeard not only didn't get angry at this, but laughed. His tone was filled with inescapable admiration. I think the world now knows that I can use all the abilities of the mirror fruit. As long as I have seen this ability, I can use it. Maybe recently, I have been relying on other people's abilities to fight, so many people have ignored or forget the source of these abilities. Today I will use me to show you the true core skills of the mirror fruit and my most powerful hockey and martial arts. Quote. When Lu Chengkong said this, a domineering and majestic aura suddenly burst out from his body, blasting away in all directions like a whirlwind. Although none of them were weak, there were still many auras in the face of Lu Chengkong. People couldn't bear to be blasted out. As soon as Lu Chengkong's words came out, countless people present came to their senses, and they were all astonished in their hearts. Recently, Lu Chengkong's versatile fruit ability has made everyone's attention focus on his fruit ability, forgetting it. What did Lu Chengkong start with? Okay, then come on. Whitebeard was instantly delighted when he heard the words. He was never afraid of any challenge or any enemy stronger than himself. Lu Chengkong really remembered what he said. These strange abilities are the source because of his mirror fruit, and his strongest seems to be martial arts and hockey. Hee, Whitebeard, do you know? In my opinion, the strongest aspect of the mirror fruit is not that he can use the fruit ability of any ability person, but this. As soon as Lu Chengkong's voice fell, 3 figures suddenly appeared beside him. Everyone looked carefully and found that these 3 people were all Lu Chengkong, and it should be said that they were all mirror images of Lu Chengkong's body. What? Some people with poor understanding still didn't understand it, but the redhead, Rayleigh, Whitebeard and others suddenly understood. I think you have guessed it. My 3 body mirror images have 90% of my body's combat power. Each of them has their own fruit ability. Time fruit, mirror 3 has space fruit. Quote. That's right, the space fruit. In the Gorosei 5 Elders battle, Lu Chengkong touched the 20 kings, and finally the 20 kings died, so the only mirror clone without fruit ability also found the fruit ability that suits him. Therefore, the reversal mirror image clones of the dead 20 kings were integrated into the mirror image number 3, and Lu Chengkong's 3 most powerful clones finally appeared. Hiss. Although the redhead and the others already understood what was going on, they couldn't help but gasp when they heard Lu Chengkong's explanation. After 2 years of practice, their strength has grown greatly, except for Luffy and Zoro. Besides Sanji, the other members of the Straw Hat Gang were a little bit arrogant, but now Nguyen suddenly came to his senses as if he was slammed into the head. Kura la la la, the stronger you are, the happier you are. This is the core and most powerful ability of your mirror fruit. Indeed, the use of those fruit abilities is nothing compared to your 3 mirror avatars. Then come on, let Lao Su see how strong you really are. While Whitebeard laughed loudly, the naginata in his hand immediately slashed out, and a white ball of light appeared on the blade. No matter how powerful Lu Chengkong was, Whitebeard was not afraid, but even more excited. The flames generally burned in Whitebeard's eyes. With Whitebeard's the space seemed to be unable to withstand this powerful force, and it whimpered with a click, and an incomparably sharp shockwave that could be seen in the eyes of the tearing world rippled out of the blade, directly at an astonishing speed. It slammed into Lu Chengkong's body. 319 people of my generation are not as good as. Okay. Isn't Lu Chengkong full of strong fighting intent? His eyes are gleaming. He stepped out with 1 step. His 5 fingers bent slightly. His face did not change color. Facing such a powerful vibration with a sharp tearing all bow did not dodge as everyone thought, but confronted it head-on. You must know that no matter what, Whitebeard's shock fruit is the first known fruit ability in terms of destructive power and attack power. After all, the nickname of the fruit ability to destroy the world is not instigated, it is only compared to destructive power. In terms of attack power, many of the top 10 barren fruits are not as powerful as the shocking fruits. You can tell by looking at Blackbeard. In the original book, he was faced with dark wounds all over his body, and he suffered so many injuries. It could even be said that he was seriously injured and was on the verge of death. Blackbeard's attack by the old and 80 was full of emotions. Except for dodging, he didn't dare to be hard. Then, Bai can see the inside of the Junjun fruit. Whitebeard, who has recovered from his heyday, has a weapon as an auxiliary, and the shock wave has a terrible cutting force in addition to the powerful shock force. even if Gorosei, 5 elders and others face such an attack. At the beginning, Alkiba mainly focused on dodging, except when he was desperate. But now Lu Chengkong not only didn't use the fruit ability, but instead greeted him with his physical body. If everyone didn't know about Lu Chengkong's strength and personality, they would definitely think that he was a lunatic who wanted to die. Devil Profound Truth. 6 Demonic Spears. Lu Chengkong can't remember how long it has been, at least it's been a few years. He hasn't used the Devil Rokushiki for a long time, let alone Sha is the strongest profound truth in the Devil Rokushiki. The Devil Profound Truth. The current Lu Chengkong once again used the Devil's profound meaning. The power is not comparable to that of him several years ago. I saw that as Lu Chengkong pressed his right hand against the space in front of him. The air near his right hand seemed to be unable to withstand this terrifying force, and it boiled. Fancy, it seems to be straight, but it's not too clever, it can do the most. Whitebeard's shockwave and Lu Chengkong's 6 magic spears collided fiercely almost instantly, with a loud bang, spreading like a thunderbolt for more than 10 miles. As for the red hair and others, it was long before they started fighting. He has already left the island, and seems to be worried about being affected. After leaving the island, he actually drove his own pirate ship for almost a kilometer before stopping. They could see clearly from such a long distance, but it was precisely because they were so far apart that they still heard the deafening sound from a huge island and the sea 1 kilometer away. The loud noise seemed to be ringing beside him, and some people who couldn't keep up with the strength even felt that their ears seemed to be deaf. Whitebeard really deserves to be Whitebeard. After recovering his youth, his strength has improved so fast. It was not long after the Gorosei, 5 elders battle ended. His strength has improved even more than that time. Said. Yeah, there is a saying in the Sky Boy, the world does not revolve around a few times, and there is not only one person who will improve. Whitebeard has experienced the fierce battle of Gorosei, 5 elders, how can he not get anything? If that's the case, Whitebeard won't be so calm to fight Skyboy. On the Straw Hat pirate ship not far from the Redhead, Pluto Rayleigh pointedly said, words, except for Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji in the Straw Hat pirate group, everyone else was full of embarrassment. It was extremely red. Obviously they all understood how hard Rayleigh took them to watch the battle and what Rayleigh said just now. It's really a dead man. Wuzupu and others thought to themselves that after finishing their cultivation, their hearts suddenly floated, and now seeing the battle ahead, they seemed to be drenched in a bowl of cold water, shivering all over their bodies, and they were completely awake. Coming. The children can be cut. Rayleigh glanced at them secretly, although in his heart only Luffy and the 3 could be made, but after all, they are all members of the Straw Hat Pirates, and they have been taught by him, although how many people did not admit that they were Usopp. Except Luffy and the 3 of them, but he doesn't want those who have studied with him to die in arrogance. Wow, it seems that the old man is not too late, this battle should have just begun. At this moment, a very familiar voice suddenly came, and some people who were familiar with this voice shouted like a conditional launch. Garp. Grandpa. You guys are really amazing. But when Rayleigh, Luffy, Ace, and the redheads turned around to see clearly, they were all speechless, with black lines all over their foreheads. Because it's not just Garp who comes. There are also Sengoku, Kizaru, and Kuzan. Of course, if it was just the red hair and others, they would not show this expression, but these guys are all old, and any one of them is a famous person. These guys were all crowded on Kuzan's small white car, and even their faces were pale, without a trace of embarrassment, and they didn't feel ashamed for their actions at all. Just Garp, Sengoku, Kizaru 3. Of course everyone knows that people are thick-skinned. A pity that Kuzan suffered. Not only did he have to carry the 3 of them alone, but he also had to be looked at by the red-haired and others with strange eyes, which made Kuzan's face, whose face was not repaired enough, couldn't help blushing. The skin is still not thick enough. Luffy, Ace, I haven't seen you for a while. I miss Grandpa a little bit, let Grandpa give you a fist of love. Garp calmed down, his expression unchanged, as if the red-haired and others didn't see him, and she wasn't the one who made these acts, but she actually climbed onto Luffy, spoke and said the opening remarks that made Luffy and Ace very terrified. It's not as good as my generation. Facing such a cheeky Garp, the red-haired Rayleigh sighed in their hearts. If Z knew it, he would definitely say with a look of joy, "Fortunately, I was smart at the time and didn't promise to live in seclusion with these old men, otherwise I would be dead." Oh, it's really rare. Didn't you guys play seclusion? You actually came together. You won't be lonely and plan to come back. Rayleigh is also familiar, and the people in front of him have been dealing with them for decades, and they are very familiar with them. Of course, when Rayleigh speaks, he does not have the indifference of talking to strangers. To the pleasure of an old friend. 320 The horror of hockey martial arts. Hey, now, the back waves of the Yangtze River push the front waves, and the front waves die on the beach. If I don't give in, I'll die on the beach. I've done everything in my life. I've enjoyed power, fame, and status. It's time to retire. Don't mention the comeback. This is Sengoku, who has always been wretched, but this time, he is very serious. He is serious enough to let Kuzan and Kizaru on the side. Garp looked at him with strange eyes, and couldn't help thinking about this. Sengoku, when did Sengoku become so serious? This time, that old guy from Garp said he came to see his grandson. We had nothing to do, so we accompanied him for a walk. It's a pity that Sengoku didn't keep his serious appearance for a few seconds before returning to his original form. It's still so wretched. Obviously he wanted to watch this battle, but he just said that Garp came to see his grandson and he accompanied Garp. Humans are better than dead. This guy's skin is really thick enough. Facing the two living treasures of Sengoku and Garp, the old man is not ashamed. What else can Pluto, Rayleigh and others say? They can only sigh. His eyes turn to the island in front of him, focusing on the duel between Whitebeard and Liu Chengkong. Kura la la la, Chengkong boy, what is this? Whitebeard was obviously stunned when he saw Liu Chengkong's 6 magic spears. If Liu Chengkong used other abilities to resist or break his own attack, Whitebeard felt it was normal. But Liu Chengkong actually broke out such a terrifying shock from his internal body strength, and actually resisted the shock wave that was enough to destroy the world. The profound meaning created by the perfect combination of the devil's husband style, the devil's profound meaning, the 6 magic spears. Liu Chengkong twitched the corner of his mouth, but did not hide it. He also understood Whitebeard's thoughts. After all, the destructive power of Whitebeard's shock fruit was too terrible. How could he not be surprised that he was actually resisted by Baiji with his physical strength? I am really surprised. It seems that your martial arts and hockey are your strongest places. With the 3 mirror images of the mirror fruit, they can use all your martial skills and hockey. The combat power of 90, is what I said wrong. Whitebeard said. That's right, that's what I thought after I got the mirror fruit. Okay, don't gossip, just hit it first. Liu Chengkong didn't give Whitebeard a chance to talk. His body shot forward like a bullet, and in the blink of an eye he came to Whitebeard, obviously planning to fight in close quarters. Okay, refreshing, Naginata. Tooth. Whitebeard is indeed a person who has passed through the wind and food. He has never seen any type of powerhouse, and don't forget that he is the emperor of the giant family. White giant, don't look at his body compared to the giants like Oz. His strength is only stronger than them, not weaker. He is not afraid of close combat at all, not to mention that he has this Naginata combined with the shock fruit. Piao Shui. Liu Chengkong's expression did not change, but his heart was extremely shocked. Whitebeard is worthy of being Whitebeard. Whether it is long-range combat or close combat, he is very strong and unusual, and he hasn't seen him for a while. Whitebeard is obviously better than Gorosei 5. The Elders' battle is much stronger, and if Whitebeard were to fight any 10 Gorosei 5 Elders once, the current Whitebeard would definitely win. The body is like a snowflake floating in the north wind, moving with the wind, and the strong wind driven by Whitebeard's slashing sword easily escaped this attack, and at the same time, 3 mirror images of Liu Chengkong appeared in an instant. On the left and right sides of Whitebeard, each white used a powerful demon Rokushiki to attack Whitebeard. Smashing and smashing. Magic Finger Penetration. Zonkong Dragon Dance. Demon Rokushiki directly blocked all of Whitebeard's retreats in the shape of a glyph. Now Whitebeard has nothing but hard blocking, unless Whitebeard has the ability to pause the time fruit, or the ability to move the space fruit instantaneously, but unfortunately this is obviously impossible. It's not enough to see, the Naginata, Wushwang will be opened for Lao Su. Whitebeard's face sank, and his silver teeth gnawed. The huge and heavy Naginata seemed as light as a feather in his hand, and it danced like a windmill. Obviously, Whitebeard's swordsmanship is also very good. It was amazing, it had already reached the point of ingeniousness, and at the same time, a domineering and oppressive aura erupted from Whitebeard's body, like a storm, following the rotation of the Naginata, and raging like a tornado. Original book, Whitebeard's body can't support him using Conqueror Haki many times. After all, he is not fighting alone, but facing the entire Marine headquarters alone. He knows very well that if he falls, as a leader, Whitebeard will definitely be given to him. The pirate group brought a huge blow, plus the attack of the Dark Wound and the sneak attack, and because of his health, he didn't dare to use the Conqueror at all. Haki, after all, the power of Conqueror Haki is so domineering, Sajochi not only consumes his physical strength, but also his spirit. But things are different now. Not only has Whitebeard regained his peak, his strength has improved greatly, but he is now dueling. He has no worries at all, and there is no obstacle to restrain him. It can be said that such Whitebeard is the most terrifying. Conqueror Haki doesn't seem to want money. It seems to keep bombing out. Haki, does slashing still have the ability to shake the fruit? I'm never afraid of anyone compared to Haki. A violent light suddenly flashed in Lu Chengkong's eyes. His strongest demon Rokushiki and the demon Emperor Haki were too long. Not used anymore, and it's time to make them shine again. Was it unparalleled? Then let me break your unparalleled, the devil's profound meaning, the devil's order. Lu Chengkong smashed his hands directly into the space in front of him, and at the same time, the devil's color Haki erupted like a tornado, not to be outdone. Come out. It is also a shockwave that is as dark as ink and astigmatism like the 6 magic spears, but this time the demon order obviously contains the Haki of the demon emperor. The power of the two combined is not comparable to the 6 magic spears. Click. Even at such a distance, Red Hair, Garp and others could still hear clearly, and the crisp and pleasant cracking sound resounded continuously. It's really amazing. The cooperation between physical skills and Haki has reached such a terrifying level. Lucci, Kaku and other CP9 people rely entirely on physical skills and stick to their lives. When they see Lu Chengkong's demonic profound meaning, they are very impressed. It's really amazing. It seems that he has always been ahead of everyone from before to now.